In a parallel world at Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Did you hear? Shangwan Wu got into an argument in the freshman group. The third-year rich kid Shangwan Wu. Yeah, that's him. What was the argument about? Shangwan Wu bought a Porsche 718 Boxster and was showing off photos in the group to impress freshmen. Then some freshmen suddenly jumped in and said his car was trash, that the Porsche 718 Boxster didn't even deserve to be called a sports car. The Porsche 718 Boxster is trash. It costs at least $700,000 to $800,000. Who was that freshman? Probably just some keyboard warrior. Calling a Porsche 718 Boxster trash. Then what car would he consider not trash? Exactly, some people watch too many online videos and think million-dollar sports cars are everywhere. They don't take the Porsche 718 seriously. Little do they know, in real life, a Porsche 718 Boxster is a car that ordinary people can only dream of their entire lives. What are you chatting about? The freshmen are already at the entrance. Go help guide them. Su Xiaoyan, vice president of the student union at Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, frowned slightly. The two student union members quickly shut up and went to receive the freshmen. Su Xiaoyan wore the standard student union uniform, a small blazer and white blouse. Her stunning figure seemed about to burst the buttons of the blazer. Below was the standard knee-length pencil skirt and nude stockings. With her fiery figure and looks that rated 8 out of 10, she was widely recognized as the campus belle of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Vroom vroom. The distinctive roar of a sports car engine sounded. A red Porsche 718 Boxster slowly came to a stop in front of Su Xiaoyan. The Porsche's window rolled down, revealing a young and handsome male driver. Xiaoyan, do you have time tonight? I booked a table at Lanting Restaurant. Su Xiaoyan saw it was Shangwan Wu, immediately withdrew her smile and replied coldly, not free. Lanting is a top Michelin 3-star restaurant in Kyoto. I had to book 2 months in advance to get this table. Many people would love to go but can't. Not interested. Am not going. Su Xiaoyan detested these rich second-generation brats who thought the whole world revolved around them because of family money. She refused without hesitation and turned to leave. Enraged, Shangwan Wu threw his nutrient drink straight at Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan. Countless women would kill for the passenger seat of my car. Don't be so ungrateful. Su Xiaoyan's upper body was soaked with the nutrient drink. Her white blouse clung wetly to her fair skin. Other students, fearing Shangwan Wu's powerful family background, dared not step forward to help. Suddenly, a strong hand knocked Shangwan Wu's hand away. Shangwan Wu was stunned. Who would dare defy him? He turned to look at the person. The figure was a male student in sportswear and basketball shoes, looking ordinary. Do you know who I am? Shangwan Wu demanded angrily. The male student replied coldly, a piece of trash. Su Xiaoyan's eyes, which had been ice cold, instantly warmed at the sight of the male student. Her voice turned gentle as she called softly, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan revealed his white teeth. Xiaoyan Jia. He took off his jacket and draped it over Su Xiaoyan, helping her cover up. Su Xiaoyan and Qin Chuan had grown up together in the employee dormitory, with Su Xiaoyan being 1 year older. Every time Qin Chuan saw her, he called her Xiaoyan Jia. As the two recognized each other, a scene appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes that only he could see. Congratulations, Challenger side quest completed. Hero saves beauty reward. American Express Centurion Black Card Unlimited. Spending. Qin Chuan felt in his pocket, and a card really appeared there. Qin Chuan, are you? Think being able to fight matters? Fighting is useless. In Kyoto money talks. Look at your pathetic appearance. How long do you think Su Xiaoyan will stay with you? After saying this, Shangwan Wu confidently pulled out his Porsche key and pressed the unlock button. The frog eye headlights immediately flashed with dazzling light. Car-loving boys around looked on with shining eyes. Some women stirred restlessly, thinking if Su Xiaoyan got her chance, so could they. Qin Chuan didn't even glance and said dismissively, so it was you barking in the group yesterday? Shangwan Wu's face changed. He demanded, so you're the one who called my Porsche trash? In my eyes, you are trash too. Shangwan Wu didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered. I thought yesterday you were some rich young master from a powerful family. Turns out you're just a nobody. Have you ever touched a luxury car? Do you know how much a Porsche 718 Boxster costs? Do you know what $80,000 spread out looks like? Always calling things trash. Do you even own a car? Su Xiaoyan tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve, signaling him to leave. Xiao Chuan, let's go. Don't provoke him. His family has money. He might do something extreme. Qin Chuan gently comforted her, then casually pulled out a car key and pressed the unlock button. From an inconspicuous spot under a nearby tree shade, a thunderous roar erupted. Shangwan Wu's heart jumped. He looked toward the source of the sound. Shangwan Wu's jaw nearly dropped. Lamborghini. Lamborghini Reventón. Is the Lamborghini Reventón that impressive? Someone nearby asked. That's a god car. Compared to it, the Porsche 718 Boxster is nothing but a little brother. Do you know how much it costs? 15 million. Only 21 in the world. 0 to 102. 8 seconds. Holy crap. 15 million. Compared to that, the Porsche 718 Boxster really is a piece of trash. Whispers spread through the crowd. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan by the hand, and under everyone's gaze, opened the scissor door for her. Su Xiaoyan, stunned, sat down in this supercar that was limited to 21 units worldwide. Everything happened so suddenly that before Su Xiaoyan could react, Qin Chuan floored the gas, and sped away from the crowd. Shangwan Wu spat fiercely. Damn it. When did that little vixen hook up with a man like this? So he has money, huh? In Kyoto, money isn't everything. Shangwan Wu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey brother Long, it's Xiaowu. I got bullied at school. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos slammed the table. He shouted angrily. Who the hell dares to bully my brother? Does he want to die? Kyoto SKQ Mall. This is the largest luxury goods shopping center in Kyoto, housing all the world's luxury brands with flagship stores here. Qin Chuan pulled Su Xiaoyan directly into a Chanel store. As they entered, the salesgirl glanced at them from head to toe, then started chatting among themselves. Qin Chuan didn't mind. He took Su Xiaoyan straight to the women's section. Xiaoyan Jie, your clothes are dirty. Pick a replacement. Su Xiaoyan glanced at the price tags. Almost none were under 4 figures. Xiao Chuan, maybe we should try another store. Chanel is too expensive for me. It's fine, Xiaoyan Jie. Pick whatever you like, you'll pay. With Qin Chuan's insistence, Su Xiaoyan carefully began choosing. She was very slow, not because she was picky, but because she wanted to pick the cheapest item to save Qin Chuan money. After looking around, she picked up a plain white t-shirt with the tag 999 yuan, the cheapest item in the entire store. Hey, you two, just look, don't touch. If you get it dirty or break it, you can't afford it. A saleswoman in her 30s walked gracefully to Su Xiaoyan. She snatched the dress and said, You've wrinkled the dress. Now I have to take it for care. Well, just buy it, no need for care, said Qin Chuan. The saleswoman sneered. Ha, picked the cheapest one, and still pretending to be a big shot. You let your girlfriend touch so many clothes, are you buying them all? Can't I buy them all? Qin Chuan frowned. Ha, I've seen too many posers like you. We are a top luxury brand. Do you know how much all these clothes cost together? Judging by your outfit, you probably can't even take out 1,000 yuan. Qin Chuan didn't respond to her, instead scanning the entire store. His sharp eyes immediately landed on a timid face. Looking at the name tag on her chest, he said, Zhou Ling, right? Zhou Ling nervously nodded. First day on the job. Qin Chuan saw through her at once. Still too shy to speak, Zhou Ling nodded again. All the clothes my girlfriend touched, please pack them up for me. Qin Chuan pulled out the American Express Centurion black card and handed it to her. Zhou Ling looked at him in disbelief. Sir, which dress do you mean? Qin Chuan shook his head. Not just one, all of them. Zhou Ling felt the world spinning. She quickly took the black card and ran to pack the clothes. Qin Chuan walked back to Su Xiaoyan, glanced at the dumbfounded saleswoman, and said, Sai, the new girl sold a year's worth of your sales on her first day. Lady, you should retire soon. The manager of the Chanel store returned from lunch and saw the new girl, Zhou Ling, taking down all the clothes from the racks. The shelves were half empty. She angrily scolded Zhou Ling. Didn't I tell you during the meeting not to do clothing care during work hours? Are you ignoring my words? Zhou Ling said aggrievedly, Manager, I wasn't doing care. These clothes are all for a customer. What customer? How could anyone buy so many at once? These clothes cost over 1,000,000 yuan in total. You're new here. If you don't know, ask your colleagues. Do you think Chanel is a street stall? Who buys everything in one go? Has the customer paid? Zhou Ling shook her head. The manager fumed. The customer hasn't paid, and you're packing for them. Are you crazy for commission? Go mop the floor. Zhou Ling aggrieved, took out the credit card Qin Chuan had given her and handed it to the manager. The customer left a credit card. After packing, it will be delivered to the hotel. The manager was about to yell again, but then noticed the card in Zhou Ling's hand was an American Express Centurion black card. The manager took the card and immediately processed a transaction to verify its authenticity. The result was that the card was completely normal and valid. Instantly, the manager's blood pressure shot up. Black card. We must keep this customer. He's our super VIP. Our store will depend on him for the whole year. Congratulations, Challenger side mission completed. Shopping at Chanel store reward character stats upgraded to peak of level 4 martial arts. Note: martial arts are divided into 9 levels, each with 4 stages: initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, and peak. Qin Chuan looked at the prompt in front of him and felt a tremor in his heart. Since obtaining the system 2 days ago, he had received a Lamborghini Reventón and an American Express Centurion black card. The stat reward was a first. As the scene returned to reality, Qin Chuan felt a surge of power within his body. The people around him, their movements seemed full of flaws and slowed down to him. Qin Chuan felt he could now take on 10 opponents alone. Was this the power of the peak of level 4 martial arts? Xiao Chuan, Su Xiaoyan called softly, interrupting his thoughts. Xiaoyanjia. Qin Chuan snapped back to reality, embarrassed. At this moment, the elevator had stopped at the 79th floor. Because Su Xiaoyan had been splashed with a whole bottle of drink by Shangwan Wu, Qin Chuan directly booked a room at the most luxurious Waldorf hotel in the capital, so that Su Xiaoyan could freshen up. Qin Chuan swiped the room card and led Su Xiaoyan into the room. Along the way, Su Xiaoyan's heart was pounding like a deer. In a foreign land, seeing her little brother again made her very excited. But today the Qin Chuan she met was somewhat different. He was no longer the little brother who used to follow her around. Now Qin Chuan stood tall, his face well-defined, exuding a strong masculine aura. His actions today were also like a domineering CEO, decisive and without hesitation. But being alone together in a room with a king-size bed, Su Xiaoyan's fair face was full of blush. Xiaoyan, Jia, go wash up quickly. Qin Chuan's words made Su Xiaoyan blush even more. Qin Chuan didn't mind and directly laid down on the tumter-long bed, turned on the TV, and giggled watching cartoons. Seeing Qin Chuan giggling, Su Xiaoyan felt that the little brother had returned. She walked into the bathroom, removed the soiled clothes, and washed under the warm water. Su Xiaoyan felt incredibly refreshed. After washing, she realized that the Chanel clothes hadn't been delivered yet. She had nothing to wear now. But staying in the bathroom wasn't a solution. After thinking it over, she had to wrap herself in a towel and step out. Su Xiaoyan's figure was so stunning. Deep cleavage, curvy hips. How could a single towel cover it? Just as she was too shy to face Qin Chuan, she found that her little brother had already fallen asleep with a slight snoring sound. Su Xiaoyan walked over lovingly and leaned down to cover Qin Chuan with the blanket. But her movement was too big, and accidentally the towel slipped off, revealing her body. Her graceful figure was fully exposed. Su Xiaoyan quickly picked up the towel and wrapped it again. Seeing that Qin Chuan was still snoring, she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Good thing Xiao Chuan is asleep, otherwise I'd be so embarrassed. Congratulations, Challenger side mission completed. Unmoved by temptation, reward acquired. Hilton Group. Qin Chuan was awakened by the system prompt in his sleep. He looked dumbfounded. I was just sleeping. How did I trigger a side mission? The reward was the Hilton Group, a Fortune 500 company. If side missions were so generous, the main mission reward must be even more tempting. Qin Chuan used his mind to click on the system taskbar that appeared before him. Main mission complete: 4 years of university studies and graduate successfully. Indeed, the main mission was not easy. It required at least 4 years of dedication. Xiao Chuan, you're awake. Qin Chuan looked up at the sound. He saw Su Xiaoyan had already changed into the evening dress delivered by Chanel. She had chosen a black velvet long dress with a one-shoulder design. Her neck and shoulder lines were as elegant as a swan's, fair and smooth. The black dress created a striking visual contrast with her snow-white skin. Her slender waist swayed slightly with each step, and her peach-shaped buttocks trembled gently. It was impossible to look away. Xiaoyan, Jia, you look so beautiful today, Qin Chuan complimented. Su Xiaoyan's pretty face blushed, and she shyly lowered her head. Qin Chuan pulled her into his arms, testing the peak martial arts combat skills. 3 hours later. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried knocking came from the hotel room door. Qin Chuan got up and opened the door. At the door stood a woman in a business suit, a black short skirt wrapping her long legs. She wore a pair of half-rim glasses, looking both seductive and sharp. Is Mr. Qin Chuan here? I am. Qin Chuan yawned. The woman was stunned. The mysterious billionaire who had acquired the Hilton Group was so young and even somewhat handsome. In the United States, on Wall Street, where there is a 13-hour time difference with the capital. Today, the presidents of several major financial conglomerates, including Gauching and Morgan, each received an urgent email in their inboxes. Claude, the president of the Gauching Consortium, was savoring his morning coffee on the 70th floor penthouse. Following his routine, he clicked open his email to check the messages. The next second, the coffee in his mouth sprayed out. Claude stared incredulously at the computer screen, reading aloud. In the early hours of this morning, a mysterious Chinese fund completed a full acquisition of the Hilton Group. He immediately turned on the television, only to see Fox Financial News broadcasting the acquisition of the Hilton Group under a breaking news headline. The camera switched to the scene. The eldest daughter of the Hilton Group was giving a live interview to Fox News. Miss Hilton, your group is a legacy passed down from your ancestors. Why was it suddenly sold off and in its entirety to the Chinese? Miss Hilton, a notorious socialite dressed in an elegant deep V gown and holding a glass of champagne, replied with a beaming smile, "Oh darling, this was all my daddy's decision. I'm not entirely sure. But what I can confirm is that the Chinese gentleman offered us a price we simply couldn't refuse." With that, she winked at the camera. Claude cursed fuck and turned off the television. He immediately summoned his assistant. "Go find out which Chinese consortium has acquired our American asset. Oh God, how could those despicable Chinese deserve to possess our property?" In an instant, the entire Wall Street was in shock. Every consortium dispatched a team to China to investigate the mysterious figure who had acquired the Hilton Group. In China, at the Waldorf Hotel on the 79th floor, the woman standing at the door of Qin Chuan's room composed herself, then handed over a document with both hands. "Mr. Qin, you have just completed the full acquisition of the Hilton Group. Here are the acquisition documents for your review." Qin Chuan took the documents and flipped through them casually. "Who are you?" "My apologies, Mr. Qin, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xia Ying, and I work at the headquarters of the Hilton Hotel Group. I am your secretary." "Secretary? I don't need a secretary." Qin Chuan tossed the documents back to Xia Ying. "Take them back. The group will be managed by professional executives. I won't bother with such a trivial business." Xia Ying caught the documents, her heart trembling. The Hilton Group, a Fortune 500 company with an annual revenue of nearly $100 billion, a colossal multinational enterprise. He actually called it a trivial business, and said he wouldn't even oversee it, leaving it entirely to professional managers. Then she saw Qin Chuan chatting and laughing with a woman of top-tier appearance and figure. Xia Ying concluded in her heart that he was a frivolous playboy and ultimate prodigal son. The Hilton Group must be the asset left by his parents for this wastrel. Parents of ultra-wealthy men always pave every road for their incapable children in advance. These prodigal sons don't need to lift a finger to possess what ordinary people could never achieve in several lifetimes. Xia Ying held the utmost contempt for such people. She had toiled over her studies for over a decade, finally setting foot on the road to Rome. Meanwhile, he was born right in Rome. Xia Ying turned and walked away, not bothering to give her new boss a pleasant expression. Qin Chuan, however, paid no mind to Xia Ying's attitude. A mere secretary of a conglomerate was hardly worth his concern. He led Su Xiaoyan to the hotel's 99th floor restaurant for a meal. The Waldorf Hotel was top-notch, and its penthouse restaurant was a renowned top-tier Western dining establishment in the capital, having earned the prestigious 3 Michelin stars. The patrons who came here were all wealthy or noble, each treating a meal at this 3-star Michelin restaurant as a sacred event. Everyone who arrived was impeccably dressed, men in suits and ties, women in elegant evening gowns, all in their finest attire. Su Xiaoyan rested her hand on Qin Chuan's forearm, her happiness overflowing. "I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot enter the restaurant." The doorman stopped Qin Chuan. "Why not? Isn't the restaurant open today?" The doorman sneered disdainfully. "Our restaurant is a 3-star Michelin establishment. The diners inside are all distinguished figures. Your attire is too shabby, but damages our restaurant's image." Qin Chuan glanced inside the restaurant and saw a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners in shorts, vests, and flip-flops laughing and chatting while sipping red wine. "Why can they enter dressed like that?" The doorman gave a half-smile. "They are foreigners. They cherish a sense of freedom. Dressing that way is a symbol of their liberty, and we must respect their culture." As Su Xiaoyan was about to argue, a phone suddenly appeared beside her. A girl was holding her phone, filming right in the doorman's face. "Hello everyone. Today Xiaomaya's food tour is live from the so-called luxurious top-tier Waldorf restaurant. But at the entrance we've encountered a restaurant doorman, judging by appearances, refusing a customer entry because he's wearing sportswear. However, we can see inside the restaurant that foreigners in shorts, vests, and flip-flops have no problem entering normally. But as Chinese we are being turned away. Folks, this is our Chinese territory. The era of colonial powers bullying us is over. I never expected a top-tier Western restaurant to still practice such discrimination. This is clearly discrimination against us Chinese." The doorman, seeing her causing trouble, moved to snatch the phone, but suddenly realized she was a food blogger on Douyin. "Xiaomei takes you eating." The blogger kept stirring up the atmosphere in the live stream. The Waldorf restaurant's discriminatory behavior instantly struck a nerve with the over 2,000 viewers in the stream. Netizens flooded the comments condemning the restaurant's actions. They also began storming the Waldorf Hotel's Weibo and Douyin accounts, leaving messages. Because of the high engagement in Xiaomaya's stream, Douyin's algorithm detected the situation and boosted her traffic. The viewer count skyrocketed from over 2,000 to over 5,000 in no time. As the situation escalated, the front hall manager of the Waldorf restaurant had to come out and assess the matter. Facing the camera, he immediately stated that Qin Chuan's attire was perfectly acceptable for entry into the Waldorf restaurant. He also apologized to everyone for the doorman's behavior earlier. Qin Chuan nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the manager's handling. He then turned to Xiaomei and thanked her. Xiaomei smiled. "It was nothing. I just can't stand people who look down on others like that." With the incident resolved, the viewer count in Xiaomaya's live stream gradually dwindled as the curious onlookers switched over to more risque streamers. Xiaomei let out a long sigh. "Alas, a whole week of preparation for my stream, and it can't even compare to a suggestive streamer's simple greeting." The stream, which had peaked at over 5,000 viewers, now had fewer than 1,000 watching, and among them were a large number of bot accounts. The ambience of the Waldorf Hotel was perfect for a date. As Qin Chuan and his companion sat down, the waiter immediately lit candles, enhancing the romantic atmosphere. "Congratulations, challenger side quest completed. Candlelit dinner reward received 1 Douyin galas." Qin Chuan frowned slightly. 1 Douyin galas. What use did he have for such things? Moments later, his account balance showed the addition of 1,000 galas. This was a special interface Douyin designed for its major clients, making it convenient for the benefactors to give tips. Qin Chuan reluctantly closed his phone screen, waving over a waiter to order. At the neighboring table, a man and a woman had just taken their seats. The man was clad in a black suit, its fine details betraying it as an expensive Armani. The woman wore a daring red evening gown with a plunging back. It was evident they had dressed meticulously. "Oh darling, what's going on today? How did a pauper manage to sneak into a high-end place like the Waldorf? Is it a charity gala?" The woman sneered, pinching her nose. The man cast a glance at Qin Chuan, his brow furrowed. "What's this? Has the Waldorf sunk so low that someone in sportswear can dine here? It's beneath our noble status. I must complain to the manager. He's unworthy to dine alongside us." Su Xiaoyan gently touched Qin Chuan's arm, shaking her head slightly. "Xiao Chuan, don't mind them." Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. Given his current status, why would he bother with mere ants? The waiter approached with the menu. "What would you like, sir?" Without even glancing at it, Qin Chuan replied, "1 chef's tasting menu per person." The chef's recommended set was the Waldorf's most expensive option. It featured the culinary masterpieces of 3-star Chef George. Naturally, the price was steep, 19999 yuan per person. For two that came to nearly 400 yuan. The waiter paused. Sir, that set is 19999 yuan. Are you certain? Yes. The waiter quickly jotted it down and rushed off to place the order. A moment later, as if recalling something, he returned. Sir, what would you like for drinks? Indeed, the 19999 yuan set covered only the food, not beverages. Qin Chuan thought for a second. 2 bottles of the 74 Conti. The man at the neighboring table was instantly speechless, wishing he could crawl into a hole out of sheer embarrassment. The woman whispered, Honey, what's so special about 74 Conti? Is it better than 82 Lafite? The man broke into a cold sweat. He's talking about the 1974 Romanticani. A bottle now costs 24000 yuan. Beside it, 82 Lafite is just a little brother. The woman gasped. 24000. He ordered 2 bottles at once. How is that possible? Who spends nearly $500,000 on dinner? She took another look at Qin Chuan, plainly dressed wrists bare, without even a watch. She was certain he was bluffing, planning to dine and dash. The waiter broke out in a cold sweat. Taking orders and serving was routine, but had never encountered anyone ordering 2 bottles of 1974 Romanticani at once. Over 400 yuan worth of wine. If the customer turned out to be a fraud, he'd be ruined for life. He hurried to the lobby manager and explained the situation. The manager, equally alarmed, approached Qin Chuan and politely suggested a credit check given the wine's exorbitant cost. Qin Chuan considered it. After all, 2 bottles totaling 480 yuan was a huge risk for them. But as he reached into his pocket, he realized his black card was still in his hotel room. Sorry, I left my black card in the room, Qin Chuan said. The man at the next table pounced on this like a cat on a mouse. See, I knew he was a con artist here to freeload and show off, actually a Dinny and Dasher. The woman sneered. Indeed, clothes make the man. Who comes to a place like this in sportswear? Either a super rich eccentric or a thug and a cheat. A scumbag, pretending to be a tycoon to fool women. The lobby manager now began to doubt Qin Chuan, ordering the 19999 yuan set, and then 2 bottles of 74 Conti. If not a tycoon, then certainly a fraud. With nothing to show and unable to pay, he could only be a con artist. Just as the manager was about to throw Qin Chuan out, a voice rang from the entrance. So here you are. I've been looking all over for you. Xiaoying rushed to the table, panting, her eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. Haha, here comes the drama. This scumbag has fooled more than one woman. Another victim has arrived, the neighboring man crowed. The lobby manager recognized Xiaoying from the company's internal website. She was the secretary to the group's CEO, a senior executive. Secretary Xia, the manager stammered. Xiaoying ignored him, pushing a document toward Qin Chuan. Boss Qin, you forgot to sign the papers. Qin Chuan calmly borrowed a pen from the waiter and scribbled his name on the document. Done. He handed it back to Xiaoying. His nonchalant attitude irked her. Mr. Qin, the Hilton Group is a Fortune 500 company with annual revenues in the tens of billions of dollars. Can't you show a little respect? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. A group with only tens of billions in revenue. What do you have to be arrogant about? You? Xiaoying was left speechless. After all, he was the boss, entitled to say such things. She turned and left without a pleasant expression for her young boss. Qin Chuan merely smiled, choosing not to argue with the young woman. The couple at the next table turned pale. What had they been doing? Mocking the big boss of the Hilton Group. The woman broke into a cold sweat at the thought. She had been calling him a penniless wretch. They slipped away without even ordering, terrified of the consequences if he grew angry. The boss of a billion-dollar conglomerate could crush them like ants. The lobby manager was drenched in sweat. The Waldorf restaurant and hotel were both part of the Hilton Group. Waldorf was just one brand under the Hilton umbrella. The man before him was the owner of the entire group. Qin Chuan slowly raised his head and asked calmly, Now do you still need to verify my assets? No. I'll arrange everything immediately. I guarantee your satisfaction. With that, he fled the scene. The pressure from a superior was too much for a mere front desk manager. Another second, and he'd have collapsed from stress. Su Xiaoyan had witnessed everything, her shock slowly giving way to acceptance. Though she had 1,000 questions for Qin Chuan, she was a wise woman. Some things, as long as Qin Chuan didn't want to talk about, she wouldn't ask. As long as you're here, Xiao Chuan, nothing else matters. Huh. Sister Xiaoyan, what did you say? Su Xiaoyan quickly covered her mouth. She had spoken her thoughts aloud. Folks, look. From here you can see the CBD in the East City. Wow, everyone check out this huge Boston lobster tonight. Fans eat first. The Boston lobster is so tender and springy. Xiao Mei sat in a corner live streaming. Her voice was soft, but it was clear she was trying hard to liven up the chat. While waiting for his meal, Qin Chuan opened Douyin and followed her. He appreciated her earlier outspokenness. Clicking on her avatar, he entered her live stream. The viewer count in the top right read 788. Interaction matched the numbers. Aside from bots, the few real viewers were all mocking her. Streamer, go back to tightening screws at the factory. You're not cut out for this. Xiao Mei, switch your style. Become a risque streamer. Yeah, wear some black stockings, and I'll tip you a light badge. Faced with the barrage of vulgar comments, Xiao Mei could only endure silently. Her original intent was just to share her life. Even with a stunning figure, she had never considered using shady methods to make money. She calculated silently. So far tonight, her livestream earnings hadn't reached 3 digits. Compared to her 4-digit dinner, she hadn't even recouped a tenth of the cost. She sighed deeply at the camera. For tonight's broadcast, she had survived on instant noodles for a month. Just as she was about to end the stream, a series of blocks flashed across her screen, followed by 3 words rising from the bottom: carnival. Holy crap, someone tipped a carnival. A carnival for such a conservative eating stream. Did they tap the wrong button? Xiaomei, be honest, did you tip yourself to stir up drama? The comments section erupted in doubt. Xiaomei was speechless. It was her first time seeing a carnival. That gift was worth 3,000 yuan a month of her living expenses. Just as she was about to check the benefactor's name and offer thanks, another block of light flashed across her phone screen. Another carnival. Xiaomei was stunned, and so were the fans. Before she could recover, a third carnival rose, then a fourth, a fifth. 10 minutes later, Xiaomei's phone was overheating. The comments section fell into dead silence, broken only by notifications of new viewers entering the stream. No one dared to question her anymore. Each carnival effect lasted 8 seconds. In 10 minutes, a user named Qin Chuan had sent 75 carnivals, over 200,000 yuan. After a moment of stillness, the comments exploded. Holy crap, we're witnessing history. Honored to witness a god-tier spender. Accept my knees. Who is this Qin Chuan? 10 minutes and 75 carnivals. The carnivals didn't stop despite the chaos. The mysterious Qin Chuan kept flooding the screen with effects. The stream's viewership jumped from 788 to 9999, then in a blink to over 3000. After a brief 3000, it soared past 1000. Heard a god-tier spender is here. Ooh, just checking in. Is the stream lagging? Why are carnival effects looping? Idiot, that's Daddy Qin Chuan tipping. Holy crap, this is brutal. Never seen money burn like this. Even my ghost money offerings aren't this wild. The comment section was overwhelmed. Viewers flooding into witness, and record crashed the servers. At Dian's backend, an engineer monitoring stream data had just brewed tea when he saw server overload alerts. His first thought was a cyber attack. Upon checking, he found a small streamer's room had exploded in popularity. Concurrent viewers were nearing 1 million. 1 million live viewers was data reserved for top-tier streamers. Impossible for a small one. The panicked engineer immediately upgraded the server line for the streamer Xiaomei takes you eating. He switched to a top-tier server capable of handling 2 million concurrent viewers. Yet the alarm lit up again. He cursed, damn, is this a bug? Opening the alert, he froze. The viewership just past 1 million was now approaching 2 million. The engineer, unsettled, reported to his superiors. They initiated emergency expansion, linking 2 server groups to boost Xiaomei takes you eating to 3 million capacity. Before her phone screen, Xiaomei was frozen. 20 minutes had passed, and her stream showed only her forehead. New fans hadn't even seen her face. The lower half was blocked by a barrage of carnival effects. Xiaomei couldn't count the carnivals. Thankfully, enthusiastic netizens kept tally in a chain: 150, 151, 152, 153. Just as the number hit 154, the stream cut out. In a corner, Xiaomei looked utterly lost. Everything had happened so fast, from the first carnival to now only 20-some minutes, but it felt like a dream. 154 carnivals, her Douyin DMs were at 99 and her followers had exploded. From 1300 followers, she had skyrocketed to 315 million. Xiaomei pinched her cheek. It wasn't a dream. Not far away, Qin Chuan stared at his phone, thinking had been banned for tipping too much. Soon words appeared on the black screen. Due to technical issues, the stream is paused. Staff are actively repairing it. This Douyin backend system always crashes. How long would it take to send out my 1000 carnivals? After tapping for ages, had only sent 154. Qin Chuan grumbled inwardly. Xiaochuan, what are you doing? Hurry and eat. Su Xiaoyan had watched him tap his phone, thinking he was handling work and hadn't called him. But after nearly half an hour, she couldn't help reminding him, Xiaochuan, eating cold food is bad for your stomach. Qin Chuan put down his phone and smiled gently at her. Just then the system chimed. Congratulations, challenger side quest complete. Keen I reward Jingdu Manor's best villa. The reward was a house in Jingdu Manor, and the best villa at that. Qin Chuan was slightly surprised. He recalled an influencer who bought a villa in the same complex for his mother, spending 1 billion. He quickly dismissed the system interface, returning to reality. His time now belonged to Sister Xiaoyan. A mere best villa wasn't worth getting overly excited about. Qin Chuan looked at Su Xiaoyan beside him. 2 years apart had only made her more stunningly beautiful. Being a year older, she carried an extra touch of mature grace in her eyes. Su Xiaoyan's phone rang. She saw it was her mentor. She answered, and after a brief conversation she apologized. Xiaochuan, I'm so sorry. Something came up at school. I need to go back immediately. She seemed very anxious. Qin Chuan didn't press. They'll drive you back. They'll have today's clothes delivered to your dorm. Su Xiaoyan's bright eyes dimmed slightly. She had so much to tell him, but school was calling. As they were about to leave, the hall manager approached with 2 bottles of Reventón. Seeing Qin Chuan leaving, he asked, Mr. Qin, are you leaving? Yes. Then I'll store these for you until your next visit. Qin Chuan shook his head, pointing to Xiaomei in the corner. Give them to her. Tell her it's my thanks for speaking up for me earlier. With that, he took Su Xiaoyan's hand and left. In the corner, Xiaomi's stream had resumed after the staff's frantic repairs. When she went live, viewers instantly surged to 1 million. The chat was packed with onlookers hoping to see the god-tier spender. But minutes passed without the familiar carnival effects. I saw on trending that a spender was here, but I haven't even seen a badge. Is this a scam? Who would really tip 154 carnivals? Yeah, even the record at Moto Emperor is only 82. Who's richer than that? I bet it's staged. 154 carnivals is 460000 yuan. No matter how rich, you can't just burn money like that. Doubts flooded the comments and Xiaomei was at a loss, tears welling up. Just then the hall manager carrying 2 bottles of wine accidentally stepped into the frame. Mr. Qin asked me to give you these 2 bottles of 1974 Romanicani as a token of thanks for helping him earlier. The manager's voice wasn't loud, but it was perfectly captured by the live stream. Romance what? It's Romanicani. Holy shit, it's Romanicani. And it's a 1974. Is it expensive? It looks so ordinary to me. Many viewers in the live stream heard the name Romanicani for the first time, and some searched for it online. There were also connoisseurs who knew their stuff, typing a series of shocked expressions on the public screen and explaining. Romanicani is one of the finest red wines in the world with scarce production and an absurdly high price. Ordinary rich folks can't afford it, only the ultra-wealthy can. That guy just said the bottle he's holding is a 1974 Romanicani. I checked the price online. 1 bottle costs 24000. He's holding 2 bottles, that's 48000. Holy crap. 48000 for red wine. Is it made of gold? Converted, it might be more expensive than gold. Xiaomei stared at the Romanicani before her, stunned for a moment, then asked, May I ask which Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin Chuan, the lobby manager replied respectfully. The live stream exploded instantly. Shock, disbelief, petrified expressions, and a frenzy of comments flooded the screen. Qin Chuan, that guy again. Has the tycoon descended into reality? Daddy, where are you? Husband Qin Chuan. The viewers who had just doubted Xiaomei all switched sides. They witnessed history once more. After splurging on 154 galas, the mysterious tycoon appeared in real life and casually gifted 2 bottles of top-tier red wine worth 48000. It was too insane, too overwhelming. At the west gate of Jingdu University of Finance and Economics, a limited edition Lamborghini Reventón slowly came to a stop at the end of the road. Xiao Chuan, dropping me off here is fine, Su Xiaoyan said softly. Qin Chuan's car was too flashy. With a 12-cylinder engine, a light tap on the accelerator could wake up every girl in the dormitory. Even parked in the distance, people came up to take photos. Su Xiaoyan struggled inwardly for a moment, then quickly parted her rosy lips and lightly brushed them against Qin Chuan's cheek. She swiftly opened the scissor door and jogged back to school. Qin Chuan touched his kissed cheek, a gratified smile spreading across his face. With Xiaoyan gone, there's no need to return to the hotel tonight. I've been gifted a villa, so I might as well check it out. Qin Chuan decided to take a look at his new home first and was about to start the engine. Unexpectedly, a figure appeared beside his car. Qin Chuan rolled down the window with displeasure. Outside stood a voluptuous woman in a spaghetti strap tank top, her ample bosom straining the thin fabric. Seeing Qin Chuan lower the window, she immediately leaned down, pressing herself tightly against the car door. Qin Chuan frowned slightly and asked, Can I help you? The woman arched her brows, her eyes seductive as she gazed at Qin Chuan. Handsome, your car is gorgeous. Can you take me for a spin? Qin Chuan turned back, his face icy cold. No, he replied. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove off, leaving the woman standing there. Watching the Lamborghini disappear into the distance, her alluring smile gradually faded. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hey brother Long, it's confirmed. He's alone in the car heading towards Shun District. Good. On the other end of the line, brother Long tapped his index finger lightly. The Audi A8 beside him sped off. Qin Chuan's car cruised along the road to the villa. It wasn't late, and the third ring road in Jingdu wasn't too congested. With his peak martial arts abilities, Qin Chuan's perception was dozens of times sharper than an ordinary person's. He suddenly noticed a car tailing him. Realizing he was being followed, Qin Chuan shifted the gear to sport mode. The 12-cylinder mechanical beast with 650 horsepower let out a roar on the ring road. Instantly, the dashboard needle danced. The A8 behind realized its cover was blown and floored the accelerator to keep pace. The two sides chased each other, maintaining the initial distance. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to upshift again, an ambulance turned onto the road from a side street ahead. Qin Chuan braked without hesitation to yield, and the A8 behind seized the opportunity to close in, leaving half a car length between them. The passenger window of the A8 rolled down, and a man in black inside drew a weapon, aiming at the Lamborghini that was half a car length ahead. Seeing the move in his rearview mirror, Qin Chuan swiftly turned the steering wheel half a rotation, ramming the rear of his car into the opponent's front. The A8 instantly lost control and crashed into the guardrail. Watching the A8 in the mirror, unable to give chase, Qin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But But as he refocused, a white Corolla ahead suddenly slammed on its brakes at the ramp intersection. Qin Chuan reacted quickly, yanking the steering wheel hard to avoid a rear-end collision. However, the Lamborghini's immense horsepower caused the car to veer off toward the exit after the sharp turn, crashing into the roadside barrier. With a thunderous crash, the entire front end and half the body of the Lamborghini were crushed and all airbags deployed. Fortunately, the luxury car's safety features held up, and with Qin Chuan's peak 4th-level martial prowess, he only sustained minor scrapes and bruises with no serious injuries to his bones or tendons. He pushed open the bent scissor door and sat sideways on the seat. Who were those people? Qin Chuan pondered. But the impact left his head ringing, making it hard to think. Forget it, he'll head to the villa first. With his ride totaled, Qin Chuan had to pull out his phone to hail a ride-hailing car. The loud crash of the Lamborghini into the barrier drew a crowd of onlookers. Holy shit, that's a brutal wreck. Isn't that a Lamborghini, Reventón? My god, it's the Lamborghini worth 15 million. Passers-by whipped out their phones, snapping photos wildly and posting them on Weibo, Douyin, and WeChat moments. Within minutes, several trending topics appeared on Weibo and Douyin. Shocking. Limited edition Lamborghini's first crash in China, luxury car worth 15 million in accident repair costs expected to reach millions, outrageously nonchalant. $1 million supercar wrecked, owner calmly plays on phone. Among the trending topics besides the wrecked Lamborghini, there was also the image of Qin Chuan sitting leisurely in the car looking at his phone. The news department of Jingdu Television received the news at the same time. The station director immediately everyone in the work group instructing journalists near the accident scene to rush over for immediate filming and interviews. Xiao Chuan, who had just gotten off work and was having a late-night snack, saw the news and realized the accident was just a street away. She immediately dropped the zhajiang noodles she had just taken a bite of, slung on her backpack, took off her high heels, and sprinted toward the scene. After running a few hundred meters, she saw a crowd gathered in the middle of the road and knew that was the location. She pulled out her phone, opened the recording function, and prepared to document the interview. Xiao Chuan pushed through the crowd and immediately spotted a young man sitting leisurely on the supercar, playing with his phone. This is definitely a huge story, a hot topic, Xiao Chuan thought gratefully. She had been worried that her internship was about to end without her securing a hot news interview. But fate had just handed her a breaking event. She straightened her gray trench coat a bit and was about to put on her newly bought Valentino studded heels when she looked up and saw him getting into a white ride-hailing car. Xiao Chuan panicked, watching him about to disappear from sight. She quickly hailed a taxi. Driver, follow that white ride-hailing car ahead. Miss, is that your man? The taxi driver frowned, thinking he was dealing with a cheating spouse case. Xiao Chuan was taken aback, but then nodded in confirmation. Miss, I'm not taking this job. Men have their troubles, he needs freedom. Xiao Chuan pulled out some cash and tossed it into the driver's lap. The driver saw it was at least 1,000 yuan. Hold tight, sis. Big bro's taking you to deliver justice. Shun District. The estate was adjacent to the highway exit. A mere 3-minute drive from the exit brought one to the grand entrance of Jingdu Manor. Covering a total area of 170 square meters, the manor housed over 200 top-tier villas. With convenient transportation and a full array of surrounding amenities, commercial centers, scenic areas, parks, hospitals, and schools, it was a model of modern luxury. Security was also top-notch. The ride-hailing car slowly approached the gate only to be stopped by the security guard. Everyone who entered or exited Jingdu Manor possessed assets worth hundreds of millions, and the vehicles that came and went were all supercars and luxury automobiles. This is a private residential area. Outside vehicles are not permitted to enter, the guard said sternly. Qin Chuan lowered the car window. I am the owner of Villa No. 1. I need to go home now. The guard's pupils contracted slightly. Villa No. 1 was the crown jewel of the entire complex. He dared not be negligent and immediately took out his tablet. I apologize, sir, but I need to perform facial recognition on you. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. The guard aimed the camera at Qin Chuan, and moments later the screen displayed Qin Chuan's property information. The data clearly indicated that Qin Chuan was the owner of Villa No. 1. The guard immediately pressed the switch, raising the barrier to let him through. The ride-hailing car drove straight in. What had just been entered was merely the community's outer gate. The car continued for about another 10 minutes before finally arriving at the main gate of Qin Chuan's own villa. Villa No. 1 was the crown jewel of Jingdu Manor, and its gate was of the most top-tier and luxurious specifications. Its architectural style was French, and the gate was a centrally symmetrical wrought iron door weighing 3 tons, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters high. The ivy patterns on it were all hand-forged by artisans, exuding extreme opulence. On the way over, Qin Chuan had briefly reviewed the basic information about the house. Luxuriously decorated, it used only the finest materials. The entire villa, including its garden, occupied 10 mu of land with a building area of 330 square meters. It featured 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, and a host of recreational facilities, including indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, a spa, dry and wet saunas, a massage pool, a billiard room, a gym, and a home theater. After getting out of the car, Qin Chuan used fingerprint recognition to smoothly enter his home. Before him lay a massive fountain surrounded by precious tree species such as locust trees, magnolias, ash trees, golden rain trees, and Japanese maples, creating a sense of seasonal splendor and restoring the true essence of beauty. After briefly familiarizing himself with the house, Qin Chuan returned to his bedroom to rest and contemplate the evening's events. The car accident that night made him realize he might be being targeted by certain individuals. As he was thinking, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, Challenger, you have completed the side quest. Moving into a new home quest. Reward 1,000 yuan in cash, a reward of 1 billion yuan. Just what he needed, as he was a bit short on cash lately. Previous rewards had all been physical items, not cash. Although the American Express Centurion Black Card allowed for overdrafts, credit cards still needed to be repaid. Just as Qin Chuan was about to close the prompt interface, the system sent another message. Warm reminder: failure to complete the main quest will result in the system reclaiming all rewards from the challenger. Qin Chuan's heart tightened. It seemed he would have to go to school tomorrow and study hard to complete the main quest. Not being able to skip or cut classes for 4 years of university was the greatest constraint the system imposed on him. At the main gate of Jingdu Manor, the taxi carrying Xiao Chuan slowly pulled over to the roadside. The driver leaned out and exclaimed in surprise, "Miss, your husband might be someone's kept man." This is Jingdu Manor, the most luxurious estate in all of Jingdu. Xiao Chuan had naturally heard of Jingdu Manor. The residents there were all tycoons with assets of at least 1 billion. She nervously swallowed her saliva. But thinking about how she needed to secure a spot at the TV station after her internship, she decided to take a gamble. Xiao Chuan walked to the community gate, but the guard stopped her. "This is a private residential area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. I'm here to see a friend. May I ask for their name?" Xiao Chuan was momentarily at a loss, as she still didn't know his name. "It's the one who just went in by ride-hailing car. You mean Mr. Qin?" Yes, that's him." The guard looked Xiao Chuan up and down, noting her well-dressed appearance and high attractiveness. He wondered if she might be one of Mr. Qin's paramours. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Chuan pulled out her work ID. "If you're unsure, you can check my credentials. I promise I'm not a bad person." The guard took the ID and saw it was from Jingdu television station. Comparing it to her face, it was indeed her. With the Jingdu television station ID as a guarantee, the guard reluctantly contacted the monitoring room, asking them to call Mr. Qin. Qin Chuan had just finished showering and was wrapped in a bathrobe ready to rest when his phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Qin, there's a friend of yours at the community gate, Xiao Chuan, who wishes to visit you. Shall we let her in?" Xiao Chuan. Qin Chuan was baffled. "Mr. Qin, you can view the situation at the gate through your home surveillance tablet." Qin Chuan picked up the tablet beside him and saw a young woman of about 20 standing in the frame. She wore a gray trench coat that reached her knees beneath, which were 2 long legs clad in black stockings. Qin Chuan frowned, about to tell the monitoring room he didn't know her when he saw Xiao Chuan's bare feet. The black stockings on them were torn and blood was seeping out. Qin Chuan's compassion was stirred, and he said indifferently, "Let her in." At the gate, the guard received the message to let her through and immediately respectfully invited Xiao Chuan inside. Since the gate was still a considerable drive from Qin Chuan's villa, the community arranged for an electric cart to take her there. Along the way, Xiao Chuan was utterly astonished. Jingdu Manor consisted of standalone villas with private courtyards, each one magnificent and occupying several mu of land. In any given villa, even a single bathroom might be larger than the apartment she currently rented. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chuan stood before the massive heavy gate of Villa No. 1, her heart pounding with tension. She had used a little trick to get in, fooling the guard, but now she was about to meet the actual owner. If he was displeased, she would fall into an abyss of ruin. With his power and influence, destroying her would be as easy as crushing an ant. Xiao Chuan took a few deep breaths, encouraging herself. "Xiao Chuan, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. You're doing this for your job. You have to keep this job. You must make a life for yourself in Jingdu. What kind of work do you do?" Suddenly, an icy voice came from within the gate. Startled, Xiao Chuan stumbled back 2 steps and fell to the ground. She looked up in shock at the speaker. It was the same car owner who had been playing on his phone during the accident. Are you Mr. Qin?" Xiao Chuan asked, trembling. Qin Chuan gave a sardonic smile. "So you're that friend of mine." Xiao Chuan's pretty face flushed, and she averted her gaze. "I'm sorry, I was desperate, so I had to." She pulled out her work ID and handed it over. "I'm a reporter from Jingdu television station. My name is Xiao Chuan. I came to visit you to get a detailed interview about the car accident just now." "Car accident? It was just a minor incident. I didn't hit anyone. The only thing that happened was my car getting totaled." Qin Chuan answered her question in a few simple words. Xiao Chuan was not about to let it go. That crash had directly totaled a limited edition Lamborghini worth 15 million yuan. He treated it as if had wrecked a toy car worth a few dozen yuan. There had to be more to it. There must be an inside story. She tried to step forward to press further, but a sharp pain from her foot made her stumble and fall to the ground. Fresh blood seeped through the black stockings from Paris. Qin Chuan, who was about to end the conversation, let out a soft sigh at the sight. He stepped forward and helped Xiao Chuan to her feet. "Let's apply some medicine inside, or it might leave a scar." Xiao Charan hummed softly in nervous agreement. After taking just 2 steps, the sharp pain in her legs made it impossible for her to continue walking. Seeing this, Qin Chuan had no choice but to lift her in a bridal carry. Yet as it was his first time holding her, his hand inadvertently brushed against a tender and warm forbidden zone. Xiao Charan, as if jolted by a scorching electric current, let out a reflexive soft moan. Sensing her own loss of composure, she buried her head deeply in shame. The autumn night in the capital city was chillingly cool. Walking from the villa gate to the villa itself would take at least 10 minutes. Fortunately, Qin Chuan, having received a tribute rewards, possessed the strength of a martial peak master. Carrying a person consumed little of his energy. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Charan's pupils constricted sharply. The opulent French-style decor, antique paintings, and crystal chandeliers. Everything her eyes fell upon was a work of art built from wealth. It was her first time witnessing such a luxurious mansion, one that dwarfed the Bailu Academy she had visited earlier. Before the grandeur of this capital estate, the Bailu Academy seemed as laughable as a slum in a third-world country. Qin Chuan placed Xiao Charan on the sofa and went to fetch the first aid kit. He first applied medicine to her palms. The sting of the disinfectant made her eyes glisten with tears that swirled in their sockets. "Take off your stockings." "Huh?" Qin Chuan's words made Xiao Charan tense up instantly. "If you don't take them off, how can I apply the medicine?" Qin Chuan said with slight displeasure, holding the disinfectant and tissues. Only then did Xiao Charan realize her earlier suspicion that Qin Chuan might have ulterior motives. Her fair face flushed even deeper as she slowly peeled off her tattered stockings. Her snow-white thighs were revealed without reservation before Qin Chuan's eyes. After careful disinfection and medication, the wounds were finally treated. Qin Chuan fetched a cashmere blanket and handed it to Xiao Charan, telling her to cover herself to avoid catching a cold. "Regarding the car accident, I don't want too much coverage. If you have photos of me, I hope you'll delete them promptly." Qin Chuan stated his request bluntly. On one hand, he didn't want to attract too much attention lest he invite another assassination attempt from the men in black. On the other hand, he didn't want his parents to see the news and worry. Most importantly, he didn't want anyone to disturb him and hinder his completion of the main quest. Xiao Charan bit her lip, her heart filled with hesitation. "As compensation, you can name your price." Seeing that she hadn't agreed, Qin Chuan offered his bargaining chip. Xiao Charan quickly retorted, "I'm not here to ask for money." "Then what do you want?" I just want to work hard with my own hands and build a life in the capital. Tonight's car accident is huge. It will be a key achievement for me to stay at the TV station after my internship. I can't." The word "give up" never left her lips. Qin Chuan's gentlemanly conduct tonight, helping her treat her wounds, was etched in her memory. Yet his request was inseparable from her promotion and job security. The job at the TV station was something she had earned after a year of burning the midnight oil, enduring multiple written tests and interviews. Only by securing a permanent position there could she have the capital to put down roots in the capital. Qin Chuan smirked and asked, "How much is your annual salary after becoming a permanent employee at the station?" Xiao Charan thought for a moment and replied, "According to senior colleagues, including year-end bonuses and benefits, I can earn at least 2,000 yuan a month." 2,000. That's 2,400 a year, right? Xiao Charan nodded. In the real world, a monthly income of 2,000 already surpassed 90 of people. Those online who boast of earning millions a month are mostly exaggerating or fabricating stories. With 2,000, how many years would you have to live without food or rent to buy a house and settle in the capital? Xiao Charan fell silent. She had never considered this question. Buying a house in the capital was a distant, unattainable dream. Even with a monthly income of 2,000, it was but a drop in the bucket. "Come work for me, and I'll give you 1,000,000 a year." Qin Chuan rested his head on his hands, lounging on the sofa, and said casually. Xiao Charan felt her ears must be deceiving her. She repeated, "1,000,000. Too little." No. Xiao Charan shook her head vehemently. "That's not what I meant. It's just, I feel I don't deserve it." Qin Chuan chuckled. "What's there to deserve? Managing this house also requires considerable effort." Xiao Charan let out a confused "ah." "If you're willing, start work tomorrow as my housekeeper, handling all the affairs here." Xiao Charan bowed her head in shame, realizing she had overthought things. Qin Chuan had no other intentions. A housekeeper with an annual salary of 1,000,000. Working 1 year would equal 5 years at the TV station without the need to run around, endure irregular hours, or navigate office politics. After a brief moment of consideration, Xiao Charan agreed immediately. Qin Chuan stood up and stretched. "All right, it's getting late. I have class tomorrow. The villa has 12 rooms. Except for my room, you can choose one for yourself." With that, Qin Chuan turned and went to his bedroom to lie down. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a familiar chime sounded. "Congratulations, Challenger, you have completed the side quest. Hire a subordinate. Reward 1 bottle of life essence." Note: life essence is an extremely precious material with the power to revive the dead. As the system notification faded, a 10-milliliter bottle of golden liquid appeared in Qin Chuan's hand. "So this is the life essence." He held it up high. Under the lamplight, the golden liquid radiated boundless vitality. Wealth was important, but life was more precious. The car accident had left Qin Chuan shaken. With this, it was like having an extra life. He stored the life essence safely, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep on his 3-meter by 3-meter luxurious bed. The next day, Qin Chuan came downstairs yawning, ready to grab something to eat from the kitchen. After a few steps, he spotted Xiao Charan. Her pretty face flushed, and she turned away. I've noticed you blush quite easily. Don't journalists often interview the opposite sex? Qin Chuan asked, puzzled. Since meeting her, she was always blushing and shy. Maybe I should reconsider my choice of housekeeper, he mused inwardly. Xiao Charan extended her hand, pointing at Qin Chuan. Puzzled, he looked down at himself and realized he was wearing summer shorts as loungewear. His members stood at attention, boldly prominent, a striking and magnificent sight. Qin Chuan remained unflustered, as if nothing was amiss. Congratulations, challenger, you have completed the side quest Early to Bed, Early to Rise. Keeps you healthy reward, Tianqing BMW 4S dealership, even this gets a reward. Qin Chuan nearly cursed aloud, the system's rewards were too generous. His stomach growled loudly. What are you standing around for? Didn't you say you'd start work today? Hurry up, I'm starving. At his words, Xiao Charan's breathing grew heavier. Didn't he say yesterday that the housekeeper wouldn't have to do those things? Seeing that she hadn't moved, Qin Chuan stepped closer. What's wrong? Changed your mind. The closer he got, the more his pheromones and body heat made the nervous Xiao Charan's mouth go dry. After a prolonged internal struggle lasting over 10 seconds, she steeled herself, faced Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was startled by Xiao Charan's sudden move and stepped back several times. A distance opened between them. What are you doing? Qin Chuan said, displeased. Xiao Charan looked confused. Didn't you tell me to hurry up and work? You said you couldn't take it anymore. I meant hurry up and make breakfast, I'm starving, Qin Chuan said with a dark look, his opinion of Xiao Charan dropping a few more notches. Xiao Charan finally understood, her face flushing with embarrassment as she couldn't lift her head. What was I thinking? She scolded herself inwardly. So she quickly got up and went downstairs, but after a few steps she stopped again. Boss, what would you like to eat? Anything, I'm not picky. Okay, got it. Xiao Charan continued downstairs, but after a few steps, she stopped once more. What now? Qin Chuan was ready to cook himself. Boss, the villa is too big, I still don't know where the kitchen is. Qin Chuan was speechless and had to lead Xiao Charan to the kitchen himself. It took them 5 minutes to finally reach the kitchen. In Villa No. 1, of the kitchen alone was divided into sections for Chinese and Western cuisine. The kitchen was fully equipped with pots, pans, and everything else. Soon Xiao Charan made a bowl of noodles and a steamer of soup dumplings. The noodles seemed simple, but after tasting them, Qin Chuan didn't hold back his praise. You look a bit dazed, but your cooking skills aren't bad. Hearing her boss compliment, Xiao Charan's eyes curved into crescents. Boss, could I take 2 days off? Since I resigned from the TV station, I need to go back and handle the handover. And to move here, I also need to go back to my rental place and pack my luggage. Qin Chuan took a bite of the soup dumpling and nodded. After both had eaten their fill, they walked out of the villa. Suddenly, Qin Chuan realized a serious problem. After crashing the Lamborghini, he seemed to have no car for daily use. Fortunately, the system had given him a 4S shop, so he could go pick one up. He glanced at Xiao Charan. Do you have a car? I can't even afford a wheel, how would I have a car? Come on, first go with me to buy a car. Xiao Charan just then remembered that Qin Chuan's car was totaled yesterday, so he had no transport today. On the world of the rich, buying a car is like buying groceries. The two called a ride-hailing car and headed straight to the Jingdu Tianqing BMW 4S shop. The two walked into the BMW showroom. The hall was filled with BMW cars from the cheapest 1 Series to the 8 Series, everything available. Qin Chuan wasn't familiar with cars. He swept his gaze over, and his attention landed on a cement gray M4. He had seen this car on Douyin, where a car influencer had trashed it after picking it up, instantly sending this BMW model trending. Qin Chuan circled the car. It was the right size, a 2-door hardtop, perfect for daily errands and grocery shopping. He pointed at the M4 and asked, the size is just right, easy to park when you go grocery shopping. Huh. Boss, what do you mean? This car is for you to use for grocery shopping. Boss, that's not good. Xiao Charan stole a glance at the price tag beside the car. Over $1 million. You don't like it? Isn't it beautiful? Xiao Charan quickly shook her head. No, it's very beautiful, it's just. Of course it's beautiful, didn't you see the edition 50 jar BMW M logo on the car? This car is a special 50th anniversary tribute based on the current M4 competition. Only 150 units worldwide. A female saleswoman crossed her arms and said coldly. Qin Chuan ignored her and said to Xiao Charan, if you like it, want to take it for a test drive. Before Xiao Charan could respond, the saleswoman interrupted. Hey, who said you could test drive? This is a 50th anniversary limited edition. There's only one in all of Jingdu. Not just anyone can test drive it. The saleswoman had sized up Qin Chuan and Xiao Charan before coming over. They arrived by ride-hailing, one in ordinary domestic sportswear, the other dressed like a fresh intern. Just look around and take a picture. Don't touch anything. If you break it, you can't afford it. How can we buy it without a test drive? Xiao Charan, not one to back down, retorted. The saleswoman sneered. How can you even afford it? Look at your shabby outfits. I do believe you could scrape together enough for a 1 Series, but this limited edition M4. Are you kidding me? You what? Missy, you're just here to take a picture and post it on Moments to show off, right? I've seen plenty of students like you. 1.05 million. If you can pull out 50000 right now, they'll believe you can buy it. Xiao Charen's pretty face flushed red with anger. 500. Even emptying her Alipay and WeChat, she couldn't come up with that. Call your manager over. Qin Chuan didn't want to waste words with a minion and went straight to the higher-ups. The saleswoman rolled her eyes at him. The guy might be decent looking, but he was too cocky. How do you think you were calling for the manager? If every freeloader who comes in to take pictures wanted the manager, our 4S shop would never open. Just then a deep voice came from behind the saleswoman. A middle-aged man with glasses walked over. The saleswoman cooed, Manager Wang. Manager Wang adjusted his glasses and said sternly, "What's going on here? All this noise." Leaned sideways, half resting against Manager Wang's chest, her plump hips pushing slightly backward. Manager Wang felt a tingle all over. "Manager, these two are causing trouble in the store. I'm just maintaining order in the hall. We're not causing trouble. We came to buy a car and just wanted a test drive." Xiao Charen defended herself. Manager Wang coldly sized up Qin Chuan and Xiao Charen and sneered. This is a limited edition BMW M4 priced at 1.05 million. Can you afford it? Wiggled her body and said in a syrupy voice, "Manager, don't waste time on them. They're just two poor bastards. Throw them out. I think that guy is so pretentious it's annoying." As she spoke, she secretly pinched the manager's tendon, making him shiver with pleasure. "Did you hear that? Get the hell out," Manager Wang said, eager to kick them out so he could take to the office to discuss the operating principles of a single-cylinder piston engine. Xiao Charen didn't want to cause trouble on her first day, so she pulled Qin Chuan to leave quickly. "Boss, maybe we should check out another place." "Why go somewhere else? This is my shop." Qin Chuan's words immediately drew laughter from Manager Wang and Manager Wang laughed heartily. Buying a car has driven you crazy. Your shop. Kid, I've worked at Tianqing for 8 years, and I know who my boss is. Think before you act the big shot, know who you're dealing with. A poor bastard dares to say anything. Manager, call security and kick them out. Seeing these poor wretches is disgusting, said with disdain. Her words made Manager Wang's bones melt, and he immediately called for security. But he noticed the security wasn't in the hall. They were outside opening car doors for someone. Damn, the big boss is here. Manager Wang immediately pushed away and straightened his appearance. Outside the 4S shop, a middle-aged man stepped out of the back seat of a BMW 7 Series. The man was dressed in a sharp suit with silver hair. He entered the showroom, glanced around, and walked toward Manager Wang. As he approached, the man extended his hand for a handshake. Manager Wang rushed forward, also reaching out to shake hands with the big boss. But the next second, the big boss brushed past Manager Wang and walked straight to Qin Chuan. "You must be Mr. Qin Chuan. I'm Lu Yong, the owner of Tianqing BMW 4S dealership," Lu Yong said obsequiously. Qin Chuan nodded, his face revealing little emotion. "Mr. Qin Chuan, are you satisfied with this dealership? If not, I also have a Mercedes-Benz store you could visit at the same price." His indifference made cold sweat break out on Lu Yong's forehead. Not long ago, he had lost nearly a small fortune in futures trading and was about to be forcibly liquidated by the institution, worrying about what to do. Today, someone directly acquired one of his 4S dealerships at double the market price. Such generous spending surely indicated an extraordinary figure. When he met Qin Chuan, Lu Yong became even more certain of his thoughts. Young, surrounded by beauties, he was undoubtedly a scion of a distinguished family. Seeing the other's cold attitude, Lu Yong's heartbeat quickened, fearing the deal might fall through if the other regretted it. Lu Yong's words struck Manager Wang and like a lightning bolt. The two stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Manager Wang was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling. "What? The big boss sold the 4S dealership. How did I not know? And sold it to this young man. He's truly the new owner. Damn, I was just about to have the security guard kick him out." Qin Chuan raised his eyelids and looked at Manager Wang, saying, "Do I now have the right to see this car?" Manager Wang staggered, nearly losing his footing. Lu Yong narrowed his eyes, taking in the scene and instantly understanding the situation. "Wang, you're fired. Pack your things and get out." Quick-witted immediately unbuttoned 2 buttons and pressed against Qin Chuan. "So you really are the big boss? I was just joking with you earlier." As she spoke, she pressed her soft, boneless body against Qin Chuan's arm. Qin Chuan pushed her away, saying disdainfully, "Get out of my sight." At that moment, a system prompt appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes. "Congratulations, Challenger side quest completed. Identifying a gold digger quest. Reward 30 shares of Wanda Group." Wanda Group, a joint stock company, founded by former richest man Wang Lin, operates in commercial real estate, luxury hotels, cultural tourism, film and television, sports, and online finance. With total assets reaching 1 trillion, it was a colossal enterprise in China. 30% of the shares amounted to roughly 300 billion. Before Qin Chuan could ponder further, another prompt appeared before him. Time-limited quest. Arrive at the school within 30 minutes to receive a special reward. 30 minutes to get to school. Qin Chuan opened his phone's map and checked the drive time. The route planned by the map showed almost entirely red, estimating a journey of 1 hour and 30 minutes. That was how traffic was in Kyoto during the day, There was no avoiding congestion. Switching to public transit, Qin Chuan found a rapid bus that went directly to the school, taking exactly 30 minutes. He immediately bid farewell to Xiaocharan and ran to the bus stop. Half an hour later, the bus stopped steadily at the station closest to the University of Finance and Economics, still a kilometer from the West Gate. Qin Chuan glanced at his watch. The countdown showed just 25 seconds remaining out of the 30 minutes. He immediately mobilized the martial power within his body and dashed toward the school gate. At the same time, a silver GTR roared past him. The GTR was incredibly fast, its thunderous roar drawing countless eyes on the road. The car headed for the west gate of the university and stopped right at the entrance. Li Jun deliberately parked at the gate to flaunt his status. During college, being able to drive the East Asian God of War GTR was something no one else in the entire finance university could match. Passers-by turned their heads to look at the silver sports car. Qin Chuan stepped into the school on the very last second. Congratulations, Challenger time-limited quest completed. Arrive at the school. Within 30 minutes, quest reward Gulfstream, G650 business, jet. Qin Chuan had some impression of the Gulfstream G650. It was one of the most luxurious private jet models, priced at around 400 million. With a fuselage length of 34 meters, a wingspan of 35 meters, and a height of 72 meters, it boasted an exceptionally spacious cabin that could accommodate up to 18 passengers. Restrooms, a kitchen, and a bar were standard, and the master bedroom was exceedingly luxurious. Its maximum cruising speed was Mach 0.925, and at Mach 0.85, its range could reach 1300 kilometers, offering the largest cabin in its class. Perfect. During winter and summer breaks, he could fly home on a private jet, no longer worrying about return tickets. Qin Chuan smiled, faintly, fairly satisfied with the reward for the time-limited quest. Hey student, pull over to the side and don't block the entrance, said the school security guard behind Qin Chuan to Li Jun, who was in the driver's seat of the GTR. Li Jun glanced at the guard and snapped back viciously, mind your own damn business, you deadbeat security guard. Telling me to pull over. The guard, an elderly man around 50, didn't get angry at Li Jun's rude words and continued to persuade, student parking here affects the school's normal traffic. Please move. The guard's persuasion had no effect. Instead, it angered Li Jun, who stormed out of the car. You deadbeat security guard, do you know who my father is? Do you know how much money he's donated to the school? Your salary comes from my father's donations. The guard grew nervous from Li Jun's yelling and said timidly, even if your father were the principal, you can't act like this. Enraged, Li Jun raised his hand and slapped the over 50-year-old guard, knocking him to the ground. Then he kicked the elderly man fiercely and stomped on him. You're just a damn security guard daring to boss me around. With one word from me, they'll have you sent straight back to your hometown. Li Jun's assault on the elderly guard terrified the passing students, none daring to intervene. Just as he was about to swing his fist again, another hand stopped him. They'll give you 1 minute to get your trash car out of here. Li Jun froze, surprised someone dared to stop him and speak to him like that. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. Do you know who my father is? Before Li Jun could finish, Qin Chuan delivered a slap that sent his molars flying. Li Jun, his mouth full of blood, whimpered. You have 40 seconds left. Realizing he was no match, Li Jun quickly got into the GTR. Before leaving, he rolled down the window and shouted at Qin Chuan, just wait. I'm going to the principal's office to report you. You'll never survive at this university again. With that, Li Jun stepped on the gas and drove into the campus. The elderly guard struggled to get up, tears in his eyes, as he looked at Qin Chuan. Child, you shouldn't have stood up for me. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. That freshman hit Li Jun. Damn, he dared to lay hands on Li Jun. Isn't he afraid Li Jun will call his father to retaliate? Who is Li Jun's father? You don't know Li Jun's father. He's the general manager of a listed company and donated 10 million to the school last year. Many students who knew Li Jun's background worried for Qin Chuan. A bully was terrifying, but what was more terrifying was the power behind him. After driving for a while, Li Jun finally stopped touching his swollen face. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Dad, I got beaten up at school. Li Jun was the only son of Li Gang. Having fathered a child late in life and being frequently absent due to work, Li Gang rarely had time to discipline him. He had always compensated Li Jun with money, which fostered in the boy a spoiled and arrogant nature. Last year, when Li Jun failed the entrance exam for the University of Finance and Economics, Li Gang used his wealth to secure his son's admission through a donation. This further convinced Li Jun that money could solve any problem and that his father would handle everything for him. Son, don't be afraid. Dad is here. As soon as I finish my meeting with the chairman, I'll come to you. The school must provide an explanation. Li Gang hung up the phone indignantly. As the general manager of the northern region of a listed conglomerate, his status surpassed even that of ordinary company chairman. Moreover, he had previously donated to the university and had promised the dean another contribution. Relying on these connections, Li Gang was certain the school would not side against him. Qin Chuan glanced at his phone and decided to head to the dormitory first. The Jingdu Manor was nice, but too far from the university. Commuting daily would waste too much time. It was better to stay in the dormitory for convenience and return to the villa on weekends. Besides, Xiaocharan was taking care of the villa, so he needn't worry. Arriving at room 511 on the 5th floor of the male dormitory, Qin Chuan pushed open the door. It was a 4-person room with beds and desks combined, bed above, desk below. The room also had a balcony for drying clothes and washing up. It was equipped with a private bathroom, heating, an electric fan, and a wall-mounted air conditioner. Qin Chuan took a brief look around. His 3 roommates had already moved in. Seeing Qin Chuan arrive, a bespectacled boy exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, the last brother is here." He approached with familiarity and shook Qin Chuan's hand. "Hello, I'm Tang Yuming." "Hello, I'm Qin Chuan." Tang Yuming pointed to a tall, thin boy nearby. "He's Kong Huijun." Kong Huijun, who was eating dumplings, waved his chopsticks in greeting. Then Tang Yuming introduced another boy with dark skin doing bicep curls with dumbbells. "That's Wu Ming, just back from military service." Qin Chuan nodded in greeting. Tang Yuming pointed to an empty bed. "We took beds in order of arrival. Yours is over there." As Qin Chuan sat down, Tang Yuming continued, "I've seen everyone's personal info. Wu Ming is the oldest, so he's the big brother. Then me, then Kong Huijun. You're the youngest, so you're the 4th brother." Qin Chuan nodded without objection. Kong Huijun ate dumplings while browsing the school forum. He intended to check the campus beauty pageant posts, but instead spotted a hot topic pinned at the top. He called out, "Brothers, look. Big news." Tang Yuming joined him. The most popular pinned post on the forum was titled, "The Eastern War Gods GTR blocks the school gate. Freshman steps in to teach spoiled rich kid a lesson." Kong Huijun immediately clicked on the post. Inside were a few blurry photos. The accompanying text briefly described the incident at the school gate. A rich young man in a GTR had parked illegally, and when a security guard asked him to move, he insulted the guard. A freshman intervened and taught the rich kid a lesson. After reading, Kong Huijun praised, "Good, well done. Some people, just because their families have money, act recklessly and look down on everyone. If I'd been there, I'd have given that rich brat a couple of hard slaps too." Tang Yuming carefully browsed the post, scrutinizing the photos. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, the rich kid in the photo looks familiar. Seems like it's Li Jun." Wu Ming put down his dumbbells and came over. He looked closely at the figures in the photo and then pointed to one. "Wait, look. The one who taught Li Jun a lesson is none other than our 4th brother." Tang Yuming took Kong Huijun's phone, went to Qin Chuan, and pointed at the photo. "4th brother, is this you? Did you teach that rich kid a lesson?" Qin Chuan didn't deny it and nodded. "Damn, you actually dared to lay a hand on Li Jun." Wu Ming put down his dumbbells, his face troubled. "I know Li Jun. The counselor told me his father is the general manager of Wanda's northern region, not an ordinary background. 4th brother, you were too impulsive." Kong Huijun stopped eating, incredulous. "Wanda? The Wanda Group, founded by the richest man?" Wu Ming nodded. "Yes. As a top domestic enterprise, the northern regional manager of Wanda is no ordinary person. I heard that when he went to our county for an investment inspection, the county's top officials personally accompanied him. With a word, he could invest tens of billions in a commercial complex. He wields immense power, even at the university. Even our president would defer to him." Kong Huijun described. Tang Yuming's face fell with anxiety. "4th brother, you've stirred up a huge trouble. 2nd and 3rd brothers, do you have any connections to calm this down? We need to get the school to mediate before Li Jun's father arrives." Wu Ming asked. As the eldest, he remained the most composed. He began to analyze and plan immediately, setting to resolve the issue. Kong Huijun and Tang Yuming shook their heads. Both came from county towns to study in the capital. Their parents were ordinary office workers, so they had no connections. Wu Ming's expression grew somber as he lowered his head in thought. Then, biting his lip, he said, "In that case, he'll go find the counselor and see if he can help." With that, he threw on a hoodie and rushed out, heading for the counselor's dormitory. As the big brother of the dorm, he wouldn't stand by when a brother was in trouble. He would use any means to protect Qin Chuan. Tang Yuming, restless as an ant on a hot pan, paced the room, trying to think of a solution for Qin Chuan. Kong Huijun began contacting a fellow townsman. He remembered that this older student was the vice president of the student union. "Hello, Senior Chun. This is Kong Huijun. Oh, what's up?" "It's like this. My brother got into some trouble today." Kong Huijun briefly explained Qin Chuan's situation. But before he could finish, the other party interrupted hastily. "Huijun, it's not that I don't want to help. I'm powerless too. He's Li Jun. His father is Li Gang, the northern regional manager of Wanda Group. I'm planning to intern at Wanda this year. If I speak up for him against Li Jun, I'll lose my internship opportunity." Then he hung up. Kong Huijun deflated like a punctured balloon, letting out a long sigh. The student union vice president at the University of Finance and Economics might seem impressive on campus, but outside, who would recognize that title? Once you leave school, you're just a greenhorn. Tang Yuming, seeing this, could only pin his hopes on Wu Ming. He had gone to find the counselor. Presumably Li Jun would at least show some respect to the counselor. Tang Yuming seemed to think of something and immediately opened his WeChat. He said to Kong Huijun, "Third brother, how much money do you have?" "I have 800 left from this month's living expenses." "Transfer 500 to me. I have 1,500 in total. We'll send it all to 4th brother." "4th brother, take the 2,000 yuan. If the other party demands compensation, you'll have something to fall back on." Just then the dormitory door was pushed open from outside. Wu Ming rushed in, followed by a middle-aged bald man. The man exuded an air of authority that brooked no defiance. He scanned the room and asked, "Who is Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan raised his hand. "I am." The man spoke reproachfully. "Tisk, so you're Qin Chuan. Do you realize how much trouble you've caused?" Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, "What trouble? That guy was about to attack the security guard at the school gate. I stepped in to stop him. That's a heroic act, not trouble. If you don't believe me, ask the guard, he can vouch for me." Seeing that Qin Chuan still didn't take the matter seriously, Wu Ming said anxiously, "Fourth brother, this is our counselor Guo Minghuai. He's here to help you. Don't think this is simple. Everyone is trying to think of a solution for you. You need to be serious." Wu Ming didn't scold Qin Chuan further. As the older brother, a few years senior and tempered by military service and society, he understood that Qin Chuan, a greenhorn who had never faced real storms, had no idea how dangerous the situation truly was. Guo Huaiming walked to the door, poked his head out to glance around, then closed it and lowered his voice. "Qin Chuan, you may not realize how serious this is. Li Jun's father is the general manager of Wanda Group's northern region. He once donated 10 million to the school. This year the school is striving to break into the top 200 of world university rankings. A prerequisite for that is a world-class laboratory which alone costs a staggering 50 million. We're still far from raising that amount." Guo Huaiming trailed off, the rest too explicit to voice directly, leaving only a knowing glance for them to infer. Wu Ming immediately grasped the counselor's implication. The school lacked funds for the lab, and Li Jun's father was wealthy and willing to donate. But just before the donation window, his own son was slapped hard at school. As a father, how could he let that slide? Rich folks don't care about the facts, they only care about not losing face. Tang Yuming murmured, as if recalling something, a shiver of fear in his voice. Guo Huaiming rubbed his bald head, pondered for a long while, then spoke. "All right, let me try to talk to Li Jun as his counselor before his father makes a move. Let's smooth things over and settle it quietly." "That would be best. Thank you, counselor." Wu Ming felt a slight relief at Guo Huaiming's words. After all, Li Jun was still a student at the university. Even a monk respects the temple, if not the Buddha. Guo Huaiming immediately took out his phone and dialed Li Jun's number. "Hello, Li Jun. This is your counselor, Guo Huaiming. What is it?" Li Jun's tone on the other end was harsh and laced with disdain. "Well, I just found out about the incident at the main gate. That Qin Chuan is now my student. Youngsters can be impulsive. How about we settle this privately?" Guo Huaiming's tone was sincere, almost humble. But what choice did he have? He was just a lowly counselor after all. The other party's family wielded immense power. They could even get him fired. On the other end, Li Jun caught on. So the kid realized he was in trouble and got the counselor to mediate. Li Jun sneered. "He Guo Huaiming, since he's your student, he'll consider a private settlement out of respect for you." Guo Huaiming had the call on speakerphone, and Li Jun's words brought a sigh of relief to everyone in the dorm. Then Li Jun continued, "Pay me 1 million for mental anguish and medical expenses, then kneel and kowtow to me at a school-wide assembly. Then he'll let this go." Li Jun's words struck everyone down. 1 million yuan, then kneeling and apologizing in front of the whole school. It was pure humiliation. "Li Jun, your conditions." Li Jun cut him off. "That's my only offer. If you can't do it, tell him to wait. My dad is coming to the school this afternoon. He'll make sure he gets kicked out of this university. And I've checked his background. He's from some backwater county in Jiangning, right? My dad will call their county leaders and blacklist him nationwide. They'll make him beg on the streets for the rest of his life." With that, Li Jun hung up with a click. Guo Huaiming put away his phone, looked at Qin Chuan, and said earnestly, "Qin Chuan, it's come to this. You made a mistake, and you have to face the consequences. Where there's life, there's hope. Just grit your teeth and get through it. Otherwise, with Li Jun's father's influence, he could really ruin your entire future." Tang Yuming advised, "Old Fourth, a real man knows when to bend. It's just a minute, you'll get through it." Kong Huijun added, "Yeah, even Han Xian endured crawling between someone's legs. Don't throw away your bright future for a moment of pride." Wu Ming was more pragmatic. He didn't think Qin Chuan would risk losing his student status and a future blacklisted from the entire industry just to defy Li Jun over pride. His only concern was the compensation money Li Jun demanded. "Counselor, the 1 million Li Jun wants." Guo Huaiming squinted slightly. "He'll try to negotiate with the school leaders about the money, see if we can pay in installments." Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun had already transferred money to Qin Chuan, and Wu Ming immediately opened his phone. "Old Fourth, I got 200 in severance pay when I left the military. I gave 100 to my family, kept 500 for myself, and the rest, 95000, is all for you." With that, Wu Ming immediately transferred 9500 to Qin Chuan. Watching the four of them tirelessly offer their help and money, Qin Chuan felt a surge of emotion. He opened his phone and returned everyone's transfers. "Old Fourth, what are you doing? Why are you sending the money back?" Wu Ming scolded in frustration. Qin Chuan stretched and yawned. "I appreciate your kindness, but I won't take the money. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I kneel and kowtow to apologize to him? On the contrary, he was the one who beat up the security guard at the school gate. I acted out of righteousness. I'm the one in the right. If I apologize to him, where's the justice?" Guo Huaiming shook his head at Qin Chuan's words, sighing repeatedly. "Ah, child, what do you know? There's no fairness in this world. People with money and power can crush you like an ant. You haven't entered society, yet you wouldn't understand. With that, Gua Huaiming shook his head and left the dorm. In his eyes, Qin Chuan was young and hot-headed, far from accepting Li Jun's terms. As a counselor, he had done all he could. The other roommates also deflated like punctured balloons. They had helped all they could, but Qin Chuan was too stubborn to listen. Meanwhile, at the university president's office, Hoyud, the dean of academic affairs, burst in without knocking. President Chang Guoli, who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, was startled. He snapped, "Can't you knock before entering? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Hoyud lowered his head under the reprimand. "President, something major has happened." Chang Guoli's eyes sharpened. "What is it?" Hoyud immediately recounted the incident at the school gate in full detail. Chang Guoli's face remained calm as he said, "That Li Jun has gone too far, abusing his father's influence to act recklessly. I heard from Gua Huaiming that Li Jun refuses to settle privately and insists on taking it to his father. President, you know how much Mr. Li dotes on his son." Chang Guoli slammed the table in rage. "Does Li Gang care about his son, and I don't care about my students? What kind of world is this? He starts trouble, gets stopped, and then turns around to blame others. Is there no law anymore?" Hoyud waited for Chang Guoli to vent, then reminded him, "President, our university is vying for a top 200 international ranking this year, and that world-class lab needs 50 million. Mr. Li mentioned last year that he would sponsor 10 million. Chang Guoli suddenly remembered this, and his expression changed. Breaking into the world's top 200 was the key achievement for his promotion. A stumbling at this hurdle would mean the end of his political career. Just as Chang Guoli was wavering, the desk phone rang. It was from the security department. "President Li Gang, the Northern Region General Manager of Wanda Group, says he wants to see you." A Mercedes-Benz S350 drove straight to the office building of the University of Finance and Economics. Li Gang, clad in a black suit and accompanied by two assistants, strode into the principal's office. Chang Guoli, his face wreathed in smiles, stepped forward and extended his hand. Mr. Li, your esteemed presence graces us. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar." Li Gang cast a sidelong glance at Chang Guoli and snorted coldly. "Principal Chang, I assume you know about my son's matter." "I've heard a little. A little. Youngsters, they bicker and scuffle. It's quite common." Li Gang slammed the desk with force and pointed a finger at Chang Guoli's nose, fuming. "I spent a fortune sponsoring this university, hoping my son would enjoy a conducive learning environment. And what's the result? Even my son's personal safety isn't guaranteed." Chang Guoli's expression shifted slightly. As a university principal and a figure of considerable status in society under normal circumstances, he would have already called security to have Li Gang ejected. However, at this critical juncture in his political career, he needed something from the other party, and sometimes one had to bow one's head. "Summon the brat who struck my son. I want to see for myself what background he is daring to lay a hand on my flesh and blood." Hoyud, witnessing this, immediately dashed out to fetch Qin Chuan. Over 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan walked slowly into the principal's office. Li Gang sized him up from head to toe, noting his unremarkable attire and the domestic brand sneakers on his feet. "So you're the one who hit my son?" Qin Chuan shot Li Gang a cold glance. "And you're the father of that beast? You? Principal Chang, is this the caliber of student your university produces?" Chang Guoli glared at Qin Chuan, poured a cup of tea for Li Gang, and tried to smooth things over with a chuckle. "He's a student from a county town, a bit of a temper." Li Gang waved his hand, dismissively knocking over the teacup on the desk. "Enough, Principal Chang. I can see you're siding with this brat." Just then Li Jun arrived at the principal's office. He initially appeared intimidated at the sight of Qin Chuan, but with his father present, his arrogance quickly flared. "Dad, it was this guy who laid hands on me. Look, my face is swollen." Li Jun was Li Gang's only son, pampered and spoiled. Seeing the swelling on his son's right cheek, Li Gang's heart ached. "Principal Chang, look at this. Look at this. How can this be tolerated? This matter cannot be brushed aside. He must be severely punished, expelled. Oh, if I strike someone, I face expulsion. But what about when he strikes others?" Qin Chuan pulled out his phone, opened the photo album, and played a video. In the footage, Li Jun was seen raining punches and kicks on a 50-year-old security guard, forcing him to curl up on the ground. "That old fool kept pestering me, insisting I move my car. That's why I hit him," Li Jun defended himself. Chang Guoli, aware of the background, began, "I know about this too." Li Jun had parked his car. Before the principal could finish, Li Gang slammed the table again. "Principal Chang, we're discussing this brat assaulting my son. Why drag in irrelevant matters? Unless you intend to shield this thug." Li Gang narrowed his eyes. "Principal, this is a critical moment for our university to break into the world's top 200. You wouldn't want to stumble now, would you? If you fail, your political career might very well end here." Li Gang had pinpointed Chang Guoli's weak spot with precision. Given his age, if he wanted to advance further in his career, he had to accomplish this year's goal. Otherwise, once this opportunity slipped away, he would end his career as principal of the University of Finance and Economics. Chang Guoli's face revealed hesitation, torn between his future political aspirations and the innocence of his student. Seeing the principal cower before his father, Li Jun grew even more smug. "Dad, this brat's academic advisor came to plead with me today. I told him that as long as he pays 1 million in compensation and kneels to kowtow before the entire school assembly, he'll be magnanimous and let him off. Hearing this, Chang Guoli seized upon a glimmer of hope for a resolution. Li Gang burst into loud laughter. Huh. My son is indeed magnanimous. Principal Chang, you've heard it. Our Li family has made the greatest concession. Now it's up to the university to show its sincerity. Chang Guoli turned to Qin Chuan as if seeking his consent. He had reviewed Qin Chuan's personal file. Both parents were ordinary factory workers from a modest background. If Qin Chuan would just apologize, the university could find a way to cover the compensation. But in the next moment, to Chang Guoli's utter astonishment, Qin Chuan plopped down into a chair and said with a cold smirk, "They'll give your Li family a choice: have Li Jun kowtow and apologize to the security guard, pay 1 million in compensation, and he'll consider this matter closed. Otherwise, he'll have your entire family driven out of the capital and stripped of every position in Wanda Group. You have 1 minute to decide." The moment Qin Chuan uttered these words, the room fell into dead silence. Then father and son Li burst into simultaneous laughter. Li Jun sneered, "Oh, who do you think you are? Driving our Li family out of the capital and stripping my father of all positions in Wanda Group. Do you have any idea what position my father holds in Wanda Group? He's the general manager of the northern region, second only to the top, a figure of immense power." Qin Chuan ignored Li Jun. "You have 40 seconds left." Before coming, Li Gang had called the university's academic affairs director to inquire about Qin Chuan's background. A dual worker family from a small county, nothing more. Brat, your parents' factory is also under the Wanda Group. With a single phone call, I can have them fired and blacklisted across the entire industry, leaving them jobless for life. Do you even know who you're talking to? You're utterly clueless. Chang Guoli approached Qin Chuan and shot him a meaningful glance, signaling him to stop, or else even he wouldn't be able to help. Qin Chuan brushed the principal aside and glanced at his watch. 30 seconds left. Feeling humiliated, Li Gang was incandescent with rage. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the Might Garment Factory in Jiangning. "Hello, is this factory director, Zhou Jiangwo?" "This is Li Gang." Zhou Jiangwo was taken aback. "Is this Mr. Li from Wanda Group?" "Yes." Hello. The Might Garment Factory had been acquired by Wanda Group the previous year and fell under the northern region. Zhou Jiangwo had only met the regional general manager at the annual meeting earlier this year and had been eager to curry favor but lacked an opportunity. "Your factory employs a couple Qin Guoming and Shenhua, correct?" Zhou Jiangwo thought for a moment. "Yes, we do. Fire them immediately. Then spread the word throughout Jiangning. Any company that dares to hire them will be opposing Wanda Group and opposing me, Li Gang. I will crush them." Zhou Jiangwo had no idea why Li Gang was so incensed at two ordinary workers, but he readily agreed. Yes, Mr. Li. They'll have them dismissed right away." After hanging up, Li Gang sneered. "Hi, you little nobody. Now you see the extent of my power. Cross me, and it'll make sure your entire family suffers." Chang Guoli let out a long sigh. This was the outcome he had dreaded most. He murmured, "Alas, it started as a conflict between students, and now it's dragged in the adults." Qin Chuan. Yet Qin Chuan remained utterly composed, his expression serene, as he said unhurriedly, "All right, time's up. Your chance is gone." A stubborn mouth, just a country bumpkin from a small county playing tough, Li Jun sneered. Qin Chuan took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Qin Chuan." "Yeah. The general manager of Wanda Group's northern region is named Li Gang, right? Good, remove him from all his positions in the group and fire him directly. If he causes trouble, have a third-party audit investigate him to see how much he embezzled from the group over the years. Send the findings directly to the relevant authorities, hire the best lawyers, and sue him to the fullest extent of the law. After he's fired, put out a statement nationwide. Anyone who cooperates with him or his immediate family and relatives up to 3 degrees of separation is opposing Wanda Group and will face the consequences." Qin Chuan hung up the phone and looked at the Li father and son with amusement. Li Jun burst into loud laughter. "You're really getting into your act, aren't you? Firing my dad. Why don't you just have him arrested?" A glint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. "Locking him up would just give him free meals in prison. I want your entire family to live the kind of lowly life you despise most, with your relatives and friends spurning you." Growing increasingly impatient with Qin Chuan's words, Li Gang was about to interrupt. Suddenly his phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, Wang Lin, chairman of Wanda Group, Li Gang immediately changed his demeanor and said fawningly, "Hello, President Wang, what are your instructions?" The next second, Li Gang's expression drastically changed, turning deathly pale without a trace of color. The phone slipped from his hand and crashed to the floor. Immediately after, everyone in the room received news push notifications on their phones. Breaking. Wanda Group personnel change. Li Gang, general manager of the northern region, dismissed by the group due to personal misconduct. A dead silence fell over the office. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly. A senior executive being dismissed without warning was unprecedented in Wanda Group. Li Gang snapped back to reality and immediately called Ren Zhongwei, the group's vice president. "President Ren, what's going on? Why did the board dismiss me out of the blue?" "I was just with President Wang." "Li Gang, have you offended someone?" Ren Zhongwei asked in a low voice. "No, President Ren, you know me. I've always been honest and humble. I bow and scrape to every leader and swallow all the losses myself. President Rin, just give me a hint. What's the real reason? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Rin Zhongwei spoke. Li Gang will be straight with you. Firing you was the decision of the board's largest shareholder. He suspects you've been lining your pockets and embezzled a huge sum from the group. Even President Wang couldn't protect you. I advise you not to resist or fight back. That big shot holds 3 more shares than President Wang. You can't win against him. If you ask for severance, he'll initiate a third-party audit on you. With that, Rin Zhongwei hung up. Li Gang slumped onto the sofa. In his position, few had clean hands. He looked at Qin Chuan and stammered, You are the largest shareholder of Wanda Group. You found out too late. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are just a lowlife from a small county. You can't be. Qin Chuan gave a cold smile and didn't bother arguing. Li Jun watched his father get stripped of his position and realized his own status as young Master Li was probably doomed. Dad, what do we do? Is our family finished? Li Gang slapped him across the face. Useless brat. Your dad isn't finished yet. It's just a job. I've had enough of it. I've saved up 100 million over the years. Damn it, now that I'm out of Wanda Group, even if you're the largest shareholder, what can you do to me? Over a decade of work had allowed Li Gang to amass a substantial fortune enough to ensure his family's comfort for the rest of their lives. Ring, ring, ring. Li Gang's phone rang again. He swiped to answer. Hello, this is Wanda Group's internal audit department. Our investigation has found that during your tenure you used your position to embezzle a total of 150 million yuan from the group. You are required to return all funds within 3 days. If you fail to do so, the company will submit the relevant materials to the prosecuting authorities and file a lawsuit to protect the group's interests. After hearing this, Li Gang stumbled and collapsed to the floor. 150 million yuan was a sum he couldn't scrape together even by selling all his real estate. His first thought was to immediately transfer his assets, but he found all his accounts were frozen and abnormal. This was driving him into a corner. The man who had been arrogant moments ago crawled like a dog to Qin Chuan, tugging at his pant leg. President Qin, you're a magnanimous man. Let me off like a fart. Don't be so ruthless. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Qin Chuan stepped back, pulling his pant leg away and barked, Get the hell away from me. Seeing this, Li Gang grabbed a wooden stool from the office and smashed it against his son Li Jun. You damn bastard. I sent you to school, and you go around causing trouble. Offending President Qin. They'll beat you to death today. Li Jun howled in pain as his father struck him, rolling on the office floor. Even after the wooden stool broke, Li Gang's anger wasn't sated. He pulled off his belt and continued lashing. Chang Wuli was stunned and quickly called the security guards to escort the father and son out. After the two were dragged away by several guards, Chang Wuli let out a long sigh and slumped onto the sofa. Li Gang had been fired by Wanda Group and was now being pursued for embezzled funds. The 10 million yuan he had promised to donate to the school was certainly off the table. It's over, it's over. There's no way to achieve the top 200 world ranking now. He glanced at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you can go back. Next time you act heroically, be more mindful of your limits. Chang Wuli leaned back, staring at the ceiling. His decades-long career had been full of ups and downs. He had worked tirelessly to advance further. He could have gone even higher, but he never expected to stumble here. He couldn't help but recite a poem by the Song Dynasty poet Liu Kezhuang. Plum blossoms frost the court robe, dust fills the boots. I once wore fine armor before the palace. The square cap has long sought its first garment. Why cling to the old nest of brocade tents? Those who can read are few under heaven. From ancient times things seldom go as wished. Half a life in solitude due to pedantry. Nearing old age, am startled by the passing years. Qin Chuan didn't understand why the principal was so melancholic, so he asked Ho Yud, the dean of academic affairs, who was beside him. Ho briefly explained the situation with the laboratory and the school's ranking. So close yet so far. Is building a laboratory very expensive? Of course. We want to build a world-class laboratory, not a vanity project, but one that can truly develop things useful to the country. Even the smallest one costs 50 million yuan. The higher-ups agreed to allocate 40 million, and Mr. Li Gang also promised to donate 10 million. But now, so it's just a shortfall of 10 million. They'll cover it, Qin Chuan said casually. Chang Wuli's ears perked up, and he sprang up from the sofa. You? Qin Chuan. Classmate Qin, are you serious? Qin Chuan gave a faint smile without a word. He took out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and entered the account number previously used for tuition payment. Then pressing his finger against the screen, he verified his fingerprint. In less than a minute the transfer was successful. He held up the confirmation screen and waved it. Can I leave now? Chang Wuli and Ho Yud both swallowed hard, struck speechless with shock. Had he just donated 10 million yuan outright? So casually, without even making a single request. Just as Qin Chuan pulled open the office door, someone rushed in from outside. It was the school's finance director, who stammered to Chang Wuli with utter astonishment, Principal. The school account suddenly received a transfer of 10 million. What should we do? As Qin Chuan stepped out of the administrative building, a system prompt materialized before his eyes. Congratulations, Challenger side quest completed, sponsoring a public welfare cause reward skill. Peak of first grade medical Dao. Note: martial arts are divided into 9 grades, each grade comprising 4 stages: initial, minor success, major success, and peak. The system interface faded and a vast ocean of medical knowledge flooded into Qin Chuan's mind. He was passively imbued with medical wisdom beyond ordinary imagination. An hour later, Qin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. During that time, the system had forcibly instilled a terabyte of medical knowledge into him, covering internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics, and gynecology, pediatrics, otorhinolaryngology, pathology, laboratory medicine, infectious diseases, preventive medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and more. He now possessed the expertise of a full-spectrum medical professor. This was merely the peak of first-grade medical Dao, should he continue to advance his capabilities would become immeasurable, terrifyingly so. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan prepared to head toward the dormitory. Not far ahead, a commotion suddenly arose. Grandfather! Grandfather! A girl in a white tracksuit knelt on the ground, supporting an elderly man in her arms. The old man lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, clearly unconscious. A crowd of students gathered around, but all were from the University of Finance, not medicine. None knew how to administer aid. Some pulled out their phones to call the campus clinic, while others dialed for an ambulance. Yet the old man's condition was so dire that he might not survive until medical help arrived. Qin Chuan dashed over in one swift stride, grasping the old man's wrist to feel his pulse. His brow furrowed deeply. He's on the brink of death. Breathing has ceased, his heartbeat is weakening to near nothing, blood is flowing backward, and his organs are rapidly failing. The girl was already panicked. Her grandfather had finally come to visit her at school today, and now this. 3 men in black suits rushed over from outside the crowd. They were clearly trained martial artists, robust in build. Upon seeing the elderly man on the ground, they too were stunned. "Miss the master." The girl shouted at the men in black, "A doctor. Call a doctor now." The men dared not hesitate and immediately pulled out a special phone to dial a number. "Wait, calling a doctor is useless," Qin Chuan interjected. The girl froze, then retorted, "Impossible. My grandfather has always been healthy. He has no underlying conditions. He can't be in danger. No, it's not an illness." He deviated from the right path in martial arts practice, leading to qi deviation, which severed all his meridians and reversed his qi and blood flow. The girl's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the young man before her. How did he know her grandfather practiced martial arts? But now was not the time to dwell on that, or regardless, a doctor had to be called. "Grandfather, you can't leave me," the girl sobbed, holding the old man's hand. Qin Chuan sighed softly, took a small vial from his pocket. It contained the life essence, and opened the lid to pour it into the old man's mouth. "What are you doing? Are you trying to harm my grandfather?" The girl shoved Qin Chuan away, and the glass vial in his hand shattered on the ground. Fortunately, all 10 milliliters of the life essence had already been consumed by the old man. The girl pointed angrily at Qin Chuan's nose. "What did you give my grandfather? Are you trying to poison him because he's not dead yet?" The 3 men in black immediately stepped forward, surrounding Qin Chuan, ready to seize him. Just then the unconscious old man on the ground suddenly spoke. "Do not be rude." The men in black halted their advance. "Grandfather." The girl cried tears of joy as her grandfather regained consciousness. The old man stroked his granddaughter's hair. "Xiao Qiong, scared you, didn't I? I'm fine." With his granddaughter's help, the old man slowly rose to his feet. He cupped his hands in a respectful salute toward Qin Chuan. "Thank you for saving me, young friend. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Qin Chuan." The old man was exceedingly humble, while Qin Chuan responded with just 2 words. The girl was displeased. How could her grandfather, a man of such high status, humble himself before a mere youth? What kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to my grandfather like that? "Xiao Qiong, do not be insolent." The old man chided his granddaughter before turning back to Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin, my name is Kung Fu, and this is my granddaughter Fang Qiong. Please forgive any discourtesy." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Why would he bother with an ignorant girl? Though Kung Fu had regained consciousness, he was still coughing incessantly and was extremely weak. "Your condition stems from qi deviation during martial practice, causing chaotic meridians and internal injuries to your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Moreover, it has persisted for so long that a single dose of life essence is insufficient to fully heal your internal wounds." Hearing this, Fang Qiong shed a tear of distress. Kung Fu patted her shoulder. "Don't cry, Xiao Qiong. I've lived 80 years, which is enough. It's my fault for forcibly elevating my martial realm to fight enemies back, then leading to this predicament. Mr. Qin, since you understand my grandfather's condition, is there any way to cure him?" Fang Qiong gripped Kung Fu's hand tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Chuan with a glimmer of hope. As the old man's granddaughter, she often saw him coughing in pain at home. The family had consulted renowned doctors nationwide, but all were helpless. "Mr. Qin, if you can cure my grandfather, the Kong family will grant you any request." Qin Chuan pondered. Kung Fu's condition was not incurable, but it required a course of 6 vials of life essence. The formula for life essence was a secret technique exclusive to the peak of first-grade medical Dao. The treatment isn't difficult, but the medicinal liquid needs time to prepare. "Give me some time to get ready, and I'll visit you to administer the treatment. Is that acceptable?" Of course. Fang Qiong jumped up in delight, her tear-streaked face now radiant with joy. Then we'll be in your care, Mr. Qin Kung Fu said. Having seen much of the world, even though the young man claimed to extend his life, he concealed his inner excitement. Xiao Chun, take down Mr. Qin's phone number. When he's free, you'll go pick him up. After a moment's thought, Kung Fu added, Mr. Qin, my family has some influence in the capital. If you ever encounter any trouble, don't hesitate to let us know. Qin Chuan nodded and watched as Kung Fu and his party departed. Suddenly a system prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, Challenger side quest completed, healing the injured and saving the dying, reward acquisition of Mix, a top-tier nightclub in the capital. Qin Chuan was speechless. The main quest told him to study hard, yet the rewards were all temptations to enjoy life and have fun. This system was such a sly old fox. Just as Qin Chuan was silently cursing the system's rewards, a girl with an outstanding temperament and a stunning figure ran towards him. Xiao Chuan, why are you here? Su Xiaoyan threw herself into his arms, crying tears of joy. Qin Chuan looked at the tears and Su Xiaoyan's eyes, a look of surprise on his face. Sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong? I just came out of the principal's office. I saw a post on the forum, and I recognized it was you at first glance. Then I heard that Li Jun had called his father. His father is a senior executive of a listed company and has countless connections with the school. I was afraid he would do something to you. Qin Chuan gently stroked Su Xiaoyan's hair. It's okay now, Sister Xiaoyan. Don't worry. It's okay, eh? Su Xiaoyan's tightly wounded heart relaxed upon hearing this. Xiaoyan, is he your boyfriend? A somewhat sharp female voice came from behind Su Xiaoyan. It was a girl wearing knee-high boots, tight jeans, and a crop top. Although she was heavily made up, her facial features were distinct, and she was a beautiful girl. However, compared to Su Xiaoyan, she was far less attractive. Xiao Chuan hasn't even confessed to me yet, so I don't know if I can call him my boyfriend. I'll forget it. Su Xiaoyan struggled internally for a moment before saying, His name is Qin Chuan. Xiao Chuan, she's my best friend Su Qian. You're Qin Chuan. Su Qian blinked her big eyes and asked in surprise. Yes, I am. So you're the Qin Chuan that Xiaoyan is always talking about, the one she grew up with in the garment factory staff dormitory since childhood? Qin Chuan nodded in confirmation once more. Su Xiaoyan's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she quickly stopped Su Qian. Qian, why do you have to say everything? It's so embarrassing. Su Qian's heart tightened. Su Xiaoyan had rejected all her suitors, always saying she was waiting for her childhood sweetheart. It turned out it was all true. Su Qian took another careful look at Qin Chuan, as if remembering something. Oh, I remember you. You're the guy who was late and ran all the way from the bus today. Qin Chuan thought for a moment. He had been doing a time quest at the time, so he replied, Yeah, that was me. A barely perceptible sneer curled at the corner of Su Qian's mouth. Wasn't Su Xiaoyan supposed to be so aloof? And she ended up with a poor loser like this. By the way, Xiaoyan, tomorrow is the weekend, and it's my birthday. Why don't you bring Qin Chuan along? Su Xiaoyan looked a bit troubled. She glanced at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Sure, I don't have class on the weekend, so I'm free. Just as I thought, a freeloader. And Su Xiaoyan, of all people. There are so many handsome rich guys in the capital, and she had to pick the poorest one. What a waste of a pretty face. After parting ways with Su Xiaoyan, Su Qian took out her phone and walked to a corner. Hello, Master Wang. It's me, Qian. Wang Cheng seemed to be in the middle of some activity. His voice was a bit breathless and impatient. What is it? I saw Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend. Wang Cheng on the other end of the line immediately stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, which aristocratic family is he from? Oh, he's not from any aristocratic family. He's the childhood sweetheart Su Xiaoyan always talks about. What's his background? No background at all. Su Xiaoyan once said their families were both workers at a garment factory in Jiangning. They grew up together in the factory's staff dormitory. Workers? A worker's son. That's it. Yes, Master Wang. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by wild laughter. Ha ha ha, damn it, Su Xiaoyan. She rejected me back, then saying she had a boyfriend. I thought it was some rich young master, but it turns out he's just the son of an ordinary worker. Master Wang, I just had a brilliant idea. I said tomorrow is the weekend, and it's my birthday. Su Qian hinted. Wang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then praised her. Good, very good. Tomorrow I'm going to meet this kid. He'll humiliate her man right in front of Su Xiaoyan. Let her know that in this world if you don't have money you're nothing but shit. Master Wang, what about me? Alright, since it's your birthday tomorrow, I'll give you an LV bag. Thank you, Master Wang. Thank you, Master Wang. At the boys' dormitory, building 5, room 511. As soon as Qin Chuan pushed open the door, Tang Yoming, Wu Ming, and Kong Huijun all rushed over. They looked Qin Chuan up and down carefully. Old Fourth, are you okay? Old Fourth, did Li Jun and his guys give you a hard time? Old Fourth, do you have enough money? If not, we brothers will figure something out. I can borrow some from my old army buddies. Together we can solve this problem. The group immediately surrounded Qin Chuan with concern, showing no sign of distancing themselves because he had angered a big shot. This made Qin Chuan feel very comforted. It's nothing. It's all been taken care of at the principal's office just now, Qin Chuan said with a smile. The principal's office. The group sighed in fear and trepidation. The matter had actually reached the principal. Wu Ming, who had a military background and had been through the ropes of society, understood the implications as soon as he heard principal's office. The principal of the Capital University of Finance and Economics, the leader of a top-tier institution, was a man of some official standing. A conflict between students. His mediation would be far more effective than a counselor's. How much did you have to pay? Qin Chuan was taken aback, then laughed. Pay for what? There's no compensation to pay. The group looked at each other in confusion. It had blown up that big, and there was no compensation. Li Jun had been so adamant about making him pay compensation and kneel to apologize. How could there be no compensation? Could it be? Wu Ming exchanged glances with Tang Yuming and Kang Huijun. Seeing Qin Chuan's nonchalant expression, as if he was forcing calm, they understood in their hearts. Some things are done, but never spoken of. Old Fourth, since the matter is resolved, let's have a little gathering in the dorm to wash away the bad luck and embrace a bright tomorrow. Sounds good. I second Big Brother's proposal. I second it too. Wu Ming slapped Qin Chuan on the shoulder. Old Fourth, today's meal is on me. Eat and drink your fill. Forget all the unpleasantness. As night fell, the four of them rode shared bikes to the snack street at the west gate of the university. It was a paradise for late-night snacks with beer, fried chicken, grilled skewers, and spicy hot pot. Everything you could want. Since autumn was deepening, Wu Ming suggested they have some grilled lamb skewers to nourish themselves. Grilled skewers with alcohol. The more you eat, the more prosperous you become. Wu Ming and Tang Yuming kept ordering more food and drinks to help Qin Chuan forget his humiliating day. The four of them ate nearly 1,000 yuan worth of grilled skewers and beer. Luckily, Wu Ming had enough severance pay from the army. Otherwise, an ordinary student would have been eating plain steamed buns for the rest of the month. Everyone was a bit tipsy. Qin Chuan and Wu Ming were walking. Kang Huijun, in high spirits from the alcohol, insisted on standing on the back of Tang Yuming's bike and singing, asking to be ridden back to school. Tang Yuming didn't refuse, but just after they started riding, he discovered that his shared bike's brakes were broken. Unable to stop, there was a loud crash as they directly hit a Porsche Cayenne illegally parked on the side of the road. Both of their faces turned pale, and they were instantly half sober. The rear bumper of the Porsche Cayenne had a dent from the impact of the shared bike. The car owner, who was sitting inside, heard the noise and immediately got out to check. The owner of the Porsche Cayenne was a man in his 40s, his face a mask of brutish flesh. He got out of the car to inspect the damage, and upon seeing that the culprits were two young men who looked like students, he didn't utter a single word. Instead, he strode over and delivered two resounding slaps across their faces. "Ill fuck your mother, you two goddamn broke bastards. Do you even know how to ride a bike? Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Can you even afford to pay for this?" Tang Yuming and Kang Huijun, beaten and cowering, dared not fight back. They could only stand there with their heads bowed. "We're sorry, we didn't mean to. The brake on this shared bike was broken. We'll pay for the damages." Tang Yuming noticed that this Cayenne was an older model, probably worth around 600,000 yuan on the current market. And since it was only the bumper that was damaged, it shouldn't cost too much to repair. The two of them could pool their money together and afford it. The man spat. "Don't you two try to run. I'm getting the 4S dealership to come over and assess the damage right now." He made a phone call, and soon a team from the dealership arrived at the scene. 3 burly men in vests stepped out of a Porsche Panamera. The leader was a bald man. Seeing him, the car owner quickly stepped forward and offered a cigarette. "Brother Long, what brings you here in person so late?" Brother Long nodded and took the cigarette. "Hold on, Hong Tao. Let my men take a look." A staff member from Brother Long's team went to inspect the vehicle and quickly reached a conclusion. Preliminary assessment shows the rear bumper is totaled, the circuit board in the trunk is damaged, the hydraulic strut is broken, and the door is dented from the impact. A conservative estimate for the entire repair would be 600,000 yuan. Tang Yuming and Kang Huijun were stunned by the price. 600,000. How can it be that much? We only bumped the bumper a little. Hong Tao roared. "You two broke bastards, do you even know what kind of car this is? It's a Porsche Cayenne. Have you ever even sat in a luxury car worth $1 million? Do you know how much repairs for a luxury car cost? 600,000 is just the repair bill. You also need to pay for my lost income while it's in the shop and my taxi fares." Tang Yuming argued back. "This car of yours is clearly an older model Cayenne. Based on the current second-hand market, the whole car is only worth about 600,000. How dare you ask for 600,000 just for repairs? I'm not accepting this price." Seeing Tang Yuming resist, Kang Huijun also spoke up. "I'm not accepting it either. Besides, who are these people? They don't look like staff from a Porsche 4S dealership at all. I want to call another dealership to come and assess the damage, or I won't accept this accident report." With Brother Long backing him up, Hong Tao couldn't be bothered to waste words on the two kids. He walked over and kicked each of them. "Stop it." Wu Ming and Qin Chuan arrived a step too late. Seeing their brothers being brutally beaten, they immediately shouted to stop them. "Why are you hitting people?" Qin Chuan demanded angrily. Hong Tao let out a cold laugh. "Damn, there are a lot of broke bastards here today. Fine, you want to know, I'll tell you." He pointed at a dent on the rear of the Porsche Cayenne. "Your good brothers here riding their piece-off-shit shared bike crashed into my precious Cayenne. Tell me, shouldn't they pay for it?" Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashing deep within them. "How much?" 600,000. And that's not even counting my lost income or taxi fares. Forget it'll take pity on you broke bastards. Give me 600,000 and we'll call it even. 600,000? How can it be that much? It's just a dented bumper. Wu Ming exclaimed in shock. Hong Tao smirked, gave a thumbs up, and pointed at Brother Long beside him. I've got a professional from the 4S dealership here to do an on-site assessment. If we take it back to the shop for a full inspection, the compensation will only be more, not less. Qin Chuan glanced at Brother Long, then at Hong Tao. He pressed two fingers together, pulled a black card from his inner pocket, and held it out to Brother Long. Swipe it. Brother Long, who had been casually smoking with an air of indifference, suddenly felt his pupils contract. He looked at the card, then at Qin Chuan. Hong Tao snatched the credit card from Qin Chuan's hand and gleefully told his staff member to swipe it. The black card had no pin. In an instant, the POS machine deducted 600,000 yuan. Staring at the transaction slip the machine printed out, Hong Tao's grin nearly split his face in two. What incredible luck today. Had made 600,000 in an instant. Wu Ming and the other two were shocked by the scene. How was the fourth brother so rich? Hong Tao pulled open the car door ready to drive off and find a girl to spend his money on. No, on second thought, he'd get two. The moment he pulled the door open, Qin Chuan kicked it shut. Hong Tao spun around, glaring at Qin Chuan. What do you think you're doing? Qin Chuan, hands in his pockets, said coldly, the matter of the car is settled. But the beating my brothers took, you have to pay for that. Hong Tao didn't like the sound of that. He quickly shot Brother Long a meaningful look and whispered, Brother Long, the 100,000 I gave you was supposed to cover things like this too. Brother Long came back to his senses and stared at Qin Chuan. Hong Tao pointed a finger at Qin Chuan's nose. You think you're tough, huh? Talking shit to me. Why don't you go ask around who I Hong Tao of Shanggong am? Qin Chuan, however, showed no fear. He remained as calm and indifferent as ever. He spoke in a flat tone, Brother Long, is it? Whatever he's paying you to handle this, they'll give you 10 times the amount. My only condition is this, I don't want him to be able to drive a car for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Brother Long's eyes gleamed with golden light. A chill ran down Hong Tao's spine. What the hell? 10 times the amount. And he wants me to never drive again. He quickly grabbed Brother Long's hand. Brother Long, don't listen to him. He's just a broke bastard. He's lying to you. Don't fall for it. Brother Long snorted coldly and pried Hong Tao's hand off. This young master is clearly no ordinary man. Hong Tao, let's keep things separate. My apologies, but he's offering way too much. With a glance to his left and right, Brother Long signaled his two men. They pulled two wrenches from the trunk, then dragged Hong Tao into the shadows by the roadside. A moment later, two heart-wrenching screams echoed from that direction. The two men walked back. It's done, Brother Long. Brother Long smiled obsequiously. Young master, how do you find this little job? Not bad. Saying this, Qin Chuan held out his card again. Brother Long waved his hands repeatedly. How could I possibly take money for doing such a trivial favor for you, young master? With that, he respectfully presented a business card with both hands. This is my humble card. If you ever have any use for me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Qin Chuan took the card and nodded. Brother Long and his two men got into the car and drove away. Fourth brother, thank you. That money, well, save up and pay you back as soon as we can, Tang Yuming said timidly, with Kong Huijun nodding in agreement beside him. Qin Chuan smiled and put his arms around their shoulders. We're brothers, what's mine is yours. Forget about that little bit of money. Inside the Porsche Panamera, one of the men asked, Brother Long, why were you so polite to that kid? And you didn't even take his money. Brother Long slapped him across the head. What the hell do you know? Did you see what card he just swiped? That was an American Express Centurion Black card. Only a wealthy family with centuries of heritage could ever get their hands on one of those. He leaned back in his seat, gazing up at the night sky through the sunroof. To have the chance to make the acquaintance of such a great figure. Zhou Xinglong, your time has come. Lao Si, where did you get all that money? Didn't the counselor say your family are just ordinary workers? Don't tell me you're on some rich second-generation reality show. Where's the camera? His three roommates fired questions in rapid succession, leaving Qin Chuan momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I'm just from an ordinary family in a small county, no background. That money, well, I earned it myself. The others gasped sharply. A freshman and had already made over $1 million. Lao Si, what do you do? Qin Chuan thought for a moment, then replied, just a bit of small business, running a hotel and selling some cars on the side. Business, a hotel selling cars. The three exchanged glances and silently dropped the subject. Nowadays, college students starting businesses was common. Many on campus dealt in used cars or ran small inns and hostels. The others felt a pang of envy. Lao Si was truly accomplished. Saturday arrived with rare fine weather. A blazing sun hung high in a cloudless sky. Today he had agreed to celebrate the birthday of Su Xiaoyan's best friend. At 10 a.m., Qin Chuan dialed her number. On the other end, Su Xiaoyan's voice came through, languid and soft, clearly still half asleep. Hey Xiao Chuan. Xiao Yanjia, when should we meet up? He'll come pick you up. In about half an hour. I need to get up, wash up, and put on some makeup. Alright, I'll wait for you outside your dorm building. Su Xiaoyan hummed sweetly in agreement. After hanging up, Qin Chuan took 10 minutes to wash up, dress, and head out toward the female dormitory. 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyan jogged down the stairs. The moment she saw Qin Chuan, she stuck out her tongue apologetically. Sorry Xiao Chuan kept you waiting. Qin Chuan took in the sight of her. Today she wore a vintage-style white linen blouse, its collar and cuffs adorned with tiny yellow daisies. Her lower half was clad in a knee-length black skirt, with white mid-calf socks and brown leather shoes. She looked pure and radiant, and with her extraordinary beauty, every passing male couldn't help but glance her way. Naturally, Qin Chuan didn't lose his temper. Towards Su Xiaoyan, he harbored boundless patience. It's fine. They're at the Starbucks in the city center. Let's go meet them. Xiao Yinjie, my car got into an accident a couple of days ago. Qin Chuan told her truthfully. Su Xiaoyan's first reaction was shock. She immediately looked Qin Chuan up and down. Xiao Chuan, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Qin Chuan shook his head, and only then did Su Xiaoyan relax. Then let's call a ride-hailing car. The road to the city center is always jammed anyway, so you can rest without driving. But Xiao Yinjie, the car's wrecked and beyond repair. I still need a way to get around. How about you come with me to buy a new car first? Su Xiaoyan glanced at the time. It was just past noon. She knew her girlfriends well enough. Each one would claim to be on their way, but they wouldn't actually step out until the sun went down. Whatever you say, Xiao Chuan. Qin Chuan pulled out his phone and pondered for a moment. Though he owned a BMW 4S dealership after what happened a couple of days ago, had developed a sudden distaste for that brand. As for Lamborghini, the crash left him with a lingering unease. So he entered a destination and hailed a private car. After nearly an hour's drive, the two finally arrived at the Ferrari sales center on Financial Street in the Eastern District. This center was a directly managed store under Ferrari's headquarters, offering a higher level of reception compared to other agencies. Customers could customize exclusive models and accessories. The entire Ferrari sales center spanned 2 floors composed of 2 storefronts. From the outside it seemed modest in size, but its interior depth was remarkably expansive. Looking out, the entire street-facing wall was constructed from a single sheet of glass. Passers-by could instantly spot that seductive, spirited red soul within the showroom. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan's hand and stepped into the center. A refined, tranquil fragrance greeted them, and an overwhelming sense of luxury surged through their hearts. The hall was exceptionally quiet. Besides the various Ferrari models on display and a handful of sleek-suited, long-legged staff members in black, there was no one else. After all, any Ferrari cost millions, far beyond what ordinary people could afford. Ordinary folks would only peer through the glass from outside. A few had the courage to actually step in for a look. Those mechanical beasts boasting hundreds of horsepower sat quietly in the showroom awaiting their masters. Good day, sir, madam. Welcome to the Ferrari sales center. Do you have an appointment? A tall, elegant young woman with striking features and black half-rim glasses stepped forward to greet them. She wore the standard black business suit of a sales professional, a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Her well-tailored attire perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, though her face bore a professional smile. An air of aloofness emanated from her entire being. This was the requisite demeanor of a luxury car saleswoman. Without at least a 7 out of 10 in looks, one wouldn't even qualify for an interview. A no appointment. Qin Chuan replied. That's fine. Let me register you. All right. My name is Qin Chuan. She didn't treat them with disdain despite their student-like appearance. For super luxury car sales, service attitude was paramount. That was the biggest difference from other car sales. A few minutes later she returned. Hello, Mr. Qin. Him and Xiao Xiao. You can call me Xiao Xiao. Qin Chuan nodded, and Xiao Xiao led them gracefully into the showroom, introducing the vehicles as they walked. This is the Ferrari Roma. It's equipped with a 3.9 V8 twin-turbocharged engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 km in 3.4 seconds, priced at $2.4 million. This is the Ferrari Portofino, a hardtop convertible. It's powered by a 3.9-liter twin-turbo V8 engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 km in just 3.5 seconds, priced at $2.9 million. This is the Ferrari F8. Its upgraded 3.9-liter V8 twin-turbo engine delivers 818 horsepower and 930 Nm of peak torque, sprinting from 0 to 100 km in just 2.6 seconds, with a top speed of 340 km. This is the Ferrari SF90 Spider, Ferrari's first mass-produced plug-in hybrid convertible. It's powered by a V8 twin-turbo engine and 3 electric motors, generating a maximum output of 1,000 horsepower. Equipped with all-wheel drive, it accelerates from 0 to 100 km in just 2.5 seconds and 0 to 200 km in 7.0 seconds. Its price is slightly higher than the previous two at $4.98 million. As Qin Chuan listened to Xiao Xiao's introductions, he turned to Su Xiaoyan. Xiao Yinjie, which one do you think is better? Su Xiaoyan pursed her lips. They all don't look that great. They're all the same. And Xiao Xiao was inwardly exasperated. Truly, in a woman's eyes, the biggest difference between sports cars was just the badge. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyan tugged Qin Chuan toward the deepest part of the showroom. Pointing at a Ferrari parked at the far end, she said, Xiao Chuan, this one looks good. It's different from the others. I think it suits you. And Xiao Xiao hurried over. The car Su Xiaoyan pointed to was none other than Ferrari's top-tier flagship supercar, the LaFerrari. The LaFerrari, colloquially known as LaFer in Chinese, is powered by a 6.3L V12 naturally aspirated engine, delivering a maximum output of 800 horsepower supplemented by an electric motor, providing 163 horsepower, with a peak torque of 900 Newton-meters. It is mated to a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, achieving a 0-100 km/h acceleration time of under 3 seconds. And Xiao Xiao was stunned, her lips parting as if to speak, but hesitating. The two before her clearly knew nothing about cars. They had no idea what the LaFerrari truly signified. Qin Chuan glanced at the LaFerrari and said, "Since Sister Xiaoyan thinks it's good, let's buy this one." And Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Qin, this is a LaFerrari. It is Ferrari's most exclusive limited edition flagship model, with a price far exceeding any current Ferrari, and not by a small margin." She chose her words carefully, trying to convey the LaFerrari's uniqueness as tactfully as possible. She subtly implied that the LaFerrari was beyond the reach of the two before her. After all, this particular LaFerrari had a starting price of 25 million yuan, with the addition of personalized customization options, taxes, and various other fees. The total could easily reach 50 million yuan. A luxury car worth $500 million would make even a billionaire think twice about their financial standing. Qin Chuan, however, appeared completely indifferent and asked calmly, "How much does it cost?" Excluding later customization and taxes, the starting price is 25 million yuan. Su Xiaoyan felt a dizzying shock upon hearing this, her small mouth parting slightly. 25 million yuan. And Xiao Xiao noted her reaction, without surprise, a cold sneer forming in her heart. The young girl was still too naive and inexperienced with the world. Seeing Su Xiaoyan's astonishment, Qin Chuan, fearing she might worry about the expense, asked her to rest in the VIP lounge while he negotiated the price. Once Su Xiaoyan had left, Qin Chuan said calmly, 25 million plus Ferrari's customization and taxes would come to about 50 million, right? And Xiao Xiao nodded. "If you max out the options, yes, that's the amount." "All right, I'll order one," Qin Chuan said casually. And Xiao Xiao froze, wondering if she had misheard. "Sir, what do you mean?" Qin Chuan repeated, "Order one." Only then did Xiao Xiao realize she hadn't misheard. The young man in sportswear who looked like a student had indeed said he would order one. She hadn't been prepared for this and needed a long moment to compose herself. Mr. Qin, purchasing a LaFerrari involves procedures different from other Ferraris. First, we need to verify your assets, and Xiao Xiao replied cautiously. Previously, people had come to the store claiming they wanted to order a LaFerrari, only to later discover they were Douyin streamers who couldn't actually afford the car, just there to film videos and gain traffic. Qin Chuan nodded, pulled out a credit card, and handed it to Xiao Xiao. "Go ahead and swipe it, or would you like to see my bank balance?" And Xiao Xiao took the card from Qin Chuan and immediately recognized it as an American Express Centurion black card. Oh my god, it was a black card. The legendary king of cards, a credit card with no spending limit, theoretically capable of purchasing any priced item. Possessing this card was more authoritative than any asset verification report. Seeing in Xiao Xiao silent, Qin Chuan thought she didn't recognize the black card. So he opened his phone, launched the Huaxia Bank app, and navigated to the total personal assets section. After passing facial recognition verification, he handed the phone to Xiao Xiao. She took it and saw a long string of digits in the balance. And Xiao Xiao silently counted ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, husband, daddy, grandpa. When she reached the billions, she gasped sharply, unable to look further. These weren't vague figures like stocks or real estate. They were solid cash deposits. "So have I passed the asset verification now?" And Xiaoxiao's pretty face stiffened, and she said timidly, Of course. Possessing a black card and nearly $1 billion in cash deposits. If that wasn't qualification, then few in the world would be qualified. How could such a young man amass such wealth? Who was he? In that moment, all of Xiaoxiao's pride in her figure, appearance, and everything else became worthless before this young man. The aloof distance, the cold and noble demeanor, all vanished. Her every bit of pride was utterly insignificant in front of Qin Chuan. She, who had always seen herself as a cold and elegant goddess, felt so inferior, she dared not lift her head to meet his gaze. At that moment, Shun Hui, the manager of the Ferrari Center, walked over. He had been sitting in his second-floor office drinking tea, and upon seeing two students enter the store, he assumed they were just browsing out of curiosity and paid them no mind. But after some time, they showed no sign of leaving, and Xiaoxiao's expression was troubled, leading him to conclude that the customer was toying with his employee. He got up to intervene and rescue Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" Shun Hui didn't address Qin Chuan directly, but first checked on his employee. And Xiao Xiao stammered, "Manager, this Mr. Qin wants to order a LaFerrari." Shun Hui was dumbfounded, as if he hadn't heard clearly. And Xiao Xiao repeated, "This Mr. Qin wants to order a LaFerrari." Shun Hui was utterly bewildered. What kind of fool comes in and orders a LaFerrari, a car worth half a small fortune? "Xiao Xiao, as a professional salesperson at the Ferrari sales center, didn't you explain the price of the LaFerrari to the customer?" Shun Hui deliberately raised his voice so Qin Chuan could hear. And Xiao Xiao replied timidly, "Manager, I did." Shun Hui was taken aback. And did you explain that ordering a LaFerrari requires asset verification?" "Yes, Mr. Qin just showed me his Huaxia bank account balance, which has nearly 100 million yuan in cash." As she spoke, and Xiao Xiao handed Qin Chuan's American Express Centurion black card to Shen Hui. Shen Hui's body trembled, and he gasped. What? Nearly 100 million in cash. And a limitless black card. His attitude made an immediate 180-degree turn. Rubbing his hands together respectfully, he said to Qin Chuan, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Shen Hui, the sales manager of the Ferrari sales center." Qin Chuan nodded. "I've already passed the asset verification. Can I order the car now? Your efficiency is too low. I'm in a hurry." Cold sweat broke out on Shen Hui's forehead. Did this young man have no concept of money? This was a half-billion yuan supercar, and he hadn't even been inside the store for half an hour. The way he said it made it sound as casual as buying a chicken at the market. Shen Hui dared not delay, and quickly led Qin Chuan into the customization room, handing him an iPad. "Mr. Qin, please take a look at the options. Would you like to add anything? No need to look. Just replicate the color scheme, wheels, and interior of the one in the showroom and max out the rest of the options." Shen Hui broke into a sweat. Maxing out the options meant losing half a small fortune. Just then, and Xiao Xiao rushed in from outside, flustered. Shen Hui was displeased. "Xiao Xiao, your hasty demeanor is too undignified." And Xiao Xiao leaned in and whispered a few words in Shen Hui's ear, causing his expression to change. He locked the iPad screen. Then with an apologetic look, he said to Qin Chuan, "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Qin. You cannot purchase this loft." Qin Chuan was quite surprised. "Why?" Shen Hui said awkwardly. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Qin. It was our oversight. According to headquarters regulations, purchasing a LaFerrari requires prerequisites. The buyer must own at least 2 limited edition Ferraris or 5 Ferraris in total. We just checked, and you don't own a single Ferrari." And Xiao Xiao was also filled with regret. She could never have imagined that Qin Chuan, who possessed a black card and hundreds of millions in funds, didn't even own one Ferrari. This deal was about to slip away. It was a massive order worth 50 million, enough to sell 10 regular Ferraris. Everyone knew that luxury cars like Ferraris operated on a principle of 3 years without a sale, then one sale sustaining 3 years. A salesperson could barely sell 7 or 8 cars a year. Shen Hui was deeply disappointed. Selling a LaFerrari was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would surely guarantee him a promotion, a raise, and a doubled year-end bonus. But now, Qin Chuan's expression brightened. Ferraris have such regulations." "Yes, I'm truly sorry, Mr. Qin," and Xiao Xiao said, still bowing in apology. "Then if I buy 5 Ferraris first, can I then purchase the LaFerrari?" "Yes, theoretically, Mr. Qin," and Xiao Xiao replied. Qin Chuan pulled out his black card and slid it across to Xiao Xiao. "They'll take one each of the Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Stradale, and Ferrari F8 that you just introduced." That's still one short. I heard Ferrari is coming out with an SUV, right? Let's order one of those too. That makes 5 cars. You salespeople need to think on your feet. Such a small matter shouldn't be handled so rigidly." And Xiao Xiao stood frozen in shock. Who the hell would have thought of buying 5 Ferraris first, and then immediately buying a LaFerrari? If any other customer proposed such a plan, they'd probably get beaten on the spot. Shen Hui was dumbfounded. In all his years in the industry, he had never seen a customer buy Ferraris like this. Even the national sweetheart Principal Wang only placed an order for one. He hurried to proceed with the next steps. And Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding wildly. She took out her phone. "Mr. Qin, would you mind adding me on WeChat? You can contact me directly for any future needs." Facing such a top-tier tycoon, and Xiaoxiao's heart was already fluttering. She was only hindered by Su Xiaoyan's presence, whose beauty made her own pale in comparison. But men she had seen many. How many didn't enjoy a thrill? And Xiao Xiao was relieved that she had performed well earlier, not judging by appearances, or she would have missed a golden opportunity. Qin Chuan nodded and took out his phone for her to scan the code. After adding him as a friend, Qin Chuan asked, "Which car can I drive away today?" And Xiao Xiao said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Qin. We process orders after customers place them, then submit them to headquarters for approval before production. The earliest delivery is 3 months. So I can't drive any car away today." And Xiao Xiao bowed apologetically. Seeing her sincere attitude, Qin Chuan could only shake his head helplessly. He had bought 6 cars, yet in the end, he still had to take a ride-hailing service. He went to the lounge. "Sister Xiaoyan, let's go." Su Xiaoyan trotted over to Qin Chuan's arms. "Xiao Chuan, have you finished shopping? The cars will take 3 months. We'll have to take a cab for now." "I see." And Xiao Xiao immediately pulled out her phone to book a ride, but saw that the waiting queue had already reached triple digits. Seizing the opportunity, she said, "Mr. Qin, why don't you use my car for now?" Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, thank you. He'll return it to you after today." And Xiaoxiao's car was a white Mercedes-Benz C200 worth about 300 yuan. Qin Chuan drove all the way to the Starbucks in the city center. Kyoto City Center Starbucks. This was a shopping paradise in Kyoto where trendy men and women gathered regardless of weekdays or weekends. They wore the most fashionable clothes, carrying large and small shopping bags as they weaved through various brand boutiques. Su Qian and her group had already been resting at the Starbucks on the street side for a while. As a representation of affordable luxury beverages, Starbucks was once revered by young people as a dating hotspot. Su Qian's group had been sitting in Starbucks for some time, having filled several gigabytes with photos. Hey Xiaoqian, I heard Xiaoyan is bringing her boyfriend today, asked a girl with a beautiful face and long wavy hair. She was also Su Xiaoyan's best friend named Xiaoyu. Yes, I specifically invited them. Tell me which wealthy young master is it? Xiaoyan has such high standards, I just want to know what kind of man she would choose as a boyfriend. Su Qian sneered. Just her childhood sweetheart. Why do you think Su Xiaoyan would turn down so many wealthy young masters for a poor boy? The guy's okay looking, but he reeks of poverty from head to toe. No way, I don't believe it. Didn't someone say Su Xiaoyan got into a Lamborghini during orientation? Lamborghini? Either it's someone else or he rented it. I saw with my own eyes that the guy took the bus, and when he got off he ran all the way as if he was afraid someone would see him arriving at school by bus. EW. What a disgusting jerk. Xiaoyan must have been fooled. Su Qian smiled nonchalantly. Just then a commotion arose from the crowd, not far away. A black G-Class led the way, followed by a BMW X5, an Audi Q7i, and two other luxury cars pulling over to the curb. A man dressed fashionably with the air of an aristocratic young master stepped out of the G-Class. He led the other two car owners straight towards Su Qian and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's hands were sweating with nervousness. Wang Cheng is here too. Young Master Wang specially came to support me today, Su Qian said proudly as she stood up to welcome Wang Cheng. Xiaoyu nervously rose as well, her fair jade-like legs unabashedly on display. Wang Cheng glanced sideways. Xiaoyu, you're here too. Yeah. Xiaoyu was overjoyed that a top-tier wealthy young master like Wang Cheng even remembered her. Wang Cheng looked around and asked, isn't Su Xiaoyan here? Xiaoyan said the traffic is a bit heavy, I shall be here soon. What kind of car gets stuck in traffic? I never feel congested when driving my G-Class. As his words fell, a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class slowly pulled over to the curb in the distance. A girl with a top-tier figure and face stepped out of the car. She was none other than the school beauty of the finance university, Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan clung to Qin Chuan's arm like a little bird walking towards Su Qian's group. Xiaoqian, happy birthday. When Wang Cheng laid eyes on Su Xiaoyan, he was practically drooling. However, seeing Qin Chuan by her side irritated him immensely. Who's this beautiful Su? Wang Cheng asked, feigning ignorance. My boyfriend Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, is it? Where do you make your fortune? You seem to be doing well driving a Mercedes C-Class at such a young age, Wang Cheng said mockingly. His friends nearby were stifling their laughter, faces flushed. I'm a freshman at Keida University. That car isn't mine, it's a friend's. Qin Chuan replied calmly. Oh, borrowed, huh? That scared me. I thought young people these days were so impressive cruising in a Mercedes C-Class right off the bat. Su Qian seized the moment to speak up. Qin Chuan, I haven't introduced you yet. This is young Master Wang Cheng, a top student at the University of Posts and Telecommunications, and his family runs the hotel business. That 5-star hotel at the Southgate, the Full-Star Hotel, is their property. This is young Master Gu, whose family is in the garment industry, owning a factory in the south with annual sales of 40 to 50 million. And this is young Master Qian, a native of the capital with 3 apartments in the West Garden community, each nearly 100 square meters. Luxury homes at 30,000 per square meter. Su Qian subtly laid out the backgrounds of these individuals, applying invisible pressure on Qin Chuan, making him realize he was dealing with wealthy young elites. His borrowed Mercedes C-Class was utterly insignificant. Qin Chuan, what does your family do? Young Master Gu stepped forward to ask. My parents are ordinary workers at a garment factory in Jiangning. The 3 young masters exchanged glances, their lips curling into faint, disdainful smirks. Damn, what a lowlife. How did he manage to win over Su Xiaoyan? Su Qian gestured to them. Qin Chuan, Xiaoyan, what would you like to drink? Order something. A matcha frappuccino, Su Xiaoyan said. Qin Chuan shook his head. I don't like coffee. Su Qian scoffed, inwardly thinking how stingy this guy was. He wouldn't even order a drink at Starbucks. It's fine, Qin Chuan, my treat. No need, thanks, Qin Chuan declined again. Seeing his stubbornness, she dropped the subject. Wang Cheng saw his chance and quickly bought Su Xiaoyan a matcha frappuccino. Xiaoyan, your boyfriend sure is frugal. Can't even afford a Starbucks drink. No, it's not that. Xiaochuan really doesn't like coffee. Wang Cheng fumed with jealousy. Damn, she's still defending that broke loser. Su Qian noticed Wang Cheng's envy and said, Xiaoyan, weren't we supposed to meet at noon? Why are you so late? Were you helping Qin Chuan borrow a car? Wang Cheng shot Su Qian an approving look for her tact. Oh, Qin Chuan, why bother borrowing a car for an outing? Just have Xiaoyan call me and I'd pick you up. He pressed the key fob for his Mercedes G-Class. Nearby, the robust, imposing G-Class flashed its warning lights twice. Su Xiaoyan set down her frappuccino and said, We went to buy a car, but after paying we found out it wouldn't arrive for over half a year. Since we were in a hurry, the salesperson lent us hers. Wang Cheng grinned slyly. Oh, buying a car, huh? What takes 6 months to deliver? A Honda Accord, a Toyota Highlander, or the new Mercedes C? Qin Chuan replied flatly, a Ferrari. Wang Cheng thought he misheard. Huh? Did you say a Ferrari? Su Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, a Ferrari. A dead silence fell over the room. Wang Cheng, young Master Gu, and young Master Qian's faces turned ashen. Su Qian was also startled at first, then looked back at Qin Chuan. She was utterly skeptical, as he didn't look wealthy at all. She probed, which model did you buy? Su Xiaoyan blinked her big eyes. Xiao Chuan, what was that model we saw? La Ferrari, Qin Chuan replied calmly. La Ferrari. La Ferrari. La Ferrari. The three young masters' faces shifted from ashen to bright red as they burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubling over. Su Qian, puzzled by their outburst, asked, Young Master Wang, what's so funny? Wang Cheng slapped his thigh. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that Qin Chuan's joke is too hilarious, I can't help it. Young Master Gu pinched his own thigh to suppress his laughter. The Ferrari, La Ferrari. That legendary car starting at 25 million. Ha ha ha, do you know the total cost with options and taxes? 50 million. $500 million. Young Master Qian added, buying a La Ferrari isn't for just anyone. It's a limited edition of 499 units globally. Buyers must be loyal Ferrari customers owning either 2 limited edition Ferraris or at least 5 Ferraris to qualify. Do you have 2 limited edition Ferraris? No, Qin Chuan admitted frankly. Su Qian found it hard to watch. Qin Chuan was so pretentious, lying without a second thought. Since you don't, how can you buy a La Ferrari? Wang Cheng pressed relentlessly. Because I bought 5 Ferraris on the spot, which qualified me for the La Ferrari. Qin Chuan said it as casually as if buying 5 Ferraris and a La Ferrari was trivial. Everyone in the room gasped, never expecting him to come up with such a move. Then came a roar of laughter. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Oh my god, what an imagination. It's a shame you're not writing novels. 5 Ferraris and a La Ferrari, almost 100 million. Even the national husband Wang Xizong isn't that extravagant. Su Xiaoyan was also surprised. Qin Chuan hadn't mentioned the extra Ferraris he bought. Zhao Yu approached Su Xiaoyan, tugged her sleeve, and whispered, Xiaoyan, tell your boyfriend to stop. Young Master Wang and the others have seen it all. He can't fool them. For Su Xiaoyan, Sake Qin Chuan refrained from arguing with them, knowing he'd never cross paths with them again after today. Wang Cheng, seeing Qin Chuan's silence, pulled out a dark brown bag from behind him. Qian, happy birthday. Su Qian's eyes lit up at the sight of the bag. It was a Louis Vuitton shopping bag. She eagerly took it and opened the packaging to reveal a monogram patterned shoulder bag. Wow, it's this year's new LV shoulder bag. Wang Cheng smiled. It's nothing, just over 20,000. Young Master Wang, this is too generous, Su Qian said politely, but she was already posing for selfies with the bag. Wang Cheng cast a meaningful glance at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, since it's Qian's birthday, you didn't come empty-handed, did you? What's your gift? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, realizing he hadn't prepared a gift in advance. But as it happened, he had just bought 5 Ferraris for the sake of extravagance, and owning too many cars meant he couldn't drive them all. So he said, I don't have much to prepare, just give a Ferrari. Su Qian was startled, never expecting Qin Chuan to offer a Ferrari. Caught off guard, she asked, which Ferrari? There's the Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Stradale, Ferrari F8, and the latest Ferrari SUV, the Purosangue. Su Qian, tell me which one you like, and we'll pick it up together when it arrives. But you might have to wait about half a year for delivery. The Ferrari Purosangue could take nearly a year. At this, Wang Cheng and the others burst into laughter, clapping their hands in amusement. Ha ha ha, giving a Ferrari. Why not give an atomic bomb while you're at it? I've seen braggarts, but never one this ridiculous. Qin Chuan, do you even know how much a Ferrari costs? The Roma you mentioned costs nearly 3 million. Sensing the disdain in their tone, Qin Chuan's temper flared. You don't believe me? Let's go to the Ferrari Center and see. Su Qian's face alternated between pale and flushed, as if she were being mocked. She shot a covert glare at Su Xiaoyan, suspecting she had deliberately egged her boyfriend on to make a fool of her. Her Ferrari is too precious for me to accept. You should keep it for yourself, she said sourly. Su Xiaoyan, not wanting her best friend's birthday party to turn sour, tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve. She whispered, Xiao Chuan, forget it. Don't stoop to their level. With Su Xiaoyan's words, Qin Chuan suppressed his anger and stopped arguing. Zhao Yuan, noticing the tension, quickly intervened. Since everyone's having such a good time, how about we change the venue? Sitting here in Starbucks all day is making us restless. Wang Cheng stood up and announced, the second half is already arranged. We're heading to MIXXX. Su Qian's eyes lit up. Wang Xiao, do you mean the top-tier nightclub in Kyoto, MIXXX? Of course, where else in Kyoto would dare to use that name? But I heard MIXXX is way more expensive than other clubs. A small booth's minimum charge is 30 to 40,000, and today's the weekend. Wang Cheng waved dismissively. Other clubs can't compare to MIXXX. I've already booked a booth, just 50,000. How could we be stingy on your birthday, Qian? Su Qian beamed, knowing MIXXX was a social hub for the elite. She had already decided to clear her phone's memory to capture enough material for a year. Wang Cheng glanced at Qin Chuan and sneered. Damn broke loser, why's he silent now? One night's drink money for me is your family's annual income. How can you compete with me for Su Xiaoyan? Ferrari. Ha, as if. With that, the group drove to MIXXX. Located in Kyoto's East District, it was arguably the city's largest nightclub. Spanning 5,000 square meters, it housed over 90 booths of various sizes and 3 luxury VIP rooms. The decor was an industrial cyberpunk style. World-renowned top 100 DJs were regularly invited to perform. The nation's richest playboy frequented the place once, spending over $1 million in a single night. Since its opening last year, it had been packed every night with endless lines of glamorous men and women stretching for hundreds of meters at the entrance. By the time Qin Chuan's group arrived, it was prime evening hours. The queue wound around the corner, a sea of long legs and stockings. At Mix's entrance, 20 to 30 security guards were maintaining order. Wang Chung drove his G-Class, intending to park by the entrance. A guard approached. "Park in the underground lot." Wang Chung retorted, "This is a G-Class." The guard sneered, "Sir, take a look at what's parked out front. Do you really want to park your car next to them?" Wang Chung glanced at the entrance, where a McLaren Senna, Ferrari 458, and Porsche 918 Spider were lined up. Every car was a legend, every one a limited edition. Wang Cheng's Mercedes G500 looked laughable among them. Embarrassed, he asked, "So many heavy hitters showed up today. Oh, where's the underground entrance?" Wang Chung headed underground, followed by Gu Xiao and Qian Xiao in their X5 and Q7, which were even more unremarkable. Qin Chuan, driving his Mercedes C200, spotted an empty spot near Mix's entrance and prepared to park there. A guard rushed over, shouting, "Stop! Stop!" The crowd in line turned to look and couldn't help but mock another clueless newbie. How does a Mercedes C200 dare to park there? Isn't he embarrassed? How dare he park at the entrance? My Audi A6L has to stay by the curb. I'm cringing for him. The guard, out of breath, said, "Don't you know the rules? Park on the street. There's a spot here. Why can't I use it?" Qin Chuan demanded. "Open your eyes and see what cars are parked here. A Mercedes C200. You've got some nerve. A parking spot is for parking. Are spots divided by class now?" The guard, annoyed by his audacity, retorted, "You're something else. Thick-skinned, aren't you? Do you know where this is? This is MIXXX. And yes, its entrance has a hierarchy." Qin Chuan snorted, "I'm parking here today. Call your manager and tell him Qin Chuan is here." The guard crossed his arms. "I'm telling you, no one can change that." But then the guard paused, hesitating. Qin Chuan. That name sounded familiar. Where had he heard it? Wait, at the meeting 2 days ago, the supervisor mentioned that MIXXX had a new owner and his name was Qin Chuan. The guard's face turned ashen, cold sweat soaking his back. He couldn't be sure if this man was the new boss. But the aura he exuded was far from ordinary. He quickly stepped back and pressed the talk button on his walkie-talkie. Manager. Mix's general manager was Dai Jun. At that moment, he was in his office discussing driving skills with a girl from the Atmosphere team. Annoyed by the incessant calls, Dai Jun snapped. "Which idiot keeps hogging the channel? Did your mother die, or did the sky fall? Have some decency." The guard stammered. "Manager, there's a customer named Qin Chuan asking to see you." "See my ass. Do you think I'm part of the Atmosphere team for every customer to demand a meeting?" But as he spoke, Dai Jun suddenly realized something. Pushing the girl aside, he gripped the walkie-talkie and asked loudly, "What did you say the customer's name was?" "Qin Chuan," the guard replied. "Holy shit." Dai Jun stumbled as he rushed out of the office. Dai Jun rushed to the entrance of Mix, glancing around anxiously. Among the crowd queuing nearby, regulars of MIXXX recognized him and gasped in astonishment. "Holy shit, look, it's the general manager of MIXXX. You mean the one in the suit?" "Yeah, as the general manager of the biggest nightclub in the capital, his aura is truly extraordinary." Dai Jun spotted a security guard standing beside a small Mercedes-Benz. He tugged at his collar, smoothed his disheveled hair, and strode forward quickly. Dai Jun strained to look into the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz and saw the young, handsome face matching the profile in his documents. A smile spread across his face. "Boss Qin, I'm Xiao Dai Jun, the general manager of MIXXX. Why didn't you notify me in advance of your inspection today, so I could prepare?" Qin Chuan snorted coldly. "Do I need to report to you to come here? Quite the authority you wield." Dai Jun, realizing the boss was displeased at their first meeting, looked around and immediately caught on. He kicked the security guard's backside. "You blind fool, don't you recognize our big boss of MIXXX? Do I have the right to park here now?" Qin Chuan asked impatiently. "Yes, absolutely, Boss Qin. Let me handle this trivial matter for you." With that, Dai Jun respectfully opened the car door for Qin Chuan. In an instant, everyone around was stunned. The trendy men and women who had just mocked him for not knowing the rules and being shameless to park a shabby Mercedes-Benz at Mix's entrance fell silent. If the general manager of the capital's largest nightclub was so deferential to the owner of a small Mercedes, who could that person be? Rules. Hell, he was the rule. After parking the car, Dai Jun scurried over to Qin Chuan. "Boss, the car's parked. I'll arrange a private room for you right away." Qin Chuan nodded, and Dai Jun trotted off to make arrangements. Just then, Wang Chung and his group emerged from the underground parking lot. Wang Chung glanced at Qin Chuan standing at the entrance and sneered. "Seems cars under 5 in a row don't even qualify for the underground lot and have to park on the street." The crowd burst into laughter. Qin Chuan pointed to the side. "Open your eyes and see where the car is parked." Following his finger, everyone saw a white Mercedes-Benz C200 parked in the prime spot right at Mix's entrance, surrounded by a circle of top-tier supercars. Su Qian covered her face in shame. "Oh, how embarrassing. How can you park there? Don't you know the rules? Wang Chung said. I suggest you move your car now, or the security will call a tow truck. Don't you see what supercars are around you? Gu Xiao added. Qin Chuan, the capital, isn't like your small county where a Mercedes C can show off. Do you know how much those godly cars next to you cost? If you scratch one, when opening your door your family will have to sell their house. Zhao Yu stepped forward and grabbed Su Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan talked to Qin Chuan. Those cars look like they're worth millions. If something happens, it'll be a disaster. Su Xiaoyan's emotions were getting the better of her. She had planned to hold back as a guest at Su Qian's birthday, but their treatment of Qin Chuan was going too far. Those cars mean nothing to Xiao Chuan. We park there because he's the owner of MIXXX. You've underestimated him. Huh. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoyan, are you saying your boyfriend is the owner of MIXXX? Oh, I can't. I'm dying of laughter. First he buys a Ferrari, now he's the owner of MIXXX. Why not say he's the president of the United States? Su Qian said with displeasure. Xiaoyan, I know you're jealous that Wang Xiao gave me an LV bag, but please be realistic and stop with the fantasies. Just then a salesperson walked out of the nightclub. Wang Chung immediately recognized him as Li Yuan, the salesperson he had been in contact with. He stepped forward. Brother Li, is my booth ready? My friends are all here. Li Yuan glanced at Wang Chung. Too many people tonight. Your booth was taken. What? Wang Chung fumed. I booked it 2 days in advance. How can it just vanish? Li Yuan lit a cigarette and said curtly, some boss ordered 100 worth of drinks right away. Can you compete with that? Wang Cheng's face turned green. Spending 100 in one night. What kind of madman? He was already heartbroken. Spending 5000, spending 100 was out of the question. He pleaded, Brother Li, we're already here. You can't make me lose face, can you? I've contributed to your sales regularly. Li Yuan snorted. Damn, a monthly spending of 10 or 20,000 was nothing. Only the bar counter is available. The bar counter. That means sitting side by side with strangers. Wang Chung hesitated. Take it or leave it. There's a long line outside waiting to get in. Fine, I'll take it. Wang Chung thought getting in was better than not, and once inside, he might find an acquaintance to share a table. With 3 attractive women in his group, someone would surely be willing. He returned to Su Qian and the others with a troubled expression. Our booth was taken by a big shot, who ordered 200 worth of drinks. The salesperson couldn't hold it. But after much persuasion, he managed to get us seats at the bar. Let's go in first. The group had nothing to say. After all the other party had ordered 200 worth of drinks, ordinary people had no right to compete for seats. Just as Wang Cheng's group was about to enter, Su Xiaoyan spoke up. The booth's gone. Then we can use Xiao Chuan's private room. Su Qian said impatiently. Xiaoyan, stop bragging for your boyfriend already. Wang Chung added. Do you know the minimum spend for a private room at MIXXX? At least 500,000. And they're incredibly hard to book. Only big bosses and celebrities get them. Ordinary people can't secure one even with money. Zhao Yu also let go of Su Xiaoyan's hand. She never thought her best friend would change like this after getting a boyfriend, constantly defending him, bragging and lying. She couldn't stand it anymore and didn't want to see her friend sink further. Xiaoyan, can you stop learning from Qin Chuan and lying? Even if he's great in some ways, he's just an ordinary person. No matter how much you fantasize, he won't become rich or a tycoon. If you really want a wealthy boyfriend, you can find someone else. Like that guy who drove a limited edition Lamborghini around campus recently. If Qin Chuan were him, would believe whatever you say. Su Xiaoyan found their words both infuriating and amusing. Just as she was about to retort, Dai Jun rushed out and headed toward them. Wang Chung immediately recognized him as the general manager of MIXXX. Dai Jun approached Qin Chuan and said respectfully, Boss, room 001 is ready. You and your friends can go in now. The air froze instantly. Wang Chung, Su Qian, and the others' faces changed dramatically, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What was happening? Dai Jun, the general manager of MIX, called Qin Chuan boss. What boss? The boss of MIXXX. Qin Chuan was truly the owner of this nightclub. Their minds went blank, utterly unable to believe their ears. With a fawning expression, Dai Jun led the way, guiding the group to the suspended VIP. Room 001 on the second floor. Inside Qin Chuan's room, the front wall was a single exaggeratedly large pane of glass. Through it one could overlook the entire MIXXX nightclub directly facing the DJ booth. Those downstairs had to crane their necks upward just to catch a glimpse of the room's interior. It was both private and atmospheric. As Qian Xiao and Gu Xiao entered the room, they were so nervous they could have wet themselves with their million-dollar assets. The consumption for this room tonight might be their entire fortune. Recalling their earlier words to Qin Chuan, they felt terrible. Their prior confidence and disdainful glances toward Qin Chuan had vanished completely. The two could only cower, sitting timidly in the corner with their legs pressed together. Su Qian and Zhao Yu were stunned upon entering the room. Although they often visited MIX, they had never stepped foot into its second-floor VIP rooms. With their 7-toft looks, no wealthy young master had ever fancied them. No woman who made it upstairs had a face score below 8. Su Qian now regretted it bitterly, wishing she could slap herself twice. How could she have been so blind, helping Wang Chung provoke Qin Chuan? For that cheap LV bag, Qin Chuan had casually offered to gift her a Ferrari. Su Qian thought for a moment, and seizing the gap, when Su Xiaoyan went to the restroom, quickly sidled up to Qin Chuan. Young Master Qin, that Ferrari you mentioned earlier, just 6 months I can wait. Too late. You have no chance. Qin Chuan said coldly. Unfazed by his icy tones, Su Qian, fueled by the pulsating music and dim lights, began to flaunt herself in front of him. She attempted to grab his hand and pull it toward her embrace. Young Master Qin, it was all Wang Cheng's fault today, making me misunderstand you. To apologize, I'll do whatever you want to play as long as you calm down. Qin Chuan watched her coquettish display with a cold glare and snapped, get lost. Su Qian persisted, I'll roll, wherever you say, just give the order, and I'll obey. Then everyone watched as the ever-arrogant Su Qian lay on the floor and rolled back and forth, letting out giggles while desperately trying to please Qin Chuan. She was a completely different person from the one who had scorned and mocked him earlier. Qin Chuan had never seen anyone so shameless. Coming here today and treating these people to a VIP room was all for Su Xiaoyan's sake. He and this crowd were not of the same ilk. There was no need to force a gathering. Wang Cheng, sulking, took a few sips of Louis XIII and began to feel tipsy. Seeing Su Qian flaunt herself before Qin Chuan irritated him greatly. How could any man be more cocky than him? This clearly showed no respect for him, the crown prince of a 5-star hotel. He raised his glass and shouted Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan gave him a cold sidelong glance. What are you yelling about? Anything else? Damn it, you country bumpkin from a county town, do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're the boss of MTXXX? They fear you, but I, Wang Cheng, am not scared of you. I tell you, you're nothing in my eyes. This is the capital city, not your little Jiangning county town. Just a nightclub owner putting on airs. My family's 5-star hotel is worth 100 million. Your paltry assets are like child's play to me. With that, Wang Cheng pulled Su Qian close and said, isn't that right? It's just a Ferrari. If you serve me well tonight, I'll buy you one. Su Qian, as if struck by sudden enlightenment, snapped out of it. That's right, no matter what, Qin Chuan was just a nightclub owner. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng was the true second-generation rich kid, the crown prince of a 5-star hotel. She stood up, pointed at Qin Chuan, and said, damn, I almost fell for your trick. A little nightclub boss dares to shout at young Master Wang. Wang Cheng, pleased with Su Qian's attitude, started to get worked up. Raising his glass while standing on the sofa, he pontificated, at this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. My family's 5-star hotel is about to enter a strategic partnership with an international brand and rename itself under their group. Then my hotel will become an international super 5-star hotel with its market value quintupling. The cowering Qian Xiao and Gu Xiao perked up. This was insider news they were hearing for the first time. Young Master Wang, which group are you partnering with? Young Master Wang, with the value quintupling, won't your net worth break 500 million? Wang Cheng burst into loud laughter. Qin Chuan, once the partnership with the Hilton Group succeeds, it'll open a bigger, more luxurious nightclub right next to yours, poach all your staff, and ruin you. The Hilton Group? Su Qian was dizzy with excitement at the mention of partnering with the Hilton Group. That was a Fortune 500 company. Partnering with it was like hugging a mountain of gold. At that moment, she didn't care how perverted or violent Wang Cheng was. She nestled into Wang Cheng's arms like a little bird. Young Master Wang, I'll stick with you from now on. Whatever position you want me in, I'll be in. Wang Cheng pinched her chin. You dog, you're truly despicable. Woof woof. The Hilton Group. Qin Chuan frowned and pulled out his phone. Seeing his reaction, Wang Cheng grew even more smug. You hick never heard of the Hilton Group. Using your phone to buy, do it. It's a Fortune 500 company, a foreign enterprise with annual revenues of tens of billions of dollars. A brand that the wealthy flock to, the epitome of luxury. Even the most basic rooms start at 4 figures. If you're scared, have Su Xiaoyan spend a night with me, and I might consider not targeting your MXXX. Wang Cheng didn't see Qin Chuan beg for mercy. Instead, he watched him dial a phone number. Hello, Xiaoying, is the group about to acquire a hotel called Starry Sky recently? Xiaoying on the other end was quite surprised. Didn't this big boss usually not meddle in group affairs? Why was he calling today to inquire? But adhering to her professional ethics as a secretary, Xiaoying replied, yes boss, the group is indeed in talks to acquire a local hotel in the capital, because we're eyeing its location. Before Xiaoying could finish, Qin Chuan interrupted. Halt the project, stop the acquisition, and put the word out across the industry. Any company that tries to acquire Starry Sky will be opposing our Hilton Group, and I won't hesitate to target it in the secondary market. Xiaoying was taken aback. Boss, the acquisition project is almost at the signing stage. Are you the boss, or am I a? Qin Chuan barked. Yes, came Xiaoying's timid voice from the other end. After hanging up, Qin Chuan looked at Wang Cheng as if he were a clown. Wang Cheng slammed his wine glass down and sneered, Qin Chuan, at this point you're still putting on airs. Within seconds his phone rang. Wang Cheng picked it up and saw the caller ID was his father, Wang Mingquan. The person he feared most in life was his own father. Without a second thought, he answered the call, stammering submissively, Dad. On the phone, Wang Mingquan roared hoarsely, You ungrateful wretch. Who the hell have you offended? What kind of trouble have you stirred up for me outside? Now the Hilton Group has terminated all cooperation with our family, and all previous verbal agreements are null and void. Do you have any idea what our family's debt situation is like right now, eh? If this deal falls through, well, I'll be jumping off a building. Wang Mingquan berated him, relentlessly enumerating his son's faults. After a moment, the voice on the other end seemed to receive another piece of news. He fell silent for a beat, then said with despair, "It's over, it's all over. The Hilton Group has put the word out in the industry, explicitly declaring a blacklist against our Wang family. No one dares to cooperate with us anymore. The Wang family is finished." As Wang Chung listened to the voice on the phone, his face instantly turned deathly pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly his strength drained away. The phone slipped from his hand, crashed to the floor, and shattered into pieces. Wang Cheng's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, crawling towards Qin Chuan. "Who are you? Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this to my family?" Qin Chuan kicked Wang Chung away, looking down at him. "I am the new boss of the Hilton Group. From the very beginning I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. You kept provoking me. A mere trust fund brat from a 5-star hotel ordering me around all day long. Didn't your father teach you that the waters in Jiangning run deep too? I know I was wrong. I apologize. I'm sorry. I beg you, spare my family, let us off." Wang Chung knelt on the ground, knocking his head repeatedly like a pestle. He looked up at Qin Chuan's young, fair, and handsome face. At that moment, it was more terrifying and suffocating than any demon. With just 2 sentences, he had pronounced the death sentence on the Wang family, damning them for eternity. Qin Chuan glanced around the room. "Today I'm doing this for Xiaoyan's sake. Otherwise, from your very first word, every one of your families would have ended up like the Wangs." Gu Xiao and Qian Xiao cowered in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Su Qian was too terrified to move, drenched in cold sweat. She had flip-flopped repeatedly and mocked Qin Chuan many times. Compared to Wang Chung, she was even worse. Suddenly a stream of hot, foul-smelling liquid trickled down from the top of her black stockings. Su Qian frantically tugged at her skirt to cover her disgraceful state. Qin Chuan turned around. "The room is yours to enjoy. From now on, if anyone dares to gossip in front of Xiaoyan, it'll make their entire family pay with their lives." With that, he opened the door and left the room. Outside the second-floor private room of MXXX nightclub. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed at the end of one's tether. Quest reward 50 shares of Jiahong Media." Qin Chuan looked at the prompt before him, a jolt of surprise striking his heart. Jiahong Media? Wasn't that the company founded by Boss Yang Yangmi? If he remembered correctly, Boss Yang only held about 19 of the shares. Now that he held 50, he would be the company's largest shareholder and boss. Wait, wasn't Reba also in this company? Qin Chuan decided in his heart to visit the company when he had time. He closed the prompt interface. But this time the system didn't exit as usual. Instead, it jumped to a new page. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender male. Martial arts peak level 4. Medical arts peak level 1. Qin Chuan glanced at it. Many fields on this page were blank. Only medical arts and martial arts were illuminated. He focused his will again and closed the system interface. His eyes immediately returned to normal, his vision clear. Why has Xiaoyan been in the restroom so long? Qin Chuan muttered, looking at the signs as he searched for her. Just as he was about to descend to the first floor, he ran into Su Xiaoyan, who was rushing back in a hurry. "Xiaochuan, why did you come out?" Noticing her unusual expression, Qin Chuan asked warily, "Xiaoyan, what's wrong? You don't look well." Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Oh, it's nothing. Xiaoyan, I'm a bit sleepy. Let's go." Su Xiaoyan nodded. She didn't like this noisy environment either. They held hands and walked out. On the first floor of Mix, at the largest booth, number 001, a middle-aged man with a large head and fat face wearing a t-shirt with a big boy logo plopped down onto the sofa. He took a big gulp of beer and grumbled, "Damn it, I just saw a woman with an absolutely stunning face. She looked so pure. How many decent women come to a nightclub? I just wanted to invite her to the booth for a drink and see if I could take her home tonight. But damn it, as soon as I put my hand on her shoulder, she slapped me." "Boss Chun, who was bold enough to slap you? Tell me what she looks like, and I'll find out for you." A scantily clad hostess on the booth spoke up. That woman was wearing a white fine linen retro top with little yellow daisies embroidered on the collar and cuffs, and a black skirt that went down to her knees. Boss Chun described vividly. "Is that her?" The man sitting in the main seat pointed towards the entrance. Boss Chun followed his gaze. Yes, brother, how that's her. Damn it, she acts all pure in front of me, but she's still being led away by some guy." The man in the main seat wiggled his finger, and a bodyguard standing beside him leaned in. "A Biao, take some men and bring that woman over for Boss Chun." "Yes, boss." A Biao nodded, took the 3 men beside him, and strode off. Boss Chun was both surprised and delighted. He quickly picked up his wine glass, scooted closer, and said, "Brother, how isn't it risky to use force? After all, this is the capital." The man in the main seat glanced at Boss Chun and said disdainfully, "With me Zhang Tianhao here, what are you afraid of? Or are you looking down on me, Zhang Tianhao?" A single look from Zhang Tianhao sent chills down Boss Chun's spine. He quickly downed his drink in one gulp. The Zhang Tianhao before him was a ruthless figure in the outskirts of the capital and the Jizhou region. He was a big shot who ran both legal and illegal operations, the chairman of Tianhao Financial Company, worth tens of millions with over 100 men under him. In Jizhou, a bureau chief once tried to investigate his financial company. Within days, that chief lost his position. After that, everyone knew just how powerful the backing behind him was. The female companion beside Zhang Tianhao smiled and said, Boss Qin, although Brother Hao's business is mainly in Jizhou, his influence reaches far and wide. Don't worry. Hearing this, Boss Qin nodded repeatedly. With Brother Hao here, I have nothing to worry about. Brother Hao, regarding the development of that mine in the village, let's split it 50-50. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao finally cracked a smile. In Kyoto, at the entrance of MAXXX, Qin Chuan, holding Su Xiaoyan's hand, exited the nightclub and walked towards the white Mercedes-Benz C200. After they got in, Qin Chuan started the engine and was about to shift gears when 4 men in suits with stern expressions stood in front of the car. Su Xiaoyan trembled with fear. Xiaochuan, are they sent by that person? That person? Qin Chuan asked in confusion. Su Xiaoyan then told Qin Chuan everything that had happened at the restroom door. Xiaochuan, let's call the police. Her voice quivered as she spoke. The 4 men before them were nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall with bulging muscles. Qin Chuan reached out and touched Su Xiaoyan's forehead. It's okay, Sister Xiaoyan. I'm here. Let me go down and see what's going on. Su Xiaoyan grabbed Qin Chuan, shaking her head. It's too dangerous, Xiaochuan. It's fine. Besides, this is my own nightclub's entrance. If anything happens, the staff inside will help me. With that, Qin Chuan stepped out of the car and said to the 4 men, What do you want? Seeing a man get out of the car and speak, a Biao said coldly, Brother Hao wants to invite this young lady for a drink. She needs to come with us. Brother Hao? Which Brother Hao? Zhang Tianhao from Jizhou. A big shot you can't afford to mess with. Qin Chuan sneered. What kind of ant dares to call itself a big shot? A Biao's mouth twitched, and he signaled to the 3 men beside him. They rushed forward to subdue Qin Chuan, but before they could get within half a step of him, he sent one flying with a whip kick. The other 2 were stunned, frozen in place. Then 2 more whip kicks lashed out. They fell to the ground unconscious. With just 3 kicks, 3 burly men over 6 feet tall lay senseless. Seeing this, a Biao's heart jolted with shock. Who are you? A martial artist. A Biao hadn't expected to encounter a martial artist here, and he grew cautious. Who am I? Qin Chuan tilted his neck and said, I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. His words sent a Biao's anger boiling over. You're too arrogant, kid. Don't think that just because you've stepped into martial arts you're invincible and look down on everyone. Today's your unlucky day. You've run into me, and I'll show you that there's always a sky above a sky and a man above a man. With that, a Biao began to channel his energy, mobilizing the martial power within his body to fill all his meridians. He instantly transformed from an ordinary fighter into a martial arts master. A Biao was Zhang Tianha's top general, a man Zhang had fished out of a military prison in the Golden Triangle. Hot-tempered, he had once single-handedly wiped out an armed squad in the Golden Triangle. It took an entire company to capture him. In the over a decade since Zhang Tianhao had sprung him, he had conquered countless docks and battlefields for his boss, earning great merit. Back when Zhang Tianhao was ambushed, a Biao alone repelled over 20 attackers. As he released his martial power, an indescribable aura emanated faintly from his body. Even the mosquitoes and flies in the area were deterred by his presence flying around him. From your fighting style, young, as you're at most a peak, first-level martial artist. To ordinary people, a peak, first level, might seem like a war god. But to martial artists, it's just the most basic level. And I am a peak second-level martial artist. There's a whole level between us. With that, a Biao stomped his left foot and threw a punch. His movements were swift, bringing a whistling gale. An ordinary person hit by that punch would have several ribs broken. Su Xiaoyan screamed from the car, Xiaochuan dodge. But Qin Chuan outside looked unfazed. He placed his left hand behind his back and caught the punch with his right palm. A Biao's face turned ashen. His punch could have left a hole in an iron door, yet it was caught one-handed by this youth. An instant later, a Biao felt as if his iron fist had struck a 100-ton steel plate. His hand throbbed with pain, and he sensed a crack in the bone. He quickly withdrew his hand. Could you be a second-level expert too? A Biao reassessed the young man before him. How could someone so young be a second-level master? He had to go all out. His previous punch had held back to avoid serious injury. This time, a Biao channeled all his martial power into his right fist. Though he still couldn't tell the exact rank within the second level, he could no longer be careless. He charged at Qin Chuan. This punch employed the technique of combining waist and horse strength, stirring up fallen leaves with its force. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, seeing that the blow was meant to kill. Since that was the case, he could no longer hold back. He suddenly raised his knee and delivered a flying kick, sending a Biao hurtling through the air. The kick flung a Biao over 30 feet away, crashing heavily to the ground. The concrete was dented in a large pit. Was this the power of a peak fourth level? Qin Chuan was using his martial power in battle for the first time, and he wasn't quite sure of his true strength. A Biao tasted blood in his chest as he stared at the youth in disbelief. You're not second level. You tricked me. Qin Chuan walked over step by step, looking down at him. When did I ever say I was second level? A Biao's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Qin Chuan in despair. The gap between them was as vast as the distance between clouds and mud. Killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Stop! A sharp shout rang out from not far away. A middle-aged man approached. It was Zhang Tianhao. In the nightclub, seeing that his men hadn't returned for a long time, he suspected a Biao had run into trouble and came out to check. When he emerged, he found his most capable subordinate lying on the ground. "Young brother, what turf are you from?" Zhang Tianhao asked calmly. Qin Chuan glanced sideways and replied, "You're not worthy of knowing." Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Young brother, you seem quite tough. But in today's world, what use is being tough? I've seen people tougher than you, but their end. Heh, no matter how tough you are, one phone call from me, and you'll be in jail tomorrow." For a businessman of Zhang Tianhao's caliber, it was impossible not to have connections. The martial world isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships. He tried to threaten Qin Chuan with official words. "How scared now? I despise you martial artists the most, always using your fists, never your brains. I'm telling you today you've crossed someone you shouldn't have. Kneel and apologize now, let your girl keep me company for 7 days and 7 nights, and I might consider letting you off." Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flashing in them. If he didn't eliminate Zhang Tianhao, Xiaoyan would likely face trouble in the days to come. But dealing with him now would complicate things. Just as he was considering his next move, his phone suddenly rang. Qin Chuan frowned, taking out his phone from his pocket and glancing at the caller ID. Xiao Chun. When he saw the name, confusion flickered in his eyes as he tried to recall who it was. Then it dawned on him. Xiao Chun seemed to be Kong Fu's bodyguard. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Qin?" "I'm Xiao Chun. The old master's cough has worsened today, and Miss asked me to inquire if you could spare some time to come over." Xiao Chun's voice was exceedingly respectful over the phone. Qin Chuan paused briefly before replying, "I've run into a bit of trouble here, so I might not be able to make it for a while." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun quickly asked, "Mr. Qin, what trouble have you encountered? Could you tell me? The old master once said that you have shown kindness to the Kong family, and your matters are the Kong family's affairs. Although I'm just a guard by the old master's side, I can still resolve some minor issues for you." Qin Chuan thought for a moment, and said, "It's at the entrance of MJXXX. There's a guy called Brother Hao who said he wants my girlfriend to accompany him for 7 days and 7 nights, or else he'll kill me." Xiao Chen's expression tensed upon hearing this. Brother Hao? I've never heard of such a figure in the capital. The sound of a car engine starting came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. The entrance of Mix right. He'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Qin Chuan remained nonchalant. Zhang Tianhao stood in place watching Qin Chuan finish his call without any intention of stopping him. Damn it, a young punk driving a Mercedes C-Class. What kind of backing could he have? How even if you call 100 helpers, it's useless. I'm telling you, kid, you've kicked an iron plate today. Until I've had my fill of your woman, this matter won't be over." A Biao lying on the ground bared his teeth and said, "Kid, even if you're stronger in martial arts than me, so what? In the face of absolute power, you're nothing. Once Brother Hao is done with your woman, I won't let her off either. He'll tie you to a chair and make you watch me have my way with her." Qin Chuan looked at a Biao on the ground, wanting to give him another kick. But at this moment, he still didn't know how to control his peak 4th-level martial arts strength. Another kick would surely prevent a Biao from seeing the sun tomorrow. So Qin Chuan simply lifted his foot and stomped on a Biao's mouth. Instantly, a Biao's entire set of teeth shattered with broken fragments filling his mouth. A Biao whimpered in pain, unable to speak another word. Seeing a Biao's miserable state, Zhang Tianhao roared, "Kid, just you wait." With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Captain Liu, it's Tianhao. I'm in the capital today for business. Now someone is threatening me and has even injured my man. 10 minutes. All right, thank you, Captain Liu. They'll be waiting for you at the entrance of MAXXX. With that, Zhang Tianhao put away his phone. "Kid, I'm telling you, you're finished. Done for life." In less than 10 minutes, 2 black and white cars pulled up. They were from the Public Security Bureau, and a plainclothes officer stepped out. He got out of the car, puffed out his chest, and upon spotting Zhang Tianhao, walked over slowly. Zhang Tianhao hurried forward, offering a cigarette. "Captain Liu, I'm so sorry to trouble you." Captain Liu wore a haughty expression, his gaze filled with disdain and arrogance. He took the cigarette and placed it in his mouth, and Zhang Tianhao quickly lit it for him. "Zhang Tianhao, haven't you turned over a new leaf? Why are you still causing trouble? And if you must, why bring it to the capital?" Captain Liu's tone carried displeasure, a display of superiority from a higher-up to a subordinate. Zhang Tianhao looked meek. "Captain Liu, what are you saying? I came to the capital today for business. Who would have thought I'd run into this kid who attacked my man?" Captain Liu frowned, scanning the scene. Seeing 4 burly men lying on the ground, he asked in surprise how many people were on the other side. One. Captain Liu was even more astonished. Zhang Tianhao pointed at Qin Chuan, who was a few steps away. "It's him, Captain Liu. Such deliberate injury is no different from murder or robbery. He attempted murder. He should be severely punished." Captain Liu discreetly sized up Qin Chuan and the car behind him. Noticing that the license plate wasn't a special one, and that Qin Chuan's face was unfamiliar, he felt relieved. Seeing Qin Chuan standing still with no intention of acting rashly, he asked, "You, what's your name? Why did you injure someone?" "Qin Chuan. I acted because they harassed and assaulted my girlfriend." Captain Liu pointed at the 4 men on the ground. "Regardless of the reason, did you, or did you not lay hands on these men?" Qin Chuan sneered, "Is there something wrong with self-defense? How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Just answer yes or no. Qin Chuan understood that the man was clearly setting a trap. If he answered yes, he would fall right into it. You're in cahoots with Zhang Tianhao. Seeing that Qin Chuan had been cornered by Captain Liu's few words, Zhang Tianhao began to gloat. Kid, so what if we're in cahoots? I already told you can't beat me. I decide whether you live or die. Captain Liu said you're now refusing to cooperate with our investigation. Do you know that's an additional offense? The two sides were at a standoff, the atmosphere tense and bristling. Captain Liu was about to signal his men to arrest Qin Chuan. A black Audi A6 screeched to a halt, stopping between the two parties. A robust man stepped out sporting a crew cut and wearing a camouflage jacket, military trousers, and military-style leather shoes. This man was Xiao Chun, who had just spoken to Qin Chuan on the phone. He got out, briefly surveyed the surroundings, then walked up to Qin Chuan. I'm sorry, mister. Qin, I'm late. Are you alright? Qin Chuan nodded. I'm fine. Seeing that Qin Chuan was unharmed, Xiao Chun suddenly turned his head to look at Zhang Tianhao and Captain Liu behind him. The moment Captain Liu saw the Audis license plate, his face turned pale. Xiao Chun spotted Captain Liu and, seeing him standing close to Zhang Tianhao, immediately understood the situation. He barked, Liu Chong, what are you doing here? Liu Chong's body tensed up, and he stood ramrod straight. Chun. Brother Chun, I'm investigating a case. Investigating what case? This boss Zhang said that. That man committed assault, so I. Xiao Chun stepped forward and slapped Liu Chong across the face, causing him to stumble and nearly lose his balance. Bullshit. Don't think I don't know what kind of person Zhang Tianhao is. Let me tell you this, mister. Qin is a friend of the old master and an honored guest of the Kong family. Liu Chong looked at Qin Chuan in disbelief. He's a friend of the old master. An honored guest of the Kong family. In Liu Chong's memory, the old master of the Kong family was already over 80 years old. His friends were all nearly 70, highly influential and of astonishing status. This young man before him, who appeared to be only around 20, how could he possibly be a friend of the old master? Well, you don't believe me. The old master is hosting a banquet today and personally sent me to pick up Mr. Qin for a visit. Liu Chong suddenly understood. That explained why this special Audi was here. This car was a state-issued vehicle awarded to the old master in recognition of his contributions to national defense. Such a car was rarely driven out, and whenever it was to receive someone of great importance. Xiao Chun turned respectfully and asked Mr. Qin, how would you like to handle this matter? Qin Chuan could now see just how special Kong Fu's status was. Since that was the case, he didn't need to act himself. I don't want to see him around anymore, Qin Chuan said expressionlessly. Xiao Chun fixed a sharp gaze on Liu Chong. Today's matter, you must give Mr. Qin an explanation. Otherwise, if the old master gets angry, your life will be over. Liu Chong shuddered, immediately grasping the implication, and quickly replied, yes, I understand. I will report back at once, set up a special task force, and thoroughly investigate all of Zhang Tianhao's illegal activities, handling them with the utmost severity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao felt his scalp tingle. What was happening? How had the reinforcements he summoned become the ones to arrest him? Captain Liu. He was about to speak when a silver handcuff flew over and locked him firmly. Zhang Tianhao, you are suspected of being involved in multiple assault cases. You are now under arrest. I hope you will not resist and will cooperate fully with our work. Zhang Tianhao felt as if the sky was falling. He had only come for a drink and to flirt with a woman. How had it come to digging up his past? Who was that young man? His legs gave way and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing and clasping his hands towards Qin Chuan. Brother Qin, Mr. Qin, I failed to recognize your eminence. I am a fool, a scoundrel. I had a few too many drinks and went blind. I shouldn't have offended you. I was wrong. Please spare me. I will leave the capital immediately right now, and I will never dare again. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, not even glancing at Zhang Tianhao again, and said to Liu Chong, with his criminal record, can he be sentenced to life imprisonment? Captain Liu was inwardly shocked. This young man was truly ruthless. He quickly replied, I will certainly investigate thoroughly to the very end. Based on my understanding of Zhang Tianhao, life imprisonment is the minimum. Qin Chuan nodded. Good. I will send a banner when the time comes. Hearing this, Zhang Tianhao's vision went dark and he fainted. Liu Chong then escorted him away from the scene. Mr. Qin, the matter is resolved. Please come with me. Seeing that Xiao Chun had solved the problem for him, Qin Chuan found it hard to refuse. He first comforted Su Xiaoyan, then called a designated driver to take her back to the University of Finance and Economics, while he himself went to the Kong family in Xiao Chun's car. Su Xiaoyan was a sensible and well-mannered girl. Seeing that Xiao Chun had helped Qin Chuan resolve the immediate crisis, she knew he was a person of considerable influence. When men are handling affairs, women should not be a burden. So after hugging Qin Chuan tightly for half a minute, she left first. Qin Chuan got into the A6, heading towards the northern outskirts of the city. As soon as he got in the car, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, Challenger, you have completed the side quest Eliminate Bullies, an evil quest. Reward medical skill experience 100, promotion to level 2 medical arts novice. As the reward notification faded, the character attribute panel appeared. Character attributes: Qin Chuan, gender, male, martial arts level 4, peak medical arts level 2 novice, had his medical arts advanced to level 2. After Qin Chuan closed the system interface, he felt a vast amount of medical knowledge being forcibly implanted into his mind. This knowledge came with a wealth of clinical experience and techniques. Most importantly, his understanding of the essence of life had deepened. After absorbing all the information, Qin Chuan felt both mentally and physically exhausted. He surrendered himself to the back seat of the A6, lying down and breathing in short, shallow gasps. This A6 was quite old, evident from its headlights and the retro CD player in the center console. However, the leather seats and the suede headliner inside were still spotless, and the chassis still felt solid. It was clear that the owner rarely used this car and maintained it meticulously. Xiao Chun drove, glancing at Qin Chuan in the rearview mirror. Mr. Qin, you must be curious about the old master's identity. This is no ordinary car. Before getting in, Qin Chuan had seen the military district license plate and the military district pass on the windshield, and he understood the car's true value. Xiao Chun nodded. Since he was taking Qin Chuan there, it was best to inform him of the old master's identity beforehand. The old master joined the army in his youth and participated in countless battles, large and small, guarding the southern border and making tremendous contributions. He, along with 7 other generals, was known as the 8 war gods of Huaxia. Qin Chuan was slightly moved by the title 8 war gods of Huaxia. In today's era of peace, it had gradually been forgotten by people. Yet decades ago, it represented the guardian deity in the hearts of countless Huaxia people. Qin Chuan looked out at the peaceful flow of traffic and silently made a decision. No matter what, he would heal this war god, who had made great contributions to Huaxia. The car drove along the 3rd ring road, out of the city center, past a lush forest and a lake. It stopped in front of a gate made of green bricks and tiles behind, which was a courtyard enclosed by tall, solemn walls. Mr. Qin, this is the high-level sanatorium of the Northern Military District. Retired high-ranking military officers live here. The old master. Oh, here we should call him the old chief. He lives here too. With that, Xiao Chun led Qin Chuan out of the car and over to an electric sightseeing car. Mr. Qin, the people inside the sanatorium are all great figures who fought for the nation. They are advanced in age. To avoid disturbing their rest, we must switch to the electric car after entering the main gate. Xiao Chun explained as he expertly started the electric vehicle. Qin Chuan didn't mind. He held deep respect for these veterans who had fought for their country. The electric car drove along a quiet path, passing by elderly people and white-clad nurses. Every one of these elders was a legend in their own right. Though advanced in years, their indomitable spirit was still deeply imprinted on them. Xiao Chun spotted another electric car in the distance, also heading towards the old master's residence. Looking closely, he recognized the person in the car. The eldest daughter is here too. Eldest daughter? Qin Chuan asked, puzzled. Xiao Chun quickly explained, the eldest daughter refers to the old chief's daughter. The chief has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Kong Xiang, inherited the old master's legacy and serves the nation guarding the southern border. The second daughter, Kong Meng, works steadily, is a workaholic, still unmarried, and works at the capital television station. As for the youngest son, Xiao Chun hesitated, then finally said, as for the youngest son, he always uses the family connections to run amok outside. He operates around the capital Jizhou and Jiangning. Though he can't compare to his elder brother and sister, he still managed to make something of himself. Qin Chuan nodded. He wasn't too concerned with other people's family affairs. He had come today mainly because he had promised Kong Fu to save his life. Xiao Chun drove faster and soon parked in front of a villa at the same time as the car ahead. Getting out of the car, he respectfully greeted the woman in the other vehicle. Eldest miss. Kong Meng in the car appeared to be around 30 years old and was exceptionally well maintained. Her fair face was wrinkle-free, making her look no different from a woman in her 20s. Her refined and elegant makeup paired with a well-tailored lady's suit highlighted her capable aura. Kong Meng glanced at Xiao Chun, then at Qin Chuan in the car, and asked sternly, Xiao Chun, who is he? This is Mr. Qin. He's here to treat the old chief. Oh, from which hospital? Xiao Chun hesitated, unsure how to answer. Qin Chuan spoke frankly, I'm not a doctor. I'm a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics. Hearing Qin Chuan's introduction, Kong Meng's previously cold face turned to anger. Xiao Chun, are you being ridiculous? Who did you bring to treat my father? Kong Meng was raised in a family of high-ranking officials surrounded by individuals who held the pinnacle of power and influence in the nation. Naturally, she exuded an air of overbearing arrogance from within. The sharpness of her interrogation was enough to make even the battle-hardened Xiao Chun's heart skip a beat. Yet bound by the orders of his old chief, Xiao Chun could not defy her. He hesitated, saying, Miss, these are all the old chief's wishes. My father is old and occasionally confused. You are his close confidant. Are you confused as well? A couple of coughs interrupted Kong Meng's reprimand. From within the villa's main entrance, a young and beautiful maiden emerged, supporting an aged and frail old man as they slowly walked out. The maiden Fang Xiong wore a white sportswear set radiating vitality. The slightly loose-fitting sportswear was pulled taut by her stunning figure. The old man, Kong Fu, clad in a dark blue silk training suit, appeared ethereal and otherworldly. Xiao Meng, were you calling me confused behind my back? Kong Fu asked with authority. Startled, Kong Meng quickly stepped forward, Father, I've told you before, you need to trust science and trust the doctors. Xiaoming, your father hasn't reached the point of senility yet. I know what is right and what is wrong. Kong Ming sighed and shook her head. Every time she brought up his illness, he brushed her off with the same words. Today, while she was in a meeting at the station, she received a call from her father's adopted daughter Fang Qiong. Saying her father's health was abnormal, she immediately dropped the meeting and rushed home. Father, nothing you say today will change my mind. I've invited Dr. Wang from the second hospital of Jingdu City to come to our home. He is a world-renowned internal medicine specialist who has saved hundreds of lives. With him treating you, your chronic ailment will surely be cured. With that, Kong Ming helped her father back inside. Then she stepped aside to make way for Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, I appreciate your trouble. Dr. Wang nodded and began preparing his equipment. Kong Ming earnestly introduced him to Kung Fu Father Dr. Wang is the standout among the young doctors at the second hospital of Jingdu City. He became the hospital's youngest chief physician at 30. His skill in internal medicine is renowned throughout Huaxia. Patients from all over the country seek his consultation and appointments are booked solid until next year. Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses, exuding calm confidence. With years of practice and countless awards, he had every reason to be confident. Dr. Wang stepped forward, first examining Kong Fu's tongue coating, then listening to his heartbeat. He then carefully reviewed the MRI results, CT scans, ultrasounds, and a series of other routine and non-routine radiological examinations. Finally, he analyzed the blood test results. After half an hour, Dr. Wang synthesized all his findings and stood up. Kong Ming hurried over. Dr. Wang, how is it? My father's illness. Dr. Wang smiled as he rolled up his stethoscope, saying, the old gentleman's condition is not serious. The radiological results are normal. At his age, coughing occasionally and feeling fatigued are normal. After all, age takes its toll. However, a few values in his blood test are on the low side. I suspect it's a nutritional imbalance caused by picky eating. He spoke calmly, looking at Kong Ming. Startled, Kong Ming quickly responded, Dr. Wang, you're truly remarkable. Just a quick look and you knew my father is a picky eater. He only loves meat, especially fatty pork belly. Dr. Wang smiled, that explains it. You can't just eat meat, old sir. You need a balanced diet, otherwise your body will lack certain nutrients and problems will arise. I once had a patient like that. After surgery, he neglected his diet and lacked systematic nutritional supplementation, growing weaker day by day. I immediately examined and treated him, prescribing vitamin B12 injections. Within a month, he gained 5 pounds, his health greatly improved, and now he even goes winter swimming. Kong Ming's eyes lit up as she asked Dr. Wang, what exactly should my father do? It's nothing serious. He'll prescribe some nutritional supplements for the old gentleman. You can buy them and ensure he takes them on time. With proper care for half a year, he'll be fine. Kong Ming looked at her father with feigned reproach. Father, see. It's all minor issues, but you insisted on avoiding the doctor. And what's the result? Dr. Wang came, and in half an hour he solved your long-standing problem. Kung Fu smiled, stood up, and said to Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang, is it truly as you say? Just taking a few supplements will cure me. Rest assured, old sir. I have confidence in my medical skills. Trust me, and you'll be fine. Heh. A disdainful laugh came from behind the crowd. Kong Ming's face darkened as she looked over. What are you laughing at? Qin Chuan stepped forward and said, I laugh at your ignorance. If the old gentleman doesn't receive proper treatment immediately, he might not survive 48 hours. The words struck like a thunderbolt, silencing the entire room. Dr. Wang frowned. Nonsense. The old gentleman is in robust health, just lacking a few trace elements. Kong Ming fumed. How dare you curse my father? Xiao Chun, throw him out. Who is this person trying to make a spectacle and gain my Kong family's attention? Xiao Chun lowered his head, hesitating. He glanced at the old chief. Seeing his daughter's arrogance and rudeness toward Qin Chuan, Kung Fu was angered and tried to stand up to argue. But the moment his bottom lifted an inch from the chair, he suddenly coughed violently, spitting up traces of blood. Moments later, Kung Fu collapsed without warning, falling onto the sofa. Instantly, everyone in the Kong family surrounded him, checking on his condition. Fang Xiong, frightened, kept calling out, Grandpa, Grandpa. Kong Ming gently shook her father's arm. Father. Father. Xiao Qin stepped forward and placed his index finger under his nose. Sensing a faint warmth of breath, he felt slightly relieved. Dr. Wang's face changed dramatically. How could the old gentleman faint so suddenly? Could he be putting on an act? He quickly grabbed his stethoscope and rushed over to examine him. He listened to the heartbeat, then checked the eyelids. The heartbeat and pupils showed no major abnormalities. Dr. Wang was horrified. At this moment, there was no time to overthink. Saving the patient was paramount. He first performed CPR, then chest compressions. A full round of emergency procedures yielded no effect. In desperation, he ran back to his car and retrieved a portable defibrillator, preparing to administer the highest level of emergency treatment. Seeing the defibrillator, Kong Ming panicked. If that device was used, even if her father woke up, it would take half his life. Dr. Wang, is there no other way? Must we use the defibrillator? Dr. Wang frowned deeply and said solemnly, we are in the golden window for rescuing the patient. If we delay any longer, his life will be in danger. Miss Kong, you must trust me. Kong Ming was the one with the most authority in the villa at that moment. Only with her approval could Dr. Wang proceed with the next steps. Holding the defibrillator, Dr. Wang awaited her nod. Ignorance. Your actions are no different from murdering old Master Kong. A voice echoed from behind the crowd. By now Kong Ming had abandoned all pretense of a noble lattice decorum, her voice sharp as she barked, Xiao Qin, didn't you hear me? Throw him out. Xiao Chun had witnessed Qin Chuan's intervention when he treated Kung Fu. A single bottle of golden liquid had restored Kung Fu's clarity, leaving him even more vigorous than before. After all, Kung Fu had consulted renowned physicians across the nation to no avail. Defying Kong Ming's orders, Xiao Chun turned to Qin Chuan, clasping his fists in a respectful salute. Master Qin, please save the old general. If you can heal him, I would gladly brave fire and water for you, without hesitation. Xiao Qin's words were sincere, tears streaming down his cheeks. Kong Ming's face flushed crimson with rage, but she had no time to dwell on it. Dr. Wang, please hurry and administer treatment. I fear any further delay will put my father's life at risk. Dr. Wang, however, harbored little confidence. All of Kong Fu's vital signs appeared normal. Defibrillators were meant only for patients on the brink of death. Using them on someone with normal physiology would irreparably damage their internal organs, an irreversible emergency measure. Dr. Wang, Kong Ming urged again, her tone frantic. After a moment's deliberation, Dr. Wang gritted his teeth. He would try anything as a last resort. With that, he powered on the device, preparing to press the 2 paddles against Kong Fu's chest. Just as his hands were about to descend, Fang Qiong rushed forward, shielding her grandfather Kung Fu. Her tears had long since smudged her delicate makeup. And if you use the defibrillator, even if Grandpa survives, he'll be paralyzed. Xiao Qiong, do you realize what you're doing? Step aside. Aunt, please let Mr. Qin give it a try. Kong Ming was furious. Xiao Qin's defiance was one thing. He was an outsider after all. But even Fang Qiong, whom her father treated as a granddaughter, was acting this way. She couldn't comprehend it. She yanked Fang Qiong aside. But how could an ordinary woman overpower a martial artist at the initial stage of the first grade? Xiao Qiong, I agreed to let you learn martial arts, not to use it against your own aunt. Ignoring her aunt's reprimand, Fang Qiong turned to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I implore you to save my grandfather. Fang Qiong's words pushed Kong Ming over the edge. Fang Qiong, do you know what you're saying? You are a member of the Kong family from the capital, and yet you grovel like this. Have you no shame for our family's honor? With that, Kong Ming strode toward Qin Chuan, pointing a finger at him. I've seen plenty of social climbers like you, always looking for a chance to latch onto our family. Your previous success in saving my father was pure luck. I let it slide since he was unharmed. But trying to fool us again today, Kong Ming will not stand for it. Qin Chuan's pupils contracted, his voice icy. Your Kong family is not worthy of my fawning. I merely wish to treat the old general out of admiration for his service to the nation. If you insist on waking him with electricity, his condition will worsen, possibly leaving him paralyzed. Nonsense. Miss Kong, time is of the essence. Please decide quickly, Dr. Wang urged. Kong Ming stepped forward again, wrapping her arms around Fang Qiong and lifting her away. Dr. Wang immediately pressed the 2 paddles against Kong Fu's chest. With a crackle of electricity, Kong Fu's body arched like a ball, then fell back down. Unable to bear the sight, Qin Chuan quietly exited the room and stepped outside. Inside, seeing that Kung Fu hadn't awakened, sweat began to bead on Dr. Wang's forehead. This strike had evidently failed. He turned the dial, increasing the current by 1 level. Then he pressed again. Kong Fu's body jolted once more. After 2 attempts, Kung Fu still hadn't regained consciousness. Tension gripped everyone present. Fang Qiong sobbed, Xiao Chen's fists clenched tightly. Even Kong Ming's face showed rare signs of panic. Dr. Wang's heart raced. He took a deep breath, then cranked the device's power to its maximum setting. Another shock followed. Cough, cough, cough. At last, Kong Fu's faint cough broke the tense silence. Fang Qiong broke free from her aunt's grip and rushed to her grandfather's side. Grandpa, Grandpa. Kong Ming also stepped forward to look at her father. Dr. Wang let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Qiong, Xiao Ming. Kong Fu slowly lifted his eyelids, whispering his granddaughter's and daughter's names. Dad, I'm here. Kong Ming took her father's hand. The next moment, Kong Fu's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, I can't move my body. My hands. Why can't I feel my hands? Kong Ming was startled and released her father's hand. His hand fell like a withered leaf. She immediately demanded of Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang, what's wrong with my father? Beads of sweat dripped from Dr. Wang's face as he hurriedly examined him. After a thorough check, he couldn't identify the cause. The old general. He stammered, unsure how to respond. But his expression betrayed him. Kong Fu cried out in despair, Why is this happening? Dad, don't worry. Well-run tests, get a full examination, and consult other doctors. Tears of defiance streamed from Kong Fu's eyes. Xiao Ming, why did you harm your father? Kong Ming was bewildered. Dad, how am I harming you? Just now you were unconscious and Dr. Wang revived you. Isn't this better than losing your life? Kong Fu's eyes revealed despair along with disappointment in his daughter. I invited Mr. Qin to save my life. But my own daughter obstructed him at every turn, and now I'm completely paralyzed. I Kung Fu have spent my life in military service. I may not have died on the battlefield, but I cannot bear to become a useless burden. Xiaoming, your father cannot endure such a life. I beg you give me a swift end. Kong Ming's heart ached at her father's words. Memories of her childhood, when her father carried her on his back through mountains and seas, flashed vividly before her eyes, as if it were yesterday. Kong Ming sank to her knees before Kong Fu, weeping bitterly. After a moment, she seemed to remember something. She rushed outside to Qin Chuan and fell to her knees with a thud before him. This was the eldest daughter of a top-tier family in the capital, a celestial maiden pursued and admired by countless suitors. Now she knelt before Qin Chuan as humbly as a servant from ancient times. Her voice was low and suppliant as she begged, Mr. Qin, I beseech you to save my father. If you can heal him, I'll pay any price except any condition you name. Qin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the elegant, graceful woman before him. He spoke. I have plenty of money. Your family's meager wealth holds no appeal. I can save him, but your slander against me just now is unforgivable. If you want me to heal him from this day forth, you shall serve me as a maidservant for 10 years as punishment. That is my condition. Kong Ming's brows knitted tightly. She had never suffered such humiliation. To serve as a maidservant for 10 years, attending to this university student barely in his 20s. Not to mention she was a top-tier heiress of the capital. Even her position as director of the capital television station could not justify such a demeaning submission. Accepting Qin Chuan's terms meant losing her career and love at the peak of her life at 30. Kong Ming bit her lip, her heart in endless turmoil. Yet looking behind her at her father, paralyzed due to her stubbornness and rudeness. Her eyes resigned with despair, trading the 10 most crucial years of her life for her father's health. All right, I agree. As long as you can save my father, I willingly serve as your maidservant for 10 years attending to you. Kong Ming said, trembling with reluctance. Qin Chuan ignored her, walking straight into the house, toward Kong Fu. Mr. Qin. The paralyzed Kong Fu, unable to turn his head, could only face the ceiling and call out softly. No need to speak, I will heal you, Qin Chuan replied, placing his right hand on Kong Fu's wrist pulse. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the pulse's rhythm. Everyone in the room held their breath, awaiting Qin Chuan's diagnosis. A minute later, he opened his eyes and spoke with indignation. The old man originally only suffered from qi deviation and chaotic meridians. Now, after the electric shock, his fragile meridians are completely severed, especially those connecting the cervical spine, shattered by the high voltage. Even the most skilled surgeon operating cannot reconnect them. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Kong Fu burst into laughter. Meridians severed. Meridians severed. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for letting me understand before I die. To live and witness the nation's peace and prosperity with the people content in their lives is enough for me. Mr. Qin, please help me pass away peacefully. I can no longer endure this life of a living corpse. Though everyone knew it was impossible for a paralyzed person to recover, Qin Chuan's words still pierced like a knife into their hearts. Xiaochen wiped his tears and snot continuously. Fang Qiong sobbed uncontrollably, leaning over Kong Fu's chest. Dr. Wang had already slipped away unnoticed, and Kong Ming watched but did not stop him. All of this was caused by her arrogance and prejudice. Now, even if she became a maidservant, it was futile. She understood that her father could not endure a life of mere survival. It would be akin to torment. Desperate, Kong Ming took out her phone to call her two brothers, asking them to return and arrange their father's funeral. But before she could dial, Qin Chuan's reply shocked everyone. Old man, with me here, even if your meridians are annihilated, they can be regenerated. Besides, this minor injury is nothing in my eyes. It just requires an upgraded version of the life essence. At these words, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. Regrowing severed limbs had no precedent. Yet Qin Chuan claimed he could reconstruct annihilated meridians. Was this not a fantasy? Kong Ming, disregarding everything, crawled to Qin Chuan's feet and clung to his leg. Please let my father stand again. Qin Chuan glanced at her with a cold smirk, then turned to Xiao Chen. I now need 1 gene of heaven-earth water as a medicinal primer. Xiao Chen looked baffled. Heaven-earth water. Qin Chuan sighed. The knowledge of second-level medical arts in his mind used terms from ancient times which he had blurted out without thinking. So he rephrased, heaven-earth water is dew. The dew I need must be collected 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after dawn. The container must be ceramic, no other material. With this explanation, Xiao Chen understood. Fortunately, the sanatorium was in a suburban forest, the most convenient place to collect dew. In the city center of the capital, they might not even gather 10 milliliters in a whole night. After receiving his orders, he immediately ran out to mobilize everyone to collect water. Qin Chuan also wrote a prescription of herbs, none of which were rare, but a few could only be identified by martial artists. After writing it, he handed the prescription to Fang Qiong. Go fetch the herbs according to this prescription. Remember, each herb must be exactly 3 liang and 2 qian. Go quickly and return swiftly. Fang Qiong did not dare waste a moment, taking the prescription and rushing out. Qin Chuan gently placed Kong Fu's hand back under the woolen blanket and reassured him, Old man, rest for now. Once the ingredients are gathered, I will treat you. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Kong Fu's eyes glistened with tears filled with longing. Mr. Qin, do I still have a chance to stand? Qin Chuan laughed heartily. Haha, old man, not just stand. You'll be able to climb Mount Tai without any trouble. At these words, Kong Fu's tears turned to laughter, his heart surging with excitement. Kong Ming, still prostrate on the ground, lifted her head to gaze at the man who would be her master for the next decade, her expression complex. In her mind, she conjured hundreds of possible scenarios. As a television station director, she had seen countless news stories. The more capable a man appeared on the surface, the more sinister his hidden desires often were. Bizarre tricks could torment people beyond endurance. After lulling Kung Fu to sleep, Qin Chuan walked to the window with his hands behind his back and said, "Our agreement takes effect from today, lasting 10 years. Within these 10 years you must not defy my will, only obey. If you harbor any cunning thoughts, you will bear the consequences." Kong Ming dared not speak further, only clasped her hands tightly and bowed her head in acceptance. The man before her was unfathomable. If he could heal her father, he could just as easily make him paralyzed again without a trace. "Yes, master, I dare not harbor any disloyalty. You need not follow me every day, I'll continue your work. Keep your phone on 24 hours a day, and on weekends come to the villa to await orders." With that, Qin Chuan did not spare another glance at Kong Ming walking to a nearby sofa to sit and rest. For someone like Kong Ming, a pampered and arrogant heiress from birth, Qin Chuan felt nothing but disdain. Raised with a silver spoon, surrounded by sycophants who indulged her every whim, she had grown to believe that her words were truth, and her understanding was absolute. Little did she know, beneath the vast heavens, there were countless people far stronger than her scattered among the common folk. Taming Kong Ming was also a lesson for Kung Fu in teaching his daughter. The pre-dawn hours were the quietest. Only 3 people remained in the villa: the sleeping Kung Fu and Qin Chuan, and Kong Ming sitting in silence. Soon the eastern sky blazed with a hint of gold as the morning sun slowly rose. Xiaoqin carefully carried in a blue and white porcelain bottle. "Mr. Qin, the water has been collected." Fang Xiong followed closely behind, carrying a bag of herbs. Having gathered all the items, Xiaoqin glanced over them and found nothing particularly extraordinary. "Is this really going to work?" he muttered inwardly with doubt. So he ventured tentatively, "Mr. Qin, is this all the life essence you mentioned?" Qin Chuan nodded, then began to inventory the items. Though Xiao Chun was eager to voice his questions, he feared being too abrupt and offending Qin Chuan. So he swallowed his curiosity. Despite it being his first time concocting life essence, Qin Chuan's proficiency in second-grade medical arts made the process effortless. During the preparation, Qin Chuan silently rejoiced in his current peak 4th-grade martial arts cultivation. With the ability to externalize martial energy, he knew the most crucial ingredient for life essence was the martial energy of a powerful warrior. Every 10 milliliters required the full reserve of a peak 1st-grade warrior, or half of a peak 2nd-grade warrior's energy. As a peak 4th-grade martial artist, Qin Chuan expended only a quarter of his martial energy. After channeling it outward, he would need an extended period of rest to recover. The loss of martial energy was fatal to any warrior. The martial energy Qin Chuan expended to produce 1 vial of life essence was enough to drop his cultivation by a full tier, from peak 4th grade to advanced 4th grade. And this upgraded version of life essence would at least reduce him to beginner 4th grade. Yet even so, Qin Chuan did not care. For saving a hero like Old Kong, who had bled and risked his life for the nation, sacrificing a bit of combat prowess was nothing. After a full day of work, by dusk, he finally produced a small 10 milliliter vial of the upgraded life essence. Qin Chuan immediately took it to Kung Fu's side and called out, "Old master." Kung Fu slowly opened his eyes and under everyone's watchful gaze drank the life essence. "Father, how are you?" Kong Ming asked anxiously. "Grandfather, you must get well." Fang Xiong knelt beside him, praying softly. Xiaoqin clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the scene. Kung Fu's eyelids drooped, and he seemed utterly feeble. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. In the next moment, Kung Fu felt his once-numb body connect like strands of rope being woven together. Every blood vessel flowed like a cleared waterway, circulating blood steadily. Within his dantian, a nameless flame began to kindle. His body started to operate like an internal combustion engine. He sat up abruptly, took a deep breath, then turned, planted his feet on the ground, and stretched vigorously. The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard with only the sound of everyone's breathing. What was this? A medical miracle. Even Fang Xiong and Xiao Chun, who had witnessed the power of life essence before, could not believe what they saw. Just moments ago, Kung Fu was completely paralyzed. Now, he could stand up and stretch. He even appeared full of energy, seemingly in better condition than before. Kong Ming's mouth fell slightly open, startled by the sight. She had thought Qin Chuan's treatment would be gradual, with improvements measured in months. She never imagined such immediate results. At that moment, her perception of Qin Chuan was utterly transformed. The best way to conquer a strong-willed woman was to be even stronger oneself, overwhelming her worldview with sheer power. Kong Ming's heart raced and her chest heaved uncontrollably. Looking at Qin Chuan again, she felt no trace of disgust or hatred. Only admiration remained, mingled even with the budding hope of a young maiden. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Kung Fu strode out to the villa's front yard. Under the bright moonlight, he freely stretched his limbs and performed 2 sets of the Kong family boxing techniques. What a joy! What a joy! I haven't felt this invigorated in over a decade. I feel like I'm 30 again. Sir, you are truly a divine being. Kung Fu laughed as he walked back inside after his workout. Qin Chuan, exhausted from expending so much martial energy, had fallen asleep on the sofa in the corner. Xiao Qian excitedly moved to wake Qin Chuan, but Kung Fu stopped him with a hand. Do not disturb Mr. Qin. He has expended too much mental energy to heal me. Xiao Qiong, go prepare the guest room. Xiao Chun, carry Mr. Qin to the room. Fang Xiong and Xiao Chun followed the orders and left. In the living room, only Kung Fu and his daughter remained. Kong Ming knelt in shame. Father, I was wrong. Kung Fu sighed and helped her up. A father never blames his own daughter. Xiao Ming, Mr. Qin is a man of great talent who will surely achieve much in the future. Moreover, he has shown kindness to our Kong family. You must not be disrespectful to him again. Kong Ming nodded. Father, I want. She wanted to say she would willingly follow him forever, but the words stuck in her throat. The next day before dawn, Qin Chuan opened his eyes groggily. Dropping 2 cultivation levels yesterday had left his body weary. Congratulations, challenger. Side quest completed, sacrifice cultivation to save a life. Reward 50 shares of Biotti Group. Biotti Group was the second largest rechargeable battery manufacturer on Blue Star, with businesses spanning automobiles, new energy, electronics, and rail transit. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. This reward, 50 of Biotti Group shares, was even 20 more than Wanda Group's. Biotti Group was a domestic industry giant on par with Wanda. Though the system no longer directly handed him cash with the shares of these major conglomerates, he now owned. The annual dividends alone were a substantial sum. Qin Chuan looked around and found himself lying on a 2-meter bed. Someone sat beside him. Kong Ming leaning against the edge with her hand propping up her head. She wore a sheer silk nightgown, her voluptuous figure faintly visible. The unique charm of a 30-year-old woman was fully displayed. Qin Chuan glanced at his phone. It was 4:15 a.m. He realized with alarm that today was his first day of classes at school. The main quest had reminded him he must complete his studies unconditionally, without missing a single class. Qin Chuan immediately got up to dress. His movements startled Kong Ming awake. She asked, surprised and hesitant, Master, it's only 4:30. Won't you sleep a little longer? Without even looking at her, Qin Chuan replied coldly, I have class today. I must return to school. With that, he dressed and went downstairs. A flicker of disappointment passed through Kong Ming's eyes as she glanced down at herself. Could it be that her master still resented her harsh words from yesterday and wouldn't even look at her now? Without overthinking, she quickly changed and hurried downstairs to catch up. Master Xiao Chun is still asleep. Let me drive you to school. Qin Chuan checked the time and agreed. They drove off together toward the Capital University of Finance and Economics. The nursing home was located in the outskirts of the capital. Once they hit the 3rd ring road, traffic began to congest. Countless workers in the capital chose to live in the suburbs for one reason: cheaper housing. This meant everyone left home between 4 and 5 a.m. to head into the city. The roads into the city were clogged every morning. Qin Chuan and his companion left the nursing home at nearly 5 a.m. Despite Kong Ming weaving through traffic the whole way, they didn't arrive at the university until 8:50 a.m. As soon as the car stopped, Qin Chuan unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door to leave. Master, then I. Kong Ming called out weakly. I told you on work days you can go to your job. You don't need to follow me, Qin Chuan said curtly before rushing off. Watching his retreating figure, Kong Ming murmured, but I want to always stay by your side. At the Capital University of Finance and Economics, in the Moral Education Building 3rd floor, a tiered classroom. The room was already filled with students. Qin Chuan slipped in through the back door as the bell rang. On the podium, a tall girl in a collegiate-style denim dress was wiping the blackboard. Old forth this. Tang Yuming bent over, whispering to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan walked over and sat down. Who is she? A teacher. Her name is Tian Xin. She's hardly a teacher at best. She's an active class member, not even the class monitor. She came early at the start of the semester, curried favor with the head teacher, and now she's acting as a temporary monitor. But she's quite cute and has a good personality, so no one minds her being the acting monitor. Qin Chuan understood. Every class always has 1 or 2 standout individuals. Teachers notice them immediately and entrust them with important tasks. Of course, there are benefits to this. It allows more teachers and school leaders to recognize them. This makes things easier for them when handling matters at school later on. Today's classes only lasted half a day. There were no afternoon classes. Qin Chuan planned to go to a supermarket to stock up on some food for replenishment. Having dropped 2 cultivation realms in a row, even with his system boost, he hadn't triggered any rewards for realm advancement lately. He checked the navigation, prepared his backpack, and headed out. No sooner had he left the school gate than a Volkswagen Golf sped down the road. At the intersection, a shared bike suddenly darted out. The Golf swerved sharply, heading straight for Qin Chuan on the roadside. Fortunately, with his 4th-grade martial Dao talent, he managed to retreat just in time. With a ditch behind him, Qin Chuan had no room to escape and could only brace himself to withstand the impact. With a loud crash, the Golf screeched to a halt. The driver, pale with fright, hurriedly got out. I hit someone. She rushed to check only to see the car's front bumper locked against the man's knee, forming a stalemate. The front bumper was dented. The driver looked up. Qin Chuan. Tian Xin. They were classmates. Tian Xin, full of guilt, said, I'm so sorry, Qin Chuan, I didn't mean to. I was dodging that bike. Qin Chuan waved his hand. It's fine. A body at the 4th grade martial Dao realm could easily withstand the impact of a car at full speed. This minor collision was no different from a tickle to him. Tian Xin, unaware of this, kept insisting on taking Qin Chuan to the hospital for a checkup. After much stubborn refusal, Qin Chuan finally relented. Since you want to get checked, let me drive you wherever you want to go as an apology. I need to go to the supermarket. Tianzin's eyes lit up. I need to go to the supermarket too. So Qin Chuan got into Tianzin's car, and they set off together. After a 40-minute drive, Tian Xin took Qin Chuan to a foreign-brand supermarket, Sam's Club. Located on the West 3rd Ring Road in Kyoto, this Sam's Club boasted a massive space of over 200 square meters across 2 floors. The shopping experience inside was very pleasant, never feeling crowded. Tian Xin hadn't actually planned to go to the supermarket. She just felt guilty and wanted to make it up to Qin Chuan. She resolved in her heart to grab the bill at checkout as a token of apology. Qin Chuan pushed the shopping cart ahead, while Tian Xin checked her WeChat balance behind him. Seeing she had over 200 yuan left, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it should be enough. But when she looked up, she saw Qin Chuan reach into a small cabinet, grab a plastic packaged item, and toss it into the cart. Tian Xin pretended to browse around, walked over to the cabinet, and glanced at the price tag. Premium light dried sea cucumber, 500g, 2040 pieces, price, 11888. Tian Xin suddenly felt terrible. What the heck? Sea cucumbers priced at over 10,000 per pound. What was Qin Chuan planning to do? Eat them to cultivate immortality. But Qin Chuan had already walked off, leaving Tian Xin on the verge of tears. Gritting her teeth, she followed and sent a distress message to her best friend Huang Wenwen. Tian Xin, Wenwen, emergency. If you're a true sister, send me 100 via WeChat. Huang Wenwen. Thinking Tianzin's account was hacked, she blocked her directly. Tian Xin had no choice but to call and explain the whole situation. Qin, are you crazy? How could you take him to Sam's? Even if he didn't grab the sea cucumbers, picking up random stuff there would easily cost 1,000 or 2. Wenwen, don't scold me. I think he's doing it on purpose. His leg was hit by the car after all. Sai Qin, you're too kind. Fine, I'll lend you 10k first. Don't get sucked in. Stop his crazy spending before it's too late. Okie dokie, bestie. Love you, moi. After hanging up, Tian Xin quickly caught up with Qin Chuan. The items Qin Chuan picked next were relatively normal. Basically just fresh produced meat and seafood. Even so, the massive shopping cart was already stuffed to the brim. Tian Xin followed behind, mentally tallying the cost of each item. It had already exceeded 200 yuan. She had to send out another emergency plea midway. Seeing Qin Chuan heading toward the checkout, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost over. She forced a smile and said, Qin Chuan, with all this stuff you bought, won't it spoil in the dorm? Qin Chuan paused. I hadn't thought of that. According to Tianzin's script, Qin Chuan should now be putting some items back. Instead, he pushed the cart toward the elevator and went back upstairs. Tian Xin was speechless. What was he up to now? She had no choice but to follow. Qin Chuan headed straight to the home appliance section and called over a staff member. Hello, I'll take one of these. He pointed to a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator. Tian Xin glanced at the price tag, 20299. Before she could react, Qin Chuan pointed to a Miele washing machine. He'll take this one along with the matching dryer. Also that Hisense laser TV and the BO-A9 speakers. The staff member noted it down. Sir, would you like to pick these up yourself, or should we arrange delivery? Delivery, please. Tomorrow. Very well, sir. Tian Xin stood there dumbfounded. A quick mental calculation showed that the appliances Qin Chuan had just ordered cost over 100 yuan. Qin Chuan, are you moving to a new place? Buying appliances and all? No, these are for the dorm. Tianzin's heart bled. If she sent another emergency plea now, her best friend would probably come over and beat her to death. With a mournful face, she followed Qin Chuan to the checkout. What to do? Over 100,000 yuan. What to do? Call her parents and confess. She hit a classmate, brought him to the supermarket to make amends, and he bought over 100,000 yuan worth of goods in less than an hour. Her parents would surely beat their little cotton-padded jacket into rags. Just as Tian Xin was agonizing over whether to persuade Qin Chuan to stop, the cashier politely announced the total. Sir, your total comes to 138,769 yuan. Card, please. Beep, beep, beep. Sir, hey, race your receipt. Thank you for shopping. Please visit us again. Tian Xin thought she was hearing things. He paid for 13000 yuan worth of stuff himself. Aren't you buying anything? Qin Chuan turned to the dazed Tian Xin and asked. Tian Xin stammered, well, I don't need to buy anything else, he. Throughout the ride, she blamed herself for ever imagining Qin Chuan as the kind of person who would extort others. They loaded the items into the car, and Tian Xin inserted the key to start the engine. Back to school. Qin Chuan thought for a moment. The refrigerator hadn't arrived yet, and the groceries would spoil if taken back to the dormitory. Take me to Shun District first. They'll freeze the stuff there, and when the fridge arrives, they'll bring it back. You have a friend living there too. Perfect. Our friends are throwing a party tonight. Want to join? I'd rather not. Oh, come on, join us. They're all really nice. Tian Xin put on a pitiful expression, making it hard for Qin Chuan to refuse. Seeing no objection, she happily prepared to start the car. But after 3 attempts, the engine wouldn't catch. The car's broken. What do we do now? Qin Chuan tried it himself and found the engine likely had a problem. It probably won't go anywhere. He'll call a tow truck to take it to the shop. Tian Xin pouted. That was the only option. Then Qin Chuan opened a ride-hailing app only to find the queue had over 100 people. It would take at least an hour before his turn. The traffic in Jingdu was truly terrifying. Qin Chuan couldn't wait. Most of the items in the trunk were frozen or refrigerated and couldn't be left at room temperature for long. He got out, looked around, and said, maybe you'll buy a car. There's a dealership right next door. Tian Xin thought her ears were playing tricks on her. Huh, what do you mean? I mean I need a grocery jetter. Why not buy one instead of taking cabs every day? Still baffled, Tian Xin got out and followed Qin Chuan like a little duck. Swish. The automatic glass doors slid open as they sensed customers. Welcome. The male salesperson began his greeting only to see 2 students, a boy and a girl, rush in. Qin Chuan walked straight up to him. Which cars do you have in stock? Nearby 2 female sales clerks rolled their eyes and whispered, so many posers these days asking for stock cars right away. In a luxury dealership like ours, of course we have stock. Would you buy one if we had it? Exactly. If you're going to show off, at least go to a Honda or BYD store. Coming here is just ridiculous. The male salesperson swallowed hard. The entire showroom is in stock, sir. What model are you looking for? Qin Chuan thought for a moment. I need plenty of space. The male salesperson nodded. I see, for family outings. Qin Chuan shook his head. No, I just bought too many groceries. I need a big space to store the meat and vegetables. The male salesperson was speechless. What kind of absurd reason was that to buy a car? For a grocery jetter, he should go to Yadia down the street, not here. The 2 female sales clerks almost burst out laughing. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. Quick, take a video. This joke will last us all year. Tian Xin was mortified. She tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve. Qin Chuan, are we in the wrong place? Qin Chuan looked around the showroom and replied calmly, no, we're not. This dealership isn't a single brand for S store. But the models they sell are all large, which fits my needs. Tian Xin was speechless. Dude, these are Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs. Of course they're big. Qin Chuan frowned. I recognize the logos. The male salesperson wiped the sweat from his forehead. The conversation between these 2 was bizarre. Weren't they a couple? What were they doing? Putting on a show for him? Or were they mystery shoppers from headquarters? Struggling to maintain his composure, he led Qin Chuan to a full-size SUV. He nervously introduced it. This is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Black Badge Edition, the brand's first SUV. It features an upgraded 6.75-liter V12 twin-turbo engine delivering 563 horsepower and ample torque of 850 Nm at a low 1600 RPM. The entire vehicle has a special blacked out finish, and the Spirit of Ecstasy hood ornament is truly one of a kind. This car. Sir, would you like a test drive? I'm sorry, but this model isn't available for test drives. As you know, luxury cars are sensitive to mileage, every kilometers, or is costly. And if by any chance there's a scratch or dent, it's hard to resolve. The female sales clerks doubled over with laughter. Ha ha ha, so they just came to take pictures with the car. Poor Xiao Hui about to clock out and dealing with weirdos. They sneered from the corner. Tian Xin finally understood. Qin Chuan just wanted to kill time by test driving a car, since the wait for a cab was too long. She should have known. They were just regular customers. It wasn't illegal to browse and try out cars. Just as Tian Xin thought she had it all figured out, Qin Chuan pulled out a bank card. I don't want to test drive. I'm in a hurry. The meat is going to spoil. Get the paperwork done, quickly issue a temporary plate, and I'm driving it out now. Dead silence fell over the showroom. The background music inexplicably stopped. It was as if time had frozen around Qin Chuan. Didn't you hear me? He said, raising his voice. The male salesperson snapped out of it and took the card stunned. He turned and ran to the finance office only to stop halfway and come back. Excuse me, sir, this is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan Black Badge Edition with top-tier options. It's about 1.7 million yuan more than the standard version, and with all fees, it comes to around 10 million yuan. Qin Chuan replied, mem. The salesperson was puzzled. Sir, would you like to reconsider? After all, it was 10 million yuan. The customer's attitude seemed far too casual. Using a Rolls-Royce as a grocery car. Even Wang Sikong hadn't done that. Seeing the salesperson hesitate, Qin Chuan grew impatient. Just swipe the card and finish the paperwork. My groceries are going bad. The male salesperson gasped sharply. What kind of tycoon was this? In under 5 minutes, he had bought a 10 million yuan Rolls-Royce. Without another thought, he rushed to handle the procedures, not daring to delay a second. The 2 female sales clerks were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Who buys a Rolls-Royce like that? This single sale would net a commission of at least 1,000 yuan. And they had missed it. Regret consumed them as they twisted their stockings in anguish. The male salesperson worked quickly. In no time he completed the entire process and issued the temporary plate. Qin Chuan took the keys and drove off immediately. Tian Xian stood frozen, like a fool motionless beside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. In the heart of the capital on the third ring elevated highway heading toward Shuani district, a brand new SUV glided along the road. Despite the crushing congestion that typically plagued this stretch, an unusual void surrounded the vehicle, with all others instinctively maintaining a two-car distance. Inside a Chang'an Edo ride-hailing car, a passenger tapped the driver's shoulder and said, "Hey boss, is this your first day on the road? You're crawling at 30 miles per hour and keeping such a huge gap with the car ahead. Why not overtake it?" The driver, drenched in sweat, replied, "Buddy, did you even see what that car is? It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the Black Badge edition." Black Badge? Isn't that just a fancy version? What's so special about it? The driver was utterly speechless. "Let me put it this way, pal. If I hit it while overtaking, I'd have to sell my house to pay for it." The passenger's face paled. Holy crap, that car costs that much. Probably around $1 million. Silence fell inside the car, and the passenger no longer urged the driver to overtake. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tian Xian sat in the cabin with its starry ceiling and Hermes orange interior, still dazed. Before this, the most expensive car she had ever ridden in was her best friend's Porsche 718. Now seated in a top-tier luxury vehicle worth tens of millions, she felt no excitement or urge to snap a selfie. Instead, she kept her legs pressed tightly together, afraid to move, even slightly. Every corner of the opulent interior exuded the scent of wealth. Each detail was meticulously crafted by artisans, with every seat upholstered in soft, genuine leather. Tian Xian feared that if she shifted, she might accidentally scratch or bump something she couldn't afford to replace even by selling her Volkswagen Golf. Just as she was frozen in awkwardness, Qin Chuan in the driver's seat suddenly reached out. Tian Xin's heart tightened as his hand moved in the direction of her thigh. Today she wore no stockings, and her smooth bare legs were exposed beneath her short skirt. She closed her eyes in fear, too terrified to resist, bracing herself for his touch. But after several seconds, she felt no warmth from his hand. Opening her eyes, she saw his hand reaching toward the center console, beside her, pressing a lever. As Qin Chuan pressed the switch, the chilling draft that had been blowing on Tian Xin's face ceased. "You were shivering like crazy. If you're cold, just turn off the AC. Don't freeze yourself," he said with a hint of reproach. Tian Xin's face flushed with embarrassment. What was I thinking? How could Qin Chuan ever be that kind of person? And I wasn't cold at all. I was scared out of my wits. Of course, she only dared to mutter these thoughts inwardly, too shy to voice them. Thank you," she said. Tian Xian was naturally an outgoing, carefree girl, and after just over 10 minutes of restraint, she began to relax. She figured that since he was hundreds of times wealthier than her, he wouldn't have any ill intentions toward a nobody like her. So she gradually let her guard down, stretching her long legs out, adjusting the seat, and reclining halfway. Qin Chuan rather liked this unpretentious girl. Being with Tian Xian meant no hidden agendas or scheming. "Hey Qin Chuan, what does your family do? How come you're so rich, buying a 10 million yuan car on a whim?" "My parents are both workers at a garment factory in Jiangning," Qin Chuan replied without hesitation. He never shied away from his parents' background. Unlike some who suddenly come into wealth and look down on their origins, he held no such disdain. "So you started your own business?" "Something like that." "What kind of projects do you do?" "A bit of trading, some hotels, car sales, and am planning to venture into the film industry." Tian Xian mulled it over, muttering to herself. "Oh, so he runs a few BBs and sells used cars. No wonder he's loaded. And film industry, probably short videos on Douyin." She smiled and asked, "So what kind of videos are you planning to shoot next?" "Think I can make a cameo." I'd love to try being an internet celebrity." Qin Chuan looked at Tian Xian. She stood 1.7 meters tall with legs that seemed to go on forever. Today she wore a loose green hoodie and a pair of black ultra-short hot pants, the hoodie's length covering the shorts, accentuating her unparalleled long legs. Her face, with its delicate features, bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Xiaoyue. Her hair was tied up in double-high buns, giving her a youthful, lively, and playful charm that perfectly matched her outgoing personality. Her style was the polar opposite of Su Xiaoyan's, yet her beauty was on par. "You've got great potential. They'll talk to the company and see if we can arrange a screen test for you when the chance comes." "Really? That's awesome." Tian Xin's joy erupted into a flurry of excited gestures. She then cupped her delicate face, gazing dreamily. "If I become famous, maybe you'll get to work with Reba one day." "Do you know Reba? She's my favorite actress. Absolutely stunning, my goddess. And Boss Yang too. If I meet Reba, you'll definitely meet Boss Yang. My whole family loves her shows, especially 3 Lives, which my mom has watched countless times." Watching her excitement, Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly. He was about to say, "You could work with them now, no need to wait," when Tian Xian pointed ahead. "Qin Chuan, over there, that's the neighborhood." He stopped mid-sentence and followed her finger to steer the car. "Thanks, Qin Chuan. Come over after you've dropped off your stuff. They'll wait for you." He nodded. Having promised her, he knew he had to come tonight no matter what. After she left, he checked the navigation and found that the neighborhood was just a stone's throw from his Kyoto estate. Only a turn away. Villa No. 1 Kyoto estate. When Qin Chuan returned, the villa was empty. Xiao Chuan wasn't there. He pulled out his phone and dialed her number. Where are you? Why aren't you at the villa? Are you trying to lose this job? Xiao Chuan stammered, hesitating. Boss. I had some unfinished business at the TV station. On the other end of the line, the background noise was chaotic, as if she were at a dinner party. A man's voice barked. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Who are you on the phone with? Don't you know the rules? Get over here and toast President Wang. Xiao Chuan quickly said to Qin Chuan, Boss, I promise as soon as I finish handing over my work, I'll return to the villa. Before she could finish, the line went dead, as if someone had forcibly hung up on her. Qin Chuan stared at the disconnected call. A faint unease crept into his heart. Xiao Chuan was good in every way, but her sense of responsibility was too strong. She must be in some kind of trouble now. He decided he would have to go check on her after class tomorrow. In the Shun district of the capital, at the Chuangshu Shirue Villa community, Huang Wenwen waited at the entrance to greet her best friend Tian Xian. Xian, why are you so late? Did you take your classmate back? No, my mom's car broke down, so my classmate gave me a ride. Huang Wenwen assumed the boy had called a ride-hailing service and didn't think much of it. Smiling, she said, what does he have a thing for you? He went out of his way to bring you here. Tian Xin's adorable face flushed instantly. She raised her little fist, as if to strike, protesting, no way, how could he ever fancy me? Oh, stop it. With your family background, countless boys are lining up to court you. Huang Wenwen's words held truth. Tian Xin's parents were both mid-level managers at state-owned enterprises. Their household annual income approached $1 million, a figure that placed them solidly in the middle class across the entire capital. Huang Wenwen pressed on where does he live. What do his parents do? He said his parents are workers at a garment factory in Jiangning. Huang Wenwen's brow furrowed. Oh, from a small town. Not a local from the capital. And his parents are just workers at a small-town garment factory. Xian, you need to be careful. Don't get tricked by a guy like that. So many outsiders are desperate to settle down in the capital, some even resort to marriage fraud, just for a household registration. Tian Xian spoke earnestly. When you're underestimating Qin Chuan. He's very capable. He runs a used car business, manages a homestay, and is even making short videos for Douyin. Huang Wenwen scoffed dismissively. How much money can those petty ventures of his possibly rake in? Qin Chuan is anything but petty, Tian Xian insisted. Huang Wenwen poked her friend's head with a finger. You're just a hopeless romantic. Let's not talk about anything else. Right here in this Chuangshu Shirue Villa community, each square meter sells for 40,000. Every house costs at least 10 million. Xian, 10 million. How many lifetimes would he have to toil to earn that? Tian Xian tilted her head and said calmly, Qin Chuan just spent 10 million on a car. Huang Wenwen's face was a mask of confusion, then she pouted. Tian Xian, are you even listening to me? Stop being so lovesick. Wake up. How can you talk such nonsense for him? Tian Xian grew a bit anxious, stomping her foot. Oh, come on. I'm not talking nonsense. Everything I said is true. Seeing her friend getting upset, Huang Wenwen softened her tone. All right. Then tell me what happened just now. Why did he suddenly buy a car? Tian Xian began to explain seriously. Originally, Qin Chuan had no intention of buying a car. But because my car broke down and the ride-hailing wait was so long, he was worried the meat and seafood in the trunk would spoil at room temperature, so he dragged me to buy one. By the time she finished, even Tian Xian found the reason behind Qin Chuan's purchase absurd, and her own description felt rather odd. Huang Wenwen's lips twitched. This was without a doubt the most ridiculous excuse for buying a car she had ever heard in her life. Just because the ride-hailing queue was long and he was afraid the meat and seafood from the supermarket would go bad, he went and bought a car instead. Tian Xian, are you questioning my intelligence? Wenwen, am not. Tian Xian shook her head frantically. Huang Wenwen crossed her arms, lifting her 34D chest. Her angry breaths made her bosom heave even more. Then go ahead, keep spinning your tail. Oh no, keep going. What car did he buy? Tian Xian thought for a moment. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Oh, and it's the Black Badge edition. Huang Wenwen's eyes drooped as she stared at Tian Xian, as if she were looking at an idiot. Xian, let me get this straight. Are you telling me that your college classmate Qin Chuan, a guy from a small county who sells used cars, runs a homestay, and makes Douyin videos, because he had to wait for a ride-hailing car, and was afraid the meat and seafood he just bought would spoil, went and bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan Black Badge? Is that right? Tian Xian nodded vigorously, her big bright eyes wide open. Right? And how much does this Rolls-Royce Cullinan Black Badge cost? Huang Wenwen's voice was extremely soft and friendly. 10 million. Huang Wenwen raised her little hand and clapped. Wow, 10 million. Tian Xian pursed her lips, sensing her friend's sarcasm. Then Huang Wenwen's expression suddenly changed. She leaned close to her friend's ear and roared, Tian Xian, do you take me for a fool? Where in the world is there such a person? Does his money fall from the sky? Before you make up a story, you should at least think about how utterly ridiculous it is. With that, she grabbed Tian Xin's arm. Don't say another word. I don't want to hear it. I invited you here today to solve your lifelong matter. Huh? What lifelong matter? I don't want it. Oh, just think of it as meeting a new friend. Tian Xian shook off Huang Wenwen's hand. Wenwen, if you don't explain, clearly I'm not going up with you. Seeing this, Huang Wenwen had to come clean. It's that Shihua young master he saw you once at my birthday party, and he's been pestering me ever since, saying he's fallen for you. You ignored him last time and left early. This time he specially set up a banquet at home and invited you to come. The rest of us are just the supporting cast. A rare flash of anger appeared on Tian Xin's fair face. Woman, why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? Oh, if I told you the truth, you wouldn't have come. Tian Xin turned to leave. That Shihua is insufferably arrogant. I don't like him. Xin young master, he has the right to be arrogant. Look at the community he lives in. The house alone is worth 10 million, not to mention the 5 million in renovations. His father is the branch manager of Huaxia Bank. Both his social status and connections are top-notch. Even if your precious Qin Chuan is rich, can he be richer than young master he's family? Can he match the social standing of his father? Huang Wenwen pleaded earnestly. Shihua hadn't given her any benefits, she was acting purely out of heartfelt goodwill, wanting her friend to have a better life. Xin, we're adults now. A little bit of love is fine, but don't be too fixated on it. No matter how handsome a man is, or how well he treats you, if he's poor, it's all nonsense. Be realistic, my dear. Huang Wenwen cupped Tian Xin's delicate fair face in her hands. Just then Tian Xin's phone rang. She answered quickly. Hello. This is Qin Chuan. I put everything away. I'm at the entrance of this community now. Tian Xin's eyes lit up as a plan formed in her mind. She replied hurriedly, wait there for me. They'll come out and get you. Huang Wenwen pouted, looking very displeased. Xin, don't blame your sister for being ruthless. I'm doing this for your own good. Outsiders, and us locals from the capital, live in different worlds. At the entrance of the Chuangshu Shirui Villa District in Shuani, Beijing, Tian Xin hurriedly ran up to Qin Chuan. She clasped her hands together and said with a pleading face, a desperate situation calls for desperate measures. Qin Chuan, you have to help me. No matter what I say later, just play along. Okay, please, please. Qin Chuan was bewildered, but out of consideration for their classmateship he nodded. Seeing his agreement, Tian Xin's worry turned to joy, and she immediately revealed an endearing smile. She suddenly grabbed Qin Chuan's arm, startling him so much that he instinctively tried to pull it back. Tian Xin had anticipated this and held on tightly, lowering her voice to say, you promised me no backing out. Huang Wenwen arrived a step later, and seeing her best friend clinging to Qin Chuan became furious. She also noticed Qin Chuan's casual attire, which was utterly ordinary. He was only slightly handsome, so she said irritably, drive the car in. Young master, his parking lot is huge, it can definitely fit your Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Qin Chuan smiled. I didn't bring the car. Since the two places are closed, I just walked over. Having fallen to cultivation realms, Qin Chuan needed more time for breathing exercises and self-cultivation. The Shuani district, far from the city center, was the best place for training. Huang Wenwen couldn't help but frown. He really was a liar and a scumbag. Whenever it was time to verify the truth, he would make excuses like the car was broken, left at home, or the driver took it today. While leading the two to the villa, Huang Wenwen secretly sent a message to young master, asking him to prepare to expose the scumbag and save her good friend. They arrived at a townhouse, and Huang Wenwen rang the doorbell. A young man dressed entirely in white emerged from the house. He had long hair combed back with hair oil, looking immaculate. The white shirt was of excellent quality with a perfect drape, making him look free and elegant. Loose straight-leg pants paired with flip-flops completed a very affluent look. Shihua opened the door with a smile, his gaze immediately falling on the sweet and lovely Tian Xin. Pretending to be calm and enthusiastic, he said, welcome, two great beauties. Please come in. Then feigning ignorance, he asked, and this brother is? Huang Wenwen interjected, he's Tian Xin's classmate. Tian Xin pouted and retorted, no, he's my boyfriend. A faint, barely perceptible sneer flickered across Shihua's face before he maintained his smile and said, come on in, everyone's here. Leading the way, Shihua guided the three into the multi-million-dollar mansion. Entering the villa's courtyard, Huang Wenwen remarked enviously, in Beijing, where land is at a premium, owning a townhouse makes you a success. If there's also a 200 to 300 square foot garden in front of the villa, you're truly a winner in life. Tian Xin gazed at the courtyard's layout, a look of fondness in her eyes. Shihua proudly declared, this garden wasn't thrown together randomly. My mother hired a designer to plan and plant it. It's worlds apart from those peasant yards where they just grow vegetables and fruit. When you reach our level, you have to pay attention to quality of life. Huang Wenwen sighed. Money really is good. Young master, the greenery in your complex is excellent too. Walking in feels like returning to nature. Of course, our complex has a green coverage rate of 45. After all, there are only villas here, none of those cramped 100 square meter apartments. Upon hearing this, Tian Xin asked, Qin Chuan, isn't your place nearby? What's its green coverage like? Is there a big gap compared to this complex? Qin Chuan thought for a moment, remembering that his own garden was about 150 square meters, so he said, I estimate it should be over 50. Shihua sneered. How could it be over 50? The developer wouldn't make any money. Brother, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Huang Wenwen felt embarrassed for her friend. She pulled Tian Xian aside saying, Xian, tell Qin Chuan to stop bragging. The people inside are all influential young masters from Beijing. Wenwen, what if Qin Chuan isn't bragging? You shouldn't underestimate him. Huang Wenwen rolled her eyes. Her best friend seemed truly hopeless. He Shihua shook his head, too disdainful to bother with Qin Chuan. In his mind, when the gap between people reaches a certain level, one doesn't bother with humiliation. Who has ever seen Jack Ma flaunting his wealth to a low-level employee? He would just say I'm not interested in money, oh I've never touched it. Using such a blatantly humble brag statement to provoke you. And you can't find any reason to refute him. Because he has the capital to act so pretentiously. They entered the villa, which was decorated with extreme luxury. The 18th century Baroque architectural style showcased the owner's immense wealth. A 5.6-meter crystal chandelier hung from the 10-meter-high vaulted ceiling. European imported sofas, Italian imported marble floors. Every inch of the house reeked of money. Even Huang Wenwen and Tian Xian, who had seen some of the world, couldn't help but whisper in awe. This is too extravagant, young master he. How much did the renovation cost? Huang Wenwen couldn't help asking. He Shua's lips curled up, hiding his pride as he said, just about 6 or 7 million. The two girls gasped. 6 or 7 million? That's enough to buy a property in Beijing. He Shua laughed. When it comes to houses, more isn't always better, quality matters. After all, a person can only sleep in one bed each day. Qin Chuan looked around nonchalantly. Seeing this, Huang Wenwen thought to herself. A scumbag from a small county town, you've been exposed now that you've seen this high-end villa. I'm going to reveal your true colors today. Pretending to be casual, she asked, Qin Chuan, you're looking so carefully. Is this your first time seeing this style of decor? No wonder. Baroque architecture is a style that developed from Italian Renaissance architecture. Its main feature is the extensive use of expensive materials for decoration with vibrant and grand colors. An ordinary small bungalow can't achieve this sense of historical weight. Qin Chuan nodded. Huang Wenwen's analysis was mostly correct. You're right, but you missed one point. The main characteristic of Baroque architecture is the ostentatious display of wealth. Huang Wenwen was stunned. He actually knew his stuff. Qin Chuan continued, however, this villa's Baroque style is still lacking some flavor. It probably wasn't designed by a top Italian designer, but someone from elsewhere. It's missing that uniquely Italian whimsy. The choices for the murals and chandeliers tend towards the conservative. Also, the marble flooring wasn't selected from the premium grade, it looks like only first-grade quality. Qin Chuan's analysis left the others utterly speechless. He Shua's face showed displeasure. Huang Wenwen, knowing his temper, quickly stepped in to mediate. Qin Chuan, what do you know? Picking up a few things online and showing off. Their renovation costs millions. How could the materials be inferior? Then she pushed He Shua inside, urging him to introduce his other friends. As they entered the living room, Huang Wenwen turned back and glared at Tian Xian. Xian, this is the last time I help you. Tell Qin Chuan to keep his mouth shut and stop showing off. He Shua felt a bit annoyed. He hadn't planned to argue with Qin Chuan initially. Yet the man had the audacity to push further. The group walked into the living room where 4 young people of similar age sat, 2 men and 2 women. Each was dressed fashionably, adorned in expensive clothes and luxury brand bags. He Shua led the 3 in and introduced them, gesturing. This is young master Zhang Haoyu. His family runs a restaurant chain, the popular hot pot brand Zhang Hezhuang, which recently went viral. They even hired a celebrity spokesperson and now have 500 stores nationwide. The woman beside him is his girlfriend. Huang Wenwen quickly bowed and greeted him with great enthusiasm. Zhang Haoyu, one arm around his companion, glanced over and hummed softly, ignoring her. He Shua pretended not to notice and continued to introduce another. This is Long Tiantian, young master Long, founder of the TT Group. Upon hearing TT Group, Huang Wenwen grew excited. TT Group, Long Tiantian. I know that. It's the cosmetics brand TT, found in malls nationwide. I love their products so much every time I get my allowance I have to go shopping there. Long Tiantian, hearing a fan's praise, put down his crossed leg and handed over a bottle of beer. Having the admiration of a beautiful fan is my honor, Long Tiantian. Our company is launching a winter collection in a few days. Leave me your contact info and I'll send you a set. Flattered, Huang Wenwen stepped forward and accepted the beer with both hands. Thank you, young master Long. He'll always support TT. Though He Shua seemed to introduce them casually, he was actually flaunting his connections. Revealing the status of his friends was also a way to showcase his own power. Then he introduced Huang Wenwen. This beauty is Huang Wenwen, a freshman at the Kyoto Film Academy. Our future movie queen. Young master he, you're making me blush, Huang Wenwen said, playfully sticking out her tongue. Hearing she was a new student at the Kyoto Film Academy, the others perked up. They had seen plenty of beauties and grown tired of them. But a future star was a rare sight. Zhang Haoyu stopped being aloof and turned his head to appraise Huang Wenwen. Next, He Shua introduced Tian Xian. This beauty is a top student at Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Tian Xian. The group's interest waned. Although Tian Xin's looks rivaled Huang Wenwen's, and she was even taller, attractive female college students were a dime a dozen in Kyoto. But He Shua's next words reignited their curiosity. Mysteriously, he said, Our sister Xin is the one chosen by tonight's mysterious guest. Mysterious guest. Mysterious guest. Mysterious guest. They exchanged bewildered looks, completely baffled by Yishua's words. Even Huang Wenwen, who had been backing him up, was shocked. She tugged at Yishua's sleeve. Young master, what do you mean? I don't know anything about this. Yishua chuckled without hiding anything. Tonight's gathering am not the main act. The real star is someone else, a big shot. To invite him, I've exhausted countless resources and pulled every string imaginable. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu gasped at Yishua's words. They had no idea a major figure was coming tonight. The two had come to Yishua's home tonight solely because their companies were facing financial issues and needed bank loans. Yishua's father was the branch manager of the Kyoto Huaxing Bank. It was this connection that brought them here. Young master, why didn't you tell us in advance? Zhang Haoyu said with some irritation, feeling kept in the dark. He believed Yishua had shown him no respect. Long Tian added, Young master, here you treating us like pawns. Their sharp words showed no deference to Yishua, but Yishua laughed heartily. Young master Zhang, you exaggerate. I was just building suspense. With one word from tonight's big shot, your little troubles will be nothing. With a flick of his finger, everything can be resolved. Long Tian caught the implication and got straight to the point. Oh, is that so? You've gone to great lengths to help us. What do you want? Yishua replied bluntly. I like your directness, young master Long. Hey, race the deal. I secure at least 500 million in financing for you two, and you give me 1% of your company shares. Fair, isn't it? Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu narrowed their eyes. In their minds, they cursed the bastard Yishua for acting as a broker. Though they resented him for exploiting their crisis, their company's cash flow issues urgently required a large capital injection. So they had no choice but to tough it out. Zhang Haoyu said, Young master, as long as the money comes through, the shares are negotiable. Long Tian asked, First tell us who this big shot is. Just as Yishua was about to reveal the answer, Xin shouted, Yishua, what do you take me for? A tool for your profit-making schemes. Yishua looked up dismissively and sneered, Being favored by him is your blessing. Look at yourself, what are you worth? Huang Wenwen hadn't expected things to take such a turn. She grabbed Xin. Xin, let's go. What kind of young masters are these? Just pimps. But as she pulled Tianzin's hand, Yishua spoke slowly. Xin, if you walk out that door today, who's going to cover the 10 million your father owes? Xin froze in her tracks. How did Yishua know about her father embezzling company funds to speculate in stocks, losing 10 million? You? Yishua laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, the Kyoto circle is small. Your father's scandal can't be hidden. Fortunately, his company, to save face, gave him a deadline to make up the shortfall and would let it slide. But time is running out. Only 3 days left. Xin lowered her head. She knew about her father's situation. Her home was in chaos. The company had given him 7 days to fill the 10 million hole. But their house worth 6 million had been listed for days. The agents weren't helping to sell it, only driving the price down. With time almost up, repaying 10 million was impossible. Can you lend me 10 million? Xin let go of her best friend's hand, her voice low. Of course. If you please, the big shot. Well, 10 million is like a grain of sand in his hand. Xin sighed in despair. Fine. Yishua threw his head back and laughed. Tonight's scheme was entirely under his control. Suddenly a voice came from the corner. I haven't agreed to your plan. Everyone present followed the sound and saw that the speaker was a man dressed in ordinary casual wear. Aside from being slightly handsome, he was utterly unremarkable. Yishua rose and swaggered forward, saying, Oh, sorry, I forgot about you, Tianzin's boyfriend. Can you bear to part with your girlfriend and let her go? Yishua spoke recklessly, utterly disregarding Qin Chuan. Faced with such a provocative insult, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and murderous intent surged within him. Seeing this, Yishua showed no fear, pulled out a bulging wallet from his pocket, and extracted a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. He tossed the bills one by one toward Qin Chuan. You little punk, I've been putting up with you for too long. From the moment you walked in, you've been acting all aloof and self-righteous. Who the hell do you think you are? I could drown you in cash. In the circles of the capital, money is king. He'll give you a chance. I'm in a good mood right now. Pick up as much of this money as you can carry and get the hell out. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, With your meager strength, how dare you bark in front of me? Xin was in deep despair, unable to perceive the actions or words of those around her, merely staring blankly downward. Huang Wenwen was a sensible girl. Unable to help her best friend herself, she could only try to pull her friend's boyfriend away. She walked up to Qin Chuan and said, Qin Chuan, let's go. Their influence is too strong. You can't bluff your way out of this with just a few words. Xin's father's situation is too serious. Neither of us can help. For her own good, you should give up. Qin Chuan snorted coldly. A couple of small business owners and a worthless broker who relies on his father's connections. What kind of pathetic power is that? In my eyes, everyone here is trash. You? What kind of nobody are you to speak of us like that? Zhang Haoyu, with his erratic temper, stood up first and pointed at Qin Chuan angrily. Ha, acting tough like in those short videos, but in reality, you don't have a penny to your name. Don't embarrass yourself here. Long Tiantian, a frequent viewer of such videos, had seen plenty of plots about a Dragon King's son-in-law, and now Qin Chuan was exactly like that. But he didn't believe Qin Chuan had any real power to challenge them. He Shuhua was enraged and raised his voice. You want to talk about power, do you? Fine, I'll show you what power is. The villa design you looked down on when you came in. It was personally crafted by top domestic designer Su Shirgua, costing 5,000. The chandelier you despised. It's an original Italian import costing 15,000. The low-quality marble flooring you complained about. It cost a total of 1 million for the entire house. Just these alone are savings you could never accumulate in a lifetime after graduation. Everyone present was stunned. Just the design fee, chandelier, and flooring amounted to nearly 2 million. Such extravagance was beyond even the two company founders. After all, most of their wealth was tied up in stock value. The actual cash on hand wasn't that abundant. A trashy house. I can't believe you'd brag about a townhouse. With such a narrow vision, you still want to be a broker earning information margins. Shuhua's face turned red with anger. Fine, if this is a trashy house, then show us something better. I'd love to see what kind of villa in the capital can compare to mine. Alright, let's go now. With that, they all went to their cars to drive to Qin Chuan's house for a look. At the parking lot, the three got into Long Tiantian's Range Rover. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan pulled Tian Xin into Huang Wenwen's Volkswagen Polo. Zhang Haoyu rolled down his window and shouted at the Polo, "You don't even have a car, and you're still putting on airs. Have some shame." Inside the car, Huang Wenwen looked embarrassed. "Qin Chuan, how about I drop you off at the subway station, and you go on your own?" Qin Chuan ignored her suggestion and said, "Drive out the east gate, go straight, turn right at the traffic light, and you'll reach the southwest gate of my complex. That gate is closer to my place." Seeing she couldn't persuade him, Huang Wenwen could only sigh softly and give up. It was 8 in the evening, and the sky had darkened. Huang Wenwen carefully drove her small car out of the complex following Qin Chuan's directions. In the Range Rover, Zhang Haoyu cursed. "Damn, what speed is that woman driving? 30 miles per hour. We won't get there until tomorrow." Long Tiantian sneered. "How do you really think that kid is taking us to his home? Isn't he?" Shuhua said. "He probably wants Huang Wenwen to drop him off at the subway station so he can run off." The three of them burst into loud laughter in the car. The next moment they looked up and saw the Volkswagen Polo stop at an intersection. "See, I told you so. Master He, you're a genius to have guessed that. Master He is amazing." But then the Polo in front started moving again and turned right. The three fell silent and followed reluctantly. After the turn, the Polo drove straight to the entrance of a residential complex built with giant stone pillars. A security guard stopped the car and said sternly, "This is a private residence. Unauthorized vehicles are not allowed inside." Huang Wenwen lowered her window. It was her first time seeing such a magnificent and imposing complex entrance. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond to the guard. Qin Chuan, sitting in the back, lowered his window and said to the guard, "These are my friends. I'm taking them home. The Range Rover behind is with us too." The guard recognized Qin Chuan at first glance, the owner of Building 1, the crown jewel of the capital manor. Without even needing facial recognition, he let the cars in. "Of course, Mr. Qin. Have a pleasant evening." Huang Wenwen drove into the complex feeling dazed and incredulous. Long Tiantian's Range Rover followed closely. The three were knowledgeable. When they arrived at the entrance of the capital manor, they already sensed something was wrong. They all knew this place. In fact, anyone in the capital with a bit of money knew about it. The houses in Capital Manor were the dream homes of every wealthy person, a symbol of status. But the exorbitant sky-high prices deterred 99.99999 of people. Living here was reserved for the top 0.00001 of global elites. Shuhua wished he could find a hole to crawl into. The two cars drove one after the other into Villa No. 1. Then everyone got out. As they stepped onto the 1500 square meter garden, they felt as if they were in the Palace of Versailles in France. Huang Wenwen led the dazed Tian Xin through the vast garden, everything feeling like a dream. Did Qin Chuan really own a house in the capital? The specifications of this complex were clearly infinitely superior to Shuhua's, completely eclipsing it. Here all were large standalone villas. A townhouse was nothing but trash. And a garden. Over 1,000 square meters. That was a real garden. What Shuhua had was at best a flower bed. Qin Chuan led the way with Huang Wenwen pulling Tian Xin close behind. The three of them, Shuhua, followed silently like three little chicks sticking close together. On the way to the villa's grand hall, Huang Wenwen stealthily pulled out her phone. She searched for information on Villa No. 1 of Jingdu Manor. Soon the search results appeared. She read aloud from the screen, "Jingdu Manor Villa No. 1 is the crown jewel of the community. Its interior is lavishly decorated using only the finest materials. The entire villa, including its garden, spans 10 acres with a building area of 3,300 square meters. It boasts 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, and an array of recreational facilities such as indoor and outdoor Olympic standard swimming pools, a spa, dry and wet saunas, a massage pool, a billiard room, a gym, and a home theater." According to the latest news, this crown jewel has been purchased by a mysterious buyer with a conservative estimate of the transaction price, no less than 1 billion. Upon reading this, Huang Wenwen couldn't help but exclaim, 1 billion. This house is worth 1 billion. She looked at her best friend Tian Xian, placing her hands on her shoulders. Xian, you've hit the jackpot. Qin Chuan is a hidden billionaire. Living in a billion-dollar house, his net worth must be at least tens of billions. A flicker of surprise passed through Tian Xin's beautiful eyes, but it quickly dimmed. When I told you before, Qin Chuan is no ordinary man. Oh, Xian, it's my fault, I was blind not to see it. Why are you still frowning? With a boyfriend so wealthy, your father's problem is just a matter of numbers to him. Tian Xian smiled bitterly, shaking her head. When Qin Chuan is not my boyfriend at all. He's just my college classmate. Besides, he's already helped me so much. How could I possibly ask him for money again, especially 10 million? Huang Wenwen hugged Tian Xian her face, showing sympathy, while a flicker of relieved joy hid in her heart. He Shuhua and his two companions looked as if they had eaten something foul. The more arrogant they had been earlier, the more humiliated they felt now. In the presence of a colossal wealth like Qin Chuan's, the founder of a nationally renowned hot pot chain with 500 stores and the owner of a famous beauty brand, were nothing but insignificant. The funds the two of them had slaved and groveled to raise for their businesses weren't even worth a fraction of this man's house. Their faces turned extremely sour, dreading any business connection with Qin Chuan. If he took a disliking and decided to block them, they would be finished. They entered the villa's grand hall, where the French-style interior was extravagantly luxurious. Every piece of furniture, decoration, and chandelier seemed exorbitantly priced. Qin Chuan stopped, turned to the group, and pointed at Hishua. Compare my villa to his. Which is better? Long Tian immediately switched sides. Yours is better. Your villa is like heaven compared to Hishua's dirt. Qin Chuan despised such sycophants and ignored him. He pointed at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. This chandelier is the cheapest Swarovski crystal piece in the house, priced at 1.88 million. The marble floor on the first floor is worth 5 million. Master He, I really can't fathom how you have the nerve to talk to me about strength. Hishua was so choked he dared not speak, lowering his head. In the face of an absolute disparity in power, even if he were the most eloquent talker, it was useless. Suddenly Hishua's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw the caller was the big shot of the night. Before answering, he hatched a plan and quickly ran outside. A few minutes later, Hishua returned, transformed, with his chest puffed out and head held high. He pointed at Qin Chuan's nose. Qin Chuan, I didn't expect you to have some tricks. Flipping used cars, running ghost houses, and making Douyin videos earned you this fortune. I admit, when the wind blows, even a pig can fly. But quick money only goes so far. At most, you're worth tens of billions. Compared to the big shot tonight, you're still a small fry. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Hishua continued. As they say, a wise man submits to circumstances. Your tens of billions are nothing before his family's wealth. He has a bad temper and hates it when others poach his women. I advise you not to interfere. Women are easy to find. I can find you another one another day. We're all respectable people. There's no need to make things unpleasant. Hishua's words seemed like well-intentioned advice, but in truth they were a veiled threat using borrowed authority. Hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a flicker of curiosity. Who could it be? Someone who looked down on a billionaire? Just then his phone rang. It was the security guard at the community gate. Hello, mister. Qin, a friend of yours is at the gate requesting a visit. Should we let him in? Qin Chuan was taken aback. He hadn't invited anyone. Then it dawned on him that this person was likely the big shot Hishua mentioned. So he replied, let him in, thank you. Hearing the words let him in, Hishua perked up immediately. The big shot is here. He immediately dashed outside to greet him personally. The others remained inside the villa, quietly watching the entrance. 10 minutes later, the massive iron gate, weighing 3 tons 10 meters long and 5 meters high, slowly swung open. A red Rolls-Royce slowly drove in. Hishua eagerly opened the rear door. From the back seat stepped a man dressed casually, wearing a baseball cap. Hishua bent over like a dog, leading the way. When the two entered the villa, Hishua's demeanor swelled with pride. Everyone, this is the big shot I've been telling you about. The Crown Prince of Wanda Group, Master Wang Tsong. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu were stunned, speechless. What was going on? Hishua had actually invited the Crown Prince of Wanda Group. This was too surreal. Such a super wealthy heir from a powerful family was on an entirely different level from their lowly selves. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu quickly stepped forward to introduce themselves. Master Wang owned an angel investment firm and was the real moneybags. Hishua slightly raised his chin, looking at Qin Chuan, as if to say, you're scared now, aren't you? Your tens of billions are insignificant before him. Even if you have a mansion, when it comes to wealth, you need to talk about family and industry. Without real assets, it's all just bubbles. The crypto crowd is a cautionary tale. Hishua quickly pulled Wang Tsong over to Tian Xian. Master Wang, this is the Miss Tian Xian you've been talking about. I went through great trouble to invite her for you. Miss Tian has admired you for a long time, haven't you, Miss Tian? Hishua winked at Tian Xian, who helplessly lowered her head. Good. Hishua, you really know my heart. Wang Tsong chuckled. He had a soft spot for sweet, cute girls. He had seen Tian Xian once at a banquet and couldn't forget her. Hishua had seen through Wang Tsong's intentions, which was why he had set up this gathering tonight. Just as Wang Tsong was about to engage Tian Xian further, Qin Chuan, sitting on the sofa, said coldly, "Wang Song, don't you think twice before daring to flirt with my girlfriend?" At these words the room fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Qin Chuan actually dared to challenge Wang Song. That was the crown prince of Wanda Group, a company worth nearly $1 trillion. Had Qin Chuan lost his mind? Wang Song, upon hearing someone speak to him in such a manner, was instantly tempted to unleash a torrent of profanity. He was, after all, the crown prince of the Wanda Group, the only son of the chairman, and yet someone dared to tell him to think twice. Wang Song had a fiery temper. He had publicly lambasted several magnates, and once single-handedly taken on the 4 young masters of the capital in a war of words. He swiftly turned his head, ready to spew curses, but the moment he saw the person before him, he froze. You're Boss Qin?" Wang Song asked, still shaken. Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh. "It seems you do know who I am." Suddenly Wang Song realized he was at the Kyoto Manor. Wasn't this the residence of the mysterious major shareholder who held 30% of the group's shares? Back then, the overnight acquisition of 30% of Wanda Group shares had sent shockwaves through the entire conglomerate. Everyone had speculated whether the buyer was an international consortium or a financial titan. But later his father Wang Lin told him that the one who had snapped up 30% of their group's shares was a young man of merely 20. After all, the Wang family was the largest shareholder, holding 41%. The second largest shareholder was the young man standing before him. "Boss Qin, is this Miss Tian Xin your girlfriend?" Qin Chuan nodded, his eyes fixed on Wang Song with a hint of hostility. Wang Song swallowed hard. It was true that the Wang family, as the largest shareholder, held the highest authority in Wanda Group. But that was their entire fortune. The second largest shareholder, a 20-year-old, possessed 30%. What did that signify? It implied that the shares in Wanda were merely a minor investment for him. The true power behind a tycoon of such caliber could only far surpass that of the Wang family. His own father treated him with utmost respect. If he said to fire a high-ranking executive, his father would immediately issue a group-wide notice to dismiss that person. Clearly, even his father was wary of this man. How could he dare to offend him? Wang Song was indeed wealthy and arrogant, but wealth did not equate to foolishness. He had lashed out at big shots before, but those were people with no connection to his family's business. The one time he had mistakenly offended someone, he had later apologized in person. It was evident that Qin Chuan was someone he could not afford to antagonize. "Boss Qin, my apologies. What a small world. It's a case of family not recognizing family." Wang Song spoke sincerely, glancing around. He picked up a bottle of whiskey, poured himself a glass, and said, "Boss Qin, ill down this one. Consider this matter settled. What do you say?" Qin Chuan nodded, still expressionless. Seeing this, Wang Song tipped his head back and drained the full glass of whiskey in one go. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Was this the same young master Wang who stirred up storms online and never hesitated to speak his mind? How could he be so humble, even punishing himself with a drink? All eyes were on Qin Chuan, as if he were a monster. Just who was he? It was terrifying. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyan felt like strangling He Shua. How dare a mere branch bank manager's son put on such airs and organize tonight's gathering? They had offended someone they shouldn't have. He Shua's face was pale, his legs weak, and he nearly wet himself from fear. If even Wang Song was someone he couldn't afford to offend, then Qin Chuan must be an even more invincible presence. His knees gave way, and he fell to the ground. "Young Master Qin, He Shua, have been blind. I've offended you tonight. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." He wept bitterly, tears and snot streaming down his face, terrified that a single displeasure from Qin Chuan would reduce his insignificant He family to ashes. He was used to a life of idleness supported by his branch manager father. If his father lost his job, his entire family would be doomed. Qin Chuan withdrew his legs, slightly unwilling to touch such a fool. He asked slowly, "Wang Song, is this your dog?" Wang Song immediately denied it. "I'm not close to him. If he hadn't said there would be beautiful women here tonight, I wouldn't have bothered with him." Having said that, Wang Song suddenly realized he might have misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. "Young Master Wang, I've gone to such lengths to please you, and now you're kicking me aside." Wang Song was furious. "Screw you. Do I even know you well? I should curse you out too. What kind of worthless person dares to organize a gathering and almost makes me offend Boss Qin?" Wang Song kicked He Shua away. The once elegant man in white rolled twice on the ground. Disgusted by the sight of He Shua's snot and tears, Qin Chuan said, "Get out of here now. Don't dirty my home." He Shua, as if granted a pardon, scrambled out of the villa on all fours. Long Tian, knowing he had offended Qin Chuan and that funding was out of the question, slunk away. Zhang Haoyu, with a stronger mindset than the others, thought that Qin Chuan wouldn't strike a smiling face. Today his company was at a critical juncture of life and death. Zhang Haoyu steeled himself, rubbing his hands together and smiling obsequiously. "Boss Qin, young Master Wang, I'm Zhang Haoyu, founder of Zhang He Zhuang, a chain of hot pot restaurants. We have 500 stores nationwide with an annual revenue of 300 million. Before Zhang Haoyu could finish pitching his idea, Qin Chuan shot him a glare. "Who do you think you are to talk business with me? A paltry 300 million in annual revenue, and you dare to ask me for investment? Get lost." Though Qin Chuan's voice was low, it struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Zhang Haoyu's back drenched in cold sweat. He bowed and scraped then scurried out of the villa. After the three had left, Wang Tsung considered staying for a while, but found the atmosphere awkward. There were two stunning beauties beside him, but he dared not touch either, afraid that one might also be Qin Chuan's girlfriend and bring misfortune upon himself. Boss Qin, I still have some matters to attend to tonight. How about this next time I'll host, and we can go out for some fun? What do you think? Seeing Wang Tsung's sincere attitude, Qin Chuan nodded. Alright, add me on WeChat, and we'll get in touch. Wang Tsung was overjoyed and quickly added him. Hey, let me tell you, the gatherings I organize have everything. Beautiful women, internet celebrities, models, stars. You'll have the time of your life. With that, Wang Tsung raised an eyebrow and gave a knowing look. After adding him as a friend, he hurriedly left. Now only 3 people remained in the room. Qin Chuan sat calmly on the sofa while Huang Wenwen and Tian Xn stood to the side, not daring to breathe too loudly. Among everyone present tonight, they were the lowest on the totem pole. Every other person was a figure they could only look up to. Yet these people had all groveled and treaded carefully when speaking to Qin Chuan. How could 2 young girls dare to act rashly? Seeing her last hope slip away, Tian Xin's heart turned to ashes. The once optimistic and cheerful girl now wore a face full of sorrow, devoid of any vitality. Sit down. Why are you two standing? Qin Chuan said. Huang Wenwen tugged at Tian Xin's sleeve, signaling her to sit with her. Having lost Wang Tsung, Tian Xin's only remaining hope now rested on the man before her. Instead of sitting, she knelt on the ground. Qin Chuan, can you please save my father? Huang Wenwen was greatly startled and quickly pulled Tian Xin up. Xin, what are you doing? Don't be like this. Let's think of another way. Wenwen, there's no other way. There are only 3 days left, and my family simply can't come up with 10 million. Don't worry about me. Tian Xin shook off Huang Wenwen's hand and continued kneeling. Huang Wenwen couldn't bear to watch and slapped Tian Xin. Tian Xin, wake up. How can you be so degenerate? Wenwen, weren't you trying to introduce me to a rich man tonight? Now Qin Chuan is a rich man. Huang Wenwen was rendered speechless by Tian Xin's words, momentarily unable to refute her. Tonight she had originally planned to introduce a wealthy young man as a boyfriend to her best friend. But that was limited to someone like Yishua. As for Wang Tsung, who came later, and the Qin Chuan before her, how could she bear to let them go? As a student of the Kyoto Film Academy and a future rising star in the domestic film industry, her boyfriend could only be a dragon among men, an outstanding figure of the world. Just as Huang Wenwen was still thinking about what to say next, Qin Chuan spoke up. I can lend you 10 million to help you through this crisis. A glimmer of hope burst forth in Tian Xin's despairing eyes. Really? Qin Chuan, are you really willing to help me? But if I help you, what benefit can you offer me? Tian Xin fell silent. She understood that every gift in this world already had a price tag attached to it. What did she have now? No skills, no industry. When could she ever repay a debt of 10 million? She lowered her head and looked at her own body. Now only this vessel of flesh and blood had any value. She gritted her teeth. Qin Chuan, as long as you're willing to lend me 10 million, I'll do whatever you say. Whatever I say? Qin Chuan asked coldly. Tian Xin's tears of reluctance, grievance, and forbearance swirled in her eyes. She nodded vigorously. Qin Chuan leaned back, surrendering his body to the leather sofa beneath him. All right. For my 4 years at university, you will personally cook every meal for me at school. You know how terrible the food is in our school cafeteria. I prefer light dishes, and every meal must have soup. Any kind is fine. Tian Xin was stunned. What kind of condition was this? She lifted her tear-streaked face, blinked her big eyes, and asked in confusion, cooking. That's it. Qin Chuan nodded. Yeah, just cook and deliver meals for me every day. What's the matter? Is it too much trouble? At that moment, Tian Xin felt as if the man before her was an angel sent from heaven to save her. She wiped her tears and broke into a smile through her sobs. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. I'm a really good cook. I promise I'll cook and deliver meals for you every day for the next 4 years. Huang Wenwen was dumbfounded, her mouth hanging wide open. Was this some kind of perverse hobby of the rich? 10 million just to hire a cute girl to cook for him every day? What was wrong with this world? Were the rich all so capricious? Without further ado, Qin Chuan immediately transferred 10 million to Tian Xin. His first impression of this young girl was good, as she reminded him a bit of his own sister. If he hadn't helped her, she would definitely have gone astray. That was something Qin Chuan couldn't bear to see. 10 million might be a colossal sum that ordinary people could only dream of in a lifetime. For Qin Chuan, it was just an ordinary number. Based on the shares he held in several conglomerates, his annual income conservatively exceeded 5 billion. In simpler terms, every morning when he woke up, he would have already earned 14 million. Using less than a day's income to save a young girl's life was like someone with a monthly salary of 5,000 spending 100 yuan to rescue a fallen girl. No one would think it was a loss, right? Qin Chuan felt this was a deal worth making. The heavy stone lifted from Tian Xin's heart, and her face regained its former sweet smile. She stood up, stretched lazily, and said softly, I didn't notice when I came in, but Qin Chuan, your house is so big. No longer gloomy, Tian Xin pulled Huang Wenwen to tour the villa in detail. Wenwen, look. I love this chandelier. The flowers in the garden are so beautiful. Qin Chuan, how many rooms do you have? Will I get lost at night? Your bathroom is bigger than my living room. It's incredible. If these words came from someone else's mouth, they would be filled with flattery and envy. But coming from Tian Xin, they sounded like a child's exclamations of wonder while strolling through a park. The two girls kept up the fun until late into the night. Seeing it was getting dark, Qin Chuan invited them to stay over. Apart from the master bedroom and the butler's room, they could choose freely from the other 10 oversized bedrooms. Tian Xin immediately picked a room overlooking the entire garden. After all the commotion, Qin Chuan finally managed to turn off the lights and lie down on his bed. A familiar chime sounded in his mind. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Giving and Salvation quest reward acquired. Tycoon item long call token. Note the long call token can cause a single stock to rise by 100. Note this item is single use and will be automatically destroyed after use. Please cherish it, Challenger. As the notification faded, a status panel appeared. Character attributes: Qin Chuan, gender male, martial arts, peak level 4, medical arts, beginner level 2, single use item long call token. Qin Chuan was pleasantly surprised. This reward was different from the usual ones. It was an item reward. So the system had this function too. The long call token could be used to go long on stocks. This was a powerful tool, practically like having money delivered straight to him. Qin Chuan closed the status panel with satisfaction. The scene before him returned to the normal world. Just as he was about to close his eyes and drift off to sleep, his neural defense system inherent to a level 4 martial artist suddenly activated. His perception instantly detected movement at the bedroom door. Someone was spying on me from the doorway. Qin Chuan remained still, pretending to be asleep. He saw the door to his 300 square meter bedroom being quietly pushed open, revealing a crack. A tall, slender figure slipped through the gap and tiptoed inside. The figure moved lightly, making no sound at all on the thick woolen carpet. In his mind's eye, Qin Chuan could clearly visualize every movement of the intruder. Every action was within his control. The person slowly approached Qin Chuan's bed and climbed onto it. An arm crept out silently. Just as it was about to reach his neck, he suddenly turned over, pinned the intruder beneath him, and held them firmly down. His left hand clamped around their throat, and his right fist was clenched, ready to deliver a full-force blow. Startled by Qin Chuan's move, the intruder screamed instinctively, "Ah!" Qin Chuan frowned, released his grip, and jumped off the bed. "Why did you come into my room?" Qin Chuan switched on the light and sat on the sofa opposite the bed. Huang Wenwen hugged her knees, leaning against the pillow. As a freshman at the Beijing Film Academy, her appearance rated above an 8 out of 10. Her delicate oval face featured finely chiseled features. Upon closer inspection, she bore a striking resemblance to a young Yangmi. Her alluring charm was so captivating that it was hard to resist. Huang Wenwen said with a pitiful tone, "I'm scared to sleep alone." "Then go find Tian Xin. Do you realize your actions just now nearly got you killed?" Qin Chuan asked coldly. Huang Wenwen got off the bed. Her delicate feet tiptoed across the soft carpet. She took small steps to Qin Chuan's side and crouched down. Xin is asleep. Ooh, I didn't want to disturb her. You were so forceful just now, pinning me down with one hand. But you used too much strength. I'm still sore. Could you rub it for me?" As she spoke, she leaned toward Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan ignored her and said, "I'm tired. I need to rest." "Then let me massage you instead. I have excellent skills." "No need. You should go back." Huang Wenwen didn't move. She just stood there silently. Qin Chuan said with slight anger, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Huang Wenwen's voice dropped low as she murmured, "Why do you all like Tian Xin, but not me? I know that in your eyes a woman like me is cheap and lowly, while Tian Xin is the proper match. But what did I do wrong? My looks were given by my parents. How can I change my innate allure?" Qin Chuan snorted with a faint sneer. "So you plan to use your looks to seduce me? How much money do you want?" Huang Wenwen's expression shifted. Her timidity and fear vanished, replaced by humiliation. "Money? Ha, if I wanted money, I could easily find those minor bosses who'd fawn over me. With just a flick of my finger, they'd willingly hand over cash. Then what do you want?" Huang Wenwen plopped down with a soft sigh. "I just want a sense of security. You and I both know what lies ahead in my chosen career. The industry is full of deceit and scheming. To survive, few can remain untouched. I'm not asking for a cent from you. I just want a safe harbor where I can focus on acting without harassment. That's all." Huang Wenwen leaned back into the soft sofa, curling up as her gaze drifted toward the moonlight outside the floor-to-ceiling window. She continued, "I know that choosing this path demands sacrifice. Since the outcome is inevitable, my only wish is to give myself to just one person." After speaking, she gazed at Qin Chuan in silence. Qin Chuan suddenly understood. She wanted him to be her protector, her shield. The chaos of the industry was evident from daily gossip. Take for example the neighboring country's entertainment industry actresses. None escaped being playthings for the chaebols. Many were driven to madness and ended their own lives. This girl before him simply sought refuge. Qin Chuan withdrew his disdainful gaze, recalling that he had just acquired a media company. As the boss, recruiting a promising actress would be an asset to the company. So he said, "If you seek my protection, I can grant it. I'll ensure you finish your studies peacefully, act legitimately, choose suitable scripts, and avoid those messy banquets." Huang Wenwen's eyes suddenly lit up. She rushed to Qin Chuan in disbelief. "Really? You truly mean to help me. Qin Chuan remained cold. Do I seem like someone who jokes? Huang Wenwen threw her arms around him, planting a fragrant kiss. Her soft, boneless body pressed tightly against Qin Chuan. He pushed her away. All right, since your goal is achieved, go back to sleep. Huang Wenwen was surprised and a little disappointed. Don't you want me to stay? Or do you despise me? Rest assured you're my first man. She lowered her head in shame. Qin Chuan waved his hand. My help is because I hope to nurture an outstanding actress. Your current actions make me feel this is a transaction. Huang Wenwen's dim eyes brightened instantly. She hadn't expected Qin Chuan to think this way. Her admiration for him grew several notches. But since he said so, she had to relent. Not today, another time. As Huang Wenwen closed the door, a familiar chime sounded. Congratulations, challenger. Side quest completed, protection reward 100 Douyin coins. Qin Chuan was stunned. He had just saved a girl on the verge of falling, and the system rewarded him with 10 billion Douyin coins. Was it telling him to save all the female streamers on Douyin? He still had over 90,000 galas to give away. How was he supposed to focus on his studies? Qin Chuan closed the system interface and went to sleep in frustration. In Beijing's Haidian district at Diyin's headquarters, operations director Song Shifeng, after a long day, stretched at his desk. This was his 8th consecutive day of overtime. Due to the poor economic climate, the number of live viewers for influencer battles had been declining. The big spenders in the streams were being stingy. Not long ago, a tycoon with the ID Qin Chuan appeared. He vanished after gifting 154 galas. Logically, this shouldn't have happened. Song Shifeng had checked the tycoon's account and found over 90,000 galas sitting there, almost giving him a heart attack. But unless those galas were given as gifts, they didn't count as revenue. The user could request a refund. Song Shifeng took a deep breath and got up to pack for home. Suddenly his phone buzzed. Messages flooded the Feishu group. Damn it, he cursed, thinking it was probably the manager assigning tasks for the day's performance report. Song Shifeng initially wanted to ignore it, but Feishu's red receipt forced him to open the chat and show his face. To his surprise, it wasn't the manager. It was the head of Diyin's risk control department. The person everyone in the main group with a screenshot attached. Any tech colleagues available? Risk control has received a major risk alert. Please investigate immediately and report the resolution. Curious, Song Shifeng clicked the screenshot and gasped sharply. The screenshot from the risk control head showed a user who had recharged 10 billion Douyin coins tonight. Instantly, everyone in the Douyin group was jolted by this news. Department heads read the message and demanded the IT team conduct a thorough investigation. This could be a hacker attack for profit. If mishandled, Douyin would suffer incalculable losses. Department heads expressed outrage, calling for action and even suggesting police involvement. A recharge of 10 billion Douyin coins in one night was unprecedented. The IT department head personally inspected the system. After half an hour of investigation, everyone in the group. Our investigation confirms that the user with ID Qin Chuan made a normal recharge, no bugs or violations found. The brief message was read by everyone instantly. The Feishu group fell into dead silence with no one else speaking. On the road leading into the city on the 3rd Ring Road in Kyoto. It was a Tuesday and the Ring Road was clogged with traffic. It wasn't due to any accidents caused by reckless lane changes, but rather because a luxury car worth tens of millions was crawling along at a snail's pace. Other vehicles kept their distance from it. Tion Xian, step on it. It'll be fine, don't be afraid. If we bump or scrape anything, it's on me, Qin Chuan urged from the back seat. Tion Xian had adjusted her seat so close to the steering wheel that she was almost hugging it. Her hands trembled with nerves. I'm not scared at all. It's just that the car is so big, I haven't gotten used to it yet. Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. He had initially asked Tion Xian to drive so he could catch some more sleep. But now, after he had already dozed off, the car was still stuck on the 3rd Ring Road. Kyoto University of Finance and Economics was just 2 streets away from Kyoto Film Academy. Huang Wenwen, after hitching a ride, got out of the car cheerfully. She stood outside, made a heart shape with her hands at Qin Chuan in the back seat, and then hurried into the school. Tion Xian continued driving, and with a mix of anxiety and relief managed to squeeze into the university just in time. Qin Chuan found his palms sweating from sheer tension for the first time. If the system had penalized him for being late, losing any of the rewards would have meant a loss of over $1 billion. He let out a long sigh and said, Tion Xian, you nearly cost me over $1 billion. Tion Xian pouted. Do you have to exaggerate like that? I got you to school safely, didn't I? Fine, keep a spare key. Use it for grocery shopping, Qin Chuan said as he got out of the car and headed to the classroom. Tion Xin's face lit up with joy, as she was now a fairy who could drive a luxury car worth tens of millions to buy groceries. But the next second, she saw the fuel consumption displayed on the dashboard. 23 liters per 100 kilometers. She nearly burst into tears. Who could afford such fuel consumption? Qin Chuan, I'm not driving this anymore. Take your car back. At the university in the Moral Education Building, a second-floor classroom, the young male lecturer on the platform glanced at Qin Chuan, who had slipped into the classroom just in time, but said nothing. Instead, he continued writing on the blackboard. This was his first lecture for this class, and he needed to establish authority over all the freshmen to avoid being led by the nose later. He wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard, Su Gongqing. Good morning, everyone. I am your instructor for business management. The classroom fell silent. Such a young teacher. Everyone found it hard to believe. Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses, clearly expecting this reaction. He continued, I am 29 years old, a PhD graduate from this university, and have worked for several Fortune 500 companies, reaching the position of operations director, the youngest in the company's history. As soon as Su Gongqing said this, the students erupted in murmurs. They couldn't believe that such a young teacher possessed such an impressive resume. A Fortune 500 executive. Oh my God, how many people spend over a decade to reach that position? Teacher Su is incredible. Su Gongqing was pleased by the admiration in the room, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then Qin Chuan's phone vibrated. He glanced at it. The caller was Xia Ying's secretary of the Hilton Group. Hello? I'm in class. Don't disturb me. Without waiting for Xia Ying to speak, Qin Chuan hung up hastily and returned to his seat. Su Gongqing frowned slightly, but said nothing. He continued calmly. Today's lesson is on business management. Let me ask you all a question. Whose parents run a business? Raise your hands. About a quarter of the students raised their hands. Su Gongqing pressed on. Whose parents run a business with at least 10 employees? Raise your hands. Most of the hands went down, leaving only 3 students still raising theirs. This was all within Su Gongqing's expectations. He continued, and among these 3 whose parents' business employs over 100 people, raise your hands. The 3 students exchanged glances and lowered their hands, and none of them raised theirs. Su Gongqing got the answer he wanted and said confidently, ruling a large country is like cooking a small fish. Managing a business is the same. At first, a small family workshop can be managed with just personal charisma. But as the business grows, the bottlenecks and obstacles become greater. Managing a double-digit number of employees is vastly different from managing a triple-digit number. He paused to gauge the reactions of the students. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. Su Gongqing looked toward the sound and saw it was that same student again. The student quietly stepped out of the classroom to take a call. Su Gongqing's expression darkened. Although Qin Chuan's exit didn't disturb anyone, to Su Gongqing, it was clearly a sign of disrespect. He suppressed his anger and continued the lecture. When I became operations director, my daily work was a tangled mess. A manager not only has to consider their own department, but also coordinate with other departments, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Su Gongqing paused deliberately before adding, at my peak, I managed nearly 1,000 people. The classroom erupted in exclamations again. Teacher Su is amazing. My dad's company only has about 30 people, and he's always worried about how to manage them. Teacher Su managed 1,000 all by himself. That's incredible. Teacher Su, how much was your annual salary back then? Tell us. Su Gongqing's lecture flow was the result of meticulous practice across several classes. He knew exactly what to say and what reactions to expect. He gave a faint smile as if all his past achievements were trivial. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that student in the back row slip out again to take a call. This time the student was unusually furious in the hallway, shouting, I told you I'm in class. Stop calling me. If you can't handle such a small business, fire them all tomorrow. Qin Chuan hung up angrily and returned to the classroom. This time Su Gongqing could no longer contain himself. In all his first lectures, he had never encountered such a situation. He let out a cold laugh and asked, what's the name of this classmate? From the sound of it, it seems you've already started a business in college, and on quite a large scale. Su Gongqing's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. The other students caught on and burst into laughter, joining in. Ha ha ha, Teacher Su, his name is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan with Teacher Su here today, why don't you tell us about your business? Yeah, Qin Chuan, maybe with Teacher Zu's help your business could hit $1 million next year. The crowd chimed in, some intentionally, some not. Tang Yoming, who shared a dorm with Qin Chuan, found the comments grating. He spoke up, you people don't know anything. Qin Chuan's business is huge, worth millions. Tang Yoming's words instantly silenced the rest of the class. Su Gongqing narrowed his eyes, a hint of wariness flickering within them, and asked, what business is classmate Qin in? Before Qin Chuan could speak, Tang Yoming interjected, used cars and homestays. Tang Yoming's declaration stunned everyone. What? A freshman already dealing in used cars and running homestays? That's impressive. I never thought we'd have an entrepreneur in our class. Qin Chuan, what's your homestay called? How much per night? Can you give a discount? I just started dating someone. I want to find a Mercedes for $300. Can you get me one? Watching his students' attention shift to Qin Chuan, Su Gongqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. He couldn't let someone else steal the spotlight on the first day of class. So he cleared his throat twice and said, not bad, very good. Young classmate Qin, achieving so much at such a tender age. I suppose your family has been a great help. Su Gongqing's words seemed to praise Qin Chuan, but in truth they insinuated that his success was largely due to family support. Wu Ming, as the eldest in the dormitory, caught the underlying meaning in Su Gongqing's words. He defended his roommate, saying, Teacher Qin Chuan's parents are both frontline workers in a factory. Wu Ming's implication was clear. Qin Chuan's parents couldn't have provided him with the initial capital to start a business. Su Gongqing was somewhat surprised by this, and took a fresh look at Qin Chuan. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his features were delicate and handsome. There was an air of authority in his brow reminiscent of top-tier magnates. This left Su Gongqing astonished. Classmate Qin, perhaps you could tell everyone about your business. We could use your personal experience as a live case study. It might even help elevate your business to new heights. Su Gongqing's words stirred great envy among classmates whose families ran businesses. Their family enterprises, large or small, were all grappling with management issues. What they lacked was precisely the aid of an expert who could settle matters with a single word. They opened their notebooks and picked up pens ready to jot down insights from the ensuing dialogue, hoping to pass on Su Gongqing's management wisdom to their parents. Tang Yuming nudged Qin Chuan with his elbow. Old Fourth, just tell Teacher Su. Maybe he can help you boost your performance. Wu Ming chimed in, right, Old Fourth. With guidance from a master, your business is sure to reach new heights. Seated in the last row, Qin Chuan let out a soft sigh and began, Teacher, I'm actually not too clear on how my business is doing right now. Qin Chuan's words left everyone utterly astounded. Huh, you don't even know your own business. What's going on? Is this a joke? Qin Chuan, are you holding back on purpose? Several nosy male classmates spoke up in succession. Su Gongqing, maintaining a calm demeanor, continued his inquiry. Classmate Qin, can you tell us your current used car inventory turnover days and profit per unit? Qin Chuan replied flatly, not sure. Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses and pressed on. And the homestay business? How many rooms do you have? What's the occupancy rate? Qin Chuan answered with 3 words, I don't know. How can he not know anything? Is Qin Chuan really running a business, or is he just bragging? I bet that's it. Used cars and homestays require an investment of at least hundreds of thousands. What family would give their child that much money to start a business during college? Seeing others doubt his roommate, Tang Yuming fumed. What do you idiots know? Our Qin Chuan is making a killing throwing around hundreds of thousands like pocket change. Come off it, Tang Yuming. Everyone knows you guys in dorm 511 are thick as thieves. Maja from the neighboring dorm 512 retorted. Su Gongqing raised both hands, gesturing downward to quiet the clamor in the classroom. Classmates, please don't doubt Classmate Qin. As a teacher, I believe Classmate Qin has indeed started a business. Teacher, then how do you explain him not knowing anything? Su Gongqing smiled and said, this ties into a question from our professional course. Our class was actually established to address the very issues Classmate Qin is facing. Teacher. Another smart aleck tried to interject. Before he could finish, the person next to him covered his mouth and gestured for Su Gongqing to continue. Classmate Qin has just started his business and is still in an extensive management mode. An extensive management mode means relying on the entrepreneur's own abilities to handle everything. All problems and the person solving them are one and the same. If this person is exceptionally capable, everything will run smoothly. If their abilities are lacking, then management will be riddled with flaws and they'll attend to one thing while neglecting another. Su Gongqing's words were understood by all the college students in the room. On the surface, he analyzed Qin Chuan's entrepreneurial management model, but in reality, he was subtly belittling Qin Chuan's capabilities. Sensing that his jab had landed well enough, Su Gongqing continued. However, Classmate Qin's courage to start a business as a freshman is something we should all learn from. Luck combined with hard work can make money. But, when he said, but, Su Gongqing paused for effect, deliberately waiting to gauge the students' reactions. Teacher, just tell us already. This is killing me. Why does this teacher love cliffhangers like those web novel authors? Su Gongqing, seeing that the timing was right, first took a sip of tea, then spoke slowly and deliberately. But this kind of extensive management mode won't last long. A person's energy is limited, they can't keep handling everything forever. A person's luck is also limited, they can't make money every day. Teacher, do you mean Qin Chuan's business is going to fail? Su Gongqing revealed a meaningful smile and looked up at Qin Chuan. Classmate Qin, it seems your classmates are very concerned about your business. Would you like some guidance from me to help you avoid some detours and unnecessary losses? Everyone turned to look at Qin Chuan, waiting for him to agree. This kind of practical case study class was incredibly engaging. Everyone was captivated and couldn't get enough. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Thank you, teacher, but I don't need your guidance. Everyone was utterly shocked into silence. Who does Qin Chuan think he is, daring to reject a master's guidance to his face? Where does he get the nerve? Maja, who had long been irritated by the dorm 511 crew, spoke up. Teacher, let's not help him. Look how cocky he's getting. Su Gongqing pushed up his glasses and said with unruffled calm, Classmate Qin, do you really intend to keep running your business blindly? Teacher, the enterprises under my name are all managed by top-tier professional managers. I don't need to worry about a thing. I just wait for my quarterly dividends. As soon as Qin Chuan said this, the classroom fell into a dead silence. Maja, seeing that no one spoke, was the first to jump out and say, professional manager. Haha, Qin Chuan, you really have a silver tongue. Calling that little business of yours a professional manager. With his lead, the other classmates couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. A girl opened Douyin, clicked on the watermelon face filter, and started recording. Guys, who gets it? The class loser is so cringe, bragging nonstop as soon as class starts. Meanwhile, the boys began to secretly take photos of Qin Chuan, planning to post them on the forum. Wu Mingtang, Yoming, and Kong Huijun stood up, blocking in front of Qin Chuan to stop the others from filming. Su Gongqing shook his head, feeling that this student was beyond saving. Wealth acquired by chance, if not managed properly, will surely be squandered. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom was pushed open. A middle-aged man poked his head and, dressed appropriately and exuding a professional aura, he raised his hand, apologetically signaling to Su Gongqing. Su Gongqing asked, "Who are you?" The man replied politely, "Sorry for the intrusion. I am Du Wei, the general manager of Tianqing BMW 4S dealership." Su Gongqing frowned slightly. BMW 4S dealership. What's the matter? Du Wei said apologetically. "I'm really sorry to bother you. Yesterday our boss brought a car to the shop for repairs. It's fixed today, and I came specifically to deliver it. But the boss phone is turned off, so I had no choice but to search for him in the classroom." Du Wei's voice was low, afraid of disturbing the students. However, his words were heard by everyone. Tianqing BMW 4S dealership. Boss. Whoa, there's a classmate whose family owns a 4S dealership. And it's a BMW one. Damn, I didn't expect such hidden talents in our class. Why didn't anyone raise their hand when Teacher Su asked about family businesses earlier? For a moment, the entire class began to look around, wondering who had such strength to own a BMW 4S dealership. Seeing that Su Gongqing didn't stop him, Du Wei tiptoed and craned his neck, scanning the classroom. Finally, his gaze landed on the last row of the classroom. Du Wei hurried over to Qin Chuan. Humbly and respectfully, he presented a Volkswagen car key with both hands. "Boss Qin, the Golf you sent in yesterday has been repaired. It was a minor battery issue. We just replaced it with a new one. We also did a comprehensive inspection and maintenance to ensure everything is flawless." Du Wei kept his head down, not daring to meet Qin Chuan's eyes. This boss was a fearsome figure, and he was terrified of offending him. The consequence would be the same as sales department manager Wang, packing up and leaving. Qin Chuan's face showed slight anger. "Who told you to come into the classroom? Do you realize you're disturbing our class?" Du Wei's legs went weak, and he immediately stammered, "I'm so sorry, so sorry. They'll leave right now." With that, Du Wei carefully put down the keys and retreated from the classroom. The classroom fell into dead silence. Qin Chuan was the owner of a 4S dealership. His so-called used car business was actually selling BMWs. Everyone was stunned, speechless, especially those who had just mocked Qin Chuan. Now they wished they could dig a hole and hide inside. That was a BMW 4S dealership. Without at least 100 or 200 million, how could it be possible? Su Gongqing was taken aback. He had never expected Qin Chuan to own a BMW 4S dealership. His eyes behind the glasses gleamed sharply as he began to observe Qin Chuan seriously. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly there was a knock on the classroom door. Su Gongqing walked down from the podium and opened the door. Outside stood two people. One was his colleague, the tax law teacher Zhou Pei. Beside Zhou Pei was a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and proper. Su Gongqing asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Pei smiled and introduced, "Teacher Su, sorry to bother you. This is the legal representative from BYD Group." The middle-aged man extended his hand and greeted politely, "Hello, Teacher Su. I am Qiu Xinfa, the legal representative from BYD Group." Su Gongqing was stunned and whispered, "Which BYD Group?" Qiu Xinfa nodded with a smile. "The one that operates in automobiles, new energy and batteries." Su Gongqing gasped. BYD Group was now a behemoth in the new energy vehicle track, with annual car sales exceeding 1 million units. Moreover, it was the only fully integrated industrial chain company, truly self-sufficient and dominating the new energy sector. Su Gongqing quickly put on a serious expression and said, "Hello, what brings you here today?" Qiu Xinfa smiled awkwardly. "Sorry to disturb you. It's about a recent equity change in our group. Some documents require the signature of the major shareholder to take effect. Since it involves a transaction worth nearly 10 billion, I had to fly in from Shenzhen early this morning. The documents are urgent, so I hope Teacher Su can be lenient." Qiu Xinfa had just landed today and immediately tried to call the major shareholder, but the phone was off. With no other choice, he contacted the shareholder's school teacher, an old classmate, who brought him here. Su Gongqing's forehead began to sweat. He had a bad feeling. Excuse me, who is your major shareholder?" Qiu Xinfa answered without hesitation, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's legs went weak, and he nearly stumbled. What's going on? What the hell is going on? A million thoughts raced through his mind, trampling his heart into a frantic beat. Qiu Xinfa, thinking Su Gongqing hadn't heard, clearly repeated, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's face turned pale. He understood the implications. Only a shareholder with a sufficiently large stake would need to personally sign internal group documents. This meant that Qin Chuan was a pivotal figure within BYD Group. Inside the classroom, the students were whispering about what was happening and why Teacher Su looked so grim. Then, as if his soul had left him, Su Gongqing waved at Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, come here." Qin Chuan walked to the door and saw Qiu Xinfa. After Qiu Xinfa explained his purpose, Qin Chuan signed with a look of annoyance and said, "Didn't you see, I was in class. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. I've fully authorized the group CEO to handle them. The three at the door were speechless. A transaction of nearly 10 billion was considered trivial in Qin Chuan's eyes. Su Gongqing recalled how he had mocked Qin Chuan's idea of a professional manager earlier. Now he wished he could slap himself twice. After seeing Qiu Xinfa off, Su Gongqing returned to the classroom dazed. Ignoring the students' questions, he tried to pep himself up. Su Gongqing, you're the best. Qin Chuan is just a rich young master while you are a business management genius. Before Su Gongqing could finish his self-consolation, the academic dean, Hou Yud, pushed open the classroom door and walked in. Su Gongqing was quite surprised. The dean of academic affairs at the University of Finance and Economics was a figure of considerable importance. On ordinary days, a junior instructor like him could hardly get an audience. Now Hou Yud had rushed into his classroom, which suggested something urgent was afoot. Su Gongqing hurried forward to strike up a conversation. Hou Yud raised a hand to his chest, saying, "It's nothing, I'm here to find someone." Find someone? Su Gongqing was baffled. Could one of his students have done something wrong? Everyone quiet down. Dean Hou of the Academic Affairs Office has something to say. Though Su Gongqing did not fully grasp the situation as a teacher, he still had to maintain order in the classroom. Upon hearing that the Dean of Academic Affairs had arrived, the students all quickly returned to their seats, not daring to breathe too loudly. Hou Yud scanned the room, his gaze settling on the last row. He swiftly trotted over, leaned down, and whispered to Qin Chuan, "Mr. Qin, the people from the Hilton Group are here. They say they must see you today." Just then the bell rang for the end of class. Hou Yud promptly addressed everyone, "Class dismissed. The Academic Affairs Office is requisitioning this room. Everyone pack up and leave." Everyone had wanted to stay and watch the drama unfold, but Hou Yud's words sent them scattering. What do you think Qin Chuan did to get caught by Dean Hou? Must be something serious. Dean Hou is notoriously ruthless. Probably Qin Chuan thinking he's above the law because he owns a 4S dealership. A girl quietly opened Douyin, selected the watermelon filter effect, and began recording. Guys, who understands this? The class-rich kid might have knocked someone up, and it's drawn the Dean of Academic Affairs to the classroom to catch him. As the students dispersed, a group of foreigners with blonde hair, blue eyes, and varied skin tones entered through the back door of the classroom. These foreigners were dressed in designer labels, their attire professional and opulent, and the scent of their perfume instantly filled the entire room. Su Gongqing stood frozen in astonishment, unable to comprehend what was happening. Hou Yud stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve. "Teacher, Su, let's lend this room to the Hilton Group for now. We should step out." Su Gongqing sharply inhaled, exclaiming, "The Hilton Group? Oh, you know the Hilton Group of Hilton Hotels. As a business management professor, shouldn't you be familiar with them?" Su Gongqing was well aware of the Hilton Group. It was a Fortune Global 500 company, a behemoth with annual revenues nearing $100 billion. What are they doing here? Hou Yud smiled proudly and said, "They're here for Qin Chuan. He's the hidden big boss behind the Hilton Group." "What? Qin Chuan is the big boss of the Hilton Group?" Su Gongqing's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Hou Yud had anticipated this reaction and continued, "And that's not all. He's also the second largest shareholder of Wanda Group, and I heard he recently acquired 50 of BYD's shares." Su Gongqing's face turned green. A major shareholder of a domestic giant, the hidden boss of a Fortune Global 500 company, and the owner of a BMW 4S dealership. What kind of person was this? He had just been about to show off his expertise in front of him, discussing business management and offering advice on boosting performance. Looking back now, his actions were nothing short of brandishing a sword before Guangdong, utterly overestimating himself. Filled with shame, Su Gongqing lowered his head and quickly fled the scene. As he reached the door, he brushed past a girl in a black pencil skirt and a white blouse. Xiaoying stepped into the classroom in Prada heels. She held a document in her hand and handed it to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan took the file, slapped it onto the desk, and said with an angry expression, "You've already disrupted my class." Seeing Qin Chuan's intimidating face, Xiaoying felt a bit intimidated. She lowered her head. "Boss, please take a look at this document. It's extremely urgent." Qin Chuan opened the file and glanced at it. The pages were filled with dense columns of data, and then a familiar name appeared: Gaussian Consortium. Qin Chuan looked up and asked, "The American Gaussian Consortium wants to short our Hilton?" Xiaoying nodded yes. "Ever since you fully acquired the Hilton Group, it alarmed those American consortiums. They've started to get restless and want to strike at us. Not long ago, a short-selling campaign, led by the Gaussian Consortium, quietly began. Our Hilton hotels have been hit with a stream of negative news, and the stock price has already dropped by 40, currently stabilizing at 95 per share. Given the current trend, there's still potential for further decline." A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes, and he said in a chilled voice, "What is the goal of the people on Wall Street?" Xiaoying's face showed difficulty. After a moment's thought, she said, "Their aim is to force you to transfer and sell the Hilton Group. Otherwise, they will target the group's listed subsidiary Hilton Hotels for a short attack." "Oh, why would those insatiable people on Wall Street take an interest in such a slow-earning business? It's not that they're interested in the Hilton Group's business, it's just. Qin Chuan slammed the table. "Just what? Don't stammer in front of me." This was Xiaoying's first meeting with her boss. She had never imagined that a 20-year-old young man could exude such commanding presence and authority. He pressed down on her heavily, creating an indescribable sense of suffocation. Claude, the president of the Gulfstream Consortium, says that as a noble American, he will never allow a Chinese person to control and manage an American company. So he must act. Qin Chuan squinted his eyes. Does he think the Gulfstream Consortium alone can go toe-to-toe with me? Does he have the strength for that? Upon hearing this, Yang felt her boss had lost his mind. Boss, that's the Gulfstream Consortium, a top-tier financial consortium in the Fortune Global 500 with over a century of history. Qin Chuan snorted coldly. You talk to me about a century of history. If a century of history were useful, the Qin dynasty wouldn't have fallen. Xiaoying had initially held a sliver of hope that her rich second-generation boss might be capable of something. But to her surprise, he had done nothing but talk tough, without any actionable plan. She sighed inwardly. Perhaps it would be better for the group to be acquired back by the Americans, otherwise it would inevitably be squandered by this prodigal son. Yet she felt a pang of reluctance. The discriminatory remarks of Claude, the president of the Gulfstream Consortium, echoed in her mind, refusing to fade. Talk of American supremacy and American priority. That Chinese people are only fit for menial labor, unworthy of the same rights and treatment as Americans, forever destined to live under the shadow of Americans and subsist on their leftovers. Every time she recalled these words, Xia Ying's small fists clenched tightly. Unfortunately, she was just a secretary and could do little. She had brought a group of senior executives to see Qin Chuan today, hoping to hold a meeting and discuss a plan. But now she gave up. It would be better to return to the company and ask the department directors for ideas than to waste time talking nonsense with this playboy. Boss, sorry for disturbing your class. We'll be going now. Just as she was gathering the documents on the desk, Qin Chuan pressed a hand on the file. Going back. You're leaving without asking for my opinion. Do you still see me as your boss? Qin Chuan suddenly spoke, startling everyone. They turned to look at their young boss. Xiaoying hesitated and asked, Boss, do you have a countermeasure? It's simple. If they're shorting, we go long. We fight back. The crowd inwardly cursed at his words. What a ridiculous strategy, utter nonsense. Boss, this won't work. Exactly, boss. Before shorting, they've already spread negative news about our group. The secondary market is in a panic with everyone dumping our stocks. Boss, I think we shouldn't go head-to-head with the Gulfstream Consortium. We should send a negotiator to talk things out, said a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner with slicked-back hair, speaking in broken Chinese. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes at the man. The latter quickly introduced himself. Boss, I'm Mark, global CEO of Hilton Group. Expressionless, Qin Chuan asked, negotiate with them. How? Seeing Qin Chuan's interest, Mark straightened up and pulled out his notebook. Reading the strategy he had already written, he said, we should fully understand Mr. Claude's proposal from the Gulfstream Consortium. He has two demands. First, you must sell 51 of Hilton Group's equity. You must agree to their terms. After all, compared to a forced bankruptcy and restructuring of Hilton hotels, losing just 51 of the equity is nothing. Moreover, through this equity tie-up, we'll be firmly bound to the Gulfstream Consortium, gaining their eternal protection. Qin Chuan's lips curled upward. Mark, thinking he had won approval, continued, Mr. Claude's second demand is that he fancies your house, the villa in the Kyoto estate. He's willing to pay a staggering $50 million to buy it. Having Mr. Claude reside in your home would be an honor. As long as these two conditions are met, Mr. Claude promises to immediately cease all short-selling attacks on Hilton Group. Mark closed his notebook, looking at Qin Chuan with confidence. Though Claude's demands were harsh, facing corporate bankruptcy and forced acquisition, through shorting, sacrificing a bit of equity and a house for peace seemed logical. Mark believed the Chinese knew how to weigh pros and cons and make a choice. You're like a fish on the chopping block. What else can you do? Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh and asked, are you done? Mark nodded with a smile. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and said flatly, fine. You're fired. What? The executives in the room gasped. The group CEO suddenly got sacked. Everyone stared at Qin Chuan in disbelief. Boss, Mark is the current CEO of the group. Boss, with the Gulfstream Consortium shorting us, we can't afford internal chaos. Several regional managers chimed in to persuade him. Mark stood there dumbfounded, never expecting things to take this turn. He fumed, thinking himself a proud American. Working for a Chinese boss was bad enough, but getting fired. Qin Chuan, how dare you fire me? I'm an American. Qin Chuan looked up, staring coldly at Mark. Do you think this is still a century ago when Chinese people were bullied by foreigners and dared not resist? Do you think we Chinese still need to cede territory and pay reparations in business, licking your foreign master's boots? Let me tell you, that's history. Now it's our turn to bully others. Anyone who dares to ambush me will get back tenfold. Qin Chuan, you don't understand business or the rules of the game. Defying the Gulfstream Consortium will only bring fiercer shorting. Mark roared. How rules of the business world? With me, I am the rule. You'll pay for this. You're no longer part of our group. Now, get the hell out. Qin Chuan's voice boomed like a bell, using his inner energy for the first time. His voice stunned everyone present, even Mark turned pale with fear. Seeing this, several regional managers quickly escorted Mark out to avoid a fight. Xia Ying was bewildered. Why fire the CEO out of the blue? Boss, you were too impulsive. Qin Chuan snorted. The incompetent call it impulsiveness, the capable call it decisiveness. Not wanting to argue, Xia Ying asked directly, "Boss, give us a plan then. Now that we have no CEO, morale might waver." "No CEO. Easy. I appoint you as the group CEO. You report only to me." Once again, everyone was stunned. Some regional managers who had worked for years dreamed of the CEO position. Now it went to a young girl. Their hearts sank. Xia Ying was utterly shocked, a secretary suddenly becoming the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. The room fell silent. Minutes later, several country regional managers resigned on the spot and left. The room of over a dozen people dwindled to just 5 Qin Chuan, Xia Ying, and 3 Chinese region executives. Xia Ying slumped into a chair, deflated like a punctured balloon. In an instant, most of the group's top management had quit. As soon as this news broke, even without the Gaussian Consortium's report, the stock would likely drop 50 on its own. Qin Chuan smiled and ruffled Xia Ying's hair. "What's wrong? Not happy being CEO of a Fortune 500 company?" Though the girl wasn't always polite, he liked her spirit. "Improbably the shortest-lived CEO in history," Xia Ying sighed. "At this rate, Hilton Group would be wiped out within a month, then forced into liquidation and restructuring. No, with me here, you'll keep this job until retirement." Xia Ying let out another long sigh. "Boss, don't console me." Qin Chuan continued, "Listen to me. Go back now. Go all in on long positions, fight the Gaussian Consortium heat-in with a target of 100. Boss, do you know how much that will cost? Do as I say. This is war, not child's play. Don't hold back for the future. Use all our reserves," Qin Chuan said firmly. Xia Ying had no choice but to follow her boss' orders. As she left, she was already planning to download a job-hunting app and update her resume. Once everyone was gone, Qin Chuan focused his consciousness, and the system interface appeared before him. He clicked on character attributes. The interface quickly switched, displaying Qin Chuan's basic info. Qin Chuan, gender male, martial arts peak level, Forza medical arts beginner level 2, single-use item long contract. He clicked single-use item long contract. The system prompted confirm use of this item. Qin Chuan clicked confirm. Then a flash of light passed before his eyes. The system interface faded. He returned to the real world. Qin Chuan looked around. Everything seemed unchanged. Yet he wasn't worried. He trusted his system's power. So he packed his bag and headed back to the dorm to rest. For 2 days, the international financial markets were in uproar. The short-selling war by the American Gaussian Consortium against Hilton Group continued. Hilton stock had already fallen another 10 per share. On Wednesday morning at 8 a.m., just as everyone expected the shorting to end with Gaussian's victory, a breaking news flash appeared on the front pages of financial news newspapers and websites. At the same time, all financial news newspapers and websites blazed the same headline: shock. The executives of the world's top 500 company Hilton Group have collectively departed, suspected to be linked to the short selling by the Gaussian Consortium. Instantly, the international financial market was stirred into a storm. Financial titans who had been on the sidelines, such as Morgan Consortium, Dubon Consortium, and Melon Consortium from Wall Street, began to stir restlessly. They sensed that the young man who had acquired the Hilton Group was already losing his composure. The Hilton Group was plagued by severe internal conflicts, teetering on the brink of collapse. Traders from these consortiums swiftly drafted a joint sniping plan, joining the short-selling campaign led by the Gaussian Consortium. On Wednesday morning, spokespersons from each consortium held press conferences to announce this news. On television, the spokespersons of the major consortiums, using almost identical scripts, addressed the assembled journalists. "Recently, we have discovered severe management issues within Hilton hotels. There have been problems such as inflated guest numbers and financial fraud. We have every reason to believe this is due to the inferior management skills of the Chinese. Chinese people only engage in deception and dishonest business practices, unlike us Americans who regard credit as our very lives. Their capabilities are low, fit only for low-end industries, and they are unable to manage large enterprises. Therefore, our consortium, upholding the principle of justice and maintaining world peace, has stepped in to short-sell the Hilton Group to make the Chinese understand that they are unworthy of managing a corporate group built by us Americans. We hope that through a fair market game, the Chinese shadow owner will realize his own limitations, then hand over the industry that rightfully belongs to us Americans." At the press conference, the consortium spokespersons made extremely discriminatory remarks. Yet none of the journalists present found it inappropriate. Some even sneered and mocked. Mocking other ethnicities might cost one's life or job, but mocking the Chinese, they would just reflect behind closed doors and then come back apologizing sheepishly. A nouveau riche, what does he know about a world top 500 company? What does he know about management? We've only developed for a decade or so. How could we have experience managing a large American corporation? Without learning more from the American tycoons, with just a bit of money, they start fooling around. Now they've been taught a harsh lesson. How dare that Chinese man take it upon himself to acquire Hilton? Didn't he think to consult Wall Street first to see if they approved of the deal? He has truly disgraced our Chinese nation, known for its etiquette. Others will think all Chinese are so arrogant. 3 Chinese journalists complained to each other, believing their compatriots' acquisition of the Hilton Group was an extremely foolish and overreaching act. After their complaints, they intended to freeload a banquet arranged by the consortium. However, upon arriving at the hotel entrance, a black security guard blocked them. Chinese are not allowed inside. The journalists were anxious. Why? We are journalists too. The boss says Chinese are the most deceitful. You'll come in to steal secrets and leak them to China. One journalist quickly pulled out his US ID card. I'm American, I immigrated long ago. The black security guard still shook his head. The boss said anyone with a Chinese face is not allowed in. The three looked at each other, grinding their teeth in anger. Damn it, it's all that damn nouveau rich's fault. Exactly who did he have to provoke? Americans. Now we have to suffer too. The journalist, who had just immigrated and held a US ID card, put away his camera and said to the other two, I'm not having dinner with you. I need to hurry to buy groceries and cook for the Americans around me and sincerely apologize and explain to them so they don't think all Chinese are rude. Wednesday, 2:00 p.m. Shortly after the morning's joint declaration by the consortiums, the new CEO of Hilton Group, Xia Ying, gave a report from the Chinese office to a Chinese financial news channel. Facing the camera, Xia Ying directly denounced the shameless behavior of the Western consortiums. She also announced on the spot that with the approval of the company's major boss, they would fully support and spare no expense to prop up Hilton's stock price. As soon as this interview aired, it caused an uproar in domestic and international financial securities markets. Everyone questioned this young new CEO. An ABC TV commentator in the US remarked that he had never in his life seen a CEO so stubborn as to go against Wall Street. A South Korean journalist believed this was the new CEO inheriting the Chinese bad habit of being greedy and reckless, which would plunge her into the abyss. A Japanese financial expert commented, Chinese arrogance will destroy the century-old Hilton in one fell swoop. International public opinion was fermenting fiercely. But at the same time, within the U.S. stock exchange market, a trader was astonished to discover that amid the enormous short-selling pressure, aside from the Hilton Group, someone was actually operating in reverse, blindly going long. Moreover, the volume of long positions was almost matching the volume of short positions. The downward trend of Hilton Group's stock price was suddenly alleviated. On China's largest and most authoritative stock forum, the Oriental Stock Forum, someone posted detailing what they had observed. Shock. A hidden big shot goes long on Hilton Group, going against several major consortiums. The comments below were almost unanimously pessimistic. Forum ID Milk Snow's White Sun said, why would an idiot go against the consortiums? Has he lost his mind? Forum ID Baoguanji Jiao said, I heard the shadow owner of Hilton Group is Chinese. Could it be that the higher-ups have stepped in to help? Forum ID Gu Shui Sa Yang said, impossible. The higher-ups would only mediate, not intervene directly. Forum ID Qing Nong Xiang Shou said, why doesn't the Chinese boss of Hilton reflect on why Wall Street is sanctioning him? His current actions are like pouring oil on the fire, making Wall Street hate us even more. In the forum, both sides were debating fiercely. The debate raged on. One side believed the Chinese should stay low-key, bide their time, concede, and not confront the Americans head-on. The other side argued that in the current situation, being low-key and biding one's time when one has the strength was pure stupidity. If you keep yielding and tolerating, they will just take advantage. Thursday, CEO office of Hilton Group. Xia Ying's desk was piled with resignation letters. Without exception, they were from the foreign employees of the group. These people were not all Americans. There were Japanese, South Koreans, Indians, and people of various ethnicities. When they first learned that the big boss was Chinese, they were all disgruntled, unable to accept working for a Chinese person. But due to the stable job and generous salary at Hilton Group, they reluctantly stayed. Now, with the Hilton Group under siege by Wall Street financial giants and Xia Ying's denunciation of the Western consortiums yesterday, along with the resolution to spare no expense to support the stock price, these fence-sitters decisively chose to resign and flee. Xia Ying tossed the resignation letters into the trash bin. Lying back in her executive chair, she felt utterly drained. Suddenly her phone rang. Xia Ying saw it was the group's CFO calling. Her heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. Since yesterday, the group had used all its reserve funds to prop up the stock price. Yet despite this, the stock price had only held firm for about 10 minutes before continuing to fall. Hello, what is it? Are we out of money? President Xia, it's hard to explain in a few words. You'd better take a look at the stock market. Xia Ying took a deep breath and clicked her mouse. She selected the intraday chart for Hilton Hotels stock. What she saw left her utterly astonished. The intraday trend chart for Hilton Hotels showed of shape. In the last 10 minutes before the close, a massive influx of funds poured in, continuously devouring the shares being sold off above. This directly pushed the Hilton Group stock price to 130 per share. Xia Ying was completely stunned. On Friday, the U.S. stock market opened. The stock price of the Hilton hotel chain surged from yesterday's closing price of 130 per share directly to 150 per share. Instantly, the U.S. stock exchange was filled with wails of lament. The traders of Morgan Consortium, DuPont Consortium, and Mellon Consortium were stunned. Their scalps tingled with shock. Just yesterday, the consortiums of these traders had jointly announced an attack on Hilton. Within a mere 24 hours, a mysterious Eastern force swept through the entire American stock market. With an overwhelming momentum, it directly lifted the faltering Hilton stock price to 150 per share. Moreover, judging by the trend, the rally was still continuing. Less than half an hour after the U.S. market open, Morgan Consortium, DuPont Consortium, and Mellon Consortium issued a joint statement. Citing global economic fluctuations, and for the sake of investor interest, they announced the abandonment of all short-selling activities in the near term. One by one, they withdrew from the campaign to snipe Hilton. On the surface, the major consortiums claimed to abandon short-selling for the sake of investor interests. But everyone on Wall Street knew that these consortiums in less than 24 hours had been forced into a margin call by the formidable Eastern power, each losing an average of $2 billion. At Morgan Consortium, President Diamond was in his office brandishing a newly purchased golf club. He smashed the lavishly decorated office to pieces. Motherfucker, which son of a BTCH proposed shorting Hilton? Get him out here. At DuPont Consortium, President Pierre was rapidly signing several documents. From the moment the margin call began, he had ordered the entire risk management department to be laid off. Not a single one was spared, they were all kicked out. Mellon Consortium was currently the wealthiest consortium on Wall Street, bar none. President Charles held a stack of photos in his hands, cold sweat trickling down his back. The photos were all evidence of his illicit activities. Each set of photos represented a crime. All were major offenses carrying a minimum sentence of life imprisonment, crimes so severe that one would be subjected to unspeakable horrors in prison. Trembling, he held his phone and pleaded in extremely broken Chinese, Mr. Qin, please spare me. There is an ancient saying in China. I am not good at Chinese. May I express myself in English? If you don't know Chinese, then learn it. No one is going to indulge you, Qin Chuan said sternly. Charles was so frightened, he nearly dropped the phone. Yes. I can spare you, but there is one condition. Mr. Qin, please speak. Short Gaosheng. Upon hearing this, Charles couldn't help but shudder. Mr. Qin, I can't do that. Claude, the president of Gaosheng Consortium, is my distant cousin, my own flesh and blood. Qin Chuan gave a playful smile. I also have Claude's files in my hands. This matter is simple. Either you take the fall, or he does. He'll give you 10 seconds to decide. Before Qin Chuan even started counting, Charles immediately blurted out, He'll do it. Even if he is my own flesh and blood, I will place righteousness above family loyalty. In the U.S. on Wall Street, inside the office of the president of Gaosheng Consortium, Claude's obese figure was seated in the main chair. The room was filled with Gaosheng Consortium's top executives and analysts. Gaosheng Consortium was the only one among them that hadn't yet faced a margin call. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Who is going long? Claude roared, interrogating his subordinates. A data analyst stepped forward trembling and said, Mr. Claude, after our investigation, we found that this mysterious capital originates from Beijing, China, from a man named Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan? Claude asked, a look of confusion on his face, as if the name sounded familiar. But he wouldn't bother to remember it, because he believed that Chinese names were not worthy of his mental effort. Claude's female secretary leaned in and whispered, Mr. Claude, Qin Chuan is the hidden owner of the Hilton Group. Upon hearing this, Claude slammed the table. Impossible. The downtrend is the major trend. To go against the trend and rescue the market, he would need more than double the capital we used to short it. The room fell into a dead silence. No one could answer the question. Shorting Hilton had cost Gaosheng $30 billion. But to pull the declining stock price of the Hilton Group back up would require at least $50 billion in capital. Claude raised his glass and hurled it against the wall, then asked, Today is the settlement day. How much will we lose if we buy enough to cover? Based on the current market, buying back the shorted shares will cost Gaosheng at least $10 billion. An executive stepped forward and said. Claude felt stars before his eyes. The short selling he had orchestrated was like lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. He hadn't made a cent, and was instead losing $10 billion. Claude let out a long sigh and asked, What if we let it be a margin call? The executive flipped through the tablet in his hand, entered the relevant data, and said in a horrified tone, If it's a margin call, then we'll lose $30 billion. Claude felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, nearly passing out. After recovering, he looked at the screen showing Hilton's stock price, which was rising vigorously and unstoppably. Helplessly, he said, Close the position. Losing $10 billion is fine, oh well, make it back next time. Having weathered many financial crises, Claude remained remarkably composed in the face of a $10 billion loss. Although disappointment was evident on his face, he still maintained the poise befitting an American aristocrat. Damn Chinese bastards. Next time Gaosheng will take them down one by one. Suddenly, everyone in the office received a breaking news alert, pushed by the Fox News app simultaneously. They all clicked on it, and a massive portrait photo appeared before their eyes. The person in the photo was none other than Claude, the president of Gaosheng Consortium. It was a series of news collections. Clicking on each entry led to a news report. Billionaire Claude bribed mainstream media with $150 million to campaign for his friend. Gaosheng Consortium's Claude accused of providing escort services to U.S. High-level officials' video of journalist murder exposed culprit is Gaussian Consortium's Claude. Gaussian Consortium's Claude hires male models into office high-definition photos and videos leaked. Instantly Claude's face turned ashen. He couldn't believe these things had been exposed. For wealthy white Americans, such matters were just everyday occurrences. Keep them hidden and everything is fine. But once they see the light of day, it means being abandoned by everyone. Anyone who touches them will be dragged down together. Claude tremblingly clicked on the news page. Every piece of evidence, photo, video, and audio inside clearly displayed his crimes. He knew very well that all the evidence was real. Quick, call Fox News. Tell them to take down all these reports. If they don't agree, we'll stop sponsoring them next year. Claude roared maniacally. His assistant immediately received the order and prepared to rush out of the office to make the call. But as soon as he pulled open the door, he collided head-on with an employee from the risk control department who was rushing in frantically. The employee shoved the assistant aside and shouted at the group of executives inside, "Boss, it's terrible. Look at the news." Everyone in the room stared at him as if he were an idiot. The head of the risk control department felt that his subordinate was being extremely rude and said displeasedly, "We already know about the scandal. This is none of your concern." The employee was stunned. "Boss, what scandal? Aren't you talking about the president's scandals?" "No, boss. It's financial news. Mellon Consortium has suddenly announced that they are shorting Gaussian." The president's office suddenly went silent. Everyone incredulously pulled out their phones to check the news. ABC News reported a headline: Gaussian Consortium President Claude, acting against the will of the people. Mellon Consortium decides to sever all ties with him. The news featured a video interview of Charlie from the Mellon Consortium by an ABC News reporter. Charlie sat in his office accepting the interview with a stern expression. "Mr. Charlie, why have you chosen to short Gaussian?" "I heard that, Mr. Claude is your cousin." Charlie's face was filled with indignation as he said, "Please mind your words. Claude is merely a distant cousin, and I am not on good terms with him. He acts recklessly, trampling upon the laws of this nation and disregarding its citizens. His deeds are an abomination to both gods and men. As a responsible American entrepreneur, it is my duty to step in and sanction him without leniency." The moment the interview with Charlie of the Mellon Consortium was released, Wall Street erupted into chaos. The two top-tier consortiums, once inseparable, were now embroiled in internal strife at a critical juncture. No one knew what had transpired. In an instant, Wall Street was gripped by panic and suspicion. The other consortiums dared not act rashly, choosing instead to sit on the sidelines and watch the two clash. The two major news pieces were released almost simultaneously. The executives of Gaussian Consortium were caught completely off guard, and the entire company descended into chaos. At the U.S. Stock Exchange, within just an hour of opening, Gaussian Consortium's stock price plummeted from $320 per share to $240 per share. All investors were stunned. It was then that some noticed the entire news feed was flooded with scandals about Gaussian Consortium President Claude. The investors, filled with despair, rushed out of the exchange and headed straight for Gaussian's headquarters on Wall Street. They staged protests along the way, demanding Claude step down and take responsibility. By the time they reached Gaussian's headquarters, their phones buzzed with news that the Mellon Consortium had announced its decision to short Gaussian Consortium. The stock price plunged from $240 to $140. On average, each investor lost $2 million. In an instant, the American investors were dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? It was as if they were being driven to the brink. In a flash, the American investors broke down. They no longer demanded Claude's resignation. They demanded he take his own life on the spot. The crowd below clamored for blood. On the 70th floor of the Gaussian building, the president's office was eerily silent. Inside the office, the executives, all graduates of Ivy League schools, were rendered speechless, utterly at a loss. Events had unfolded too rapidly. Many of them held Gaussian stock themselves and had no time to sell. Now nearly everyone was on the verge of bankruptcy. A newly promoted director collapsed to the ground, sobbing, "It's over, it's over. Margin call. Margin call. I still have over $5 million in loans to repay." Claude hurled a glass at him, shouting, "Motherfucker. Someone get him out of here." Claude's orders had always been treated as gospel within Gaussian. But today his words seemed to have lost their power. The executives in the room and the security guards at the door, none of them moved. "What are you all standing around for? Don't any of you want to keep your jobs?" After a long silence, an executive spoke in a measured tone, "Everyone, if Gaussian's stock price continues to fall, the entire group will go bankrupt. This situation is entirely Claude's doing. I have reason to believe that once Claude is gone, the short-selling targeting Gaussian will cease." Instantly, all eyes in the room fell upon Claude, sending a chill down his spine. "What are you all doing?" Another female executive stepped in to stop them. "Everyone, don't do this." Claude was overjoyed. "Maria, you've done well. He'll promote you." But Maria, the executive, curled her lips into a sly smile and said, "Let's not get our hands dirty. Let the investors downstairs in and let them handle it." Hearing this, Claude immediately tried to grab his phone to dial 911. But his obese body moved slowly. His assistant snatched the phone away and smashed it to pieces on the floor. The security manager's walkie-talkie crackled, "Boss, I've let the protesters in. They're heading to the president's office." Claude felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. In China at the Hilton Group's CEO office, two monitors sat on the desk. One displayed stock prices, the other showed domestic and international news. Before the market closed, Hilton stock had risen to 190 per share. In less than a week, it had rebounded by 100. Xia Ying was completely stunned. All the previous negative news and talk of bankruptcy had become a joke. By following Qin Chuan's advice and going long instead, the Hilton Group had netted approximately 10 billion from this battle. Initially, Xia Ying wanted to call Qin Chuan immediately to boast, but after a moment of calm, she dismissed the idea. She still didn't dare let her guard down facing the most cunning capitalists in the world, especially Gulfstream Consortium, which had been shorting them. Gulfstream had always been ruthless, devouring, without mercy. As her gaze shifted to the other screen, Xia Ying's pupils suddenly contracted. On the homepage of ABC News in the U.S., a collection of news articles about Gulfstream's Claude was prominently displayed. The collection was titled Gulfstream Consortium CEO Claude, a Criminal Dossier. Xia Ying clicked to enter the special feature. She gasped. Each and every subheading was evidence of Claude's crimes. Xia Ying scrolled through them, seeing videos, photos, documents, all clear and unambiguous. The crimes Claude had committed were enough to warrant a life sentence. Suddenly a thought struck Xia Ying, and she immediately checked Gulfstream's stock price. The moment she saw the real-time price, she was stunned. Gulfstream had already fallen to 99 per share. The next second, a breaking news notification popped up in the corner of her screen. Gulfstream stock plummets. U.S. authorities intervene. Stock market halts trading for 1 hour. Before Xia Ying could click to read the details, another notification appeared. Gulfstream Consortium CEO Claude, attacked in his office thrown from the 70th floor by angry investors, dies instantly. Xia Ying felt a chill run down her spine, her entire body trembling. Everything had happened so suddenly, so incredibly. In the capital, at the University of Finance and Economics dorm 511, Tang Yuming had been closely following the developments of the Hilton Group all week. When he saw the new CEO Xia Ying declare war on Wall Street, his blood boiled. When he noticed some traders on the Eastern Stock Forum belittling Xia Ying and praising the foreigners, Tang Yuming immediately registered an ID, seized the gap, and launched a counterattack on the forum. When he saw that a mysterious big player had entered the market going long, and that Gulfstream's president's scandal had been exposed, culminating in him being pushed off a building, Tang Yuming let out a cathartic roar in his dormitory, releasing the pent-up emotions of days. Suddenly the dormitory door swung open. The visitor was Chun Fei from room 510 across the hall. He poked his head in and asked, "Tang Yuming, what's wrong with you? Why are you yelling?" The three roommates were all absent from the dormitory, leaving Tang Yuming with no outlet for his excitement. Seeing someone approach, he rushed over to the other room. He recounted the entire story of the Hilton Group incident from the past week in full detail. Chun Fei listened with great excitement, exclaiming, "Damn, that's awesome. Truly satisfying. Exactly, those Wall Street conglomerates all look down on our Huaxia. Taking down one this time, next time we'll crush the whole of Wall Street." The two bragged to each other, gesticulating wildly. "Hey, they're making money. What are you two so excited about?" "Tang Yuming, did you buy Hilton stock?" Lu Wei from room 510 sneered. Tang Yuming was left speechless. Hilton was a U.S. stock, his heart was willing, but his means were insufficient. Just then the other three from room 511 returned. Each of them carried 2 large bags of food, and Kong Huijun even held a pot. Chun Fei asked curiously, "Are you guys in room 511 having hot pot?" Kong Huijun laughed. "Yeah, the youngest said he made some money from stocks, and wanted to treat us brothers to a celebration meal. We were afraid he'd waste money, so we suggested buying ingredients and cooking it ourselves in the dorm. You guys in room 511 are really something, all stock experts." "How much did you make?" Lu Wei asked with a disdainful look. 2 or 300, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Lu Wei was taken aback. 2 or 3 million. "No." Hearing this, Lu Wei laughed. "Damn, I thought you'd made a fortune. 2 or 300 bucks, and you're showing off." Qin Chuan couldn't be bothered with such small fry in his eyes. They were just kids. He picked up the groceries and entered the room. But Lu Wei was annoyed. "You've only made 2 or 300 bucks, yet you act all high and mighty in front of me." He leaned against the doorframe. "Oh, so making 2 or 300 in college makes you a big shot now? And you dare to give me attitude?" Kong and Tang Yuming were displeased. "You can talk about me, but not about my brother. What do you know? Our youngest is a big businessman." Lu Wei sneered. "Big businessman? How big?" He just said it himself. 2 or 300. Since it's not 2 or 3 million, is it 2 or 300 billion? This left Tang Yuming speechless. He knew his youngest brother's business was no small matter. 2 or 3 million was certainly possible. But Qin Chuan himself had admitted the unit wasn't million. As for 2 or 300 billion, Tang Yuming dared not even imagine it. Seeing Tang Yuming's hesitation, Lu Wei snorted coldly. He pulled out his phone, tapping on an app as he said, "You guys have such narrow horizons. Celebrating making a few $100 just shows you've never seen the world." Halfway through, he held up his phone screen. The screen displayed an interface for a virtual currency called Puppy Coin. In the earnings column, it clearly showed 134834. Over 130000, exclaimed Chun Fei, his roommate. Lu Wei put away his phone with a smug look. Oh, it's just 1300, no big deal. Lu Wei appeared calm on the surface. Internally, he was reveling in the thrill of this act of hiding his strength. Shun Fei, proud of his roommate's prowess, immediately praised him. Wei, I never knew you were this amazing. Making over 100,000 in your freshman year. You're an investment genius. You'll definitely make the list of Asia's outstanding youth. Lu Wei feigned composure, waving his hand. That's a bit much. I just have a knack for investing. But I believe I can make $1 million this year. Damn, then boss Lu can't forget his brothers, right? We're in the same dorm. Lu Wei curled his lips, of course. Need I say more? When I make it big, he'll make sure you guys live the high life. You like Apple computers, right? He'll get you one then. As for our dorm, I think we need to fix it up. It's so spacious but empty. Shen Fei was overjoyed, showering Lu Wei with praise. I never thought our dorm would produce someone like a tycoon. I have to post this on WeChat Moments Weibo and Douyin to show off. Seeing Tang Yuming's indifferent expression, Shen Fei nudged him with his elbow. What's up? Seeing our dorm's tycoon so generous makes you envious. Thinking of switching dorms. Get lost. Our youngest is also a tycoon. He even offered to buy us Apple computers, but we turned him down. Tang Yuming didn't really want Qin Chuan to buy things for them. He was just trying to save face. Oh really? Shen Fei said with a smirk, seeing right through Tang Yuming's bluff. Just as Tang Yuming was about to argue, Qin Chuan's voice came from inside the room. Second brother, I never said I'd buy Apple computers. This made Tang Yuming wish he could find a hole to crawl into. Being called out by his own brother was too embarrassing. He hung his head in shame. Seeing this, Lu Wei laughed heartily. Ah Fei, stop teasing them. A guy who treats people to hot pot in the dorm can't have much money, let alone buy computers. Come on, it'll take you to Haidaleo. Shen Fei's face lit up. Brother Wei is so generous. A meal for two at Haidaleo must cost 200 or 300, right? A drop in the bucket, Lu Wei said as he prepared to put on his LV blue denim jacket, his nightclub battle gear. Just as he was about to taunt the opposite dorm again, suddenly a group of people in gray uniforms appeared beside him. There were many of them filling the entire hallway. They were also carrying several large cardboard boxes. The leader with a broad smile asked Lu Wei, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Chuan?" Lu Wei was taken aback and shook his head. "No, I'm not." Qin Chuan wiped his wet hands, walked out of the dorm, and said, "I am. Hello, I'm from the logistics department of Shanmu. According to the time you arranged, we've delivered the washing machine, refrigerator, and other appliances you purchased. The installation technician is also here and can set them up for you immediately." Qin Chuan nodded and stepped aside. The staff began moving the appliances into room 511. Instantly, everyone in the dormitory hallway came out to watch. Previously, people only bought small appliances like electric kettles and rice cookers for their dorms. Today, someone had bought a washing machine and a refrigerator. Was this guy here to study or on vacation? The three in room 511 were also dumbfounded. But Wu Ming reacted quickly and immediately helped the staff decide where to place the appliances. The staff first moved a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator into the dorm. Someone peeked at the model number and immediately opened the Jingdong app to check the price. This fridge costs over 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing the price of over 2,000 yuan, the hallway erupted with a chorus of expletives. After the refrigerator was carried in, the washer-dryer combo followed. A washing machine and a separate dryer. Having just looked up the refrigerator's price, someone now searched for the price of the washer-dryer set. This washer-dryer set costs 4,000 yuan. The recently subsided exclamations of "holy crap" once again echoed through the entire corridor. Someone couldn't stand it any longer and shouted from the crowd, "You guys in dorm 511 are buying so many appliances. Aren't you afraid of the electricity bill?" This remark instantly struck a chord with everyone. During college, paying the electricity bill was always a headache. In dorms with good relationships, no one cared how much each person used, they just split the cost evenly. But when roommates didn't get along and were overly calculating, it became a problem. Every time they had to pay the electricity bill together, it felt like a battle. Each side felt the other was taking advantage of them. Little did anyone know the moment those words were spoken, Kong Huijuan, who was directing at the door, calmly said, "Our Qin Chuan just topped up 1,000 yuan for electricity, enough for 4 years." These words left everyone speechless. It was their narrow-mindedness. After moving in the washer-dryer, a smaller appliance followed. Qin Chuan tore open the packaging at the door, revealing something that looked like a black drum. Someone immediately recognized it. "Holy crap, it's a Bang & Olufsen A9. What's that?" "It's a Bluetooth speaker from Bang & Olufsen, a top-tier audiovisual brand." "Oh, just a Bluetooth speaker. Is it better than my Apple HomePod?" The other person glanced at the Apple HomePod user and said flatly, "Yours costs 2,000 yuan, this one costs 2,000 yuan. The Apple user immediately shut up, didn't argue, and quietly withdrew from the conversation. After the last big item, a 100-inch Hisense laser TV, was carried into the dorm, someone calculated the total cost of all the appliances. The final number was 11,000 yuan. The crowd in the corridor fell completely silent. What kind of rich guy was this spending over 100,000 to decorate a dorm room? Shen Fei watched as the ordinary dorm across from him instantly transformed into a top-tier apartment. He felt a mix of excitement and envy. But after careful thought, he suppressed his jealousy. He muttered under his breath, let's go wait go. Well eat at Haidaleo. What's the use of buying so many appliances? We'll just benefit from them anyway. They're not as practical as a computer. As Chen Fei turned around, he came face to face with a delivery guy from JD Logistics wearing a red uniform. Caught off guard by the crowd blocking the corridor, the guy had to shout, which one is Qin Chuan? Which one is Qin Chuan? Qin Chuan raised his hand, and the delivery guy carried a large box over to him. Hello, you're Mr. Qin, right? Our company has a policy. For valuable items, we must ask the customer to open and inspect them in person. Qin Chuan was busy talking to the TV installer and couldn't spare a moment. He said to Tang Yoming, Lao Air, help me out. Open the box and check it. Tang Yoming picked up a utility knife and looked at the huge craft paper box, guessing it might contain something like an oven. He carefully sliced open the box. The moment he flipped it open, he froze dumbstruck. The utility knife nearly slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. Chen Fei curiously leaned in for a look and couldn't help blurting out, holy crap, it's an Alienware laptop. The JD delivery guy quickly said, yeah, this is the top-spec Alienware X17. I've never seen anyone buy 4 at once before. Hearing that the box contained 4 Alienware laptops, Tang Yoming felt a surge of heat rushing to his head. His body stiffened, unable to move. So this was what Qin Chuan meant earlier when he said he wasn't giving away Apple computers. He was giving away Alienware computers. The JD delivery guy noticed and quickly reminded, sir, please make sure to check every single one. Each of these top-spec Alienware laptops costs 5,000 yuan. If anything goes wrong, I can't afford to cover it. After finishing up with the TV inside, Qin Chuan came out and saw Tang Yoming hadn't moved. He urged, Lao Air, hurry up and sign for the computers, then come in for hot pot. The colors are all the same, nothing to pick from. We're all using white. Qin Chuan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the corridor heard him clearly. What did he mean? Spending 2,000 yuan on 4 top-spec Alienware laptops to give to his roommates. The people in the corridor who had already been silenced were now completely broken by Qin Chuan's words. Someone immediately called their counselor to request a dorm change. Others, failing to switch dorms, even wanted to change majors to be in the same class as Qin Chuan. Chen Fei and Lu Wei stood dumbfounded at the entrance of dorm 511. Lu Wei felt his face burning. He had just been boasting about having 1,300 yuan in savings at such a young age. Yet here Qin Chuan was spending 2,000 yuan just on giving away computers. Tang Yoming leaned over leisurely and said, showing off about earning 1,300. You're like a tadpole with a frog tattooed on it, showing off your mom. With that, he carried the Alienware computer back into the room. Inside dorm 511, everything was already brand new. As the eldest, Wu Ming busied himself with preparing the ingredients. Earlier he had said Qin Chuan bought too much food and there wouldn't be space to store leftovers. Now leftovers could be kept in the refrigerator. The washer-dryer combo solved everyone's laundry troubles at once. Kong Huijun was the first to toss everyone's dirty clothes hanging by the bedside into the washer. Tang Yoming was installing games on his new computer while adjusting the 100-inch laser TV mounted on the wall. He casually connected his phone via Bluetooth and played an energetic DJ dance track. Qin Chuan was assigned a seat by them waiting to eat. Seeing the excitement on each of his dorm brothers' faces, Qin Chuan felt genuinely happy. No matter what, the 3 of them always had his back. That loyalty alone was something Qin Chuan would remember for a lifetime. Suddenly, a familiar system voice sounded. Single-use item long position has been consumed. The system will reclaim the support funds. The remainder is the challenger's profit system is settling. Please wait settlement successful profit from this item usage 3137692125. A glint of surprise flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The profit was even higher than he had anticipated. With this single long trade, he could break into the top 50 of the global rich list. The system interface continued to display a prompt convert to Chinese yuan. Qin Chuan didn't hesitate and clicked convert. System is converting based on today's exchange rate. Conversion successful. Total convertible to Chinese yuan 2154 to 1390774. Due to the large amount, to avoid unnecessary complications, the challenger must provide at least 5 bank account numbers for fund storage. Qin Chuan was speechless. The system had suddenly become less intelligent. He had to provide 5 bank cards. Fortunately, he had a card from Hua Bank with over 900 million yuan in pocket money. So Qin Chuan used his mind to input the card number. System is processing. Please wait patiently. Challenger can check the transfer progress on the personal profile interface. Then the system flashed. Congratulations, Challenger side quest completed. Survival against all odds. Qin Chuan's heart stirred. There was a mission reward as well. Congratulations to the Challenger side quest completed. Survival from desperate circumstances and quest reward. Eclipse yacht. Qin Chuan's spirits lifted instantly. He knew something about the Eclipse. It was the world's largest private yacht, valued at over $1.5 billion. The entire yacht measured approximately 167 meters in length and 21.5 meters in width, with a displacement of 13000 tons. It boasted a stage, exhibition hall, 3 restaurants, 2 kitchens, an aquarium, a nightclub, baths, a swimming pool, a gym with a sauna, and a steam room. The vessel could accommodate up to 100 people. Luxury was an understatement for this yacht. Its most prominent feature was safety. It was equipped with radar, missile defense systems, Closian weapon identification systems, and other security defenses, and all guest rooms were fitted with bulletproof glass. It could be considered the safest private yacht in the world. Qin Chuan was quite satisfied with this reward from the system. After all, the system's mission rewards had always fluctuated wildly. Whenever he thought of this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but want to complain. His Douyin account still held 10 billion Do coins and over 90,000 galas. These things were utterly useless except for showing off. But he wasn't someone who enjoyed showing off. Qin Chuan sighed softly and closed the system interface. Even if he were given more private jets and yachts now, he wouldn't be able to use them for the time being. After all, the main quest was not yet completed and academics were the top priority. Lao Si, what are you daydreaming about? Wu Ming peeled a shrimp and placed it in Qin Chuan's bowl. Qin Chuan closed the system interface. Oh, nothing. Kong Huijun picked up a sea cucumber, chewing as he spoke. Lao Si, we know you're rich and loyal. But so many things. During college it was common to treat friends to meals and give gifts. However, giving gifts worth tens of thousands at once was truly rare. Tang Yuming set down his laptop. Huijun is right, Lao Si. You're rich, and we're happy for you. But such expensive gifts are unnecessary. Wu Ming chimed in. Yeah, Lao Si, look at what you've done to the dorm. It's like a resort hotel, and you gave us such expensive computers. We all feel a bit guilty. Qin Chuan smiled and said, they're just small things. You three always look out for me like family. I've noticed. I recently made some money from stocks, so I used it to improve everyone's living conditions. Tang Yuming perked up at the mention of stocks. Lao Si, you really play the stock market. I thought you were just joking with them. Yeah, it's my first time. Qin Chuan spoke the truth. First time? And you made this much? Tang Yuming was astonished. Lao Si has deep pockets. Wu Ming interjected from the side. Kong Huijun nodded vigorously. Lao Si probably throws in 7 or 800,000 at once. Catching one limit-up board nets him over 100,000 in profit. You think it's like you with a few thousand in capital. Even a week of gains wouldn't make you much. Their words piqued Tang Yuming's interest. After a few drinks, everyone was a bit tipsy. Tang Yuming's curiosity lingered, so he asked over the alcohol. Lao Si, tell me honestly, how much did you make this time? Qin Chuan hesitated, then said 300-something. Tang Yuming gasped. Damn, it can't be over 3 million, right? Kong Huijun was stunned too. Lao Si, how much did you invest? Only the eldest Wu Ming remained calm. Lao Si, we know you're good at making money, but you're still young. In the future, try to spend less extravagantly like today. Save where you can. Qin Chuan placed a hand on Wu Ming's shoulder and smiled. It's just pocket change. Hey Lao Si, how can it be pocket change? Your business needs working capital too. 3 million is just the cost of a top-tier 7 Series inventory for a BMW 4S dealership. We appreciate your kindness, but in the future you should think more about yourself. Kong Huijun nodded. Yeah, Lao Si, listen to us. Holding onto your money is most important. Tang Yuming, more interested in stock details, quickly asked, Lao Si, which stock did you buy? Hilton. Tang Yuming was taken aback. An American stock. Qin Chuan nodded. Tang Yuming sobered up considerably, his voice trembling slightly. So, the 300 you mentioned, is it in US dollars? Wu Ming and Kong Huijun gasped upon hearing this. Holy crap, Lao Si was trading American stocks playing with dollars. 300 million US dollars is over 2 billion Chinese yuan. The three in the room felt their blood rush to their heads. But the next second Qin Chuan shook his head. No. Their blood pressure slowly dropped. Kong Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and placed it in Qin Chuan's bowl, scolding playfully. Damn it, Lao Si, why do you speak in such a suspenseful way? You scared us to death. Tang Yuming took a deep breath. I nearly fainted from the shock. Wu Ming patted Qin Chuan's shoulder. Lao Si, whether it's Chinese yuan or US dollars, you're awesome. Keep it up. Qin Chuan took a sip of beer and said calmly, I made it in US dollars. Tang Yuming put down his chopsticks, puzzled. Then what did you mean by saying no just now, eh? I meant the unit after 300 isn't million. Kong Huijun chuckled. If it's not million, it can't be billion, right? Yeah. Qin Chuan hummed an affirmation. Kong Huijun was speechless. Wu Ming was speechless. Tang Yuming was speechless. The room fell silent. Only the bubbling sound of the hot pot was heard in the dorm. Except for Qin Chuan, the other three were dazed, mouths slightly open, eyes glazed. Their hearing and vision suddenly seemed blurry. Tang Yuming's jaw trembled a few times, he swallowed hard, and said shakily, Lao Si. You mean, this time you made 300 billion US dollars from stocks? Qin Chuan looked perfectly composed, he despised nothing more than pretending to be weak. He was also completely honest with his three brothers. Yeah, 300 billion US dollars, but I converted it all into Chinese yuan, about 2 trillion. As he spoke, he continued to pick up dishes and dip them in sauce, as calm as ever. It was as if saying 2 trillion felt the same to him as saying 2,000. A tear rolled down Kong Huijun's cheek. Originally, Qin Chuan had offered to take them to a Michelin-starred restaurant, but he had insisted it was too extravagant and that eating at the dorm was fine. Now he regretted it deeply. The three of them ganged up on Qin Chuan, urging him to order takeout for an extra dish. Just then Qin Chuan's phone rang. He paused his roughhousing with his brothers and looked at the caller ID. Xiao Chuan. Qin Chuan frowned slightly and answered the call. He heard only Xiao Chuan's helpless plea on the other end. Boss, save me. Xiao Chuan, where are you? Qin Chuan abruptly rose to his feet, shouting into his phone. I'm at the TV station. Xiao Chuan's voice came through, but she seemed to realize something and hastily hung up. The TV station. She was still at that company. Though Qin Chuan was slightly puzzled, he didn't hesitate to throw on his coat. Even if Xiao Chuan was merely a steward by his side, she was still one of his people. Anyone who dared to touch those close to him was challenging him directly. You guys go ahead and eat. I need to handle something. His 3 dorm mates nodded, clearing a path for him. Leaving the dorm, he realized he had been drinking, so he called Tian Xian. Seeing Qin Chuan's name on the screen, a flicker of delight crossed Tian Xin's face as she quickly answered. Come with me. You drive. Qin Chuan didn't give Tian Xian a chance to speak, issuing the order directly. It was the first time she had heard such gravity in his tone. Without a word, she threw on her clothes and hurried downstairs. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was far too conspicuous. Tian Xian always parked the car at the Wanhua International Office building near the school. She arrived first, heading straight to the underground garage. Qin Chuan arrived shortly after, too impatient to wait, and also made for the garage. Just as he was about to descend the ramp, a security guard in uniform around 50 years old ran over and blocked his path. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Getting my car. My friend parked it downstairs, Qin Chuan said. The guard gave him a once-over, having no recollection of this student-like figure. Cars like VWs, Toyotas, Hondas are parked on the surface. Go check up there. What do you mean? I told you my car is parked downstairs. What do I mean? I mean, are you driving a BMW, a Mercedes, or an Audi? None of those. Then don't go down. Wanhua International isn't a great office building for social elites. They all drive luxury cars. Take your little junker to the surface lot. I don't have time for your nonsense. Get out of my way. The guard's interest was piqued. Hey, you little brat, watch your mouth. You asking for a beating? He raised the baton in his hand, ready to swing at Qin Chuan. Old Zhang, what are you doing? A pot-bellied middle-aged man barked. The guard turned to see his squad leader. Captain Chun. What brings you here? He asked, bowing with a sycophantic smile. Captain Chun, hands clasped behind his back and belly protruding, shuffled his feet and clicked his tongue. Just out for a stroll after dinner to get some air. And I find you making a racket. Old Zhang looked aggrieved. Captain Chun, it's not my fault. It's this little punk. He insists on wandering around our underground garage. Captain Chin narrowed his eyes, sizing up Qin Chuan. His mind raced through a mental file of faces, a standard procedure for a security captain, a way to judge people by their appearance. After a moment, certain he had never seen this youth before, he spoke. Son, we're not trying to give you a hard time. But Wanhua International isn't a grade building. It houses major corporations and multinational offices. Downstairs are luxury cars like Mercedes and BMWs. Old Zhang chimed in. That's right. What if you damage such expensive cars? You youngsters love taking pictures on people's hoods pretending they're yours. Captain Chen cleared his throat and continued. I know you kids these days love filming TikToks and going down to shoot the luxury cars. I get it. But you have to understand my job. Go play somewhere else. Old Zhang secretly gave his captain a thumbs up. A true captain had a way with words, easily cowing the young man. Already anxious and now faced with these two, Qin Chuan roared, block my way one more time, and I guarantee you'll both be out of a job today. Captain Chin's temper flared. Damn it. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. I was in a good mood and gave you some slack and you get cocky. Qin Chuan pulled out his phone and dialed Xiaoying. The moment the call connected, Qin Chuan spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. By the Wanhua International Office building. Right now, immediately. And then fire the security guard and his captain on duty today. Xiaoying was stunned, but Qin Chuan had already hung up. Seeing the captain lose his composure, Old Zhang knew he couldn't back down. He pointed at Qin Chuan's nose. You little bastard. Think you're something special, huh? You want me fired? He'll knock your head off first. He raised his baton and charged forward. Beep, beep, beep. A few sharp honks interrupted Old Zhang's attack. A fully black Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly pulled up. Old Zhang and Captain Chen knew their cars. Seeing the spirit of ecstasy on the hood, they immediately snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight, and saluted. After the salute, Captain Chen, face wreathed in smiles, prepared to guide the car out of the garage. But in a flash, the young man from before was faster, opening the passenger door and getting in. At the sight, both Old Zhang and Captain Chen were dumbstruck. Damn, the kid said he didn't drive a BBA. But then it hit them. He didn't drive a BBA. He drove a Rolls-Royce. Captain Chen swallowed hard. As the Rolls-Royce glided past him, he kept his smile plastered on, pretending nothing had happened. Qin Chuan rolled down the window, his face expressionless. I've already bought this building. You two are out. Get lost today. With that, the Rolls-Royce hit the gas and sped out of the garage. Old Zhang, trembling, approached. Captain Chun. What do we do? We're fired. I still have online loans to pay off. I can't lose this job. Captain Chun jiggled his corpulent frame and laughed. What do you mean? You believe that rich brat's bullshit. Wanhua International isn't a grade building worth $3 billion. You think he can just buy it like he's buying groceries? Hearing his captain, Old Zhang came to his senses. He slapped his forehead. Right? It's a whole damn office building. Even if that bastard is a rich second gen who can snap up houses and cars, he can't just buy a whole building. Does he think his dad's money grows on trees? They spent a few more moments cursing Qin Chuan before heading back to the guardroom. Suddenly Captain Chen's phone rang. He saw it was the property manager for the building. Without hesitation, he answered, his voice respectful. Hello, manager. What can I do for you? Chinago, what the hell did you do? Who did you piss off? Captain Chun was baffled. Manager, I didn't do anything. I just finished dinner and came on duty. You dare say you didn't? If you hadn't, would the new owner of this building have named you specifically to be fired? Pack your things and get the hell out. Don't you dare drag me down with you. The manager slammed down the phone. Captain Chun was instantly dumbfounded, muttering to himself, what? Am fired? The car sped towards the headquarters of Kyoto Television Station. Tian Xin gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Qin Chuan, why don't you just take this car back for yourself? If I need to buy groceries, I'd rather ride a bicycle. What? Not satisfied with the car? Tian Xin gave an awkward hum. No, it's just, the gas is a bit expensive. Without a word, Qin Chuan transferred money via his phone. I've sent you enough to cover gas for a year. Tian Xin kept her hands on the wheel, not glancing at the WeChat transfer. You offered this voluntarily, oh, I didn't force you. Since you're covering the gas, why not go all the way and pay for the parking too? I wouldn't dare park this car at school. I always leave it in the underground garage of Wanhua International Office Building. Parking there costs 1,000 yuan a month. Qin Chuan put away his phone without looking like he would transfer. He gazed out the window and said calmly, you don't need to pay from now on. Just say it's my car. Huh. I've already bought the office building. From now on, it's my property. Tian Xin slammed on the brakes, pulling the car over to the roadside. What? You bought Wanhua International Office Building? Why? For convenient parking. Qin Chuan said it as casually as if buying an office building were no different from purchasing a head of cabbage. Tian Xin knew Qin Chuan was wealthy. His grocery jetter was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. But buying an entire office building just for parking convenience, that was simply too extravagant. In the car, Qin Chuan's face was grim, his brows furrowed. Focus on driving. Oh. Tian Xin restarted the vehicle. It was the first time she had seen him so uneasy, and she couldn't help but ask Qin Chuan. What's wrong? My butler is in some trouble. Tian Xin relaxed a little. So it was about his butler, probably some old man like Batman's Alfred. After about an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the foot of Kyoto Television Station. Qin Chuan got out of the car and dialed Xiao Charan's number again. As the ringtone echoed from his phone, a similar phone ringtone sounded simultaneously near the entrance of an open-air parking lot not far away. A man and a woman were heading into the parking lot. Qin Chuan spotted the woman's back at once. It was Xiao Charan. Xiao Charan had her arms crossed tightly, clutching her chest. Her shoulders were hunched, her neck slightly withdrawn, her posture radiating nervousness and helplessness. The man walking ahead of her heard the phone ringing, snatched her crossbody bag, and yanked the phone out. Xiao Charan, how many times have I told you? Don't bring your phone. Put it away. Can't you understand human language, damn it? The man grabbed Xiao Charan's phone and slammed it hard onto the ground. A Xiaomi 12 Pro shattered on impact. The ringtone abruptly stopped. My phone. Xiao Charan timidly crouched down to pick up the broken pieces. The man kicked the scattered motherboard aside and yelled angrily, it's just a cheap phone. If you make that big shot happy tonight, I'll buy you an iPhone. Xiao Charan trembled all over, pleading, manager, phone please, no. I beg you to let me go. He'll work hard and pay back whatever the station lost. The man stood over her, looking down coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. Pay back. That ad contract you lost was worth 5 million yuan. What will you pay with? Your intern's salary of a few thousand a month. Xiao Charan shook her head desperately. No, manager, phone, I found a job, 1 million yuan a year. He'll save up, I can pay it off in 5 years. Please, manager, phone, let me go. Oh, 1 million a year. What kind of job pays that? A butler. My boss is a hidden tycoon. Manager, phone kicked Xiao Charan's shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. Bullshit. Being a butler gets you 1 million a year. I've never seen such luck. You skipped the last few dinners, fine. But today's guest is the president of Huaxing Bank. If you don't entertain him, well, he'll sue you tomorrow. You can't pay, so get ready for jail. No, manager, phone. Tears streamed down Xiao Charan's face, ruining her makeup. Seeing this, manager, phone snorted and crouched down. Charan, think about it. A young girl from out of town struggling to make it in Kyoto. Now, president, he has taken a liking to you. That's your blessing. He said if you're obedient tonight, he'll hand over next year's ad budget immediately. Then you won't have to pay back that 5 million. Manager, phone reached out to wipe her tears. But she dodged him. Unfazed, he continued, if you go with president, he with all his properties, he'll set you up in one of his apartments. You'll save decades of struggle. I've been there, brother. I came to Kyoto with nothing. Alone and helpless. If a rich woman had wanted me back then, I'd have bowed down without a second thought. Suddenly, Xiao Charan's gaze hardened. Feng Zhong, not everyone is like you, willing to sacrifice everything for money. Even if I go to jail, I won't sell myself out. Feng Zhong flew into a rage. You little bitch. You think I can't handle you? You're going today whether you like it or not. I've got 2 million in loans riding on him, and you're the final piece. If you ruin this for me, I'll beat you to death. Feng Zhong raised his hand high, ready to strike. Xiao Charan closed her eyes in despair. But after a few seconds, the blow never came. She tentatively opened her eyes and the sight before her nearly made her cry again. Qin Chuan had grabbed Feng Zhong's hand and flung it away. Then he raised his foot and kicked Feng Zhong several meters back, nearly rupturing his liver. Qin Chuan walked over to Xiao Chuan, his usually calm face tinged with a blend of anger and pity. He said flatly, "You've been absent for a week. Do you want to keep your job?" Those words shattered Xiao Chuan's composure. Qin Chuan's arrival felt like a divine intervention to her. She clung to his leg and sobbed, "I'm sorry, boss." "What happened?" Qin Chuan asked, ignoring Feng Zhong, who was still writhing behind him. Between sobs and sniffles, Xiao Chuan recounted the whole story. Qin Chuan frowned. "All this because you let 2 flowers in my courtyard wither." Xiao Chuan bowed her head in guilt, murmuring apologies. "Who the hell are you? How dare you kick me?" Qin Chuan turned and stood up, facing Feng Zhong directly. "Qin Chuan." Feng Zhong was taken aback. "Qin Chuan? Never heard of him." Noticing the man's attire, clearly a college student, he asked coldly, "What school are you from?" "Finance University." Suddenly Feng Zhong burst into laughter. "Ha, college kids these days have some nerve. Actually blurting out your name and school. I'm tight with your president. Mark my words, this isn't over. He'll get you expelled and blacklisted. You'll never find a job." Qin Chuan snorted. "You shouldn't worry about me. You should worry about your own job." Feng Zhong narrowed his eyes, his tone venomous. "A clueless brat fresh out of school. Don't think I don't know your game. You want to write some little post to smear me? Go ahead, try it. I've been in media my whole career. Whatever you post, it'll be deleted and your account banned in no time." Xiao Chuan tugged at Qin Chuan's leg, trembling with fear. "Boss, he's telling the truth. Our station has connections with every platform. No matter what you post, they'll take it down and block you." During her internship, Xiao Chuan had witnessed Feng Zhong pull this trick countless times. Many interns had been harassed by him with no way to seek justice. He had the power and means to control everything. She knew Qin Chuan was rich, but that could only cover the contract damages. It couldn't touch Feng Zhong. Qin Chuan pulled out his phone, dialing a number as he spoke. "Who said I was going to write a post? A small fry like you isn't worth my effort." The call connected. "Where are you?" Qin Chuan's voice was stern and commanding. "I'm in the open-air parking lot. Get down here right now." "Damn, you think you're the only one who can make a call?" Feng Zhong pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey Shaoli, are you people in the security department just sitting around doing nothing? What is it? You fucking dare to ask me what it is? I got beaten up in the parking lot. Get your men over here right now. If you can't make it in 5 minutes, don't even think about your year-end bonuses." After hanging up, Feng Zhong swung his arms, exuding an air of arrogance. Within 2 minutes, a uniformed security chief accompanied by 4 or 5 officers came rushing over. Chief Li bowed and scraped before Feng Zhong. "Manager Feng, my apologies. The men were negligent." Feng Zhong snorted coldly. "Damn it, how did the station end up raising a bunch of useless trash like you?" Upon hearing this, several security guards immediately felt their tempers flare. Just as they were about to step forward to argue, the chief pulled them back. Feng Zhong pointed at Qin Chuan and said, "It was that kid who made the first move. Get him under control." Chief Li turned his head to look at Qin Chuan. Then, seeing Xiao Chuan sobbing behind him, he quickly pieced together what had likely happened. It must have been that bastard Feng Zhong harassing the girl, leading her boyfriend to come seeking revenge. Though utterly reluctant, Feng Zhong was still his superior. The chief had no choice but to speak up. "Buddy, why don't you come to the security office to sort this out? Don't block the traffic here." Qin Chuan let out a contemptuous snort. "And what if I refuse?" The chief was taken aback, surprised that the man showed no fear at all, and couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Seeing the security team present, Feng Zhong stepped forward 2 paces, sneering at Qin Chuan. "Damn kid, weren't you acting all tough just now? Why are you chickening out now? Too scared to move? I'm standing right here. Come on, hit me." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan said nothing and simply threw a punch. Feng Zhong clutched his stomach and dropped to his knees. He felt as if his kidney had been shattered. The chief secretly cheered at the sight. But bound by his duty, he couldn't stand idly by. So he spoke up. "Buddy, if you don't cooperate, my men will have no choice but to forcibly invite you. Men, take him." Just then a threatening voice came from not far away. "I'd like to see who dares to lay a hand on him." A loud and authoritative female voice rang out. Feng Zhong, still on his knees, turned his head and froze instantly. Struggling through the intense pain, he scurried over and said fawningly, "Station chief. What brings you here?" The chief trembled. How had the station chief come personally? Today was just his unlucky day. A minor incident had drawn the station chief's personal attention. He quickly lowered his head, trembling as he awaited what was to come. Kong Meng was always decisive and swift in her actions, her very stride carrying the commanding aura of a strong woman. Today she had her hair styled in a neat short cut. She wore a fitted white blouse with a suit jacket on top, paired with tight jeans and tall leather boots, exuding an air of queenly dominance. "I just heard someone talking about taking people by force. Do you know where this place is, eh? Do you still consider this a television station?" Kong Meng barked loudly. Her domineering temper was well known throughout the entire station. Countless interns had been reduced to tears by her scolding. Even directors and anchors were not spared her reprimands if they made the slightest mistake. Despite her alluringly beautiful appearance, everyone in the station kept their distance from her in fear. Feng Zhong shivered all over and stammered, "Station chief, it was that kid. That kid who was causing trouble." But the next second Feng Zhong suddenly sensed something was amiss. It seemed the station chief had been called down by that very kid. Instantly cold sweat broke out on Feng Zhong's back. As an intern, Xiao Charan had only seen the station chief from afar once during her first day on the job, even then separated by dozens of people. She could feel the awe-inspiring authority radiating from the female station chief. None of the interns, including Xiao Charan, dared to meet her gaze directly. Now, disregarding the other's status, Xiao Charan, worried about implicating Qin Chuan, hurried over to Kong Ming. When Kong Ming saw Xiao Charan, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes, a mix of surprise, jealousy, and reluctance. Xiao Charan struggled to suppress her inner panic and poured out the whole story from beginning to end. Upon hearing about the 5 million contract, Kong Ming narrowed her eyes and looked at Feng Zhong. What 5 million advertising contract? Which company? And why would a contract pass through the hands of an intern? Feng Zhong's eyes darted away as he evaded the question. Station chief, let me explain this to you slowly back at the office. The most important thing now is to have that kid arrested. In broad daylight, he dares to commit assault right in front of our station. He's gone too far. What Feng Zhong didn't expect was that Kong Ming wasn't looking at Qin Chuan. Instead, she kept her piercing gaze fixed on him. Why go back to the office? The intern is right here. Explain it here. Feng Zhong was stunned. What was going on? When he said go back to the office, he meant he didn't want to talk. Station chief. This. That. Speak. Kong Ming thundered, her roar so fierce it nearly made Feng Zhong wet his pants. He stammered, "Station chief, I had no choice. President." He had his eye on Xiao Xiao. He insisted she join him for drinks. "I only resorted to this for the sake of the station's advertising sponsorship. As for the contract, it was all fake. This was entirely President He's idea. I was just going along with it." When she heard the contract was fake, Xiao Charan felt as if a tightly wound string inside her had suddenly snapped. Her shoulders, which had been unconsciously hunched, naturally relaxed. Then, realizing what had happened, she began to wildly pound on Feng Zhong. "Why did you set me up? Why did you do this to me?" Feng Zhong hid behind Kong Ming and muttered under his breath, "Who told you to have such a seductive face that caught someone's eye?" "Feng Zhong," Kong Ming called out coldly. Feng Zhong's heart was in turmoil, and he dared not answer. "Starting today, you are suspended pending an internal investigation. If anything is found, you will be dealt with according to the law." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhong fell to his knees and begged, "Station chief, you can't do this. I did it for the good of the station." "Station chief." Kong Ming looked at the security personnel nearby. "Take him away." "Station chief, you can't treat me like this. I can't afford to lose my job." "Station chief, I have a family to support, loans to repay. It was all President He's idea. It has nothing to do with me." "Station chief, I'm innocent. Have mercy on me." Without a second word, several security personnel hoisted Feng Zhong up and carried him out. Suspension and an internal investigation were essentially just a formality. Once things reached this point, it meant the gloves were off and prison time awaited. Several security guards had long harbored a grudge against Feng Zhong, and today, they finally had a chance to teach him a proper lesson. Seeing him disappear into the distance, Xiao Charan wiped away her tears and wanted to thank Kong Ming. But before she could utter a word, Kong Ming walked right past her, heading straight for Qin Chuan. When she stood before Qin Chuan, her queenly aura vanished entirely. Her whole demeanor shifted, exuding the gentle grace and charm of a well-bred lady. She bowed respectfully and said, "Master, the matter has been handled for you. Your girlfriend is safe now." Qin Chuan nodded and said, "Good. But she is not my girlfriend." "Not your girlfriend?" Kong Ming was startled upon hearing this. A flush of red crept onto her originally pale, cool face. "That person just now mentioned a president. Who is he?" Qin Chuan asked in a low voice. Kong Ming quickly replied, "He is the president of the largest branch of Huaxing Bank in the capital. The station sometimes needs loans, and we always turn to him for help. This man is inherently arrogant and conceited, and his personal life is indiscreet. However, due to his exceptional ability and vast network of connections, he excels at attracting deposits and achieving performance. He rose all the way from a teller to the president of the capital's largest branch, and I heard he is set to be promoted to the headquarters by year-end. Does he have a son named He Shuhua?" Kong Ming was taken aback, then replied, "Yes, master." "Do you know his son?" "Sort of." Kong Ming hummed an acknowledgement, subtly sensing Qin Chuan's hostility toward He Hai. She then said, "Master, you must be wary of He Hai. He is narrow-minded and extremely vengeful. As for today's incident, I can handle Feng Zhong in my capacity as station director. But He Hai, for someone about to be promoted to the headquarters of Huaxing Bank, Kong Ming's influence was insufficient to affect him. Since we know he's that kind of person, we certainly can't let him smoothly enter the headquarters and gain even more power. Otherwise, he will harm even more people. Most importantly, he has touched those he shouldn't have. He has offended those he cannot afford to offend." Qin Chuan declared. Kong Ming nodded. "Master, you are right. But He Hai's connections are too strong, and his abilities are extraordinary. Every year many people report him, yet he remains unscathed." Qin Chuan smiled faintly. In my eyes, his connections are as fragile as a piece of sandpaper. Kong Ming lowered her head without responding. In her heart, she thought the master was still too young. He did not understand the darkness of society. In today's environment, as long as you can bring benefits, someone will protect you. Even if you make some mistakes, as long as they aren't unforgivable, at most you'll be transferred or demoted. Once the storm passes, you return to your original position. So does master intend to move against him? Kong Ming asked tentatively. If this man is not eliminated, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Kong Ming nodded, now fully devoted to following Qin Chuan. Since Qin Chuan wanted to deal with He Hai, she could not stand idly by. So Kong Ming took out her phone and scrolled through her contacts, searching for people she knew. Hello, Director Ming. This is Xiaoming, Kong Fu's daughter. Uncle Lu, it's Xiaoming. When you visited my father, I was right there. Aunt Wang, I have a favor to ask. Kong Ming made over a dozen calls in a row. The people on the other end of the line had increasingly prominent titles. There were former subordinates of her father, current comrades of her elder brother, and connections she had cultivated over the years. Everyone answered the phone politely and cheerfully. But once Kong Ming stated her purpose, they all fell silent and hurriedly hung up. Only her longtime friend, a high-ranking official at Huaxing Bank headquarters, kindly advised, Xiaoming, I suggest you stay out of this. You know He Hai, over the years he has built a network spanning all industries. The top brass at our headquarters highly value his abilities. You must know that the branch he manages is known as the 100 billion deposit branch. In short, unless he commits murder or arson, the headquarters will go all out to protect him. Your actions are like throwing an egg against a stone. Is there really no way? Kong Ming persisted. The other party hesitated for a moment, then said, Alas, if your father hadn't retired with his connections, he might have been able to contend with He Hai. But now your father has been retired for years. The friend's words trailed off, and Kong Ming understood the rest without needing to hear it. After all, no matter what was said, bringing down He Hai offered no direct benefits to these people. No one was willing to offend a future high-ranking official at Huaxing Bank headquarters for a woman's words. In the world of men, it's not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social graces. Kong Ming hung up, pursed her lips, and looked at Qin Chuan with some disappointment. She shook her head. Master He Hai's influence is too great, no one is willing to help us. Qin Chuan's expression remained calm, showing neither joy nor disappointment. He said, It's fine. I Qin Chuan act as I please without needing to rely on others. Kong Ming lowered her head in guilt, blaming herself for lacking sufficient ability and position. She was unable to help Qin Chuan. Master, please give me one more year. In a year, I will be promoted to the ministry. During this year, we will slowly gather evidence against He Hai, and when the time is right, we will expose him in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan waved his hand, without speaking, turning to walk toward the roadside. Outside the capital's television station, in a temporary parking spot by the roadside, Tian Xian sat in the car waiting for Qin Chuan to return. When she saw that the fuel gauge showed less than a third remaining, she realized she would have to refuel again, which would be a big expense. Every time I refuel, I feel like crying, Tian Xian muttered. Suddenly, she remembered that on the way here Qin Chuan seemed to have sent her a red envelope for fuel. So she quickly took out her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Qin Chuan's avatar. The next second, she was completely stunned. In the chat window, the transfer box labeled fuel fee showed a 1 followed by a long string of zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Million. Tian Xin was utterly shocked. Qin Chuan had transferred 1 million yuan for her fuel expenses. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Just as she was hesitating whether to accept it, Qin Chuan and the others returned and got into the car separately. Seeing that Qin Chuan had brought back 2 strikingly beautiful women, Tian Xin pouted and immediately clicked to accept the transfer. Then she asked indignantly, Didn't you say you were picking up the housekeeper? Where is she? Xiao Charan, sitting in the back seat, weakly raised her hand and said, In the housekeeper. Tian Xin was taken aback. Were the looks requirements for housekeepers these days so high? She then turned and asked, And who is this sister? Kong Ming replied, I am the master's servant. Tian Xin was speechless. The 2 women in the back were both stunning beauties, scoring over 8 out of 10. Wherever they went, they would be pursued by countless admirers. Yet now they had become Qin Chuan's housekeeper and servant. She felt an indescribable emotion, as if a piece of cake that belonged to her had been taken away. Qin Chuan gave her no time to dwell on it, directly ordering her to drive to the largest Huaxing Bank branch in the capital. At the Daqian Street Huaxing Bank in the capital, Qin Chuan got out of the car alone and approached the lobby. Inside there were 9 regular counters and 1 VIP counter. Only 1 teller was working at the regular counters while the rest were idle. The VIP counter was empty, with the teller there casually touching up her makeup. An elderly woman in her 80s clutching a bank card paced back and forth in the spacious lobby. Seeing no one at the VIP counter, she sat down there. Miss, could you please check if the pension has been deposited into my card and help me withdraw 100 yuan? The VIP counter teller glanced up and said coldly, This is the VIP counter. If you want to check your balance or withdraw money, go use the machine outside. The elderly woman, advanced in years, could barely lift her arm for a few seconds before it dropped weakly. Miss, my eyes are blurry and my hands aren't steady. I can't read the words on the machine. It's too complicated for me. Please help me. The teller snorted. Hey, can't you understand me, you old lady? Your eyes are bad and you can't use the machine. What's that to me? Go find your children and have them teach you. The elderly woman's eyes suddenly went vacant for a moment, and she said in a low voice, my son died defending our country at the border. Now I'm all alone. Miss, please be kind and help me, or I won't have money to buy rice today. The teller deliberately slammed the mouse a few times and said impatiently, you old lady, why can't you get it through your head? I told you this is VIP. VIP, understand? It's for serving rich people. Either go check your account and withdraw money at the machine yourself, or go ask the neighborhood committee for help. Don't bother me here. I'm most annoyed by old folks like you. Always making a fuss over nothing. Seeing that the old lady still hadn't left despite all his words, the teller behind the counter began to lose her temper. She furiously slammed the keyboard and mouse in a fit of pique, deliberately making a loud racket to vent her dissatisfaction with the elderly woman. The old lady had originally intended to leave, but her advanced age made her movements slow. At this age, the elderly fear nothing more than losing their footing and falling. Just as she steadied herself to stand, the teller's angry banging on the keyboard startled her, making her heart tremble. Her foot slipped, and her body slid off the chair. Seeing this, the teller immediately became furious. You old hag, how can you be so malicious? Not only do you break the rules, but now you're trying to frame me for a fall. Let me tell you, the bank is full of cameras, and everything is recorded crystal clear. I didn't touch you. If you want to scam someone, go lie down on the main road. The old lady grabbed the edge of the counter with one hand, struggling to keep herself from falling. The people around her dared not step forward to help, fearing that aiding her would ruin the rest of their lives. Just as the old lady was about to give in, a pair of hands reached out from beside her and firmly steadied her. Seated back in her chair, the old lady heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that she hadn't fallen in the end, the teller also breathed a long sigh. Damn it, if you old hag had really fallen, I'd have to write a self-criticism tonight. The old lady looked up at the young man who had helped her and said, thank you, child. If not for you, this fall might have been the end of me. The teller rolled her eyes and snorted coldly, humph, wouldn't that be better? You'd get to see your dead son. Qin Chuan turned his head and glared at the teller. Say that again if you dare. His gaze carried the intimidation of a strong man, chilling to the bone and impossible to meet. The teller immediately averted her eyes, muttering under her breath, damn it, what kind of people am I dealing with today? Call your branch manager out. Qin Chuan roared angrily. The teller was taken aback at first, then sneered, what, you want to complain about me? Let me tell you, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just following the company's rules. Even if you complain to headquarters, it won't do any good. Your rules mean bullying the elderly and weak. Your system means mocking the families of martyrs. Qin Chuan questioned word by word. You're just a young kid, watch too many TV shows, and think you're a superhero. You haven't even grown your feathers yet, you're trying to play the hero. Let me tell you here, what I say is the rule, and what I do is the system. What can you do about it? Qin Chuan's eyes turned icy as he stared at the teller. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson according to your own rules. Saying this, he pulled out a Huaxia bank card. Now immediately withdraw my money. All of it. I said, are you deaf or illiterate? Can't you see the 6? Before the P could leave her lips, the teller's peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Chuan's bank card. It was a platinum white card. The teller immediately recognized it as the bank's top-tier platinum card. The Huaxia Platinum card was an honor bestowed only upon VIP clients with a minimum deposit of $1 million. Instantly, the teller's voice faltered and her attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. This. How much to withdraw? All of it. Qin Chuan enunciated each word. Cold sweat dripped down the teller's forehead as she cursed inwardly. Damn it, today must be the unluckiest day of my life. My performance targets for the year aren't even met yet, and now I'll lose more money. As the performance evaluation period approached, everyone was burdened with deposit targets. Just then, the lobby manager, who had just returned from the restroom, noticed the commotion at the VIP counter. He walked over slowly and whispered to the teller, what's going on? What happened? The teller glanced at Qin Chuan and lowered her voice. Ran into a stupid rich second generation playing the hero here. He wants to withdraw all the money from his card. The lobby manager frowned upon hearing this. You were already short by $1 million in deposits last month. If you let him withdraw a large sum now, what will happen to your evaluation? Failing the evaluation 2 months in a row means you'll be let go. The teller rolled her eyes and snorted, no big deal. He'll just have my dad deposit another $2 million from the company's funds. The lobby manager sighed lightly. Oh, it's good to have a rich family. The teller looked smug. Her job was secured because her father had deposited $10 million in the bank and the branch manager had personally pulled strings to get her in. Let him withdraw a few $100,000. What's the big deal? He'll go home, sleep it off, forget everything, and still come to work next week. With that, she hit the enter key. The computer screen switched to display the information on Qin Chuan's bank card. In an instant, both the teller and the lobby manager froze. The balance on this card. How is it so much? The lobby manager swallowed hard, speaking in disbelief. The teller was dumbfounded. She kept rubbing her eyes, then stared at the screen again. After confirming repeatedly, she murmured, How can there be over 900 million? Their terrified gazes simultaneously turned to Qin Chuan. What are you, deaf or blind? Can't you understand what I said? Withdraw all the money from this card. Qin Chuan's stern shout made the teller's legs tremble uncontrollably. People like this who rely on their family's petty wealth are the most adept at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They always lash out at the elderly, the sick, the disabled, and those inferior to them, yet they grovel before the powerful like obedient grandchildren. The teller was already terrified out of her wits. Her family's assets of a few million were nothing in front of the young man before her, not even worth a fart. If he really withdrew the over 900 million, even if her father jumped off a building after buying insurance, he couldn't plug that hole. So your balance is really too much. According to regulations. Over. The teller was so panicked that she momentarily forgot the amount limit in the rules. The lobby manager lowered his head and quietly added 5 million. The teller snapped back to reality. Yes, 5 million. According to regulations, large cash withdrawals exceeding 5 million require an appointment. Yes, an appointment needs a week's notice. After speaking, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the rules giving her a week's buffer. During this time, she just needed to beg the branch manager to intervene. With Manager He's ability, he could surely persuade the other party. After all this, branch's 100 billion in deposits were almost entirely brought in by the manager. Oh, so there's such a rule, Qin Chuan said with a faint, ambiguous smile. The teller didn't notice the change in his expression. She handed the card back with both hands, speaking in a tone of triumphant relief. Sir, I'll make the appointment for you today. Come back next week to discuss the withdrawal. Hold on, I never said I wouldn't withdraw. They'll take out 10,000 at a time. Qin Chuan paused, then continued, until the 900 million is all gone. At these words, the teller's blood surged with anger. Before she could catch her breath, with a loud crash, she fell backward, fainting dead away. The lobby manager rushed out, incessantly apologizing, as humble as a grandson. Qin Chuan had no quarrel with him. Such people were as insignificant as air to him. Call your bank manager out. A cold sweat broke out on the lobby manager's back. He stammered, Sir, the manager isn't here today. He should be having dinner with a client right now. Where is he dining? Probably at the Bauhinia mansion. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he said with a meaningful tone, money. Upon hearing the word money, the lobby manager quickly clasped his hands together, pleading like a worshipper before a Buddha. Sir, I am truly sorry for what happened today. Regarding that idiot's behavior, I will definitely report it truthfully to headquarters and handle it severely. She is a temporary employee, so it's simple to deal with. She will be fired immediately, never to be rehired, and a note will be made on her personal file. No regular enterprise or institution will hire her again. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Set up an arrangement on my card to transfer 500 yuan to the old lattice card every month. At the beginning of each month, invite her to the bank to withdraw the cash in person. Also send all my VIP client holiday gifts to the old lattice home. The lobby manager, relieved, agreed repeatedly. Qin Chuan turned and left, got into his Rolls Royce, and headed straight for the Bauhinia mansion. Kyoto Bauhinia Road, Bauhinia Mansion. The Bauhinia Mansion was a private club receiving only distinguished super VIPs. Every single person there was an industry tycoon or wealthy merchant. It was a hidden courtyard within the bustling downtown, with privacy considered top tier in Kyoto. The courtyard was built in the style of a Jiangnan garden, featuring small bridges, artificial hills, with flowing water pavilions, and the sound of stringed instruments. A place that seemed serene and peaceful. As soon as Qin Chuan reached the main gate, he faintly sensed something amiss. With a single glance, he determined this place was extraordinary. Behind it, he suspected they had engaged in the most heinous of activities. The flowing water in the courtyard must contain the tears of countless maidens. The lingering music from the pavilion must have concealed the wails of many. Qin Chuan told the three women to go back first. He entered the Bauhinia mansion alone. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a woman dressed in Japanese attire. Seeing her outfit, Qin Chuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The woman bowed slightly and said gracefully, Sir, this is a private club. I'm looking for someone. The woman looked troubled. This? Qin Chuan took out a bank card and said, I'm here to see He Hai. Seeing it was a platinum card from Huaxiao Bank, she immediately guessed the man before her was of extraordinary status. She quickly bowed and said, Very well, sir. Please follow me. The woman led Qin Chuan through a corridor to a private room door. She made a gesture of invitation. Qin Chuan didn't stand on ceremony and pushed the door open directly. Inside the room, the air was thick with smoke. Around a large round table sat three men. Except for the man in the main seat, each of the other two had a young woman by his side. A man smoking a cigar cursed. Damn it, Kumiko, why did you bring a man in? Kumiko, who was following Qin Chuan, stepped forward and said with a slight smile, Boss Song, this is at Manager He's request. Upon hearing this, Boss Song turned to look at He Hai, who was seated in the center. Boss He, did you invite someone else to today's card game? He Hai, dressed in a branded black suit, sat upright in the middle. He flicked the ash from his cigar and squinted with a smile. Feng Zhong can't make it today. Huh, what's the deal? If he couldn't come, why didn't he say so earlier? Damn it. He Hai pointed at Qin Chuan before him. It's this kid who got Feng Zhong sent in. The two men beside He-Hai immediately became wary upon hearing this. Who are you? Boss Wang on He-Hai's right asked cautiously. Qin Chuan sneered, walked over to the table, and sat down. Qin Chuan, Song, and Wang exchanged glances, then shook their heads. Neither of them knew such a person. He-Hai remained calm and composed. He opened a sandalwood box on the table and took out a cigar. Then he placed the cigar on the round table and spun the glass turntable. The cigar moved clockwise, stopping in front of Qin Chuan. Since you're here, have a smoke, He-Hai said. Qin Chuan curled his lips in disdain and swept his right hand, knocking the cigar off the table. He-Hai showed a hint of anger, but maintained an inscrutable smile. Ha ha, kids these days are always so hot-headed. He-Hai, you know exactly what you've done. They'll give you two choices. One, turn yourself in, and you might get a chance for leniency. Two, will send you and myself, guaranteeing you a life sentence at minimum. Song and Wang were both startled and turned to look at He-Hai. He-Hai, however, burst into laughter, a bit unhinged, with tears welling at the corners of his eyes. After a few dozen seconds his laughter subsided, and he asked Qin Chuan with amusement, I'd like to hear how you plan to send me in. Simple. Let Huaxia Bank headquarters conduct a self-investigation. The internal blemishes and reports against you over the years are enough to put you away for life. Dealing with someone like you doesn't require dirtying my hands. Qin Chuan, isn't this all over a woman? Why go this far? In this society, as long as you have money, you'll never lack women. If you'll be friends with me, He-Hai, will give you as many as you want. Even if you want celebrities or TV hosts, I can find a way to get them for you. You're wrong. What I want is justice. He-Hai was taken aback, then sneered, justice? Qin Chuan, you're a real piece of work. How much is justice worth? I don't lack money. What I lack is justice. He-Hai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, so there's no room for negotiation. Qin Chuan picked up his phone and said with a mocking smile, He-Hai, it seems you've chosen the second option. He-Hai slammed the table in anger. You little brat, I haven't settled the score with you for messing with Feng Zhong. And now you dare to spout nonsense in front of me, trying to bring me down. Do you think He-Hai have been running things for so many years, just for show? He-Hai deliberately raised his voice, partly to respond to Qin Chuan's audacity, and partly to intimidate the two bosses beside him. Seeing them both lower their heads, He-Hai got the result he wanted. He continued, fine. Go ahead and call to report me. If anything happens to me at all, I'll take your surname. Qin Chuan turned his phone screen towards himself, and said while operating it, who said I was going to call to report you? I told you dealing with you doesn't require me to lift a finger. He-Hai squinted and sneered mockingly. Don't you just want to transfer the 900 million from my branch to blackmail? He-Hai's words startled the two bosses beside him. 900 million. That kid has 900 million in deposits. He-Hai slammed the table and stood up, continuing angrily. Qin Chuan, do you think I didn't know what you did in my branch just now? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you think your measly 900 million in deposits can bring me down? Do you think my nickname He Trillion was earned for nothing? He pointed to the boss on his left, Song Wentao, and said, him Song Wentao, owner of Huai Media Co., Ltd., a listed entertainment company with a market value of 3 billion. Then He-Hai pointed to the right and said, him Wang Ning, chairman of Jingle Group, a conglomerate with an annual turnover of 10 billion. He-Hai then pointed at Qin Chuan. With my connections, even if you withdraw 900 million, so what? Do you think the head office will punish me for losing a big client? How ridiculous. I can make up for it in no time. The network He-Hai possess is beyond your wildest imagination. He-Hai was immensely pleased with himself. He had saved face and intimidated the two newly cooperating bosses. It was a double win. Qin Chuan sneered, oh really? As he spoke, his phone rang. Qin Chuan answered. On the other end was the voice of a middle-aged man, his tone gentle and respectful. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Hao Jiandong, the risk director at Huaxia Bank headquarters. A personal balance transfer request just popped up on our back end. May I ask if this was done by you personally? It was me. My apologies, Mr. Qin. We have confirmed your funds. There is no issue and the transfer can proceed. However, may I ask a personal question? Go ahead. Since you have always maintained a good cooperative relationship with our bank, why are you suddenly transferring your deposits to another bank? Are they offering higher interest or other services? As the largest domestic bank, I can personally guarantee that Huaxia Bank will provide you with superior service and rates. I'm not transferring because of better offers from other banks. I found that a branch manager at your bank has been committing crimes using coercion and bribery to force women into illegal activities. And he has already crossed the line with someone close to me. Mr. Qin, please tell us which branch manager it is. We will handle it strictly and severely internally. Dakian Street, Huaxia Bank, He-Hai. Understood, Mr. Qin. I have received your feedback. We will definitely launch an internal investigation and give you an answer. After hanging up, Song Wentao, the owner of Huai Media, looked at He-Hai in panic. Director, that kid really reported you. He-Hai took a sip of tea and said calmly, if reporting me worked, I would have been in jail long ago. Hearing that even the head office's risk department didn't faze him, Wang Ning, the chairman of Jingle Group, quickly lit a cigarette for He-Hai. Director, your methods are truly extraordinary. About my corporate loan. He-Hai smirked. Boss Wang, I just lost 900 million, and you bring up loans now. Wang Ning understood immediately. He quickly took out a red paper bag from beside him and pushed it over. Seeing this, He grinned. Boss Wang Yer. Fine, I'll push your loan through expedited. Next week it'll be no problem next week. Wang Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead and thanked him repeatedly. Just then He's phone rang. Damn it, are the risk department people just freeloaders? It's only 900 million, is it that big a deal? He picked up and answered. But the voice on the other end sent chills down He's spine. The caller was a high-level insider at Huaxia Bank, a board member and executive director Duan Zhongwei. Duan Zhongwei immediately launched into a scathing rebuke. Of all the people to offend, you had to go after a major client and mess with his girlfriend. Duan Zhongwei, as He's biggest backer and the one who recommended him for a key position at headquarters, was someone He treated with utmost respect. He flattered. Oh my dear leader. Don't you know me, He? It was all for performance. He spoke without restraint. He wanted to flaunt his power right in front of Qin Chuan and once again showcase his influence to the two new bosses. He continued, that woman was just a slut. I didn't even want to mess with her as she threw herself at me. And it wasn't for myself, it was all for. He glanced around and then said with a fawning smile, it was all to secure a partnership with Huang Media. Boss Song personally told me he would transfer all his business from China Merchants Bank to our bank. Song Wentao wore a bitter expression, reluctantly being dragged into this as a backdrop. But what could he do? His company's listing was arranged by He. Consider it a favor repaid. Hearing silence on the other end, He added, leader, it's just 900 million. I guarantee it'll bring in 10 billion, no 20 billion, within half a month. He spoke with smug confidence, then cast a cold glance at Qin Chuan. Even if you transfer away 900 million, what does it matter? With my abilities I can still turn the tide. But after he finished, the other end was eerily silent, which puzzled him slightly. After a moment, Duan Zhongwei roared angrily, He, even now you still don't grasp the severity of the situation, still joking and laughing in front of me. He was bewildered. Leader. Don't call me leader. Do you still not understand what's going on, you idiot? Do you know how much that Qin Chuan wants to transfer? He wants to transfer 50 billion, 900 million. Not 900 million. He staggered, nearly losing his footing. He repeated in disbelief, What? 50 billion, 900 million. Now he's holding that 50 billion as leverage, openly demanding that headquarters investigate you thoroughly. Think about all the things you've done. Once they start investigating, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. When He uttered 50 billion, 900 million, Song Wentao and Wang Ning were both shocked. The young man before them, so youthful, actually possessed over 50 billion. How was that even possible? The two of them had toiled in the business world for decades to achieve their current status and wealth. Yet their combined assets totaled less than 5 billion. And a significant portion of that was real estate and stocks. But Qin Chuan, standing before them alone, had over 50 billion. That was cold hard cash, devoid of any virtual value like stocks, funds, or options. This sum of over 50 billion in liquid assets would make him the most elite client in any bank. A VIP among VIPs. In fact, if Qin Chuan wanted to play around, he could even directly replace He and become the branch manager of He's own branch. This showed just how explosive and terrifying a figure of over 50 billion was. Seeing He utterly terrified, Duan Zhongwei stopped his tirade. He was a pawn Duan Zhongwei had spent over a decade cultivating and supporting with all his might. He couldn't discard him so easily. He'll give you 2 months to plug the hole. If you can't, go to jail yourself. Duan Zhongwei's heartfelt words were like a lifeline for the stupefied He. Rest assured, leader, rest assured. I will. After hanging up the phone, He collapsed into his chair, utterly spent. He felt as if he had just endured a monumental battle, drained of all energy. 50.9 billion, even for him, was an astronomical figure. It had taken over a decade of meticulous effort to attract 100 billion in deposits and earn the reputation of $100 billion bank president. It was this honor that had given him the capital to rise to the headquarters of Huaxia Bank, climbing even higher. Today he had come within a hair's breadth of seeing decades of effort go down the drain. A wave of lingering fear washed over He, his inner turmoil raging like a storm. He felt as though his stomach might heave from sheer tension. After a long time calming himself, He finally regained his composure. Bracing his hands on the round table, he rose to his feet. Standing proudly within the private room, he declared excitedly, Qin Chuan, I admit it. I was too careless at first. I didn't properly investigate your background. I assumed someone your age was nothing more than a spoiled second-generation heir squandering a few $100 million from your family to drift through life. But I never expected you to possess over 50 billion in assets. You've hidden it so well that even the rich list couldn't trace you. Qin Chuan glanced at the balance in the Huaxia Bank app, 50.9 billion. This was the money the system had deposited last time. Ignoring he checked the time and continued tapping on his phone. He basked in the exhilarating relief of a near-death escape. This sensation flooded his body with a massive surge of dopamine. The more he spoke, the more impassioned and excited he became. It's useless. No matter how many reports you send, it's futile. Do you think 50 billion can bring me down? Do you think that I, $100 billion bank president and future high-level executive at Huaxia Bank headquarters, am so easily abandoned by the higher-ups? Qin Chuan, I told you, you're too young. Society doesn't operate on just black and white 1 and 0. It's all about interests. It's all about transactions. You tried to use 50 billion as leverage to make headquarters discard me. With anyone else you might have succeeded. But you miscalculated one thing. I am worth more than 50 billion. After delivering his monologue with unrestrained fervor, He-Hai felt his emotions fully released. It was a pleasure more intoxicating than carnal delights. He-Hai savored the feeling of emerging from the brink of doom. He looked at Qin Chuan expecting to see the frustration of a failed plan on his face, hoping to witness the dejection of someone unable to bring him to justice. But to He-Hai's shock, Qin Chuan showed not a trace of disappointment. Instead, he was smiling, a mocking smile. At this point, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how a fool like you managed to claw your way to this position. He-Hai fumed. What do you mean? Suddenly his phone rang again. The caller was still Duan Zongwei. He-Hai quickly composed himself and answered. Hello, leader. Duan Zongwei spoke calmly. He-Hai, the headquarters chairman and the bank's president, have personally ordered the formation of an internal investigation team to conduct a thorough probe into you. You are now suspended from duty. I advise you to turn yourself in immediately and seek leniency. Duan Zongwei's words were as placid as still water. But to He-Hai they struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. He asked incredulously, leader, didn't you say you'd suppress this for me? Why is the bank president still issuing this order? Do they think my promise of 50 billion is too little? I can negotiate for more, 70 billion. No, 100 billion. No matter the amount, I can secure it within 2 months. Duan Zongwei exhaled a puff of smoke and said, He-Hai, I advise you not to struggle. Do you even know who you're up against? He-Hai froze, offering no reply. He is a board member of Wanda Group, the largest shareholder of BYD Group, and the hidden owner of Hilton Group. Just now, all 3 groups simultaneously called the bank president, demanding a complete halt to all cooperation with Huaxia Bank, shifting to ICBC instead. Do you have any idea how massive the business volume of these 3 groups is? Can you bear that alone? Because I tried to protect you just now, am like a clay Buddha crossing a river, barely able to save myself. With that, Duan Zongwei hung up. The volume on He-Hai's phone was loud. Wang Ning and Song Wentao, seated beside him, clearly heard every word from Duan Zongwei. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. Wanda Group and BYD Group were their key clients, their most significant business partners. He-Hai had offended them to the point of no return. Wang Ning immediately stood up, dousing He-Hai with a cup of tea. He-Hai, I never imagined you could be so monstrous. Wang Ning was blind to have shared a table with you. Wang Ning grabbed his bag, ready to flee. As he passed Qin Chuan, he quickly bowed and clasped his hands. Mr. Qin, I Wang have offended you greatly today. I beg you to be magnanimous and overlook my faults. My elderly mother is at death's door. I must return to see her one last time. On another day, I will surely come to your door to apologize. With that, Wang Ning scurried away. Song Wentao was a step behind. He too berated He-Hai, performing a dramatic act of severing ties. Then approaching Qin Chuan, he knelt on one knee and said, Mr. Qin, I am the same. Qin Chuan coldly regarded Song Wentao. Is your mother dying too? Song Wentao shook his head. No, it's my wife. She's about to give birth. Mr. Qin will take my leave now, and I'll apologize at your door another day. After speaking, Song Wentao also fled. Seeing this, He-Hai crawled desperately to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I was wrong, truly wrong. He slapped himself frantically. Please, Mr. Qin, spare me. I'll agree to anything you say. As he spoke, He-Hai suddenly realized the deity before him seemed to lack nothing. Given Qin Chuan's resources, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him worth trillions. After racking his brains, He-Hai suddenly thought of something. Mr. Qin, if you spare me, I can tell you a secret. Just as He-Hai began to speak, the martial energy within Qin Chuan issued a warning. He sensed a bullet hurtling toward him from behind. Qin Chuan instantly dodged with a flicker of movement. But He-Hai, seated before him, was struck by the bullet and killed instantly. After evading the shot, Qin Chuan turned to look in the direction it came from. 5 people entered through the doorway. At their head was the Japanese woman Kumiko. Qin Chuan appraised her anew. Kumiko wore a traditional black and white Japanese kimono. Her face was painted with stark white foundation accented by fiery red lips and 2 patches of blush on her cheeks. The effect was eerily unsettling. Kumiko donned white tabi socks and wooden geta sandals. She stepped forward with small strides, casting a disdainful glance at He-Hai. Chinese people simply have no sense of contract. They can't keep secrets. Behind Kumiko followed 4 burly men, each over 2 meters tall. They wore black sunglasses and full black suits, their expressions stern and postures rigid. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Second stage, martial peak. Kumiko was somewhat surprised, sizing Qin Chuan up anew. Then with a sly smile she said, so you're also a martial artist. We'll give you a chance to live. Join us, work for us, and we'll spare your life. Qin Chuan's gaze locked firmly onto the woman before him. Her words left no room for doubt. This battle was inevitable. Suddenly a system notification appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes. Congratulations, Challenger. You have triggered a hidden quest, the Japanese spy base. Quest introduction: the Bauhinia Mansion, a forward spy outpost operated by Japan in China for many years. Multiple Japanese spies are hidden within. They ostensibly manage the mansion's affairs, but secretly gather classified intelligence from China. Challenger's mission: crush the enemy forces. Note: for each spy eliminated you will receive corresponding martial arts experience points. When experience reaches 100 you will automatically advance to the next rank. After the brief notification, Qin Chuan's vision returned. He noticed that above the heads of the 5 enemies in the room a numerical value in yellow font had appeared. Each of the 5 had an experience value of 25. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. This meant defeating these 5 alone would allow him to advance 1 rank from his current 4th grade martial initiate to 4th grade martial apprentice. Seeing Qin Chuan hesitating, Kumiko felt a secret delight, believing her 4 guardian kings were indeed intimidating. Ha, these men beside me are the 4 guardian kings of the Yamada group. Individually they are at the 2nd grade peak, but acting together they can rival a 3rd grade apprentice's power. Kumiko finished watching Qin Chuan with amusement, expecting him to kowtow in submission. But to her surprise, Qin Chuan did not kneel and beg for mercy as she imagined. Instead, he raised his brows, looking down with cold contempt. He snorted disdainfully. I see you all are nothing but a bunch of worthless scoundrels. Enraged, Kumiko, who had spent many years in China, had never suffered such humiliation. Get him. The organization will reward you with merits. Hearing the promise of merit rewards, the 4 men in black became frenzied with excitement. They clenched their fists fiercely, their clothes shredding, as an astonishing power erupted from within them. Seeing this, Kumiko smiled lightly. You 4 are overreacting. Dealing with a trashy Chinese man doesn't require your full strength. Look at him, at best a 2nd grade martial initiate. One of the men in black smirked. Kumiko, don't blame us. The allure of merit rewards is just too strong. Kumiko turned to Qin Chuan. Arrogant Chinese, you've lost your chance to regret. When the 4 guardian kings unleash their power, heaven and earth will change color. She expected to see fear and pleas for mercy from Qin Chuan. Yet to her great astonishment, the young man opposite seemed even more excited than the 4 guardian kings. It was as if they were the prey and he was the hunter. This sowed a seed of doubt in Kumiko's mind. In a few breaths, all 4 men in black lay on the ground. Congratulations, Challenger. You have gained 30 experience points. 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 After 4 consecutive notifications of gaining experience, the system finally issued a promotion alert. Congratulations, Challenger. You have been promoted to 4th grade martial apprentice. Instantly, a dense surge of martial power flowed from Qin Chuan's heart, spreading throughout his body. Qin Chuan felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Kumiko's eyes widened in terror as she stumbled backward, asking, you. Who are you? Are you from the War Dragon organization? Qin Chuan sneered. You are nothing but a bunch of insignificant wretches unworthy of knowing my name. Seeing the murderous intent in Qin Chuan's eyes, Kumiko sensed danger. She reached for the shuriken at her waist. In an instant, Kumiko's vision went black and she collapsed to the ground. Had she been an ordinary person, or even a regular Japanese citizen, Qin Chuan would not have been so ruthless. But she was a spy, a special agent, leaving no room for mercy. He simply dealt with her according to international protocol. Congratulations, Challenger. You have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have defeated a spy liaison. Congratulations, Challenger. You have gained 3 minutes of double experience. Seeing the double experience reward, Qin Chuan was stunned. Double experience. This is a thing. Without hesitation, he immediately mobilized his martial power, using his senses to scan the entire interior of the Bauhinia mansion, searching for remaining Japanese spies. Instantly, he pinpointed 3 rooms with unusual activity. Qin Chuan charged straight to the first room and kicked open the door. Inside, an 80-year-old man with a deeply wrinkled face was lying on top of a young woman. The woman was tied up, a coarse cloth stuffed in her mouth. Though she couldn't speak, the tears streaming from her eyes and her violent struggles told the whole story. Enraged at having his fun interrupted, the old man cursed, Baka, who are you to dare barge into my private room? The old man's experience was only 25, but with the double experience bonus, the value displayed above his head was now 50. Qin Chuan said coldly, you are not worthy of knowing who I am. Bakayaro. The old man turned, reaching for the Japanese sword hanging on the wall. But before he could take a step, the back of his neck was struck with the force of a 1,000-pound hammer, snapping with a crack. The old man's body went limp, and he crashed to the ground, spitting white foam. Bah! Qin Chuan quickly went to untie the bound woman. At the same time, he took off his white sports jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Then he left the room and headed for the second private room. Inside were 2 middle-aged men, one with a distinctive Japanese mustache, and the other a Chinese man. They sat facing each other, a map spread out on the table. Qin Chuan immediately recognized the characters on the blueprint. It was a construction plan for a cross-sea bridge in southern China with red dots marking several weak points on the bridge. The Japanese man, seeing a Chinese intruder, roared, Baka, you betrayed me. The Chinese traitor opposite him quickly waved his hands to explain, Sasaki-san, you misunderstand. I didn't. Before he could finish, Sasaki drew a gun and shot him right between the eyes. Then Sasaki swiftly rolled up the map on the table. As he prepared to aim his gun at Qin Chuan, The next second, he saw his own arm, the one holding the gun, bent back at a 90-degree angle. Sasaki screamed in agony. "Ah, my hand." Qin Chuan took another step forward. Ignoring the pain, Sasaki hurriedly knelt. "He'll talk. He'll talk. Don't torture me. He'll tell you everything I know." Qin Chuan looked down at him and said coldly, "You don't need to talk. I'm not interested." In an instant, Sasaki's neck twisted and he crashed to the floor. Qin Chuan didn't linger and walked straight out. For him, time was of the essence now. Annihilating the spies and gaining double experience was the top priority. The final location was on the southeastern corner of the Balhinia mansion, a small hut made of bamboo. The place was secluded and dim, as if isolated from the world. Qin Chuan strode forward, intending to force his way in. Suddenly, the door to the hut opened from the inside. A woman disheveled and stained with blood rushed out. She appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old. She had flowing, agile long hair. Her delicate oval face was adorned with a pair of large, watery eyes. Her clothes were nearly torn to shreds, with only a piece of red cloth shielding her chest. She looked as if she had been forcibly violated. The woman was covered in bloodstains, clearly having fought a desperate struggle. Seeing Qin Chuan, she immediately cried out, "Sir, please save me. I'm a female student from Kyoto University. They kidnapped me and were going to sacrifice me to those high-ranking officials. I managed to knock one of them out and escape." She threw herself into Qin Chuan's arms, trembling and sobbing. Qin Chuan grabbed her arm and sneered, "Your acting is impressive, but unfortunately you'll never have the chance to perform again." The woman's entire arm was locked firmly in Qin Chuan's grip. A sharp dagger clattered to the ground. She stared at him in terror, snarling, "How did you spot the flaw?" Qin Chuan did not answer. He simply ended her. Then he remarked calmly, "I didn't need to discern anything, because you were marked with 50 experience points above your head. Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, challenger, you have advanced to the pinnacle of the 4th grade of martial arts." Qin Chuan felt a long-lost power surge back into his body. This was the sensation of returning to the peak. Before he could savor it, the system prompted again, "Congratulations, challenger, you have completed the hidden mission Japanese Spy Den Mission Reward Global Language Skill Pack." Qin Chuan was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Global Language Skill Pack?" The next moment, countless dictionaries flooded his mind. English, French, Spanish, Cantonese, Southern Min, Sichuanese, Wenzhounese, West African indigenous languages, Zalante, Yansingwen, some languages he had never even heard of, and one bizarre script had sneaked in. After the system force-fed him, for the moment Qin Chuan opened his eyes, he felt as though he had undergone a transcendence. Everything before his eyes could now be described effortlessly in another language. The main quest included a requirement not to fail any subjects. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like I won't have to worry about the college English test band for." In the northern district of the capital, beside towering skyscrapers and quaint courtyard houses, stood an unremarkable five-story office building. This was the headquarters of the Huaxia State Security Department. A man in his 30s hurried toward an office at the end of the corridor. Before entering, he followed protocol and knocked. Only after a commanding voice responded did he turn the handle and step inside. The office was sparsely furnished with only a desk, chair, and computer. The sole distinction was the vast sea of documents and archives. Behind the desk sat an elderly man around 60 with white hair and brown-rimmed reading glasses hunched over a file. The middle-aged man's tone was respectful yet urgent. "Minister, a gunshot was just heard from the Zijing mansion." The old man looked up sharply. Behind his thick lenses, piercing eyes fixed on him. "What? Have the Japanese made a move? Any casualties among our people?" "Not yet clear. I'll report and head to the Zijing mansion immediately." The old man lamented, "I should have closed the net sooner. It's my fault for wanting to cast a long line to catch a big fish." The middle-aged man lowered his head and exited the office. In the southern district of the capital, at a location invisible on satellite maps, a muscular man sprinted across a vast training ground at an incredible speed. He moved so fast that he kicked up dust. At the northern corner sat a light, armored vehicle. The man charged straight at it and delivered a heavy punch. The vehicle flipped over. "Damn lone wolf, when did you advance? Knocking over an armored vehicle with one punch. Are you at the peak of the 2nd grade? Falcon, you underestimate me. I've already reached the 3rd grade." The man codenamed Falcon was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. "You're not even 30 and you've reached the 3rd grade. Lone Wolf, you've broken the record of our War Dragon team." Lone Wolf stood tall. As the strongest warrior selected from the entire nation's resources, he had every right. A man in green camouflage strode over quickly. Lone Wolf and Falcon immediately snapped to attention and saluted. "Captain." The newcomer was the captain of War Dragon, codenamed Sky Dome. Noticing his grim expression, Lone Wolf asked, "Captain, what's happened?" A gunshot rang out from the Zijing mansion. "I need to check it out. Is that the Japanese spy den? Didn't the state security say they were playing the long game and told us not to interfere?" Sky Dome's face darkened. "A few days ago I received intelligence that the Yamada Group in Japan dispatched their 4 guardians to escort a liaison officer secretly into Huaxia. Their first stop in Huaxia will definitely be the Zijing Mansion. If so, our comrades from state security will be in danger. The 4 guardians of the Yamada group. For peak second-grade fighters. If they fight together, their combat power could at least reach the level of a minor third grade. Falcon's expression darkened. Captain, I've reached the 3rd grade. He'll go with you. Lone Wolf stepped forward. Sky Dome shook his head. No need. I alone am enough. Falcon grinned. Lone Wolf, you'd better keep practicing on that armored vehicle. The captain at the peak of the 3rd grade can crush the 4 guardians like a game. If you go ahead, have to watch out for you. Lone Wolf glared at Falcon. He'll practice on you first. At the entrance of the Zijing Mansion in the capital, the sky was dimming and a light drizzle fell. The area was already cordoned off with caution tape. Dozens of security officers were maintaining order. A middle-aged man in a navy blue jacket stepped over the tape and entered the mansion. A security officer immediately blocked him. Security operation. Unauthorized personnel, stay back. The man pulled out a badge. M. Shiming, director of the first office of the Huaxia State Security Department. The officer straightened up at once. Sir. Shiming put away the badge and asked, what's the situation inside? The officer replied, a homicide occurred in the Zijing Mansion. Preliminary investigation shows 10 victims, 2 Huaxia nationals and 8 Japanese nationals. Shiming nodded. Since foreign nationals are involved, seal off all information until the investigation is complete. Yes, sir. But what? Speak directly. Among the 10 victims, the 2 Huaxia men died from gunshots. The other 8 appear to have been killed barehanded with a single blow each. Barehanded. Single blow. Shiming frowned, sensing the situation was more complex than imagined. It's the work of a martial arts master. A deep voice came from behind Shiming. Sky Dome stood upright between them. Sky Dome. Shiming was startled. Sky Dome nodded in greeting. Then he addressed the officer, Sky Dome, captain of the War Dragon team. The officer gasped. The War Dragon captain. That legendary special unit guarding Huaxia's borders had only a dozen members, each the cream of the elite. Mysterious and secret of their combat records were unknown. The only publicized incident was when a general from a certain country's army in an overseas interview tearfully accused the War Dragon team of annihilating his regiment of 3,000 who had accidentally crossed the border, leaving him a commander without soldiers. The officer immediately saluted Sky Dome in reverence. Shiming asked, is the surveillance footage intact? The officer nodded. Yes. If you'd like to see it, we can go to the monitoring room of the Zijing Mansion. Sky Dome and Shiming nodded in unison and followed the officer to the monitoring room. On the screens, images from all private rooms, both inside and out, were displayed. The officer adjusted the footage to 1 minute before the gunshot. Shiming immediately spotted an anomaly on screen 3. He pointed. Screen 3. What are those two doing? The moment Shiming finished speaking, a person in screen 3 suddenly collapsed. Shot in the head. Then 5 figures appeared on the screen. Song Xiong whispered in shock, the 4 heavenly kings. Shiming squinted his eyes, the 4 heavenly kings of the Yamaguchi-gumi from Japan. Yes, Song Xiong replied with a heavy tone. The 4 heavenly kings of the Yamaguchi-gumi were incredibly audacious, daring to commit murder in broad daylight. Then Song Xiong spotted another figure and said, look, in front of the 4 heavenly kings is the liaison officer of the Yamaguchi-gumi, known as the smiling poisonous woman Kumiko. Shiming was horrified. What is Japan's intention in dispatching such a high-level team? The two watched the screen as the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko conversed with a young man sinking into deep thought. The security officer beside them, listening to their introductions, felt a chill down his spine. This case seemed far beyond his capabilities. He decided he must hand it over to the National Security Department. Just as the 3 were lost in their own thoughts, the surveillance footage suddenly changed. The young man who had just been talking to the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko instantly launched an attack. In mere moments, the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko were killed by him. Then the young man moved swiftly. With precision, he burst into one private room after another. Yamamoto Taro, the old lecher of Japan. Sasaki, the Zero Agent of Japan. Ogura Yuko, the venomous beauty of Japan. Shiming named each person appearing on the monitor. All 3 were internationally notorious Japanese agents. Each time he identified one, the godlike young man killed them instantly. In less than 3 minutes, the world-famous Japanese agents were all eliminated. Dead silence fell in the surveillance room. Shiming was stunned. As the head of the National Security Department for years, he had only recently obtained photos of the true appearances of 3 agents. Yet the young man in the footage had effortlessly located and killed all the Japanese agents. Was this innate national defense strength? Shiming immediately resolved to find this young man. If his background check was clean, he had to recruit him into the National Security Department. He was a lifetime counterintelligence talent. Song Xiong watched as the young man eliminated the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko in mere moments. Even he couldn't accomplish such a feat. Trembling with excitement, Song Xiong thought that if this young man was upright and responsible, he must recruit him into Zhanlong. This was a national treasure. A man with such skill should defend his country. Both of them asked the security officer simultaneously, who is that young man? The officer scratched his head and said, I don't know, but rest assured he'll take the footage back to the station and check with the surveillance system. Song Xiong and Shi Ming both took out their business cards and handed them over saying, find out and notify me immediately. Kyoto Shun District, Kyoto Manor, Building 1. It was already late at night when Qin Chuan arrived home. He entered the hall to find 3 stunningly beautiful women lounging on the sofas. One was sweet and lovely, one mature and graceful, and one delicate and charming. Kong Ming, a light sleeper, was the first to wake. Seeing Qin Chuan return, she hurried over. Noticing bloodstains on his clothes, she asked with concern, Master, what happened? Qin Chuan looked down and said, Oh, it's nothing. It must be from when that actress lunged at me. Kong Ming's pupils contracted sharply. What? An actress? Lunged at him? And blood? But she reasoned that a wealthy man like her master would naturally attract many women. She was just a servant, and how could she question her master? Yet a pang of pain twisted in Kong Ming's heart. She quickly changed the subject. Master, did you find he high? How did it go? Qin Chuan said flatly, he's dead. Kong Ming was shocked. Master, did you? Qin Chuan shook his head. Not me. Japanese spies killed him. Kong Ming was baffled. How did Japanese spies suddenly appear? Qin Chuan continued. Although enemy spies aren't protected, this matter requires your father, Elder Kong, to step in. Kong Ming nodded solemnly. Yes, master. I will definitely tell my father. I'm going to my room to bathe and sleep. Find a room for yourselves, Qin Chuan said as he headed upstairs. Master, let me assist you with your bath. At that moment, Xiao Chuan and Tian Xian, who had been on the sofa, both woke up. Xiao Chuan quickly stood up. As a millionaire housekeeper, she hadn't worked a single minute yet, and had even needed Qin Chuan to stand up for her. Xiao Chuan quickly said, Sister Kong, let me do it. I should be the one to attend to the boss after troubling him today. Tian Xian on the sofa frowned and pouted. She wanted to say something, but realized she had no reason to compete for the task. So she muttered, Qin Chuan, I haven't eaten all night, just sitting here waiting for you. And now you're going straight to bed. Qin Chuan stopped and looked at Tian Xian. What do you want then? I. Tian Xian blushed. You have to treat us to a big meal as compensation. Qin Chuan went upstairs without looking back, saying, only fine. Xiao Chuan and Kong Ming followed him, leaving Tian Xian alone downstairs. She stomped her feet on the sofa in frustration. She took out her phone and opened a review site. Sorting by price from high to low, she muttered, They'll pick the most expensive restaurant in Kyoto and bankrupt you off. The next day, Saturday, Xiao Chuan and Kong Ming went to the kitchen together to prepare breakfast. Qin Chuan was lying alone in bed resting. The previous day's battle had consumed some of his martial energy. Rest was the best way to recover his strength. Suddenly, a graceful figure bounced to his bedside. Qin Chuan's eyes snapped open. Tian Xian was lying nearby, her feet in white cotton socks kicking up. She held her phone screen toward Qin Chuan. I want to eat here. Qin Chuan looked closely. Rong Fu Yen. Tian Xian took back her phone, rolled over, and lay on her back, saying, You said I could choose the place, so no backing out. Rong Fu Yen is a top-tier Jiangnan restaurant in Kyoto, a hotspot for celebrities, tycoons, and influencers. The price? A bit steep, about 1,000 per person. Serves you right for making me unhappy yesterday. Qin Chuan was bewildered. What did I do yesterday? Tian Xian kicked her long legs wildly. You know perfectly well what you did. I don't, Qin Chuan said coldly, then picked up his phone and dialed Su Xiaoyan. Hey sister Xiaoyan, want to have dinner together this weekend? Sorry Xiao Chuan, I've been busy rehearsing lately, and can't find the time, Su Xiaoyan said apologetically. Rehearsing? I made a TikTok video for school, and it went viral. Now there's a most beautiful university competition on TikTok with a live stream PK tomorrow night. The school leaders take this competition seriously, so I can't afford to slack off. Xiao Chuan, I'm sorry. Once the competition is over, I'll make it up to you. They chatted briefly and hung up. Suddenly Qin Chuan's martial energy issued a danger warning. Qin Chuan turned his head, and the killing intent came from Tian Xian beside him. Her eyes were filled with a look that could slay him. Who is Sister Xiaoyan? Qin Chuan got up, stretched, and casually replied, my girlfriend. Suddenly a pillow flew toward him. In the central area of the capital, the Rongfu banquet restaurant. The establishment was converted from a prince's mansion constructed with an imposing and majestic grandeur. An SUV pulled up and stopped at the restaurant entrance. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the doorman hurried forward to guide it and opened the door. A man and 3 women stepped out. The man was tall and straight with an imposing demeanor. The 3 women, each with a distinct style, were all stunningly beautiful. Qin Chuan and his group of 4 entered the mansion. Inside, a hostess in a cheongsam with a graceful figure guided them. She led them leisurely through the mansion, introducing the architecture and the exotic rocks and trees as they walked toward the private room. Once inside, Tian Xian took out her phone, occasionally taking selfies or recording short videos for Douyin. The atmosphere here is amazing. I feel like I'm playing a murder mystery game. After about a 10-minute walk, they were led to a private room. After they were seated, the waiter brought menus and handed one to each person. The moment they opened the menus, everyone except Qin Chuan was stunned. Tian Xian almost cried out. The prices were exorbitantly high. They were even beyond belief, several times higher than what she had seen online. For instance, a simple stir-fried seasonal vegetable cost 199 yuan. From the picture, it was just plain stir-fried kale. Any dish with a hint of meat started at 4 figures. Before coming, Tian Xin thought the per-person cost would be at most 1,000 yuan. To her surprise, 1,000 yuan might not even cover the service charge for the private room. She secretly glanced at Qin Chuan to see his reaction. But his face was calm, and he said with a faint smile, "Order whatever you like." The 3 women exchanged glances, but no one spoke. A few dishes could easily cost tens of thousands of yuan. Who could bear that? Even Kong Ming from a prominent family had never indulged in such extravagance. Seeing this, Qin Chuan closed his menu and handed it back to the waiter. "Since they want order, have the chef prepare a set menu for us." "What wine would you like, sir?" Qin Chuan thought for a moment. Remembering he had missed the chance to taste Romanicani at his own hotel last time, he said, "Do you have Romanicani?" Upon hearing this, the waiter nearly jumped for joy. She could barely hide her excitement, and quickly replied, "Yes, we do. The restaurant has a bottle of 1986 Romanicani. This bottle was the restaurant's prized treasure. They had a case when it opened, and now only 1 bottle remained. A single bottle cost 2,000 yuan. The waiter calculated that if she could sell this bottle, her service commission would reach 15,000 yuan. Just by opening a bottle of wine, she could earn 2 months' salary. Who wouldn't be delighted? Just then, Tian Xin jumped out, pouting and tugging at Qin Chuan's arm, coaxing, "What's Romanicani? I've never heard of it. Can we switch to a 1982 Lafite? I see everyone on Douyin drinking it. It must be pretty good." Qin Chuan shook off her hand in disgust and nodded helplessly. "Then let's have the 1982 Lafite." The waiter's heart sank. The wine had dropped from 2,000 to 5,000 yuan, and her commission dwindled to just over 3,000 yuan. She carefully put away the menu and left to place the order. Soon the waiter brought a bottle of Lafite for Qin Chuan to inspect. After confirmation, she opened it to let it breathe. Another waiter served the first dish, a half chicken, on a white ceramic plate. The waiter began to introduce esteemed guests. "This is the sunflower aroma salted chicken, known as the most expensive chicken in the capital." The most expensive chicken in the capital? Shouldn't it be Jinfeng's Hainanese chicken? Tian Xin, a foodie, was quite knowledgeable about ingredients. In disbelief, she picked up the menu, and the next second her face froze. The half-salted chicken on the table cost 600 yuan. In her mind, a whole chicken was worth at most 200 yuan. Before Tian Xin could recover from her shock, the waiter served the next dish. "This is the drunken green crab." "I know. Green crab is also called red sturgeon in Fujian, known for its rich roe and tender meat," Tian Xin interjected. She estimated that crab couldn't be cheap. But there were only about 3 crabs on the plate. No matter how expensive, it shouldn't be too outrageous. Tian Xin secretly checked the price. Drunken green crab, 3,000 yuan. That worked out to 1,000 yuan per crab. Tian Xin swallowed in fear, cold sweat beading on her forehead. The subsequent dishes, spicy arc shell typhoon shelter sand fish, sea cucumber, and bird's nest and sauce kung pao beef, and stir-fried winter bamboo shoots, were all relatively normal. But when the main course, black bean and chili lobster, was served, Tian Xin sensed trouble. The previous dishes had pictures and prices on the menu. Yet she had scoured the entire menu and couldn't find a price for this lobster dish. Next, the waiter brought out a bowl of white clams. "This dish is clear chicken soup with zishi's tongue from Zhanggang, Fujian. Each clam weighs 7 liang. After cleaning, our chef will cook it with free-range chicken broth." After presenting the ingredients, the chef wheeled in a cart and began to work skillfully. Tian Xin quietly approached the waiter and whispered, "Why aren't these 2 dishes on the menu?" "Madam, for set meals, our chef recommends dishes based on the day's freshest ingredients. Fresh ingredients aren't available every day, so prices are seasonal." Hearing seasonal price, Tian Xin's mind went blank. How much do these 2 dishes cost? The waiter glanced at the order device and replied with a smile, "The black bean and chili lobster is 6,000 yuan, and the zishi's tongue is 8,000. "What? That expensive?" Even though Tian Xin had mentally prepared herself, such staggering prices were too absurd. But the waiter maintained her smile and said, "Miss the money you saved, Mr. Qin, earlier more than covers these 2 dishes." Tian Xin was bewildered. The waiter continued, "Mr. Qin originally ordered Romanicani for 2,000 yuan, but you switched it to Lafite for 5,000. 5,000. Tian Xin was even more confused. She immediately pulled out her phone and opened the Douyin marketplace. She carefully compared the 4-bottle set of 82 Lafite for 199 yuan on the marketplace with the bottle on the table. After scrutinizing, she finally noticed that the wine sold online was simply named 82 Lafite. The packaging was almost identical, but the name differed slightly. Tian Xin felt dizzy. Throughout the meal, Qin Chuan had a pleasant experience. The drunken green crab had soft melt-in-your-mouth roe. The sunflower aroma salted chicken was tender with fragrant skin. The black bean and chili lobster featured smooth, springy meat with the aroma of black bean and chili perfectly infused into the lobster. The clear chicken soup with zishi's tongue was refreshing and sweet. Setting aside the cost, everyone enjoyed the meal to the fullest. After they finished, Qin Chuan got up to pay. The final bill, including service charge, came to 1,200 yuan. Qin Chuan glanced at the bill. This meal would cost him about 2 hours worth of savings interest. As he settled the payment, 2 burly men passed by carefully carrying a glass tank from outside to inside. The tank was made of high-strength transparent glass on all 6 sides, thick enough to be bulletproof, with an opening at the top for ventilation. At a single glance, Qin Chuan was captivated by what was inside. Inside the glass tank was an exceedingly rare, sapphire blue king crab. Medical texts surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind, revealing relevant information. The blue king crab was an once-in-a-century delicacy of unparalleled quality. For an ordinary person, it was no different from a regular red king crab. The taste was identical. But for Qin Chuan, this blue king crab required only a single bite to help him break through the peak of the 4th rank and ascend to the 5th rank of martial arts initiation. Without a second thought, Qin Chuan bought it for 60,000 yuan. The moment he paid, a system prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, challenger side. Quest completed. Rare treasures reward. Golden Eye skill. Note: using the Golden Eye skill allows identification of any item. Overjoyed, Qin Chuan immediately exited the system interface. Suddenly his vision went dark, then like a screen booting up it cleared from blur to sharp focus. The entire process took 5 seconds. Qin Chuan eagerly looked around. Item: blue and white porcelain material, clay, era, modern condition, 90 new quality average. Before finishing the description, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Item: LV shoulder bag material, canvas, low quality, cowhide, era, modern condition, new quality, poor summary, grade D. Qin Chuan was stunned. It turned out the Golden Eye was meant for spotting bargains. He would surely dominate the antiques world in the future. Just as he prepared to switch his eyes back to normal, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the owner of the LV bag. Item: implant filler material, silicone, era, modern condition, brand new quality, soft summary, soft to the touch, with a certain realism. Qin Chuan was speechless. It could even identify that. This skill was somewhat overpowered. He deactivated the Golden Eye and had the restaurant prepare the blue king crab as a raw marinated dish. He ate some himself and packed the rest to take back to school for Su Xiaoyan. Soon the kitchen brought the blue king crab back for preparation. After receiving the freshly made raw marinated blue king crab, Qin Chuan eagerly picked up a leg and devoured it whole. Instantly, he felt a scorching flame surge from his stomach. It then spread throughout his body. Qin Chuan felt his entire sinews and bones being reborn and strengthened, becoming harder. Congratulations, challenger, you have advanced to the 5th rank of martial arts initiation. Qin Chuan immediately clicked on the system panel. Character attributes: Qin Chuan, gender, male, martial arts, 5th rank, initiation, medicine, 2nd rank, initiation, skill 1, Golden Eye, skill 2, global languages, confirming his advancement. Qin Chuan closed the system interface. Tion Xin was devouring a leg of the blue king crab, eating heartily. This is so delicious. It's my first time having raw marinated king crab, and blue at that. Qin Chuan, this restaurant is pricey, but the ingredients are truly unmatched. After his advancement, Qin Chuan was in high spirits. He patted Tianzin's head. If you like it, we can come often. A meal doesn't cost much. If you really enjoy it, we can reserve a private room as our regular canteen. Tianzin's eyes sparkled. Really? A rare flicker of panic crossed Qin Chuan's eyes. Really? Mainly I want you to learn some culinary skills. That tomato and century egg dish you made last time nearly did me in. Hearing this, Tion Xin raised her little fist and playfully struck the 5th rank powerhouse. As they spoke, a woman carrying an LV bag walked over arm in arm with a man. She wore a tight miniskirt and had a seductive fox-like appearance. Clinging tightly to the man, she said, "Darling, the food at Rongfu Mansion is absolutely wonderful." The man chuckled. Naturally, a meal here costs nearly 10,000 yuan. The woman was both surprised and delighted. "Wow, darling is so good to me. You've really spoiled me today. First an LV bag, now this dinner." Saying this, she kissed the man on the cheek. The man felt the lingering warmth of the kiss on his cheek, thinking to himself that tonight was in the bag. Despite the high cost, it was worth it. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. This little money is nothing. The pair passed by Qin Chuan. The man overheard Qin Chuan's remark about, "A meal doesn't cost much. Reserve a private room as a canteen." Damn, why do college kids these days love showing off so much? Treating Rongfu Mansion like a canteen. The woman glanced at Qin Chuan, who looked like a student. She immediately chimed in, "Exactly, just wasting their allowance from home." Then she shifted her tone, addressing the man. "But darling, you're mature and steady." The man was smug. Some people save up for a whole year just to splurge once, thinking they've climbed into high society. The woman snorted, adding, "Humph, even ordering 2 dishes at Rongfu Mansion can cost over 10,000. Not even the son of the richest man would dare to eat like this every day." Just then a waitress in a cheongsam hurried over to Qin Chuan. Behind her followed nearly all the restaurant staff and the head chef. She bowed respectfully and handed him 5 cards with both hands. The staff behind her also bowed in unison. "Sir, your 5 membership cards have been processed. Each card has been loaded with 10 million yuan. The waitress' voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Despite working at this top-tier eatery for years and seeing many dignitaries, this was the first time she had encountered someone who, after one meal, immediately topped up 50 million yuan. Qin Chuan took the cards and handed one to each of the 3 women beside him. "This restaurant is decent. When I'm not around, and you don't feel like cooking, you can come here to eat. The three stunning beauties were dumbfounded. The mocking couple was also stunned. Spending $500 million on a single meal was utterly absurd, like absurdity opening the door for absurdity. The man quickly pulled his companion away, fleeing the scene. As he left, he felt relieved that his earlier taunts had been quiet enough to go unheard. The woman kept looking back. Spending $500 million on a meal. If she became his woman, he might casually give her $100 million. Blaming the fool beside her for dragging her away, she made an excuse about her period and slipped off as soon as they left Rongfu Mansion, leaving the man bewildered. The next day, Sunday, Qin Chuan returned to school alone, bringing the Blue King crab to visit Su Xiaoyan at work. As he arrived at the auditorium of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, he saw a massive crowd. A group of students surrounded a handsome male student over 1.8 meters tall. A passing student, curious about the commotion, asked, "What's going on?" "The tycoon is doing a live stream at our school." "You mean Xing Ba, the hottest male streamer on Douyin?" "Yeah, who else has that kind of pull?" "Damn, I'm skipping my dorm gaming session this afternoon to watch his stream." Xing Ba walked to the school auditorium amid the crowd, actively interacting with his fans along the way. Xing Ba walked through the crowd, holding a wireless microphone with his assistant following closely, live streaming on a phone. "Brothers, we've arrived at the auditorium of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Look who's that rehearsing on stage." The assistant shifted the camera lens in the direction Xing Ba pointed. Upon the stage, a tall girl in a JK sailor uniform was singing into a microphone. Her voice was incredibly melodious, capable of stirring hearts without any sound card assistance. Viewers in the live stream room widened their eyes, trying to identify her. "Who's that? Looks familiar. Wow, a Ninny out often beauty. Could she be the boss girlfriend? Better not let the boss wife see that. I know her. She's the campus belle of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. She starred in that viral recruitment video a few months ago." Hearing the words campus belle, viewers immediately opened Douyin and searched. They typed in Kyoto University of Finance and Economics campus belle and rewatched Su Xiaoyan's recruitment video. Some shivered after watching. Then they closed Douyin and returned to studying. In the live stream room, "Damn, this girl is stunning. Boss, go up there. We want to see her face." Xing Ba smirked, seeing the viewers' engagement. His trip was indeed worthwhile. He jogged up onto the stage, disregarding Su Xiaoyan's rehearsal. "Hello there, Su Xiaoyan," Xing Ba said, introducing himself on stage. He didn't state his name, believing that as a Douyin influencer with millions of followers, everyone would recognize him. Su Xiaoyan frowned, slightly uncomfortable with the sudden crowd in the auditorium. "Hello, can I help you?" Xing Ba was taken aback, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. But trained in expression management, he quickly smiled. "Our beautiful campus belle sure knows how to joke." In the Douyin, "Boss, is there something you need?" Su Xiaoyan remained indifferent. Her reaction irked Xing Ba, who fought the urge to roll his eyes. He quickly rattled off some platitudes praising Su Xiaoyan's singing. Then, facing the camera, he said, "Brothers, you all know about Douyin's most beautiful university livestream PK tonight, right?" In the livestream room, a class representative promptly explained the most beautiful university event. The most beautiful university livestream PK is a competition among 100 universities. It starts at 8 p.m. and ends at midnight tonight. Seeing his assistant had managed the crowd, Xing Ba declared, "Brothers, I owe my success to your support. Yesterday, I decided to find an ordinary streamer, build a stage for her, and help her become a streamer with millions of followers like me. I'll use all my company's resources to back her win in the most beautiful university competition." Xing Ba's impassioned speech roused the viewers' emotions. "Boss is awesome. This girl is blessed by Lady Luck to have the boss support. Boss, you're a true man." When the atmosphere was right, the assistant deployed some bots. Instantly, the screen was flooded with Boss V5. The live stream's viewer count was pushed to 1 million. Delighted by the numbers, Xing Ba grabbed another wireless microphone and approached Su Xiaoyan. "Xiao Su, say hello to the viewers." Despite her discomfort, Su Xiaoyan smiled politely and waved at the camera. Instantly, everyone in the livestream room was captivated. Damn. From afar, she's a Ninny out often beauty. Oh, up close, she's a reincarnation of Lu Tianxian. I'm in love. I'm applying to the University of Finance and Economics this year to find Su Xiaoyan. Viewers kept spamming comments and likes. Some even mistook Xing Ba's livestream for Su Xiaoyan's and began showering her with gifts. Flowers, sunglasses, ad banners filled the screen. Xing Ba was overjoyed by the livestream's popularity. His trip was not in vain. He took a contract from his assistant and handed it to Su Xiaoyan. "Xiao Su, as I said, I'm here today to go all out for an ordinary streamer to help her become a top influencer like me. This is a contract with my company. If you sign it, you'll earn an annual salary of 120,000 yuan. Are you willing?" Xing Ba offered her the contract and microphone. The livestream room erupted. "Wow, Boss V5, 120,000 a year right off the bat. Is 120,000 a year a lot? She hasn't even graduated yet. 120,000 a year is about 1,000 a month. How much do you make?" All viewers eagerly awaited whether the campus belle would accept the contract. Su Xiaoyan glanced at the contract and smiled politely. Thank you for your kindness, boss, but I can't accept this. Her words sent shockwaves through the livestream room. Xingba rubbed his forehead, feigning disappointment. He secretly glanced at the back-end data, noting the rising engagement and popularity. The live viewer count hit 1.5 million. He smirked slyly, then tossed the contract aside. The gesture startled both the on-site audience and viewers. Before anyone could recover, Xingba pulled out another contract. Holding it up, he said, "It seems our campus belle didn't feel my sincerity. Fine. I Xingba will revise the contract on the spot. This one was originally meant for a streamer with millions of followers. Now I'm offering it to Su Xiaoyan. If she signs, her annual salary is multiplied by 2 million yuan a year." As the final figure left his lips, the livestream room exploded. Comments flooded the screen. Boss is awesome. Boss V5. Xingba watched the surging data and heated atmosphere. Feeling smug, he had mastered this wave of traffic. But 30 seconds. 1 minute. After a minute and a half, the contract remained untouched. A bit embarrassed, Xingba signaled Su Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, what are you waiting for? Take the contract." Su Xiaoyan stepped back and shook her head. "Sorry, boss, I never planned to become a streamer. After this competition, I won't be live streaming anymore." Dead silence fell over the room. Everyone was stunned. Someone had actually rejected 2 million yuan a year. Xingba's face twitched. He lost his composure. In a fit of impulse, he lunged to grab Su Xiaoyan as she stepped back. A figure flashed onto the stage at a speed imperceptible to ordinary eyes. With one hand, he slapped away Xingba's arm. Xingba was stunned by the sudden slap. He looked up and saw a boy carrying a round disposable lunchbox. The boy was of medium build with a delicate face and a hint of ethereal grace. Xingba instinctively wanted to start a fight. But after a moment's pause, he realized he was still in front of the livestream camera. He had to swallow his anger and forced a smile, saying, "Impressive moves, brother. Who are you?" Qin Chuan ignored Xingba and turned to face Su Xiaoyan. He broke into a smile and said, "Sister Xiaoyan, I brought you some marinated blue king crab. It tastes great, you should try it." Seeing that it was Qin Chuan, the tension on Su Xiaoyan's face instantly vanished. She said joyfully, "Xiao Chuan, why are you here?" "Just came to see how your rehearsal was going." Su Xiaoyan blushed and lowered her head, saying, "You should have told me before coming. I didn't even put on makeup today." Qin Chuan cupped her face and said, "Whether you wear makeup or not, you are always the most beautiful in my heart." The audience in the Financial University auditorium and the fans in the livestream room were inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food. The previously quiet public chat was once again flooded with messages. "Who is that guy? How dare he touch my wife? Kill the bastard, save Xiaoyan. CEO and Xiaoyan back for us." On sight among the crowd of fans in the auditorium, someone exclaimed, "Lao Si." Qin Chuan turned around and saw that it was his dormitory roommate Tang Yuming calling him. Tang Yuming rushed onto the stage in 2 quick steps. He never dreamed that his own roommate Lao Si could be together with the campus belle of Financial University. His eyes were filled with the relief of an old father. Seeing that Xingba was hostile, Tang Yuming immediately stood in front of his brother to shield him. Xingba frowned, wondering why the students from Financial University weren't even intimidated by a big internet celebrity like him. "This classmate, I don't recall inviting you on stage," Xingba said rudely. Su Xiaoyan stepped forward and said, "He is a student of our school. He has the right to be here. On the other hand, you are already disrupting our normal rehearsal." Xingba's mouth twitched. "Su Xiaoyan, I'm trying to help you out of kindness, and you repay me with enmity." "Mr. Xing, I told you from the start that I have no intention of becoming a professional streamer, so there's no question of you helping me. Given that, how can you speak of repaying kindness with enmity?" As the vice president of the student union, Su Xiaoyan's eloquence and logic far surpassed that of an average student. Xingba was momentarily speechless, rebutted by her. He initially wanted to turn off the live stream and teach the opposing students a good lesson. However, the popularity in the live stream room, because of the current tense standoff, had actually increased somewhat. As a mega-popular streamer with millions of followers, he knew exactly what his fans wanted to see. So Xingba dropped his pretense and began to perform directly. "Su Xiaoyan, are you bullying our Xing family, thinking we have no one?" Brothers in the live stream, if you want to see the CEO teach Su Xiaoyan a lesson, type 1 on the public screen. Sure enough, one started scrolling frantically in the live stream room. "CEO V5. CEO is awesome. Although I really like Su Xiaoyan, I'm even more eager to see how the CEO humiliates her." Seeing the atmosphere was right, Xingba took out his phone. He opened the Douyin app and found the entry for the most beautiful university competition. Brothers ill picked the school with the lowest popularity right here on the platform. Well, go there and give their representative a contract worth an annual salary of 1.2 million. In tonight's PK, I will boost her popularity and create a buzz. I will grind Su Xiaoyan into the dirt. He immediately connected live with a campus belle streamer from the Kyoto Institute of Fashion. Upon learning of Xingba's plan, she immediately agreed to cooperate with him. During the live connection, she kept belittling Su Xiaoyan. The live stream room was in an uproar. This routine of being abandoned by a goddess and then turning an unknown nobody into a major internet celebrity deeply resonated with the fans. In the livestream room, flowers, sunglasses, and advertisements started scrolling again. Xingba, today you have offended someone you cannot afford to offend. Xingba was startled and looked at the speaker. He saw Qin Chuan step forward and pick up the contract from the floor that Su Xiaoyan hadn't accepted earlier. This contract you brought is full of unequal terms. After signing, you would take 90 of the gross profit from merchandise sales during the streamer's broadcasts. You would also take 90 of the gifts the streamer receives. The so-called annual salary of 1.2 million is subject to prerequisites, specifically helping the company earn 12 billion. Even American capitalists wouldn't dare do what you do. While still offstage, Qin Chuan had used his golden eyes to scan this contract. The system summary listed all the pitfalls in the contract. Xingba's face instantly darkened. Qin Chuan had hit the nail on the head without missing a single detail. Xingba said in a low, deep voice, "Buddy, which company are you from? Are you here specifically to cause trouble?" Qin Chuan said coldly, "You are not worthy of my attention. You?" Xingba was so angry he gnashed his teeth. He had never seen anyone act so arrogantly. But the other party was so taciturn that he simply couldn't find a way to counter him. "Brother, do you think company operations cost nothing? Livestream equipment costs nothing. Douyin traffic costs nothing. I invest money, effort, and people to promote a newcomer. Isn't it reasonable for me to take a cut? Without me, do you think Su Xiaoyan could win the championship? With me, Qin Chuan here, the champion will be no one else." As soon as these words were spoken, the livestream room exploded. In all my years, I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Look at his clothes and shoes, very ordinary. They aren't even limited edition sneakers. What gives him the right to talk like that? Folks, his name sounds a bit familiar. Suddenly someone in the public chat pointed this out. Qin Chuan. I remember a while ago there was a tycoon whose ID was also Qin Chuan. Yes, I remember too. It was this ID who gifted streamer Xiao Mei 154 carnival gifts and 2 bottles of Romanicani, helping her gain 3 million followers overnight. As soon as Qin Chuan's identity was confirmed, someone in the livestream room started spamming, "Daddy Tycoon, you finally appeared." Xingba looked at the fan's analysis, then at the young man before him. He asked warily, "Are you the real Qin Chuan from the Douyin ID?" "It's me," Qin Chuan said openly. He admitted it, he came clean. The one who lavishly gifted 154 carnival gifts casually gave away over 40,000 worth of divine wine and caused a streamer to explode with 3 million followers. That was him, the very person. Xingba gasped, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air. This also indirectly proved why the man could act so arrogantly. Although Xingba was a streamer, he had clawed his way up from the bottom. He was well versed in the ways of the world and social intricacies. He was very clear that the true power behind a tycoon of this caliber standing before him was something he couldn't handle. Since he couldn't beat him, he would join him. More friends mean more paths. He thought for a moment, then decided to do a complete 360-degree turn and play this whole thing off as if it were a scripted act. This way he could not only turn his enmity with the tycoon into friendship, but also stir up a wave of traffic. What a damn genius I am, Xingba thought smugly. Just as he was about to change his tune completely, 2 uniformed officers walked out from the crowd. They walked straight onto the stage and up to Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, you are suspected of being involved in a case of 10 homicides. Please come with us." In the vast auditorium, the silence was so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The entire hall was dead quiet. No one had anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. What had begun as a confrontation between a mega-influencer and a mysterious tycoon had transformed into a scene of the tycoon's arrest. On the public screen, fans simultaneously typed question marks. The students watching the live event also erupted in chaos. Is this scripted? Damn, it shouldn't be a script. Those security officers look real. I went to the restroom. Did I miss something? How did security officers get involved? The tycoon got arrested. Various comments flew around the venue. The security officer pointed at Xingba's assistant to redirect the camera. "Stop filming without permission. We are executing our duties." Then 2 officers flanked Qin Chuan, escorting him away from the scene. Su Xiaoyan was stunned. Tang Yuming was stunned. Xingba was also stunned. The first to react, Su Xiaoyan grabbed an officer's hand. "Comrade, have you made a mistake? How could Xiao Chuan be involved in a murder case? The case is under investigation. No comment." Tang Yuming pulled another officer aside. "Comrade, my brother couldn't have committed a crime. He studies diligently. Are you sure you haven't made an error?" The officer glanced at him. "Please let go. The surveillance footage from the crime scene is crystal clear. It's not up to you to declare his innocence. We work with evidence." With that, he shook off Tang Yuming's hand. Tang Yuming turned to Qin Chuan. "Lao, see what's going on. How did you get involved in something like this?" The sudden turn of events left no time for the officers to allow Qin Chuan to speak with his friends and family. They pulled him away immediately. Su Xiaoyan and Tang Yuming hurried alongside him. "Xiao Yanjie, don't worry. He'll be fine. Focus on your competition. He'll be back soon." Turning, Qin Chuan said to Tang Yuming, "Lao Air, tell Lao Da and Lao San to rest assured he'll return quickly." An officer shoved Qin Chuan into the car. "You have no right to speak now. If you keep talking to them, well, consider them accomplices and bring them in for questioning too." Then the security vehicle sped away. Su Xiaoyan looked at Tang Yuming. What do we do now? Tang Yuming pondered for a moment. I trust Lao Si, he would never do anything illegal. This must be a misunderstanding. He'll go find the principal. With his help the security bureau will surely release him. Su Xiaoyan, don't get involved in this. Listen to Lao Si and focus on your competition. After speaking, Tang Yuming immediately dashed toward the principal's office. Su Xiaoyan stared in the direction Qin Chuan had been taken, tears streaming uncontrollably. Xiao Chuan. Oh my, I thought Qin Chuan was some big shot speaking so arrogantly. Turns out he's a criminal. No wonder he had such a harsh aura, completely devoid of positivity. Xingba swaggered out. The fact that security officers had arrested a criminal during his live stream, and that the criminal was the recently viral tycoon from Douyin, combined with these sensational elements, skyrocketed Xingba's livestream popularity to the top of Douyin. His popularity directly crushed the second-place streamer. Xingba immediately instructed his company's operations to ramp up the hype around these topics. Soon hashtags like Boss Livestream catches fugitive, Mega Influencers Livestream reveals murderer, and Entertainment Livestream turns into crime scene went viral across Douyin, Weibo, Zaihongshu, and WeChat moments. Within a short time, Xingba's popularity surged to become the hottest topic nationwide. Watching his follower count and engagement soar, Xingba was practically overjoyed. He immediately contacted various suppliers to sign performance-based agreements, planning to combine product promotion with entertainment during tonight's most beautiful university livestream. Su Xiaoyan, do you regret it now? Time changes everything. You never imagined your wealthy boyfriend was a fugitive, did you? Su Xiaoyan spat back. Xiao Chuan is not a fugitive, he must have been misunderstood. Ha 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 ha, misunderstanding or not, he definitely won't be at your livestream. I still have a contract with an annual salary of 10000. Sign it, and well, bury the hatchet and make money together. I'd never cooperate with someone like you. Xingba raised his hand to slap her, but stopped due to the large crowd. Su Xiaoyan, you refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink. Fine, wait. After the livestream, Il released videos across all platforms telling everyone the story of the fugitive's girlfriend. Let's see how you manage then. With that, he put on a friendly smile and walked into the crowd to take photos with campus fans. In Kyoto at the security bureau, Captain Feng, we've brought him back. He's in the interrogation room. An officer reported to a middle-aged man seated in a chair. The man nodded. His name was Feng Yiming, the security captain with years of investigative experience. MMIC. What kind of person is he? He didn't cause a scene, didn't confess, and remained very calm. Feng Yiming nodded. Such heavy criminals usually have strong psychological resilience. Let him stew, apply some pressure, and observe. Just then a female officer burst in, ignoring attempts to stop her. Her face was streaked with tears, her eyes swollen from crying. Li Ping, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to take 2 days off? Feng Yiming frowned. Li Ping wiped her tears and gritted her teeth. Captain Feng, I heard you brought him in. Let me interrogate him. What interrogation? Go home and sleep. No. How can I sleep knowing how tragically Sasaki died? Captain Feng, I'm a professional officer. I know my limits. Please let me handle this. Li Ping insisted resolutely. Feng Yiming's initial anger subsided as he saw Li Ping's swollen eyes. He spat out some tea leaves and sighed. Li Ping, I know your fiancé's death hit you hard, but bringing emotions into work would be irresponsible to me and the suspect. Li Ping pounded the desk hysterically. Captain Feng, what responsibility do we owe a murderer? The surveillance footage clearly shows him brutally killing Sasaki. As she spoke, she broke down sobbing, clutching the engagement token her fiancé had given her, unable to compose herself. Feng Yiming shook his head. So just observe then. Don't lead the interrogation. The case at Zijing Mansion had solid video evidence. The outcome was essentially sealed. But basic procedures still had to be followed. It was protocol. Feng Yiming, let everyone grab a meal first. Then he glanced at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. Let's go. Let's see what kind of person this is who killed 8 people with his bare hands. In Kyoto, within the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau, Qin Chuan sat quietly on the interrogation chair, his hands bound in cuffs. He closed his eyes and reposed, his face calm and composed. With his current power as a 5th-level warrior, a pair of cuffs and a single chair could not confine him. Even in a heavily guarded security station, he could come and go as he pleased. However, Qin Chuan chose not to. If he forced his way out, returning to school would be impossible, and a nationwide manhunt would ensue. Should his main mission fail, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Qin Chuan believed he had done nothing wrong. Why should he flee from a righteous act? Feng Yiming entered the room, and upon seeing Qin Chuan, his first reaction was astonishment. The young man before him bore a dignified and upright appearance. An aura of righteous integrity radiated from within him. Though he seemed defiant, there was no trace of malice. Feng Yiming clicked his tongue softly. Tisk Xiaoyang, how is he? Has he confessed anything? Captain Feng, he hasn't said a word. Seeing Feng Yiming occupied with others, Li Ping lunged toward Qin Chuan. You murderer. Why did you kill my fiancé? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and lifted his head. Your fiancé? Who is that? Feng Yiming was startled and quickly pulled Li Ping back. Li Ping, he roared. Captain Feng, Sasaki is gone. I don't want to live anymore. Let me take him down with me. Feng Yiming pushed Xiaoyang beside him. Quick, hold your sisterly back. Without a word, Xiaoyang stepped forward and restrained Li Ping, then fetched a stool for her to sit behind them. Li Ping, you must remember your identity. You are a national security officer, not a street thug, Feng Yiming scolded. Li Ping sobbed into her hands, her eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent. After calming her, Feng Yiming took out a cigarette and walked over to Qin Chuan, offering it. I don't smoke. Feng Yiming placed the cigarette in his own mouth and lit it. He then returned to sit opposite Qin Chuan. Spill it. Spill what? Qin Chuan countered. Xiaoyang slammed the table. Behave yourself. We have evidence, so don't try any tricks. Feng Yiming patted Xiaoyang's shoulder. He'll ask you, answer. Qin Chuan nodded. What were you doing at Zijing Mansion yesterday? Looking for He Hai. He Hai. Feng Yiming was taken aback. Xiaoyang explained. He Hai is the first victim, the manager of the Huaqian Street branch of Jingdu Huaxing Bank. Feng Yiming nodded and faced Qin Chuan. What did you want with him? He Hai schemed to coerce my butler for his amusement. I went to Zijing Mansion to demand an explanation. Feng Yiming squinted. So you went there for revenge and killed him. I had no need to kill him. He was already set to be prosecuted by Huaxing Bank. Besides, you can see from the surveillance footage that I never laid a hand on him. Feng Yiming had deliberately baited Qin Chuan. Based on the scene's footage, He Hai's death was caused by another Japanese man. However, the dialogue was inaudible. Feng Yiming hoped this tactic would extract the truth. Fine, suppose He Hai's death isn't your doing. But what about the Japanese man you spoke with? What did you discuss, and why did you kill all 5 of them? Was it a turf war? Qin Chuan sneered. They don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me. They were Japanese spies. At these words, the atmosphere in the interrogation room grew eerily tense. Feng Yiming stared at Qin Chuan. You claim those 5 Japanese were spies. What evidence do you have? Qin Chuan shook his head. He had no evidence, relying solely on his system of tycoons to identify them. He couldn't reveal the system now. That would be akin to provoking the officers, only inviting harsher interrogation. Feng Yiming snorted and picked up the case file, flipping through photos. Since you can't explain those 5, tell me about your visit to room 1. Why did you kill that old Japanese man? He had tied up a girl and was assaulting her, intending to defile her. Feng Yiming shuffled his papers. How can you be so sure it wasn't consensual roleplay? Qin Chuan, who had kept his eyes lowered, suddenly opened them wide. As a Chinese citizen, when your compatriot is violated, you utter such words. Qin Chuan, remember who's interrogating whom. As an officer, I'm entitled to ask questions, am I not? Feng Yiming retorted loudly. He scribbled a few words on a notepad and slid it to Xiaoyang. It read, have you found the person yet? Xiaoyang read it and shook his head. Feng Yiming glanced at Li Ping behind him. She was still sobbing. He rearranged the documents and asked, why did you kill that Japanese woman in front of the hut? She was a Japanese agent attempting to assassinate me. I acted in self-defense. Feng Yiming studied a photo. A shuriken. With your skills, you could have easily dodged it. Why choose the worst option? Why should I dodge? Enemy spies and agents are not entitled to any protection. Feng Yiming slammed the table and pointed at Qin Chuan. Enough. Stop with the spy nonsense. I don't have time for your games. I'm telling you, this case involves Japanese nationals, and its impact will be enormous. China will face immense international pressure. If you're as patriotic as you claim, just tell the truth. Qin Chuan's face darkened. Enemy spies are to be slain by all. What proof do you have that they weren't? In the second room, an agent was trading with a Chinese trader. Why don't you mention that? The agent shot the trader. Why do you turn a blind eye? I have my own methods of interrogation. Feng Yiming shot back angrily. Your methods? You crack down hard on Chinese citizens, but tread lightly when it comes to Japanese. Have you been kneeling for so long that you've forgotten how to stand? You? Feng Yiming pointed at Qin Chuan, struggling to contain his fury. Suddenly, Li Ping shot to her feet. She glared at Qin Chuan and screamed, why did you kill my Sasaki-kun? We loved each other for 2 years, and I was finally going to marry him and move to Japan. You've destroyed everything. He'll kill you. With that, Li Ping produced a fruit knife from somewhere. Before the 2 men could react, she raised the blade and charged. In the capital, at the University of Finance and Economics, the principal's office. Qin Chuan had just been taken away not long ago. Tang Yuming rushed into the principal's office only to realize, when he found it empty, that today was Sunday. How could the principal be at work? He grabbed a teacher on duty. Teacher, could you tell me where the principal is now? The bespectacled teacher on duty glanced at Tang Yuming irritably, slapped his hand away, and said, student, mind your manners. It's Sunday. The principal is surely busy with his personal life. Come see him tomorrow if you have business. Tang Yuming's hand wasn't shaken off. Instead, he gripped it tighter. There's no time. My roommate Qin Chuan was taken by the security officers. The teacher on duty was taken aback. Did you get into a fight? It's a long story. He's been taken to the security bureau now. I must find the principal and get him to intervene. There must be a misunderstanding. Qin Chuan is innocent. Student, the principal won't get involved in matters like this. You're all adults and must take responsibility for your own actions. The teacher on duty pushed Tang Yuming away and scurried off. Now feeling utterly alone, Tang Yuming could only pull out his phone and call his big brother. Hey boss, the 4th one's been arrested. Tang Yuming didn't follow Qin Chuan's instructions to tell the others not to worry. He blurted out everything about Qin Chuan's situation. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming fell silent for a moment, then said, "Second brother, head back to the auditorium first, and see if Su Xiaoyan needs any help. Since the fourth one's not around, step in for him. He'll call the advisor and see if there's anything he can do." I refused to believe the fourth one would do something like this. After hanging up, Tang Yuming was once again at a loss. He paced back and forth, cursing, "Damn it, why do I have no connections when it counts? I can't do anything." After much deliberation, he decided to follow the boss arrangement and find Su Xiaoyan. At the very least, even if Qin Chuan was locked up, he could take care of Su Xiaoyan. That would be doing right by his brother. Tang Yuming hurried away. The teacher on duty, hiding in a corner, breathed a slight sigh of relief. That student's demeanor had been terrifying, making his heart pound wildly. The fact that a student from the University of Finance and Economics had been taken away by the Security Bureau could be a big deal or a small one. Since he was on duty today, after much thought, he decided to make a call. He dialed the Dean of Academic Affairs, Ho Yud. "Hello, Dean Ho, sorry to bother you. There's an issue. One of our students has been detained by the Security Bureau. I'm reporting it to you." Ho Yud, who had been reading, took off his glasses, looking both puzzled and irritated. This year was crucial for the university's world ranking, and now this had to happen. "Who is it? What did they do?" "The details aren't clear, but we know the student's name. Qin Chuan, a freshman this year." At the name Qin Chuan, Ho Yud spat out the strong tea in his mouth. Startled by the noise on the other end, the teacher on duty hurriedly tried to say more, only to find the call had been cut off. Ho Yud quickly flipped through his contacts and called Principal Chang to report the situation. Chang Woolley was attending a meeting in the suburbs that day. Upon receiving the news, he immediately set off for the Security Bureau. Meanwhile, Ho Yud also notified the Hilton Group. After all, since it was a multinational corporation and their boss was in trouble, they would surely step in. In the capital, at the Security Bureau's interrogation room, Li Ping thrust a knife toward Qin Chuan. This strike was filled with grief and despair. She knew that after doing this, she too would face the law's punishment. But her fiancé's death had inflicted immense psychological trauma on her. The sweet memories of their past together lingered in Li Ping's mind. Her future happiness had suddenly vanished, all because of this young man before her. Li Ping had arrested countless young thugs around this age, reckless without considering consequences. During the interrogation earlier, she had wondered if he admitted his mistake, if he said he was sorry, would she forgive him? But this young man had shattered all that. In Li Ping's eyes, Qin Chuan was full of arrogance and defiance. Not a single word he spoke took responsibility for his actions. He shifted all blame and tried to evade the crimes he had committed. Li Ping couldn't tolerate such behavior. She would rather fall into hell herself than let a demon remain in this world. She pulled out a fruit knife she had hidden beforehand, determined to slay the demon with her own hands and avenge her fiancé's Wazwa. Just as the blade was about to pierce Qin Chuan's heart, Feng Yiming grabbed Li Ping tightly from behind. As a seasoned officer, his reaction was far quicker than the rookie Xiao Yang, who was frozen in shock at Li Ping's actions. At a loss for what to do, Xiao Yang heard Feng Yiming shout, "Damn it!" Xiao Yang snapped out of it. "Get over here and help me take the knife from Li Ping." The shout jolted Xiao Yang back to reality, and he rushed over to seize the fruit knife. "Sisterly, let go. You can't do this. We're officers." Li Ping thrashed wildly, resisting her superiors and colleagues. "Zhuo is dead. I don't want to live anymore. Let me go." The evidence is solid, yet he still stubbornly denies it. "I can't let a demon roam the world. I won't give him a chance. I must avenge Zhuo." "Sisterly, no." In the end, Xiao Yang's strength overpowered Li Ping's, and with Feng Yiming's help they managed to wrest the fruit knife from her hands. Feng Yiming was so furious he raised his hand to slap Li Ping, but his hand hung in the air, never descending. Finally, he slapped himself instead. "Li Ping, don't be foolish anymore. Even if the evidence is conclusive, Qin Chuan must be judged by the law. Neither you nor I have the right to take matters into our own hands." Seeing no hope of personally killing the culprit, Li Ping collapsed to the floor, sobbing bitterly. Seeing this, Feng Yiming turned to Qin Chuan, gritting his teeth in rage. "Qin Chuan, look at what you've done. You've torn apart a couple on the verge of their wedding day." He grabbed the case file and slammed it hard in front of Qin Chuan. "Everything you did was captured on surveillance. Stop your futile denials and struggles." Qin Chuan flipped through the case file with his index finger and said coldly, "Why don't I see any screenshots of Zhuo colluding with the traitor or the footage of him shooting the traitor? Where are those?" Feng Yiming was stunned and quickly scrutinized the case file. To his shock, it was true. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. "Li Ping, it was you. You took those pieces of evidence. Give them to me now." Li Ping, sitting on the ground, let out a chilling sneer. "Sasaki died so miserably, yet you refused to punish the murderer. Now you want me to produce photos that paint Sasaki in a bad light. Feng Yiming, have you lost your conscience as well?" Feng Yiming was stunned. He never expected Li Ping to become like this. Li Ping slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes were swollen and her face had lost all color and vitality. She resembled a walking corpse. "Feng Yiming, Xiao Yang, you both have met Sasaki. He was kind, polite, and well-mannered. Even if he accidentally stepped on an ant, he would be filled with remorse and repentance. The so-called evidence you have against Sasaki is nothing but a collection of silent videos and photos. You have no idea what Sasaki was going through at the time. He might have been coerced, he must have had his reasons, his unavoidable hardships. Feng Yiming shook his head. Madness, sheer madness. Xiaoyang, get her out of here. Feng Yiming commanded. Xiaoyang stepped forward. Sisterly, don't make things difficult for me. Please leave. Li Ping, realizing there was no hope for revenge, could only lower her head and walk out. But before she had taken 2 steps, a cold, mocking voice rang out behind her. Hey, reasons? Screw that. If our ancestors heard your nonsense, they'd come back to slap you to death. You don't believe a word your own people say, yet you turn a blind eye to the facts about the Japanese right before your eyes. Qin Chuan mercilessly rebuked Li Ping. Feng Yiming immediately shouted, Qin Chuan, shut up. You have no right to speak here. He felt an urge to beat Qin Chuan. Restrained by his position, he could not do so. Qin Chuan neither confessed nor stopped his taunts, even when faced with solid evidence. No one could tolerate that. Feng Yiming's outburst did not silence Qin Chuan. Instead, it only fueled his agitation. Why can't I speak? How did this brainless, sycophantic fool ever get into the security forces? I even suspect that during her relationship with that Japanese man, she leaked classified information from the security team. At these words, Li Ping's eyes went momentarily blank. Certain memories and fragments of doubt deep within her heart were suddenly stirred. But Li Ping quickly suppressed those emotions. The dead are paramount. Sasaki was dead. How could she? Li Ping turned around and lunged at Qin Chuan. Fortunately, Xiaoyang reacted swiftly and grabbed her. Qin Chuan, I will never forgive you. Even if you're executed, I'll dig up your grave. Dig up my grave. When you go to pay respects at your ancestors' graves during Qingming, I wonder how you'll face your 18 generations of forefathers. Feng Yiming slammed the table hard, furious. Qin Chuan, enough. Do not test our limits again and again. Whether you speak or not today, your crimes are too numerous to record and can never be erased. Just wait for the judgment of the law. You will never get out of here in this lifetime. After saying this, Feng Yiming had no more heart for the interrogation. He decided to lock Qin Chuan away for a while longer, letting him repent alone in this small room. But what they never expected was that Qin Chuan did not roar or continue his taunts against Li Ping. He leaned back in his chair and said calmly, what time is it now? Feng Yiming instinctively checked the time. 7 in the evening. 1 hour to go. Feng Yiming was shocked. The way he spoke suggested some major event was about to unfold. He quickly turned around. What do you mean 1 hour? Do you have accomplices? Are you planning something else? In 1 hour, Xiaoyang's live stream begins. Feng Yiming was stunned. Xiaoyang was also stunned. Li Ping's desire to kill Qin Chuan was reignited. Qin Chuan looked at Feng Yiming and said calmly, Xiaoyang's live stream is at 8 tonight. I need to leave the security bureau before 8. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Qin Chuan. You are too arrogant. Even Xiaoyang, who was usually good-natured, couldn't stand Qin Chuan's words. Qin Chuan, do you even know what crime you've committed? And you still dream of going out to watch a live stream. What do you think this place is? Just as the two were fuming, a security officer hurried in. Reporting, Captain Feng. What is it? The president of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics is here to see you. Feng Yiming frowned. The president of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Qin Chuan's university president. Considering the president's social standing, Feng Yiming had no choice but to extend a courtesy. Looking at Qin Chuan, Feng Yiming thought the president's arrival might make him more restrained. If it could lead to a voluntary confession, it might not be a bad thing. So Feng Yiming nodded and had the president brought to the interrogation room. Chang Guoli, draped in a black trench coat, walked briskly into the interrogation room. When he saw Qin Chuan handcuffed to the table, he was momentarily dazed. Though he had little interaction with Qin Chuan, he knew that Qin Chuan had stood up for a security guard against Li Gang's family. He had also donated 10 million to the university. This proved that Qin Chuan's values and moral integrity were sound. President, this is your student. Talk some sense into him. The evidence is conclusive. There's no point in putting up a futile resistance. Chang Guoli cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yiming. He approached Qin Chuan and asked with concern, Qin Chuan, what happened? Tell me. I believe you wouldn't do such a thing. President, I killed all the Japanese. At these words, Chang Guoli felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. His last shred of hope was gone. Feng Yiming handed Chang Guoli some photos of Qin Chuan dealing with the Japanese. After looking at the photos, Chang Guoli's hands trembled. Qin Chuan continued, President, they were Japanese spies and agents. They murdered 2 Chinese citizens and plotted to blow up a cross-sea bridge in the south. Spies and agents are not entitled to any protection. I defended national security. I did nothing wrong. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Chang Guoli looked back at the photo evidence. In one set of photos, an elderly Japanese man was reaching for a Japanese katana on the wall. It was clear he intended to draw the blade and fight the unarmed Qin Chuan. Beside the old man lay a woman tightly bound. Her body was covered in bruises as if she had been abused. In the second set of photos, a middle-aged Japanese man was pointing a gun at a Chinese person beside him. The next photo showed the Chinese person lying dead on the ground. In the following photo, the Japanese man aimed his gun at Qin Chuan. In the third set of photos, a Japanese woman was leaning against Qin Chuan. It was clearly visible that in the hand hidden behind her back, she held a shuriken. As the president of a university of finance and economics, Chang Guoli possessed sharper judgment than most. He immediately raised an objection. Captain Feng, looking at these 3 sets of photos, it's evident that my student was in a passive position. All of them were attempting to harm him. Feng Yiming had not expected Chang Guoli to speak in such a manner. He quickly retrieved the photos. Just as he was about to retort, a security officer came running in. Reporting Captain Feng. What is it? The chairman of the Hilton Group is here to see you. The chairman of the Hilton Group. What is she doing here? Filing a report. The officer shook his head. No, she brought a team of lawyers. A legal team. Feng Yiming was even more bewildered. There hadn't been any major cases involving an international conglomerate recently. Yet a faint unease stirred within Feng Yiming. He instinctively glanced at Qin Chuan, who sat on the chair. Chang Guoli let out a slight sigh of relief. Captain Feng, I'm afraid there's something you don't know. Feng Yiming's heart jolted. Principal, what do you mean? Chang Guoli pointed at Qin Chuan. This student Qin Chuan is the secret owner of the Hilton Group. Him. Everyone present gasped. How is that possible? He's only 20 years old. How could he own the Hilton Group? And I've checked his background. He comes from a working-class family in a small county. Chang Guoli smiled and shook his head. So what if he's from a county? A golden scale is no mere pond dweller. Captain Feng, you've been an officer for years. Surely you understand such a simple truth. Feng Yiming was speechless. The world was vast, and capable individuals were not few. Heroes ask not for origins. Liu Bang himself was once a commoner. Zhu Yuanzhang spent years as a monk. They all achieved great feats. How could the 20-year-old before him not become the owner of a major corporation? Feng Yiming retracted his earlier words. He was about to step out for a look when he encountered a group of people in suits at the entrance. Leading them was a young woman. The woman wore a white mink coat over a professional suit. Though young and beautiful, she exuded the haughtiness of one in power. Her face, full of youthful vitality, was etched with anxiety and anger. She spoke assertively. Captain Feng, I'm Xiaoying, chairman of the Hilton Group. Feng Yiming nodded in greeting. Without further ado, Xiaoying said, I want to see my boss. This? Feng Yiming's face showed reluctance. Xiaoying didn't indulge him. She simply crooked her finger, and several lawyers behind her stepped forward. According to relevant regulations, as our client's lawyers, we have the right to meet with him. With that, a lawyer handed over a thick stack of documents. The sight of so many papers made Feng Yiming's head ache. Fine, but I must be present. Qin Chuan is an extremely dangerous felon who nothing can go wrong. Xia Ying in her Prada heels strode into the interrogation room. When she saw Qin Chuan handcuffed to the chair, her eyes welled up. The man who was once arrogant and aloof was now confined to a chair. Boss, I'm sorry I'm late. The woman who had been so proud moments before was suddenly tearful. Utterly tender. She had long been conquered by Qin Chuan. The battle to save Hilton and counter the American financial conglomerate had profoundly changed Xia Ying's heart. In the end, she realized that Qin Chuan's arrogance and pride were not without reason. They stemmed from the confidence his strength gave him. He possessed the power to look down on the world. Qin Chuan merely smiled faintly. You're here. Quick. Release my boss. Xia Ying wiped her tears and shouted. One of her lawyers leaned in. President Xia, that would be against regulations. Regulations? I brought you here not to discuss rules, but to act. Get it done. Xia Ying snapped. The top-tier lawyers stood in silence. The lead lawyer approached Feng Yiming. Captain Feng, may I ask what my client is charged with? Feng Yiming handed over the case file. See for yourself. The lawyer took it, and the group studied it closely. At first they thought it was a simple assault. But with each page they turned. Sweat beaded on their foreheads. A case involving 10 people. And it involved Japan, an international incident. What are you telling me? There's nothing you can do? I won't accept any excuses. Xia Ying's tone was as uncompromising and domineering as her boss. The lawyers exchanged glances. President Xia, the case is too big. It involves foreign elites. Perhaps. We need to take a longer view. Don't give me that. If you can't figure it out today, get out. They'll terminate our contract. The Hilton Group doesn't lack legal teams lining up at its door. The lawyers were on the verge of tears. Who the hell does business like this? Come and look at the case file yourself. The evidence is solid. Videos, photos, everything. This is a major case worthy of primetime news. How can a few of us just overturn it casually? As they were about to weep, another officer ran in. Feng Yiming's head throbbed at the sight. First the university president, then the chairman of a multinational conglomerate. What kind of storm could a 20-year-old stir up to command such a spectacle? Captain Feng, we found her. Feng Yiming was taken aback. Found who? The officer panted. The injured woman from the Zijing Mansion case. We tracked her down to a rented room on the outskirts. Feng Yiming was overjoyed. The key witness in this case was now in hand. Qin Chuan, with both witnesses and evidence, what do you have to say now? Soon the officer led a woman in. Her face was covered in scars, and she wore a long-sleeved hoodie. Even so, ligature marks were clearly visible on her exposed wrists. The woman was brought trembling into the interrogation room, too frightened to lift her head. Feng Yiming asked in a low voice, "Are you Tang Xiaoyan?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded. "Yesterday did you witness an elderly Japanese man being killed at Zijing Mansion?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded again. Feng Yiming raised his hand. Was it that man? Tang Xiaoyan lifted her terrified eyes. The moment she saw Qin Chuan, she froze. Then she rushed madly toward him, startling everyone. Li Ping, who had been restrained, sneered. Another poor woman. She must be like me. Her loved one was killed. I wish I could lend her a knife. Before she could finish, Tang Xiaoyan knelt before Qin Chuan. Benefactor. Benefactor. Thank you for saving me. Tang Xiaoyan clutched Qin Chuan's legs, sobbing uncontrollably. It was the release of a survivor's relief. Stunned. Everyone in the interrogation room was utterly stunned. Li Ping's mouth hung open, all her words swallowed back. Feng Yiming stood dumbfounded. I brought you here to identify the perpetrator, not to thank your savior. As everyone reeled in shock, another officer ran up from downstairs. This was his fourth round trip of the day, a high-intensity aerobic sprint that nearly did him in. He was about to report when someone behind him spoke first. Behind him stood two men. One was ramrod straight in camouflage, exuding an aura of masculine righteousness. The other wore a dark green jacket over a crisp white shirt, radiating official authority. Who are you? Feng Yiming asked in astonishment. The two spoke. I am Zhang Xiong of the War Dragon team. I am Xi Ming, first-level director of the National Security Department. War Dragon Captain Zhang Xiong. Huagua Security Department Director Xi Ming. The interrogation room fell into dead silence. What was happening? Why would these two great figures grace this place with their presence? It was well known that the War Dragon team was Huagua's most mysterious military unit, the main force guarding the borders. The Huagua Security Department, the nation's most enigmatic agency, specialized in counter-espionage and anti-agent operations. Either of these two individuals held influence that reached the highest echelons of power. Feng Yiming hastily asked with deference, May I ask what important matter brings you both here? Xi Ming stepped forward, speaking first. I heard about yesterday's incident at the Zijing mansion. Before he could finish, Feng Yiming understood immediately. He quickly replied, the person has already been apprehended by our security forces and is currently under interrogation. As he spoke, he stepped aside to clear a path. Zhang Xiong and Xi Ming saw Qin Chuan simultaneously seated in the interrogation chair. Even bound in shackles, the young man remained defiant and unflinching. Both nodded inwardly. They were thoroughly satisfied with Qin Chuan's composed and unperturbed demeanor. They murmured softly in unison, a pillar of the nation. A pillar of the nation. Feng Yiming repeated in confusion, his voice low. Xi Ming and Zhang Xiong walked together toward Qin Chuan. Sirs, he is the prime suspect in the Zijing mansion case, please. Neither of them paid any heed to Feng Yiming. They passed through the crowd and stood before Qin Chuan. This time Zhang Xiong spoke first. Comrade, greetings. I am Zhang Xiong of the War Dragon team. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Qin Chuan slightly raised his brow and gave a subtle nod. His proud and aloof attitude did not provoke Zhang Xiong's displeasure. Instead, it deepened his admiration. Those with ability needed a certain bearing. Otherwise, what difference would there be from the common masses? Do you know who your opponents were yesterday at the Zijing mansion? A bunch of worthless rabble. Zhang Xiong was taken aback. The four great guardians of the Yamaguchi-gumi, top-tier martial artists at the second-grade peak. And smiling poison woman Kumiko, yet they were dismissed as worthless rabble. These were opponents even Zhang Xiong dared not underestimate. But Qin Chuan's performance in the surveillance footage was entirely consistent with his current demeanor. Several monsters at the pinnacle of combat power stood before him. They could not last more than a few breaths before being annihilated. Comrade, are you a martial arts powerhouse? I possess martial arts, but I have not yet attained the level of a powerhouse. Qin Chuan showed rare modesty. In his eyes, only those at the apex could be considered powerhouses. As for himself, he was merely at the 5th grade entry level. Zhang Xiong was somewhat astonished by Qin Chuan's reply, because from the moment he entered the room, he could not sense any martial energy emanating from Qin Chuan. This baffled him. If the other were at the same 3rd grade peak as himself, he should have felt at least a hint of oppressive force. Yet the feeling the other gave him was ethereal and elusive. Unless there was only one possibility: the other's strength surpassed his own, reaching the level of the 4th grade. But how could that be? He himself was the youngest 3rd grade peak in War Dragon history. When he had broken through to the 3rd grade peak back, then he was already 35 years old. With a mix of anticipation and concern, Zhang Xiong spoke. Comrade, could you tell me your current cultivation level? 4th grade peak. Qin Chuan answered without hesitation. What? 4th grade peak? Zhang Xiong was utterly shocked. He scrutinized Qin Chuan and knew his eyes filled with disbelief. After a pause, Qin Chuan suddenly spoke again. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. Zhang Xiong was stunned. The blood that had surged to his head instantly subsided. This young man nearly shocked me to death. If he were at the 4th grade peak at such a young age, he would be a prodigy unrivaled in all of Huagua. Zhang Xiong grumbled inwardly. I broke through yesterday. Now I'm at the 5th grade entry level. Zhang Xiong. He could no longer contain himself. He placed a hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder, using his own martial energy to sense the others. As his hand touched Qin Chuan's shoulder, a formless, powerful martial energy suddenly surged from the other's shoulder straight to Zhang Xiong's crown chakra. This battle-hardened war dragon captain, who had faced countless foes, could not withstand this overwhelming martial energy even for a moment. He was thrown back several steps, stumbling repeatedly. He turned and walked straight out of the interrogation room. The people inside watched in bewilderment, completely clueless about what had happened. After Tsang Qiong left, it was Xi Ming's turn to step forward. He pulled up a chair and sat before Qin Chuan. Casually opening the notebook in his hand, he said, "Comrade, greetings. My name is Xi Ming, a first-grade director of the Huagua Security Department." Qin Chuan nodded. "I also have a question I'd like to ask you." "Go ahead. Regarding yesterday's Zijing Mansion case, do you know who the 3 individuals you captured were?" "Huagua agents." "How did you know they were Huagua agents?" Qin Chuan was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. He couldn't exactly say the system had told him. Suddenly he remembered something. He had just acquired the skill Golden Eyes. So Qin Chuan said calmly, "Because I have the Golden Eyes." Xi Ming stiffened. "Golden Eyes? What is that?" "The Golden Eyes can discern all things, and also distinguish loyalty from treachery." At these words the entire room fell into a deathly hush. Everyone took a step back, afraid of meeting Qin Chuan's gaze. As the director of the National Security Department, Xi Ming was responsible for safeguarding the nation. He was naturally aware that such extraordinary individuals and events existed throughout Huagua and even the world. Not to go far, just within the War Dragon team alone. Every member was a talent. Their skills, their abilities, were each incredibly formidable. He narrowed his eyes and uttered a sentence that chilled everyone present. "Could you give a demonstration?" "Why not?" Qin Chuan closed his eyes, and before him appeared a blur of chaos. When he opened them again, a faint shimmering golden light faintly glimmered in his pupils. Qin Chuan swept his gaze across the room. Everyone who saw Qin Chuan looking at them instinctively turned away, fearing that some secret of theirs might be exposed. Whenever Qin Chuan's eyes fell on a person, a series of related information would materialize. Most of it was brief summaries without extremely detailed specifics. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly made a startling discovery. Qin Chuan deactivated the Golden Eyes and let out a soft sigh. Xi Ming immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did your ability fail?" Qin Chuan curled his lips into a cold smile. "No, my Golden Eyes are functioning perfectly." "Then why did you sigh?" "Because I discovered that there is a Huagua spy in this very room." At these words the entire interrogation room erupted in an uproar. Everyone instinctively moved a step away from those nearest to them. Xi Ming immediately stood up and shouted to Tsang Qiong outside the door, "Tsang Qiong, secure the entrance. Don't let anyone escape." Tsang Qiong, who had just been regulating his energy, immediately returned to the interrogation room entrance, blocking the way out. Seeing that the exit was sealed, he quickly asked, "Who is the spy?" Qin Chuan raised his arm and pointed ahead. Everyone followed the direction Qin Chuan pointed. He was pointing to the outermost edge of the crowd. "Xiaoyang!" Feng Yiming exclaimed in shock. "Captain Feng, restrain him!" Xi Ming roared. Feng Yiming hurried forward to control the other person. But Qin Chuan shouted him to a halt. "Wrong. It's not him." Feng Yiming froze. "Not Xiaoyang. Could it be?" Feng Yiming turned his head to look at Li Ping, who was beside him. "You!" Feng Yiming exclaimed in shock. Li Ping looked bewildered. "Captain Feng, how can you listen to a suspect?" Feng Yiming finally regained his composure. "Why do you say Li Ping is a spy? What evidence do you have?" Everyone came to their senses. All of this was Qin Chuan's one-sided statement. He might just be taking advantage of Huan Department's, Xi Ming's words to ride the tide. Li Ping immediately burst into loud sobs. "Is there no justice left in this world? My fiancé died tragically. I can neither avenge him with my own hands, nor am I treated as a spy. Xi Ming of the Huan Department, if you really want to just arrest me as a spy and sentence me for espionage. Sasaki is already dead. I don't want to live anymore." Feng Yiming and Xiaoyang quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Xi Ming narrowed his eyes. Initially he held great distrust towards Qin Chuan's words. But when the other party said she was Sasaki's fiancé, Li Ping, Xi Ming couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Xi Ming had mastered Li Ping's file. Pure background, good family conduct. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't seem like someone who could be turned. Xi Ming was puzzled and looked at Qin Chuan, asking, "How did you determine she was the spy?" "Captain Feng, look, even a comrade from the National Security Department believes that scumbag. I don't want to live anymore." Xi Ming's words once again provoked Li Ping. Her spirit seemed to suffer a severe blow, and she began to shout loudly. Feng Yiming quickly said, "Director Xi, enough. Aren't you from the Huan Department, all-knowing? If Li Ping were a spy, you would have placed her under surveillance long ago. Tell me, do you have any evidence to prove my subordinate is a spy?" Exactly. Xiao Yang chimed in beside him. On the scene, Chang Guoli and Xia Ying also fell silent. The current situation far exceeded their scope of involvement. The initial case had suddenly taken a sharp turn. It had become a plot to catch a spy agent. This caught them off guard, their minds unable to keep up with the development of the story. Xi Ming looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with complex emotions. But he still gave Qin Chuan a chance, saying blandly, "Go ahead, speak." Qin Chuan spoke unhurriedly. "Her pendant is a bug." "A pendant? A bug?" Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze towards Li Ping. This look scared Li Ping senseless. She immediately stopped her wailing and sobbing, looking at the pendant hanging around her neck. It was a token of love given to her by Sasaki. Xi Ming strode forward and yanked the pendant off Li Ping's neck. He examined it closely in his hands. Then he took a special instrument from his pocket to disassemble and inspect it in detail. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an inconspicuous, even somewhat ugly pendant was taken apart. Everyone stepped forward for a look. Inside the pendant, indeed, a miniature signal transmitter was stuffed. To this day, the red light on the signal transmitter was still blinking. Thinking back to how every word, every action, every move of theirs had been monitored, everyone suddenly drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Qin Chuan, however, remained calm. The pendant being a transmitter was entirely due to the item analysis of his golden eyes. When he saw that a jade pendant actually contained metal transmitter components, he immediately determined that Li Ping was problematic. Of course, there was another point. Above Li Ping's head, there was an experience value of 5 points. Holding the transmitter, Xi Ming addressed everyone. This is a unique bug from the Hua country. We have also confiscated them in previous operations. Li Ping panicked. This was something she had never anticipated. Her first instinct was not to reflect, but to deny it. This thing isn't mine. I don't know where it came from. Then why are you wearing it? Xi Ming countered. I don't know, you're framing me. To help a murderer, you're all conspiring to frame me. Feng Yiming stepped forward and said, Li Ping, that's enough. Even now you still want to quibble. When you first received this necklace, you brought it to the office to show off. Now you want to deny its existence. Captain Feng, I am being wronged. I never acted as a spy. I did not betray my country. Then how do you explain the bug in this necklace? Li Ping stammered. At this moment, Xi Ming spoke up for Li Ping. Captain Feng, I have investigated Li Ping before. She was unaware. Feng Yiming was momentarily confused. She was probably used by Sasaki, becoming an unwitting leaker of secrets. Li Ping was dumbfounded. Before she could disbelieve what anyone said, Sasaki was a spy. Now there was indeed a bug inside the necklace. Everything pointed to Sasaki's identity. In an instant, Li Ping's spiritual world collapsed. Her vision went dark and she fainted. Feng Yiming immediately had Xiao Yang take Li Ping away. Xi Ming came before Qin Chuan. Comrade, your talent is truly enviable. The nation needs you. Are you willing to join our Huaxia security department to defend the country? Song Qiong, upon seeing this, was displeased. You have me guarding the gate while you're in here poaching my talent. He rushed in, grabbing Qin Chuan's hand. Comrade, the Huan department's job isn't for you. You should come to our Zhanlong. With your level 5 skill, it'll even give you the position of team leader. The two confronted each other, neither willing to yield. Feng Yiming saw this. How could his own turf be stolen by others? Both of you. Qin Chuan is still a suspect. This Xi Ming rarely cursed. Suspect my ass. Comrade Qin Chuan successfully completed a counter-espionage operation and gave his all for national security. How is he a suspect? The several Hua country nationals he killed were all spy agents. These people originally planned to destroy a sea-crossing bridge in southern China, blocking our country's future development path. Thanks to Comrade Qin Chuan, their evil scheme did not succeed. If it weren't for the counter-espionage operation being classified, the higher-ups would have already commended him. Song Xiong immediately shouted, Unbind Comrade Qin Chuan. Feng Yiming stumbled in fright and quickly stepped forward to unlock the cuffs, releasing Qin Chuan. Xi and Song each grabbed one of Qin Chuan's hands. Comrade Qin Chuan, come with me. Hua needs you. Comrade Qin Chuan, the Zhanlong team welcomes you. Everyone there speaks pleasantly, and they all hope you can come. For a moment, the interrogation room was tense again. Qin Chuan broke free from their grip. Sorry, both of you. I have urgent matters and need to leave immediately. What matter? Have you discovered another hidden spy? No, I'm in a hurry to watch a live stream. In the interrogation room, everyone was baffled. Watch a live stream? What the hell? Qin Chuan showed no sign of relief after a narrow escape. Instead, he was anxious to watch a live stream. He shook hands with both Xi Ming and Song Qiong. Farewell. They'll be at school during class hours. If you have any issues, come find me at school. Having said that, Qin Chuan left amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. He pulled Xia Ying along and walked out. Take me to the University of Finance and Economics. Hurry. In the indoor basketball court of Kyoto's Fashion Institute, a temporary live streaming studio had been hastily assembled. At the center of the court, an array of high-end broadcasting equipment gleamed under the lights. On the stage, a vibrant and charming young woman sang and danced with fervent energy. Xingba lounged with his legs crossed, sipping milk tea as he asked his assistant, "What's the data looking like now?" The assistant quickly checked the back end and replied respectfully, "Boss, we're ranked first in the most beautiful university competition with 8,000 live viewers. The second place has only 2,000, and the total sales from the little yellow card are 1.03 million. Damn, only 1.03 million. I signed performance-based agreements with several manufacturers. I need to sell 200 million worth of goods tonight. That idiot up there is useless, just singing and dancing. What good is that? So, say the lines. If she can't do it, she should at least push the boundaries." Xingba fumed, nearly jumping in frustration. Earlier that day, his visit to the University of Finance had dominated news feeds on various apps. Believing such buzz was too valuable to waste on anything but sales, he impulsively signed agreements with multiple manufacturers. Seeing the stagnant numbers, he urgently halted the host's performance on stage. Pulling her aside, he snapped, Damn it, do you even know how to stream? I'm paying you an annual salary of 1,200 not to have you bouncing around like an idiot in the live room. You need to say the sales pitch, lady. The young woman Wang Miao cowered under Xing Ba's tirade. A student at the Fashion Institute, she had been a popular contestant second only to Su Xiaoyan before the competition. Today, the mega-influencer Xing Ba had approached her with a contract offering an annual salary of 1,200. He promised to make her a top-tier influencer with millions of followers. Wang Miao was so overwhelmed, she nearly cried, signing the contract without hesitation. But when the live stream began at 8 p.m., Xing Ba gave her a target for the night: sell 200 million worth of goods. Wang Miao was stunned. She had no experience in live sales. How could she possibly sell 200 million? But Xing Ba ignored her protests, thrusting the contract at her. Hidden in an inconspicuous clause were these words: if the live stream fails to meet the company's performance targets, the annual base salary for this year will be revoked. If the sales achievement rate falls below the stipulated 50, the host must personally purchase no less than 5 million worth of the manufacturer's products. When she signed, Wang Miao had only felt that happiness had come too suddenly. If she didn't sign quickly, the opportunity would slip away. But upon discovering these terms, she felt as if she had been sold. This was an impossible task. Before her dream of stardom could even begin, she was already burdened with a debt of 5 million. Throughout the evening, her performance was distracted, her singing off key. I can't do this. Wang Miao broke down under the immense pressure. Xing Ba, seeing this, raised his hand and slapped her across the face, leaving a vivid red print on her right cheek. A trickle of red liquid seeped from the corner of her mouth. Wang Miao crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Xing Ba was about to kick her when the assistant urgently intervened. Whoa, boss, if you do that, how can she still stream? Reluctantly, Xing Ba withdrew his foot. Before becoming an influencer, he had been a street thug accustomed to roughing up women. Damn it, if I lose money today, none of you will get off easy, Xing Ba threatened. Oh my dear boss, it's only 9:30. There's still time. But you've messed up, Wang Miao. How are we going to continue the stream? Xing Ba spat. What do you mean how? I'll do it myself. We'll run both the Fashion Institute stream and my personal account simultaneously and have the streamers from my company redirect traffic here. Don't forget who set the sales record on Douyin. The assistant nodded repeatedly. Running 2 accounts was a viable strategy. With Xing Ba's influence, they could surely get through this. As Xing Ba had his stylist work on him, he told the assistant, go buy a few iPhone 13s and some cheap small appliances from the suppliers. We'll raffle one off every 10 minutes during the stream. Damn it, I'll do it myself. It's only 500 million worth of goods. As long as we drive the traffic to 2 million viewers, everything else is just a cloud. After tidying his appearance and outfit, Xing Ba didn't forget to kick Wang Miao before going on stage, warning her, go fix your makeup now. Stand behind me as a backdrop. Terrified, Wang Miao stifled her sobs and crawled to the makeup table to touch up. Family. The Fashion Institute's campus bell. Wang Miao is too tired from singing and dancing, so she's resting off stage. Meanwhile, Boss Xing will bring you some perks. If you want them, type 1 in the chat. They'll give away an iPhone 13 or a small appliance every 10 minutes. Instantly, the chat scrolled furiously, the number 1 flooding the screen. In Kyoto, at the University of Finance's auditorium, compared to the professional grade studio set up at the Fashion Institute, the setup here was pathetically humble. A few fill lights, a tripod, and a phone constituted the entire live streaming rig, with even the sound card being amateur grade. Only a handful of student officers were helping out in the auditorium. The 3 members of Dorm 511 sat in the audience accompanying the stream. Laosin, didn't I tell you to sell our 3 computers and buy a set of streaming equipment? Wu Ming asked reproachfully. Kong Huijun replied sheepishly, boss, we sold the computers too hastily. The buyer only offered 100 for all 3. I couldn't bear to. So I didn't. Wu Ming grabbed Kong Huijun by the collar in anger. Laosin, you're so foolish. The computers are nothing. Tonight's live stream is what Lao Si personally asked us to handle before he left. If we can't even handle this small matter, how can we face him later? Kong Huijun nodded frantically. I was wrong, boss. They'll go sell the computers now and get the equipment. Tang Yuming grabbed him. Laosin, don't bother. The competition ends at midnight. There's no time. Bang. Wu Ming pounded the chair in frustration. Damn it, the Fashion Institute is shameless. They even hired outside help. Tang Yuming exclaimed angrily, showing his phone to the others. They all cursed in unison. This is clearly cheating. Kong Huijun said, what's their live room's popularity now? What's the gap between our sister-in-laws and theirs? Wu Ming cut to the chase. Tang Yuming checked the data and replied, they have 1.95 million live viewers now, with a contribution value of about 5 million, ranking first among the 100 schools. Our sister-in-law's live room has 3980 viewers with a contribution value of 1200, ranking 55th. The disparity between 1.9 million and 3980 and 5 million versus 1200 was utterly dismal. Wu Ming made an immediate decision. Brothers Lao Si has never asked us for anything. Today this is what he entrusted to us before he left. We must do everything we can to help him. Lao Air post on the school forum to rally support. Laosin, sell the computers and buy some iPhones. We'll learn from them and do giveaways in the live room. They'll contact my old comrades, some of them are Douyin streamers too. He'll ask them to post a video to drive traffic to our sister-in-law. After Wu Ming spoke, Kong and Tang quickly agreed. The three immediately set to work. Kong Huijun was fast sprinting back to the dorm. In the dormitory, Kong Huijun packed all 3 computers into boxes. He gazed at the computers he had yet to unbox and use himself. A pang of reluctance struck him, but then he thought of Qin Chuan's face. Damn it, old fourth, when you get out you'll have to get me another one. With that he picked up the computers and prepared to leave. At the dormitory door, Lu Wei leaned against the frame, a mocking grin on his face. Oh, what's this? Selling your computers? Kong Huijun spat at him, seeing his infuriating expression. Get lost. Come on now, selling a brand new computer. What's the matter? Did something happen to the tycoon in your dorm? Lu Wei, are you looking for a beating today? Kong Huijun's eyes blazed with battle intent. Lu Wei stepped back, chuckling. Don't be like that. I just saw you wanted to sell, so am asking about the price. I was thinking of getting a computer for my dorm. Give me a good deal, and he'll take them all. After all, my money is clean. Yours. Heh. Kong Huijun kicked out. Lu Wei hopped back, dodging. Damn, you guys from dorm 511 are all a bunch of thugs. Using dirty money to show off here. Your buddy's already in the police station, and you're still acting all high and mighty. Lu Wei's voice carried, drawing people from other dorms to gather and watch. What's going on? I heard Qin Chuan from dorm 511 was taken by the police. No way, Qin Chuan. Isn't he a tycoon? Why was he arrested? Who knows? If the police took him, there must be solid evidence. I knew it. Who has money just falling from the sky? A whole dorm decked out like a luxury apartment. Buying computers worth over 200,000 to give away. Sure enough, it's all dirty money, easy to spend. Seeing the entire hallway gossiping behind his back, Kong Huijun's face flushed crimson with rage. He roared, screw you all. Our old fourth is not that kind of person. Kong Huijun, you took his stuff, so of course you're sticking up for him. Yeah. If he hadn't given you a cent, you'd be cursing him out just like us. Come on, Kong Huijun. Qin Chuan's already inside. Drop the act. Kong Huijun lowered his head and pushed his way out of the crowd. A familiar classmate asked, puzzled, Huijun, where are you going? I'm going to sell these computers and buy 2 iPhone 13s for Su Xiaoyan's livestream. Livestream? Someone immediately recalled, tonight Douyin has 100 schools livestream PK. Our school's campus belle Su Xiaoyan is competing. Su Xiaoyan's livestream. I want to watch. Forget it. What's so great about that? Better to watch the CEO's livestream. Yeah, the CEO is at Fuda University's livestream room, helping out. They even invited million-follower streamers like Nana and Xiao Yao. But Su Xiaoyan is from our school. Shouldn't we support her? Support my ass. Look at the CEO's livestream. They're giving away iPhone 13s. Su Xiaoyan's livestream has nothing, not even a fart. Kong Huijun gritted his teeth. Even if they wouldn't support their own, they didn't have to side with outsiders. The alumni were far too disunited. He stormed out of the school, searching through several second-hand computer shops. But the shop owners, seeing his urgency, all drove the price down relentlessly. Computers worth 50,000 each were only offered 5,000. Selling all 3 wouldn't even buy one iPhone 13. Kong Huijun glanced at the time helplessly. It was already 10 p.m. Only 2 hours remained until the livestream ended. With a heavy heart, he trudged toward the auditorium. A chilly wind swept through the night campus, making him shiver. Excuse me, classmate. How do I get to the auditorium? A sweet, pleasant voice came from behind. He frowned and turned, instantly freezing. The woman before him was so familiar. Daimei, a Douyin influencer with millions of followers. Countless nights Kong Huijun had hidden under his covers, binge-watching her videos. Daimei smiled sweetly, waiting for his answer. Kong Huijun stood stunned for a long moment before pointing ahead. Daimei's eyes curved into crescents. Thank you, classmate. She then trotted off, followed by 4 or 5 assistants carrying equipment like fill lights. Kong Huijun remained rooted to the spot, unable to recover. Am I dreaming? Excuse me, classmate. How do I get to the auditorium? Another bright, cheerful voice rang out. He instantly recognized it. A voice that had haunted his dreams countless times. It was Sister Zhou. Kong Huijun trembled as he looked at her. He wanted to slap himself to see if it hurt. It was all too surreal. Sister Zhou gave a faint smile. Go straight ahead. The one with the red roof is the auditorium. Kong Huijun said excitedly. Sister Zhou politely shook his hand, then hurried off with her assistants. Hurry up, damn it. What time is it? All because you guys were dawdling, she shouted as she ran. Along the way, Kong Huijun encountered over a dozen top streamers from Douyin Shark and other platforms. They all rushed toward the auditorium. Kong Huijun was utterly stunned. The students on campus were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Was Douyin holding its annual meeting at the University of Finance? Kong Huijun finally made it to the auditorium door, only to find it densely packed with streamers. They had brought their own equipment, transforming the originally shabby university livestream room into a professional venue. Sister Zhou and Su Xiaoyan were interacting on stage while a crowd of streamers waited nearby, each seemingly eager to get a moment in the spotlight. Third brother, where have you been? Why are you so late? Wu Ming said upon seeing Kong Huijun. Boss, what's going on? Why are there so many big streamers? Wu Ming shook his head. I don't know either. They just showed up out of nowhere, set up their gear, joined the live stream, and helped drive traffic to sister-in-law's room. On stage in front of the camera, Su Xiaoyan was in a daze. She had been distracted since the live stream began, never quite in the zone. As the viewer count dwindled, she had almost given up, almost burst into tears. But then a wave of big streamers rushed in. Some set up equipment and started their own live streams to redirect viewers. Others like Sister Zhou joined her on camera, helping to liven up the atmosphere. With all this effort, the live stream, which had dropped to just a few hundred viewers, skyrocketed. The online audience broke 1 million. Gifts flooded the screen, coming in non-stop. Su Xiaoyan looked at the cascade of gifts, momentarily unsure how to express her gratitude. Her eyes began to well up. Xiao Chuan, if only you were here. Suddenly, a classic animation appeared. It was a carnival. Su Xiaoyan's heart tightened. She eagerly looked at the screen, desperate to see who had sent it. In her heart, she hoped to see Qin Chuan's name on the screen. Sister Zhou saw the carnival and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, he's starting to send you gifts." Su Xiaoyan's heart tightened. Immediately, disappointment crept onto her face. She noticed that the person sending the carnival gifts was a netizen named Principal. He kept sending them one after another as if they cost nothing. Damn, the principal is here. Look, it's President Wang. My husband is here. Instantly, the popularity in Su Xiaoyan's livestream room soared to another level. The online viewer count exceeded 2 million. Students began to flood into the auditorium of the University of Finance and Economics. They had been drawn from the online stream to watch the event in person. Wu Ming, Kong Huijuan, and Tang Yuming helped maintain order. Due to the massive influx of people, the scene was momentarily noisy. Fortunately, Dai Mei stepped up, showcasing her personal charm to ease the atmosphere. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed in frantically. He glanced around and dashed directly onto the stage. Sister Zhou and Su Xiaoyan were both startled by the sudden intrusion. What do you want? Don't do anything rash. We're live streaming, and over 2 million people are watching. The man panted heavily, swallowing hard. After a moment to catch his breath, he said, I am Du Wei, the general manager of Tianqing BMW 4S dealership. My boss instructed me to sponsor the lottery in Miss Su's livestream. From now on, every 10 minutes, we will give away a BMW until the competition ends. The moment he spoke, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Even Sister Zhou was stunned. She asked in disbelief, what did you say? Say that again. Our boss said that from now on in Miss Su's livestream, a BMW will be given away every 10 minutes with all costs borne by the boss. Instantly, the livestream room and the venue erupted. Holy crap, giving away a BMW as a prize. That's insane. Damn. A BMW every 10 minutes. What kind of tycoon livestream is this? And they're not even selling anything or linking products. Amidst the shock, some rational critics stepped forward with doubts. Everyone calm down, this might be scripted. Yeah, think about it. There's still an hour and a half until the competition ends. That means this live stream can give away 9 BMWs in total. Even if it's the cheapest BMW at 20001 yuan series, that's 1.8 million yuan. What kind of person would casually spend 1.8 million on a lottery? That's too absurd. Aside from the rational critics, there were also online aristocrats from nowhere. Just giving away a 20000 yuan car. A 20000 yuan car qualifies as a BMW. Giving away a 1 series BMW. Even dogs wouldn't want that. Amount too stingy. Who do you think you're fooling? Seeing a few people stirring up trouble in the livestream room, Du Wei immediately became anxious. Damn it, these bastards. Still saying a 20000 yuan car isn't a real BMW. What a nerve. Though seething with anger, he managed to control his emotions. Du Wei spoke to the camera friends in the livestream. It's not the X1, not a 200 yuan BMW. Upon hearing this, the fans' eyes immediately lit up. Is it the 3 series? Damn, if it's really the 3 series, I'm calling my whole family to enter the lottery. Could it be the 5 series? My dream car. You're dreaming the 5 series. How much would that cost? Manager, stop teasing us. Just tell us. Even a BMW Mini would be fine. Du Wei deliberately kept them in suspense. He understood how to generate hype. The long-legged black-stocking streamer at the 4S dealership was his hire. Everyone, our boss is generous. He's giving away the top-tier model. Du Wei made an 8 gesture with his hand. Instantly, the livestream room erupted. Exclamations flew everywhere. Damn. The students on site also went wild. Everyone pulled out their phones and joined the live stream, waiting for the lottery. What kind of tycoon gives away a BMW 8 Series every 10 minutes? And it's the top-tier model. Brothers, I just checked the price. A top-tier 8 Series costs 1.2 million yuan. 9 of them. That's over 10 million. Everyone was stunned. Seeing this, Du Wei quickly spoke up. I made a mistake. It's not the 8 Series. Not the 8 Series. The live stream room instantly filled with curses. What the hell? I knew it was scripted. He deliberately didn't say what it was and just gestured randomly. Everyone move along. I'm unfollowing. I can't stand this kind of script. Du Wei, realizing he might have gone too far, quickly clasped his hands together. Everyone, my fault. I didn't explain clearly. What our boss is giving away is not the 8 Series, but the top-tier BMW M8. As he finished, both the live stream and the venue fell into a profound silence. No one made a sound for a long time. No one typed a word. Dewey saw the interaction on the screen halt. Only a single carnival effect kept repeating endlessly. Instinctively, he reached out and tapped the screen. Hello. Hello. Can everyone still hear me? Hello. Hello. After a moment of stillness, comments exploded into a rolling barrage. This time the screen refreshed so fast, it was nearly impossible to keep up. Dewey couldn't make out what was being said. However, from the moment he entered until now, 10 minutes had already passed. The first red envelope popped. Everyone stared at their phones, checking if they had won. Holy crap. Holy crap. I won. A bespectacled, gentle-looking male student below the stage raised his arm and shouted. He jumped up and down ecstatic. He trotted all the way to the stage, approaching Dewey. Dewey smiled slightly, pulling a key from his pocket. Congratulations, classmate. Tomorrow take this key to Tianjin BMW 4S to complete the formalities. The winning student stared at the car key in his hand, on the verge of fainting from excitement. The comments in the live stream were filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it, I'm also a student at the University of Finance. I should have gone to the venue. It seems the chances of winning are higher on site. I'm changing clothes now and heading to the university. Good thing I didn't win. A BMW M8 guzzles too much gas. I wouldn't want it even if it were given to me. Not eco-friendly. The fan who mentioned eco-friendly. Behind his phone screen, his face was twisted with rage, and his fingernails had dug into his own foot, drawing blood. The 10-minute wait for the next lottery was still somewhat agonizing. Su Xiaoyan felt she needed to sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. Sister Zhou, let's sing a song together for the fans. Sister Zhou shook her head with an awkward smile. No way, I'm afraid he'll sing too well and steal your spotlight. Su Xiaoyan smiled and decided to go solo. He'll sing a song by President Zhou. I hope you all like it. Upon hearing she would sing a song by President Zhou, the fans in the live stream immediately perked up. Su Xiaoyan took a deep breath and began to sing along with the backing track. Remember you said home is the only castle, follow the rice-scented river and keep running. As she sang, a fan on site suddenly murmured, Su Xiaoyan is lip-syncing, isn't she? Why isn't she turning off the original audio? Exactly, I can hear it too. If the original audio isn't off, what's the point of singing? But honestly, the sound system here is amazing. I feel like President Zhou is right here singing in my ear. As the student finished speaking, his peripheral vision caught a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. Ho. Ly. Shit. Press. Ident. Zhou. President Zhou. The moment the name Jay Zhou was uttered, the entire auditorium of the University of Finance and Economics erupted. Even the influencers worth millions or tens of millions all rose to their feet, paying their respects to Jay Zhou. Su Xiaoyan was stunned, frozen in place, her mouth slightly agape, and her singing came to a halt. In the live stream room, what's wrong with the campus bell? Why did she stop singing? She stopped, but I can still hear music. Idiot, she turned on the original track. Then in the next second, a figure that no one in the live stream room had anticipated suddenly appeared. Jay Zhou. Instantly, the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. Everyone flooded the screen with a barrage of holy SHD. Jay Zhou waved at the camera and said, "Ayo, not bad, already broken through 5 million viewers. Alright, let me sing another one for you all." With that, Jay Zhou turned to look at Su Xiaoyan. At that moment, Su Xiaoyan was completely dazed. Never in her dreams had she imagined that her idol Jay Zhou would appear in her live stream. She felt everything was so unreal, so surreal. Xiaoyan, Jay Zhou called her softly. Su Xiaoyan felt a jolt run through her body as if struck by lightning. She trembled, then nodded with a soft Are you ready? Jay Zhou asked with a smile. Su Xiaoyan was so nervous she forgot to ask what song they were going to sing. But when the music prelude began, she immediately slipped into the zone. The horizon in the distance begins to cloud over, turn around, and leave, unable to say goodbye. You have words you can't express. The love between a seabird and a fish is merely an accident. The duet with Jay Zhou, coupled with the lottery for a BMW M8, catapulted the live stream room's popularity to its zenith. The viewer count kept climbing, surging ever upward. Su Xiaoyan's live stream shot ahead, leaving all others in the dust, and directly seized the top spot. It was far ahead, even able to disregard the account of the Kyoto Fashion Institute in second place. Even during the broadcast, countless people spontaneously posted on Weibo, WeChat Moments, and other social media platforms voluntarily promoting the University of Finance and Economics live stream. For a time, all the headlines on various platforms were dominated by Su Xiaoyan of the University of Finance and Economics. A heavenly king willingly plays second fiddle to support the Campus Bell's live stream. Campus Bell live stream nears 10 million online viewers. Official campus live stream lottery for a BMW M8. All sorts of headlines kept emerging. It was certain that after tonight, Su Xiaoyan's name would spread throughout all of Huaxia. Suddenly, the carnival effects on the live stream screen vanished. Why did the principal stop sending gifts? I thought he would keep going until the end of the competition. Holy crap, the principal has already sent 120 carnivals. Only 120 carnivals. The principal hasn't even tried yet. Just as the fans were discussing, suddenly the entire phone screen flashed. A massive castle rose up, surrounded by dazzling golden special effects. The fans exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, what kind of gift is this?" I've never seen it before. I just checked it's the Super Carnival launched by Douyin a minute ago. Quite a flashy name, huh? Just rename it and double the price. A curious fan clicked on the small gift box to check the actual price of the Super Carnival. When he saw the string of zeros, he was dumbfounded. A single Super Carnival cost 3 million Douyin coins. Converted to Huaxia currency, that was 300,000 yuan. It was terrifying. 300,000 yuan gone in just over 10 seconds of screen time. Instantly, everyone in the live stream room was emotionally overwhelmed. The Super Carnivals kept coming one after another, as if deliberately taking over from Principal Wang. But this person's limelight far exceeded Principal Wang's. One cost 3,000, the other 300,000. They were simply incomparable. Su Xiaoyan stared blankly at the live stream at the ID sending the gifts. Her emotions suddenly broke down. As she sang, tears streamed down her face, and she murmured in her heart, Xiaochuan. The fans in the live stream also noticed the ID that was frantically sending gifts. The comments section instantly exploded. Holy crap, the tycoon ID has appeared. Qin Chuan. It's actually Qin Chuan. Wasn't he taken away by the Public Security Bureau? How can he still send gifts in a Super Carnival we've never seen before? Maybe it's a mistake. If I had the kind of wealth that Daddy Qin has, who would bother with illegal activities? On the second ring road in Kyoto, a fully black Mercedes-Benz S350 was stuck in traffic. Your turn to send gifts. We'll take a break. Qin Chuan handed his phone to Xia Ying and reclined slightly. Xia Ying took the phone, her index finger trembling slightly. Although she was now the CEO of a 100 billion yuan conglomerate, she still felt a bit of a sting at the thought of casually blowing through virtual gifts worth 300,000 yuan each without a hint of hesitation or a blink of an eye, just like Qin Chuan. Boss. How many? Keep sending until Xiaoyan goes offline, Qin Chuan said flatly. Xia Ying swallowed hard and carefully tapped the screen. Just then her phone rang. Xia Ying glanced at it, then handed the phone to Qin Chuan, whispering, Boss, it's Mr. Li from Douyin. Qin Chuan nodded and took the phone. Hello, Mr. Li. On the other end of the line was Li Feng from Douyin's operations department. He asked with a chuckle, President Qin, how is it? Are you satisfied with the exclusive gift we tailored just for you, the Super Carnival? Not bad, but your vision is a bit small. With a gift costing 3 million Douyin coins, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish spending my balance today. Li Feng's face stiffened, and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, you have 10 billion Douyin coins, no normal person could finish spending that. President Qin, I'm truly sorry, but there are regulations from above. If we go any higher with the amount, there will be trouble. Please understand. All right. Qin Chuan finished speaking and hung up. No sooner had he hung up than another call came in. Qin Chuan looked down and saw it was from Wang Song. Hey old Qin, I'm exhausted. I sent over 100, I really can't send anymore. Wang Song looked at the 10,000 carnivals in his account that Qin Chuan had transferred to him. For the first time, he felt that there was someone even more willing to spend money on a woman than he was. Hard work, hard work. Old Qin, for your sake today, I mobilized connections across the entire livestream circle and even invited Jay Cho. You can't just brush me off with 2 words like hard work, Wang Song seized the opportunity to say. Then what do you want? Qin Chuan thought for a long time, but couldn't guess Wang Song's intention. Wang Song was speechless. How could you have the nerve to talk about money with the only son of the richest man? But on second thought, it seemed that Qin Chuan's family fortune was indeed a bit thicker than the Wang family's. So he said, Old Qin, what's all this talk about money between brothers? This weekend I want to go out to sea and have some fun. My yacht is too small, and my old man won't buy me a bigger one. I heard that the eclipse is in your hands now, so. Hee. No problem, you can borrow the yacht anytime, Qin Chuan agreed readily. If Wang Song hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten that he even owned a luxury yacht. Upon hearing this, Wang Song was overjoyed. Great. He'll pick you up next weekend, and we'll go have some fun together. After finishing his conversation with Wang Song, Qin Chuan closed his eyes wearily. Xia Ying tilted her head slightly, looking at her boss profile. She had always held a great deal of prejudice against Qin Chuan, but every time they met, Qin Chuan never failed to leave her deeply impressed. Sometimes money alone cannot win over a woman. Talent and wisdom are the true keys to a woman's heart. Xia Ying gently draped her coat over Qin Chuan. Seeing that he didn't react, she tentatively leaned her entire body towards him. Her head slowly rested upon Qin Chuan's shoulder. At that moment, she wished that the second ring road in Kyoto would be even more congested and the car would drive even slower. In Beijing, at the indoor basketball court of the Garment Institute, Xing Ba was aggressively peddling his merchandise. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth from his fervent efforts. After relentless work, he finally achieved sales of 100 million. Exhausted, he took a sip of water to rest, checking messages and engaging with his fans. The comments in the live stream, initially filled with Ba Zong V5 and Ba Zong is magnificent, began to shift gradually. Someone in the stream started a trend, damn it, I came here to see the belle of the Garment Institute. Who is this old man? He's utterly disgusting. He's Ba Zong. What do you know? He's giving fans perks, so what if he's selling? If you don't buy, get lost. Perks my ass, dawdling forever just to give away an iPhone 13. You narrow-minded fools, go check out the Finance University stream. They're pure performance, no selling, and the giveaway is a BMW M8. A BMW M8. No way, I'm going to check it out. That single comment caused Xingba's livestream to lose nearly 1 million viewers. Xingba nearly spat out his chrysanthemum tea. In an instant, the online viewer count dropped by 1 million. He had never experienced such a thing before. He waved his hand, signaling Wang Miao to take his place. Xingba himself stepped down to check the backend data. At that moment, the sales figures on the backend, which had been climbing steadily, began to slow down, even stalling for several minutes. Check what's happening at the Finance University. Giving away a BMW M8. Are they out of their minds? Without a word, his assistant clicked on the Finance University's Douyin account. In the livestream, a middle-aged man in a suit was interacting with the audience. Hello, can you still hear me? Hello. The middle-aged man wiped the screen. Xingba fumed. What is this nonsense? Is he pretending to be stupid on purpose? The moment he finished speaking, a red envelope exploded on the screen. Immediately, the live stream erupted in excitement. A student-like young man rushed onto the stage from the audience. He looked scholarly, wearing a pair of glasses. He raised his arms and shouted, "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I won!" He ran all the way to the stage and received a key. Watching this series of events, Xingba's face turned green. When he spotted a familiar figure behind the middle-aged man, Sister Zhou, he spat. Damn it, why is Sister Zhou there to support that girl? This is all a script. Utterly shameless. Furious, Xingba called Wang Miao down. He tore off her jacket. "I'll give you 2 minutes. Go change into a JK uniform and black stockings. Remember, the stockings must have letters on them." Wang Miao was stunned. Ba Zong, what do you mean? Xingba slapped her. "Damn it, why did I sign a waste like you? Edge selling. Don't you understand? You're going to bankrupt me today. Look at the time, and we've only sold 100 million worth of goods." Wang Miao was slapped for the second time that day. Her spirit was already in a daze. Xingba glanced at the backend showing sales of 100 million. He took a deep breath and walked in front of the camera, putting on a harmless, friendly smile. "Family, I've just bought dozens more iPhone 13s for you. Next in my live stream, I'll be giving away an iPhone 13 every 5 minutes. Moreover, I will invite our top influencer Nana to perform a talent show and sing a song by Jay Cho for everyone." With that, the million-follower influencer Nana gracefully walked onto the stage. She began her performance in front of the camera. Xingba stood aside, playing a supporting role while constantly holding up products and a small blackboard. By combining performance with sales, the precarious online viewer count stabilized slightly. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the stream. "Brothers, hurry up, gather at the Finance University stream." What's going on? Front row seat for the gossip. Jay Cho himself has arrived at the Finance University stream. The tycoon Qin Chuan is back, splurging on customized super gifts. Brothers, it's a moment to witness history. As soon as this was said, the viewer count in Xingba's stream plummeted instantly. Their stream had Jay Cho performing live. Your measly little stream only had a plastic surgery phase of an influencer lip-syncing. Who would want to watch that? The online viewer count dropped from over 2 million to below 1 million. Then it fell below 500,000, 300,000, 100,000. As the clock struck midnight, Xingba was utterly stunned. He silently closed the Garment Institute's live stream. Then with a lifeless tone, he asked, "What's the total sales for tonight?" The entire place fell into dead silence. No one answered, or rather no one dared to answer. Xingba overturned the sales table with a roar. "How much?" The assistant, trembling, replied, 190 million. Hearing this, everyone avoided Xingba's gaze, fearing he might do something extreme. Everyone knew tonight's target was 200 million. If it wasn't met, Xingba would have to make up the difference out of his own pocket. Now it meant Xingba would have to shell out nearly 100 million. Who wouldn't be furious in such a situation? But Xingba was eerily calm. He slowly righted the table he had overturned and then beckoned to Wang Miao. Wang Miao dared not move an inch until the assistant gave her a push. She shuffled timidly over to Xingba. Ba Zong. I. Xingba extended his right hand and gently stroked Wang Miao's hair. 100 million. Xingba can handle it. Wang Miao was stunned, even feeling a flicker of gratitude toward him. But before she could speak, Xingba suddenly threw a punch at her. Then his fists rained down like a storm, striking Wang Miao. Damn it, you useless piece of trash, good for nothing. Ba Zong, please stop, I know I was wrong. Wang Miao begged in pain. Then pay up. If you had the money to compensate, I'd stop. Xingba showed no mercy, continuing to strike relentlessly. The gambling agreement had cost him 100 million, wiping out years of hard work. He desperately needed a punching bag. The assistant suddenly snapped to attention and rushed over tightly, holding Xingba back. Ba Zong, stop hitting, please stop. Xingba struggled and thrashed. What are you turning against me too? The assistant, on the verge of tears, said in terror. Ba Zong, your livestream account is still on, it's still broadcasting. Xingba froze instantly upon hearing this. He turned his head in panic to look at his phone propped up on the side. It was still live streaming. The scene of him brutally beating Wang Miao had been broadcast without any filter. Suddenly he felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. It's over. It's over. It's over. Meanwhile, in Beijing at the Finance University auditorium, it was past midnight, and the gathered students were gradually leaving. Sister Zhou and the other influencers also bid their farewells. After finishing his song, Jay Cho left through the back door to avoid causing a crowd crush. The The vast auditorium slowly grew quiet. Su Xiaoyan still felt dizzy. The evening's events were simply too dreamlike. She felt as if it had been a live stream show tailor-made for her. And the person who had showered her with gifts at the end was none other than her boyfriend. Realizing something, Su Xiaoyan quickly grabbed her phone. She dialed Qin Chuan's number. After a brief ring, the opening melody of Nocturne began to play within the auditorium. Su Xiaoyan was stunned. She looked toward the direction of the sound, tears welling in her eyes as she whispered Xiao Chuan. Qin Chuan walked slowly into the auditorium, smiling with open arms to welcome Su Xiaoyan as she ran toward him. Outside the Finance University auditorium in the Mercedes S350, Xia Ying watched Qin Chuan's retreating figure. Unconsciously, she pulled her coat tighter around herself. She gently inhaled the lingering scent on it. After a moment, she turned around and said, "Let's go." Drive. In the vicinity of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics at the Hilton Hampton Hotel, a night of passion unfolded. The overwhelming and domineering power of a fifth-level martial artist was too formidable. Qin Chuan exerted every effort to restrain his strength, yet an ordinary person could never withstand it. Su Xiaoyan in her drowsiness sensed the sound of Qin Chuan getting up. "Xiao Chuan, can you take a day off today? I want to stay in bed with you." Qin Chuan kissed her forehead. "Sister Xiaoyan, today's macroeconomics class is important. It's not easy to skip. I've ordered breakfast for you. You can eat in the room. Rest a bit more." Su Xiaoyan, like a young girl, clung to Qin Chuan, playfully reluctant to let him go for a long time before finally releasing him. Even though Xiao Chuan is rich now, he still studies as diligently as before. The hotel was only 2 blocks away from the university. Seeing that it was still early, Qin Chuan decided to walk to school. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have completed the side quest proving innocence. Reward 2 shares of Huawei Technologies Co. Ltd." Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. The reward for this mission was indeed 2 of Huawei's shares. Huawei, being an unlisted company, had an actual value difficult to estimate. It was a private enterprise 100 owned by its employees through an employee stock ownership plan via the labor union. Previously, employee shareholding accounted for 98.99. The founder held the largest stake, a mere 1.01. Now with this sudden acquisition of 2 shares, Qin Chuan effectively became the largest shareholder. "It seems I should switch my Xiaomi phone for a Huawei one, starting with myself, to support my own industry." Just as Qin Chuan closed the system interface and hurried to the classroom, he didn't cut it close this time. He entered at a normal time. Tian Xin was already seated early. Yesterday, Sunday, Qin Chuan had left without a word early in the morning and ignored her calls all day. Tian Xin was furious inside. Seeing Qin Chuan enter, she deliberately turned her head away, crossed her arms and pouted. "I'm not going to talk to you." Though she said that she secretly hoped he would come over. She wished he would explain himself, or at least sit beside her in class. But Qin Chuan only glanced at her and walked to the back, sitting with his 3 dorm brothers. "Tian Xin, is this seat taken? Can I sit here?" Tian Xin looked up to see Zhao Lingxiao, the self-proclaimed class heartthrob. Her sweet, adorable face flashed with murderous intent as she coldly said, "It's taken." Zhao Lingxiao tried to persist, but Tian Xin snapped the pen in her hand. Left with no choice, Zhao Lingxiao retreated. What a firecracker. At the back of the classroom, Qin Chuan sat next to Wu Ming, the eldest of the dorm. Wu Ming and Kong Huijun exchanged pleasantries. Qin Chuan noticed Tang Yoming, the second eldest, slumped over the desk looking listless. "What's up with second brother?" Qin Chuan asked in confusion. "I'll hold forth, this has a little to do with you." Qin Chuan was puzzled. "With me? You remember yesterday when you splurged millions in Su Xiaoyan's live stream and gifted a BMW M8? Qin Chuan nodded. "I remember." Kong Huijun couldn't hold back his laughter. The first winner was a guy from the next class. As soon as he won, he confessed to second brother's secret crush. She agreed without hesitation, and now second brother is like this. Qin Chuan was stunned. What a coincidence. He moved to comfort Tang Yuming. "Old Tang, this isn't my fault, you just had bad luck." Tang Yuming whimpered like a wronged, chubby kid. "They'll get you a car even flashier than the M8 so you can win your goddess back." Tang Yuming sniffled, half doubting. "Really?" Qin Chuan smiled faintly, patted his shoulder, and nodded. Loyalty was mutual. Qin Chuan was never stingy with brothers who had helped him. The bell rang, and the macroeconomics teacher walked in. She was a 30-year-old woman named Dai Jejia, dressed in a black trench coat and matching trousers. Dai Jejia was about 1.65 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure. Her facial contours were smooth with prominent brow bones that made her eyes captivating. Her delicate chin gave her a very sophisticated look. She bore a resemblance to the movie star Jiang Shuai. Dai Jejia, Ph.D. graduate from an Ivy League school in the U.S., had profound insights into macroeconomics. Her lectures were rich with references and vivid, leaving students greatly benefited. As the students listened attentively, her teaching became smoother. At the end of the first period, everyone felt it was not enough. Just as they were preparing for the second period, Dai Jejia's phone vibrated. The moment she saw the caller ID, her eyes sparkled with anticipation and joy. She made an apologetic gesture to the students and stepped out to take the call. Minutes later, Dai Jejia returned to the classroom. The vibrant teacher from moments ago now seemed utterly lost, her speech faltering. Everyone noticed. Wu Ming couldn't help asking teacher what's wrong. That question broke the dam. Dai Jiejia finally collapsed, crouching on the floor and sobbing. The students were stunned. The girls rushed over with tissues to wipe her tears while the boys, indignant, assumed someone had wronged their teacher. Teacher, what happened? Did something happen at home? Teacher, were you cheated on? Who's the jerk? Well, stand up for you. The last student was glared at by everyone. Dai Jiejia took a tissue and blew her nose. She choked out, no. It's my own problem. Your own problem. The class was unsettled. Is teacher Dai terminally ill with cancer? Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Look at her, she can't be terminal. Maybe just mid-stage. Teacher, don't worry, medicine has advanced. My 7th uncle had cancer too, but with active treatment, he's jumping around now. Hearing the word cancer, Qin Chuan wanted to take a closer look. He had a good impression of Dai Jiejia. With his medical skills at the 2nd level of entry, he could handle cancer. Just as he stepped forward to take her pulse, Dai Jiejia glared at the student who had spoken. Classmate, do you really want me to be cheated on, or have cancer? The student's heart skipped a beat as he stepped back. Teacher, just tell us what's wrong. Yeah, we've got your back, don't be afraid. Teacher, please tell us, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. Dai Jiejia sighed and smiled bitterly. I actually have another job off-campus, VP at a Wall Street investment bank, essentially a project deputy general manager. If this project succeeds, I could be promoted to ED, the project director. Everyone gasped. No one was surprised she had another job. It proved her practical experience alongside theoretical knowledge. For instance, an Arabic teacher also worked as a host off-campus. What astonished them was that Dai Jiejia was a VP at a Wall Street investment bank, a dream job for finance students. But her next words brought them back to reality. I just got a call from the Beijing headquarters. They fire me today. Dai Jiejia's words left everyone utterly astounded. Teacher, why? Teacher, did you make some decision that defies your ancestors? Teacher, you wouldn't be having an office romance, would you? Everyone turned to look at the last speaker. It was him again. The next second, this student, who always spoke last, was tossed out of the classroom by several other boys. Dai Jiejia composed herself and said, a while ago Wall Street suddenly launched a short-selling campaign against the Hilton Group. Has anyone heard about it? Everyone in the classroom nodded in unison. Teacher, the short selling of the Hilton Group has caused quite a stir. How could anyone studying finance not know about it? I also heard that Wall Street's reason for shorting Hilton wasn't due to those trivial negative news. It's because the current CEO of the Hilton Group is Chinese. I've seen the CEO on TV. She's incredibly beautiful. Seeing this, Dai Jiejia felt gratified. The company I work for is a subsidiary of the Mellon Consortium on Wall Street, called Mellon Financial Company. We also participated in the short selling of Hilton. Upon hearing the name Mellon Consortium, everyone in the room gasped in shock. Wow, teacher, you actually work at Mellon. That's one of the world's top 500 companies, a global financial giant. Teacher, it seems all the consortiums that shorted Hilton ended up losing. Could it be that your mistaken short position led to? Dai Jiejia shook her head. I didn't advocate for the short. On the contrary, when I learned that the reason for the short was nothing more than a hunt because Wall Street wouldn't allow a Chinese person to control an American company. Many of the pieces of evidence were fabricated or concocted in collusion with the American executives within the Hilton Group. The students were all filled with righteous indignation. Damn it, how much do Americans look down on us Chinese? The Hilton CEO was so beautiful. How could anyone be so cruel to her? Teacher, could your dismissal also be related to your Chinese identity? Dai Jiejia's bitter smile deepened at this. She nodded slightly and said, every one of us studying finance dreams of having a place on Wall Street. But Wall Street simply has no place for us Chinese. The highest position a Chinese person can achieve there is a project vice president like me. Going any higher is harder than reaching heaven. Hearing Dai Jiejia's words, many faces showed a hint of disappointment. Everyone studying finance regards entering Wall Street as their ultimate goal. Everyone wants to become an MD, a managing director in a consortium, to command a territory and wield power with authority, to sign off on investments worth hundreds of millions with just a few signatures. But the reality is harsh. In America, the number of Chinese people in senior management positions can be counted on one's fingers. Dai Jiejia let out a long sigh. I started interning at Mellon Financial Company during college, worked hard for nearly a decade, and was just about to achieve my goal. Then the U.S. headquarters sent a general manager from India. As soon as he arrived, he snatched all the projects I was working on. All the new projects I submitted were rejected. On top of that, he diverted all the funds from the China branch to short sell Hilton. In the end, they lost $2 billion. He fired me and made me the scapegoat to appease the headquarters. As she spoke, Dai Jiejia's eyes were filled with grievance, unwillingness, and stubbornness. Her students were all silent. They were all adults. They understood that the parachuted general manager had deliberately targeted Dai Jiejia. Everyone felt a sense of injustice, clenching their fists. But what could they do with that frustration? They could only swing their fists angrily at the air. Mellon was a behemoth in the financial world. With a long history, it was a decisive force in global finance. For them to try and stand up for their teacher was like an ant trying to shake a tree, a futile overestimation of their own strength. Dai Jiejia looked at each student's expression and felt deeply comforted. She wiped away her tears and forced a smile. I'm sorry class for taking up your time with my personal issues. Let's continue with the lesson. I'm fine now. Teacher, are you really okay? Teacher, maybe we should skip this class. Yes, teacher, you were fired. You should think about how to negotiate severance with Melon. Dai Jiejia gave a bitter smile. Melon's company in China has never paid severance to anyone it fired. They have a powerful legal team and HR department. They can find fault where there is none, and sometimes the person who gets fired ends up having to pay the company damages. Everyone gasped in shock upon hearing this. Damn, can they really do that? Aren't Americans supposed to be the most trustworthy, law-abiding, and fair? Teacher, are you sure you're not mistaken? I saw recently that when Wall Street laid people off, Melon paid each person a large sum. A wry smile curled on Dai Jiejia's lips as she resignedly said, "We are Chinese. In their eyes, we are not worthy of talking about trust law or equality. Compensation is only ever for Americans. For us Chinese, while being allowed to work in the company is considered the greatest blessing. To be honest, I'm afraid to talk about compensation. Not because I've done anything shady, but because I'm afraid of being falsely accused. Americans are experts at using fabricated charges to slander a person or even a country. I still want to live my life well." Dai Jiejia's words were like a bucket of cold water. It drenched the hearts of everyone present. Their hopes for the future, their aspirations for tomorrow suddenly became blurred. The girls looked dejected, their heads hanging low. The boys felt a tightness in their chests as if they were holding their breath. Seeing this, Dai Jiejia stood up and clapped her hands. "Class, don't lose heart, don't be discouraged. Each of you has a bright future. As long as you study hard, you can dispel the misunderstandings and discrimination other countries have towards us." Everyone's noses tingled with emotion. They could only hate that they weren't stronger. When facing injustice and discrimination, they could stand tall and proud. To fight, to strive. Unbeknownst to them, the bell for the end of class rang. This time the bell did not excite the students. Everyone silently returned to their seats, slowly packing away their books and stationery. Dai Jiejia was also organizing her materials at the podium. The tears on her face had dried, but her swollen eyes still betrayed that she had been crying. Just as she was about to leave the classroom, a young man stood before her. "Qin Chuan, do you need something?" Dai Jiejia asked. "Teacher, I think you should seek compensation," Qin Chuan said flatly. Dai Jiejia looked up and re-evaluated him. He appeared somewhat stern, his deep gaze revealing a hint of mystery. His expression was calm, devoid of emotion. His figure was average and well-proportioned, yet exuded a sense of steadiness and strength. Though simply dressed, he radiated an air of wealth and elegance. She gave a bitter smile, about to speak when students gathered around her. "Teacher, you should listen to Qin Chuan. We all support you." "Yes, teacher, united we stand. We'll go with you to negotiate compensation." Teacher, Qin Chuan's family runs a BMW 4S dealership. He must have lawyer connections. Listening to him is the right call. Since the last business management class, everyone knew Qin Chuan's family operated a BMW 4S dealership. Even Su Gongqing, who was in that class, had since treated Qin Chuan with utmost respect. Yesterday, he had extravagantly gifted Su Xiaoyan, a true rich second-generation heir. Such grandeur, how many at the University of Finance could match it? A rich heir's involvement would be far more effective than theirs. With his resources, he might even sit down with Mei Long for a proper talk. Dai Jiejia felt deeply gratified that her students wanted to stand up for her. Yet her heart had long turned to ashes. Students untouched by society's trials were the most naive. In their eyes, a classmate from a family with a BMW 4S dealership was a paragon of humanity, capable of anything. But in the view of international conglomerates, he was no more than an ant, easily crushed underfoot. "Classmate Qin, the teacher appreciates your kindness, but..." "Teacher, there's no class this afternoon. Let's go." Qin Chuan gave Dai Jiejia no chance to refuse. Had it been anyone else, he likely wouldn't have bothered. But Dai Jiejia was his teacher, and she had once refused to short sell Hilton. These two reasons alone were enough for Qin Chuan to step in and help. Besides, in his eyes, these matters were as trivial as children's games. The other students kept urging, and Dai Jiejia found it hard to decline further. She simply nodded, thinking he'll take Qin Chuan to gain some experience. Letting this arrogant rich kid face a setback might benefit him on his future path in society. Tian Xian saw this and quickly approached. "Qin Chuan, are you really going with Teacher Dai to Mei Long to seek justice?" "Yes." Tian Xian felt a surge of anger, but held it in. She could only pull a lunchbox from her backpack and thrust it at him. "Fine, hey, race today's lunch." Qin Chuan took it with trepidation. If there was one thing he regretted most in this life, it was deciding to let Tian Xian be his personal chef. And what he feared most now was her cooking. One meal from her could cover the entire periodic table. "What's with that expression? Don't want to eat my food?" Tian Xian said, her face full of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. No, just haven't had much appetite lately." "Then I'll make you porridge tomorrow. I've improved the Cantonese clay pot congee. It's delicious now." At the mention of porridge, Qin Chuan recalled the pig-awful congee Tian Xian had made not long ago. The moment he scooped up a spoonful, he saw a piece of pig intestine preserved in its original state. Just thinking about it made him nauseous. He wanted to refuse, but seeing Tian Xin's hopeful expression, he could only nod in agreement. Qin Chuan thought, well, I'll just use my martial energy to crack the pot like last time, and I won't have to drink it. Unexpectedly, Tian Xian said cheerfully, last time the clay pot was too cheap. This time I've switched to stainless steel so it won't crack. Qin Chuan was speechless. He silently exited the classroom and followed Dai Jejia. Dai Jejia pulled out her phone and said apologetically, classmate Qin, since you're coming, I'll call a rideshare. To be honest, I still haven't gotten my driver's license. No need ride with me. Dai Jejia was taken aback. A freshman already had a car. Then she remembered that Qin Chuan's family owned a BMW 4S dealership. Having a car was perfectly normal. But Qin Chuan didn't lead her to the school parking lot. Instead, they walked to a nearby office building. Dai Jejia looked at the building astonished. Qin Chuan, is your car parked down here? Qin Chuan walked ahead, nodding slightly. The school charges a symbolic 200 yuan a month for parking. Parking here must be at least 1,000 a month, right? Though she had no license, Dai Jejia was very sensitive to cars and costs. It came with the job. It's free, Qin Chuan said casually. Free? Dai Jejia was puzzled. Yes, I bought it recently. Dai Jejia's brisk steps halted. Her eyes widened. Qin Chuan, are you saying this grade A office building is yours? Yes, my driver thought the 1,000 yuan monthly parking fee was too high, so I simply bought the building to save her the expense and stop her from nagging me every day. Qin Chuan said it, as if it were nothing. It felt like he had bought a grade A office building just to appease a child. Dai Jejia was skeptical. In her experience, she had never encountered anyone buying a building for such a trivial reason. Beep. Qin Chuan pressed the key fob to unlock the car. Dai Jejia was stunned again. Before her was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan black badge. The pinnacle of SUVs worth tens of millions. She had expected Qin Chuan to drive a BMW from his family's dealership. But a Rolls-Royce. Even as a mid-level executive at a top investment bank, this car was legendary. The car was worth 10 million yuan with annual maintenance costs around 3,000. It wasn't something just anyone could afford. Once seated in the car, Dai Jejia's emotions settled slightly. She had ridden in luxury cars before. A black badge Rolls was merely a novelty for a moment. The car started heading toward Meilong Financial Tower in the north of the city. On the way, Dai Jejia tried to persuade Qin Chuan, saying she was ready to give up and advising him not to be so stubborn. But to her surprise, soon after getting in, Qin Chuan put on a Bluetooth headset and made a call. Hey, bring the legal team from the other day to Meilong Tower in the north. I need them. It's not me in trouble. Oh, it's a friend. Okay. With a few brief words, Qin Chuan hung up. Dai Jejia was bewildered. Qin. Classmate Qin, you called a legal team. Qin Chuan kept his eyes on the road. Yes, my company happens to have a legal team. Since this incident occurred in Huaxia, Qin Chuan preferred to handle it through proper channels. Dai Jejia was shocked. Just how wealthy was Qin Chuan's family to maintain a legal team? A single BMW 4S dealership couldn't afford such an arrangement. In Kyoto, at the northern part of the city, stood the Meilong Financial Tower. Though the building only had 32 floors and was not particularly tall, the entire structure was exclusively owned by the Meilong Group. In Kyoto, where land was as precious as gold, this was an impressive display of wealth. Dai Jejia swiped her employee card and led Qin Chuan into the building. The interior of the building was elegantly simple, devoid of ostentatious carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Instead, floor-to-ceiling glass panels allowed natural light to flood the space, filling every corner with sunlight. The 29th floor housed the conference rooms for internal staff. Dai Jejia had already arranged an appointment with the company's HR department to discuss her resignation. She and Qin Chuan entered conference room 9, where they waited in silence. 10 minutes passed, then 15, then 30. An entire hour went by, yet no one came in to communicate with them. What was even more infuriating was that in the depth of winter the heating was turned off, and the central air conditioning blew cold air. Just as Dai Jejia was about to go out and call for someone, a middle-aged woman in her 40s wearing glasses walked in. Her hair was meticulously combed, and the badge on her chest read HR Danya. Danya kept her eyes fixed on the documents in her hands, not even acknowledging the two people in the room. She sat down without a word. Without lifting her head, she spoke in cold, arrogant English. Dai Jejia, the company's senior management has decided to terminate your employment. You are required to remove all personal belongings from the building by the end of today. If you fail to do so, we will consider it as you relinquishing ownership of those items. A designated person will dispose of them. If there are no issues, sign the document, and you may leave. Dai Jejia replied in English, how will my severance pay be calculated? Danya responded mechanically, there is no severance. You are resigning voluntarily, and we will accurately reflect that in your resignation report. You're firing me. How can you call it a voluntary resignation? I have no intention of resigning. I've worked at Meilong for 10 years. How could I possibly resign voluntarily? Danya raised her head slightly, looking at Dai Jejia with contempt. Dai Jejia, are you challenging the company's authority? You disregarded the leadership's decision to short Hilton, repeatedly raising objections and completely failing to follow orders. And you still expect compensation. Dai Jejia argued vehemently, shorting Hilton was a wrong decision from the start. The outcome proved that my judgment was correct. You, on the other hand, acted stubbornly and insisted on shorting Hilton, leading to losses. Are you trying to pin this on me? Danya was unyielding. As the deputy head of the department, you must bear the consequences of your department's failed decision. Dai Jia slammed the table and stood up. Nonsense. At that company meeting, it was Summit who as the general manager forced the decision through. Deng sneered. At Meilong Group, we only care about the results, not the process. Then her tone softened slightly as she switched to Mandarin. Dai Jia, even if Summit made the final call, so what? They're clearly looking for a scapegoat. Among the deputy general managers, you are the only Chinese. Who else would they target if not you? Would they go after a white person? Hearing Deng Ya's frank words, Dai Jia's anger deflated. I've given 10 years to this company, and this is what I get in return. She asked one final question, just because I'm Chinese. Deng Ya gave her a meaningful look, but did not answer. But my severance. Dai Jia still tried to fight for it. At the mention of severance, Deng Ya's expression darkened. Dai Jia, why don't you understand? Are you determined to burn all bridges? Summit has made it clear no severance. Think about it. Your annual salary is nearly $1 million. With the 2-in-1 formula, the company would have to pay over $1 million. Don't you know how difficult things are for the company right now? The company's difficulties mean they don't have to pay severance. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year, Qin Chuan said with a cold laugh. Deng Ya's face twisted with displeasure as she asked in English, Dai Jia, who is he? Her student Qin Chuan replied in fluent English. Deng Ya narrowed her eyes and switched to French, ill-mannered brat. Screw you. You're in HR, but you don't do anything humane, Qin Chuan retorted in French. Deng Ya was stunned. She never expected this young man, barely 20, to be fluent in both English and French with perfect pronunciation and impeccable grammar. It was as if he had grown up in those countries. Deng Ya tried to switch to German to confront him again, but having not used German for a long time and switching between multiple languages in rapid succession, the words got stuck in her throat. With your level, you should go back and practice more. Today you must give my teacher Dai a proper explanation, Qin Chuan said in fluent German. Deng Ya's face turned sallow, deeply shaken by Qin Chuan. As a seasoned HR professional, she had always used the company's name to intimidate others. But today she was completely outmatched by a 20-year-old. Dai Jia was also stunned. Qin Chuan was proficient in English, German, and French, not just a few simple greetings like hello or good night. Qin Chuan's command of these languages was at a native level. Qin Chuan, how do you know English, German, and French? Dai Jia asked incredulously. Teacher, isn't finance all about dealing with the world? Not just English, German, and French. I have a smattering of almost every language. Deng Ya slammed the table and stood up. Don't get cocky. Dai Jia, an arm can't twist a thigh. If you insist on making an enemy of the company, we'll have to take legal action. Deng Ya threw out a term that terrified everyone: legal action. When many people face unfair treatment from large corporations, the thing they fear most is the prospect of legal proceedings. It's not that they doubt the fairness of the law, but they simply don't have the energy to fight a long drawn-out battle against a giant company. Large corporations have professional legal teams dedicated to litigation. They allocate special funds for their legal teams. The cost of taking you to court might even exceed the compensation they'd have to pay you. But for these corporations, it's about saving face and reputation. Money isn't the primary concern. In contrast, those who stand up to such giants fight alone, relying only on themselves. Dai Jia, do you really think you have the time to go toe-to-toe with Meilong? Do you have the money to waste? Summit has made it clear to the entire company that he will fight you to the bitter end. I don't know what deep-seated grudge exists between you two, but right now the entire Meilong Group is under his control. I can only say I'm sorry, Deng Ya said with the air of a victor. In all her years in HR, whenever she brought up legal action, the other party always chose to compromise. Deng Ya was certain Dai Jia would be no different. She pushed the printed resignation form across the table toward Dai Jia. Stop struggling. Just sign it. Dai Jia reached out dejectedly to take the resignation form, but her hand grasped at thin air. Qin Chuan had snatched the form and torn it to shreds. You. Deng Ya stood up in fury, pointing at Dai Jia. Dai Jia, I see you're doing this on purpose. You want to get sued, don't you? Qin Chuan tossed the shredded paper aside. Sued, huh? Perfect timing. My legal team is here. Let's sit down and have a proper talk. At that moment, the conference room door was knocked, and a Meilong Group staff member entered, whispering a few words in Deng Ya's ear. Deng Ya's expression shifted instantly. She glared venomously at Dai Jia. Do you have any idea how much this lawsuit will cost you given Summit's resolve? All for that measly $1 million+ in compensation. Is it worth it? You've gotten too used to being a foreigner's lapdog, haven't you? Qin Chuan retorted. Let me tell you, I'm dead set on this lawsuit. Whether it costs $1 million or $2 million, I don't care. As Qin Chuan finished speaking, 5 lawyers in suits entered the room. These men had all seen Qin Chuan at the Public Security Bureau. Though they were prominent figures in the legal world accustomed to mingling with corporate giants without batting an eye, they treated Qin Chuan with utmost deference. The events at the Security Bureau were still fresh in their minds. This 20-year-old youth not only owned a Fortune Global 500 company, but was also a guest of honor at China's Ministry of State Security and the Dragon Warrior Corps. Mr. Qin, my name is Wu Yong. Please give me your instructions without hesitation, Wu Yong said with profound humility. Qin Chuan turned to Dai Jia and signaled with his eyes. Talk to the lawyer. If you have any grievances, lay them all out. Dai Jiejia was already dumbfounded. She recognized Wu Yong. He was a top-tier lawyer from Junxing Law Firm, the premier firm in the country. Many Fortune Global 500 companies had business dealings with them. Wu Yong only served elite families or major corporations, and his fees were exorbitant. Just a consultation cost 2,000 yuan per hour. That Qin Chuan could retain his services left Dai Jiejia in awe. What kind of background did her student have? A BMW 4S dealership and an office building were likely just the tip of his wealth iceberg. Seeing Dai Jiejia frozen, Qin Chuan spoke up. Don't worry about the money. He'll cover it. Dai Jiejia, have you grown a pair? You dare oppose the Melon Group? Deng jabbed a finger at Dai Jiejia, threatening her. Wu Yong stepped forward and handed over a business card. Ms. Deng, please mind your words. You've already intimidated my client. I'll document every action you take. Deng glanced at the card, spotting the words Junxing on it. Her face instantly drained of color. As a senior HR professional, she had some basic legal knowledge. Junxing Law Firm was among the top-tier firms across the entire nation, ranking in the top 3 for litigation win rates. Moreover, they specialized in disputes of this nature. Deng fell silent. She realized the gravity of the situation and immediately shut her mouth, her previous arrogance gone. She was merely a corporate HR familiar only with basic labor law. Compared to the professionals before her, she was utterly outmatched. They could easily outmaneuver her in legal matters. Deng feared saying something wrong that would backfire on her. She understood that at its core this was a personal vendetta between Dai Jiejia and Summit. She had no reason to get involved. If Summit played her again, she'd be discarded as a pawn. She slowly sank back into her seat, silently watching Dai Jiejia confer with the legal team. After over 10 minutes, Wu Yong approached Deng with an A4 sheet. Ms. Deng, my client has presented her demands. Your company must compensate my client a total of 1.86 million yuan in damages for breach of contract. Deng took the paper and scanned the figures. Personally, she had no objection to the 1.86 million yuan. For firing a mid-level manager, that sum was trivial. However, the wild card was the person on the top floor. This, I can't decide alone. I need to show it to our general manager. Wu Yong nodded. Very well, but my client can't wait indefinitely. He'll give you 30 minutes. Wu Yong's words were polite, but they sent a chill down Deng Ya's spine. She grabbed the document and quickly left the conference room. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes at Wu Yong. How is this guy so different from the timid figure he was at the security bureau? After Deng Ya left, Dai Jiejia tentatively asked, Lawyer Wu, what are your chances with this case? Wu Yong crossed his arms confidently. Don't worry, Miss Dai. I'm 99% sure of victory. Time ticked by. The agreed-upon 30 minutes had passed. Wu Yong's expression changed, and he muttered inwardly, damn it, are they treating my words like hot air? Just as he was cursing under his breath, the conference room door opened. Deng led the way and followed by 4 or 5 people dressed like Wu Yong's legal team, along with a brown-skinned Indian man holding an iced Americano, Summit himself. It was clear that the professionally dressed group were Mellon Financial's legal advisors. Eric, Wu Yong exclaimed in surprise. The American Eric smiled at Wu Yong and said in English, Wu, long time no see. A bead of sweat the size of a bean rolled down Wu Yong's forehead. He swallowed involuntarily. Qin Chuan noticed the anomaly and asked quietly, Lawyer Wu, what's wrong? Do you know him? Wu Yong sat down and spoke. That man is Eric, a gold medal partner at O'Melveny Myers from the U.S. He and I both graduated from Stanford Law School. Strictly speaking, he's my senior. With him here, I can only guarantee a 70% chance of winning this case. Qin Chuan squinted, eyeing the group across from them. Summit sat down, and upon first seeing Qin Chuan, he cursed in his native Indian dialect, damn it. Keep your mouth clean. Qin Chuan shot back in the same language. The room fell silent. Apart from Summit, no one understood what Qin Chuan had said. Summit was utterly baffled. India is a country with over 100 ethnic groups, and as many as 1700 languages. Even its own people sometimes struggle to communicate with each other. Summit was born in central India. The dialect he spoke was a branch of the Indo-Aryan languages called Punjabi. Even within India, this language was a niche among niches. Few natives studied or researched it, let alone a foreigner. Qin Chuan's Punjabi was fluent and natural, reaching a level of mastery that was both effortless and profound. Seeing this, Summit had to abandon his dialect. He had intended to use the language barrier to intimidate his opponent, but instead he was outdone. Wu Yong, sensing their advantage, regained some confidence. He initiated the questioning. Does your company have any objections to our client's demands? Wu, you're still as naive as you were in school. Eric said nonchalantly, pulling a document from his briefcase and sliding it across to Wu Yong. Wu Yong opened it suspiciously, and his face turned ashen. He turned to Qin Chuan. Boss, this lawsuit might not be as straightforward as we thought. Qin Chuan, puzzled, asked why. Wu Yong handed the materials to Qin Chuan. He glanced down and saw an employment contract. Ms. Dai signed an employment contract with the Mellon Group headquarters in the U.S. Now she has been terminated by the headquarters. To sue on this case would have to file in the U.S. Eric, seeing his junior's reaction, was quite smug. Wu, as a lawyer, you should know what this contract entails. Summit, sensing they had the upper hand, was triumphant, propping his feet on the conference table. Chinese man, do you really think you can take on my melon group? Who do you think you are? Eric continued, Wu, explain to your client what he'll face if he wants to litigate in the U.S. Wu Yong looked troubled. He was indeed a top domestic lawyer. But taking a cross-border case to the U.S. court. It's their country, their laws. The U.S. is notoriously biased toward its own corporations. Moreover, he would be up against his own senior Eric, who had long made a name for himself in the U.S. President Qin. Wu Yong confessed in a low voice. President Qin, I'm afraid the chance of winning this case is less than 30%. And it could take years with legal fees estimated at tens of millions. Upon hearing the staggering legal fees, Dai Jiejia immediately objected. Qin Chuan, I know you want to help me, but this far exceeds the compensation amount. There's no need to do this. Eric sneered from the other side, pretending to noisily organize the documents on the table. He shook his head with contempt and chuckled. Will you still have a lot to learn? Don't think that just because you've achieved some success in China you can look down on everyone. Summit clapped repeatedly. Haha, I didn't expect this show to end in one round. How disappointing. But seriously, Dai Jiejia, you're one of the more capable Chinese people I've fired. Dai Jiejia was stunned, staring at Summit with suspicion. Summit laughed with a twisted expression. When I was at Harvard, Chinese students always outperformed me. As a pride of India, I refuse to believe that Chinese people are smarter than me. They must have cheated, but the school didn't crack down on them. Since the school couldn't punish them, I had to do it myself. Summit, you're just not good enough, and you blame others, calling them cheaters. Dai Jiejia said indignantly. You Chinese are inherently stupid. If not for cheating, how could you ever beat me, or the Melon Group? You? Haha, I fired several Chinese people the same way before, and they all reacted just like you. I love seeing you Chinese people's helpless rage. Dai Jiejia pointed at Summit, and asked Wu Yong, can we sue this scumbag for talking like that? Sue him until he has nothing. Wu Yong looked troubled. Well, it's just verbal abuse, it doesn't. Upon hearing this, Eric burst into laughter. Ignorant Chinese woman, you actually want my client to lose everything. Did you ask for my consent? Summit snapped his fingers, and Eric pulled a pre-printed document from the materials on the table. He tossed it to Wu Yong. Wu Yong unfolded the document, and his face turned ashen. Eric, aren't you going a bit too far? Eric, like a victor, spread his hands, and said, Wu, our professor once said that as a lawyer you must never let emotions get involved. Your only concern should be whether your client can win. Nothing else matters. No, that's not what the law is about. Wu, stop being so childish. Dai Jiejia took the document in confusion and looked down. Suddenly, she felt as if struck by lightning. It was a lawsuit from the Melon Group against Dai Jiejia. It accused her of using her position during her employment to greenlight projects for her boyfriend's company, ultimately leading the company to invest in it. But when that company went public, an agency immediately uncovered data fraud and falsified store traffic figures. Its market value plummeted from a peak of $6 billion to less than $200 million now. This indirectly caused the Melon Group a loss of $100 million. Now Melon demanded Dai Jiejia pay the company $100 million in compensation. Otherwise they would sue her until she was imprisoned. No, that's not true. When I took over the Ruasian Coffee project, I had already broken up with Wu Guangyao a year ago. And to avoid seeing Wu Guangyao, I chose to step back and take annual leave, withdrawing from the project. Dai Jiejia defended herself with shame and anger. Eric threw out another document. Dai, did you sign this project decision document? Dai Jiejia looked at it and was on the verge of tears. I did sign it, but project approval was the company's decision. Eric made a stop gesture. Dai, don't say anymore. Just admit you signed it. Summit took a sip of his American coffee. Dai Jiejia, I suggest you start raising the money. No, impossible. I want to take responsibility for something I didn't do. I never acted with personal motives at work. Dai Jiejia argued vehemently, defending her last shred of dignity. Summit clapped slowly. Good. I know you have a temper. Excellent. Wu Guangyao, come in. What? Dai Jiejia was stunned. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked in from the door of the meeting room. He looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept well in days. Summit stood up, patting Wu Guangyao on the shoulder. Wu Guangyao, tell us yourself. When you got the Ruasian Coffee project approved, did Dai Jiejia help you behind the scenes? Wu Guangyao looked up at the bewildered Dai Jiejia and nodded firmly. Summit laughed heartily, waving his hands. Ha, excellent. Now we have both witnesses and evidence. Dai Jiejia, you're definitely going to pay that $100 million. Eric leaned back, lit a victory cigar, and handed one to Summit. Dai Jiejia felt dizzy, collapsing into a chair. She clutched her head, gritting her teeth, tears silently streaming down her face. Summit, I did what you asked. You promised to be a white knight and save my company. Summit flicked the ash from his cigar, then patted Wu Guangyao's shoulder. Oops, the ash accidentally fell on my leather shoes. Take care of it for me. Wu Guangyao's face twitched. He knelt down, ready to wipe Summit's shoes. But before he could reach out, Summit stepped on his head and brushed off the ash himself. You Chinese are only fit to be stepping stones, not to shine my shoes. Qin Chuan, sitting at the other end of the table, narrowed his eyes. He asked, Lawyer Wu, can we win this case? The murderous aura emanating from Qin Chuan made Wu Yong shudder. He said fearfully, President Qin, I'm afraid. Maybe. Probably not. Qin Chuan glared at him. We can't win. Wu Yong finished speaking and closed his eyes tightly, bracing for Qin Chuan's reprimand. But after a few seconds, Qin Chuan didn't react as he expected. Instead, he said calmly, "If we can't win, why didn't you say so earlier?" Qin Chuan picked up Dai Jiejia's phone and said to Sumit, "What you just said, I've recorded it as evidence. They'll give you a chance now. Kneel and kowtow an apology, and I might show leniency." Sumit was taken aback, then chuckled. "Do you think a mere recording can turn the tables? Ridiculous Chinese man, you haven't even found your place, yet you dare to negotiate with me." He kicked Wu Guangyao aside. "Go fetch the phone." Wu Guangyao lunged at Qin Chuan like a starving dog. "Can't you two stop stirring up trouble? Dai Jiejia, do you truly want my company to collapse?" Qin Chuan didn't spare a glance at this scoundrel. He simply slapped him away with a single blow. Wu Guangyao was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. Eric quickly stood up. "You're finished. How dare you commit violence in my Marone Tower? They'll sue you until your family is ruined." Sumit praised loudly. "Excellent, Eric. Sue them all until they're imprisoned. He'll immediately sign a 10-year contract with you, entrusting all business in the Greater China region to your law firm." A smug smile crept across Eric's face. Sumit waved his hand, and 15 to 16 burly black men rushed in from outside. Each stood between 1.9 and 2.1 meters tall. Their muscles bulged like inflated balloons, instilling fear at a glance. "Chinese man, do you realize you've made a grave mistake? That is, you mistakenly believe you can contend with me. They'll tell you frankly, even if I cripple you here in my Marone Tower, your Chinese laws cannot punish me. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow an apology, and I might show mercy." With that, the 15 to 16 bodyguards behind Sumit stepped forward in unison. They were eager, their wide nostrils exhaling white vapor. "Don't come any closer. Do you know this is illegal?" Wu Yong stood up, attempting to film with his phone. But a black man snatched it away and smashed it to pieces. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I've taught many Chinese people lessons in this country, and nothing ever happens to me. I don't even need a lawyer. You Chinese always side with us, and those we teach must reflect and then apologize to us." Cold sweat trickled down Wu Yong's back. When it came to the law, he wasn't afraid. But now they weren't playing by legal rules. This was unbearable. "President Qin." He turned to look at Qin Chuan, only to see him calmly picking up his phone and taking a photo of Sumit. The photo was taken with a wide-angle lens, capturing Sumit and his dozen eager bodyguards. Then he pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and put it on speaker. After a moment, the call connected. On the other end was an old man with an American accent. Seeing Qin Chuan's call, he felt both anxious and delighted. He quickly greeted him in Mandarin, which he had practiced for a long time. "Mr. Qin, hello. It's been a while. What instructions do you have?" Sumit heard the voice and was startled. But he was puzzled. Why was the other person speaking Chinese? Qin Chuan didn't bother with pleasantries and demanded sternly, "Charlie, after all this, are you still set on opposing me?" Charlie's whiskey glass clattered to the floor. He was utterly bewildered. He hadn't done anything wrong. Moreover, he had repeatedly instructed his subordinates not to provoke anyone from the Hilton group. Why was Qin Chuan interrogating him today? Charlie's tongue trembled with anxiety as he switched to English. "Mr. Qin, I swear to Jesus, I would never dare to oppose you. What's the deal with your Marone Consortium's headquarters in China? And what about Sumit?" "Huh?" Charlie was again baffled. Then Qin Chuan picked up Dai Jiejia's phone and played the edited recording. "Chinese man, who do you think you are to challenge my Marone group? You Chinese are inherently stupid. If not for cheating, how could you ever beat me or the Marone group? You Chinese are nothing but stepping stones, unworthy of even polishing my shoes." Charlie heard a thick Indian accented English and his heart sank. He cursed inwardly. Damn Sumit. They'll kill him. He can show off all he wants, but he has to drag Marone's name into every sentence. Then Charlie received a photo on his phone. He clicked on it and saw 15 to 16 black bodyguards posing with Sumit. Charlie wasn't a fool. It was obvious that Sumit intended to use force against Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your people have already surrounded me, and you call this a misunderstanding." Charlie was about to explain when he heard a commotion over the phone, followed by agonized screams. Charlie's heart tightened. Could Sumit have attacked Qin Chuan? He hesitated. His leverage was in Qin Chuan's hands, leaving him perpetually submissive and constrained. Now that Sumit had trapped Qin Chuan, Charlie made a ruthless decision. Rather than continue being manipulated, why not eliminate him once and for all? That would end everything. Besides, he was in the U.S. and could stay out of it. Knowing Qin Chuan had the call on speaker, he was about to order Sumit to execute Qin Chuan on the spot. But just as the words escaped his lips, a voice speaking Mandarin came through the phone. "Charlie, you wouldn't want to become the second Claude, would you?" Charlie shuddered, cold sweat pouring down. What was happening? Had the bodyguards failed? They were all retired U.S. soldiers. Mr. Qin. I wouldn't dare. How do we settle this?" Qin Chuan asked coldly. Sumit was reckless to offend Mr. Qin. "No, I won't let him off." Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, questioning. "Offending me, and you think a scolding is enough?" Charlie felt a chill down his spine. Qin Chuan wanted to destroy Sumit completely. Sumit was his trusted subordinate. Charlie hesitated, pondering for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Even though Summit had done many dirty jobs for Marone, it was just his bad luck. Weighing the options, he had to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Fire him. They'll send an internal email within the group immediately and dismiss him. Qin Chuan slammed his palm onto the table with a thunderous bang, collapsing half of the conference table. The loud noise nearly made Charlie wet his pants on the other end of the line. Charlie, anyone who offends me will share Claude's fate. Qin Chuan issued a warning. I have evidence that Summit caused a fatal accident while driving drunk and fled. He'll never escape. As soon as he returns to the U.S., he'll be arrested and thrown into prison. He'll arrange people inside. After hearing this, Qin Chuan hung up the phone. He lifted his head and stared coldly at Summit before him. Those who cross me, even Jesus can't save them. I've spoken. Summit's sallow face was now a deathly pale, drained of all color. He trembled violently with fear, especially upon hearing Charlie's final words, which caused him to wet himself. He never imagined that the conglomerate would abandon him. It was not just abandonment, it was a total purge. He had been Charlie's most loyal servant. How had he fallen to such a state? And to be cast aside so flippantly. Summit cast a pleading gaze toward Eric. He sought Eric's help. Eric was no fool, he had long sensed the danger. He quickly averted his gaze, refusing to meet Summit's eyes. Eric, think of something, anything. How could Charlie do this to me? As he spoke, Danya received a call from the headquarters in the United States. After a brief exchange, she stood up. Summit, you are hereby terminated from the Marone Group. You no longer serve as the general manager of the Kyoto branch. These words confirmed everything. Summit's last shred of hope crumbled into dust. Eric's eyes darted and he pointed at Summit's nose. Summit, how dare you flee after a drunk driving accident? As a righteous American, I will never let you off. Then he cupped his hands and bowed to Qin Chuan with utmost humility. Mr. Qin, I was rude earlier. My mind was clouded by greed. Well, my good junior brother, you must explain things clearly to Mr. Qin. My heart is with Mr. Qin. Eric frantically signaled Wu Yong with his eyes. The situation now was no longer just about renewing the contract. This Chinese man before them was someone who could take on 16 opponents alone. Even if Summit were not ousted, he had to think about protecting himself. Wu Yong, jolted by his senior brother's call, snapped to attention and straightened up. Senior brother, I will explain to President Qin, but my client. Wu Yong was also sharp-witted. Damn it, he had the upper hand again. Advantage was mine. He had to seize this opportunity. Eric nodded repeatedly and said with righteous indignation, Ms. Day's demands are legitimate and lawful. As Marone's lawyer, I fully agree to all of Ms. Day's compensation requests. Furthermore, we must grant Ms. Dai an additional sum for emotional distress. Deng Ya's expression also shifted instantly as she glared at Summit. She picked up her pen to write. I will immediately email the headquarters to expedite this matter. Summit, you have brought chaos to our Chinese branch. I will ensure you are held accountable. Throughout the conference room, Marone's employees changed their faces quicker than flipping a book. Everyone was astute, seasoned veterans. The Qin Chuan across from them was a great deity, someone even Marone's founder treated with utmost respect. Who would dare to clash with him? Did they have a death wish? Now was the time to pick a side and ingratiate themselves lest they end up like Summit. Dai Jiejia was bewildered. Today she had ridden a roller coaster from hope to despair, then back again. How could her student have ties to Charlie, the founder of Marone? And Charlie had shown him such deference. Dai Jiejia watched Qin Chuan standing with his hands behind his back, an imposing figure, and was deeply shaken. At that moment, she suddenly recalled something said by Su Gongqing, her business management professor in the school office not long ago. This year's freshman class hides dragons and crouching tigers. Initially, Dai Jiejia had thought it was just an exaggeration. Now it seemed Su Gongqing's words were an understatement. This was no mere hidden dragon or crouching tiger. It was a giant Buddha seated right there. Summit began to panic after Deng announced his dismissal. He kept muttering in his native dialect. Impossible. Impossible. I am of a high caste nobility, this cannot happen. He pointed at Qin Chuan and roared, absolutely impossible. You must be a devil. You must have used some drug to control Charlie. Or you're all putting on an act playing me. He then pointed at the black bodyguard lying on the floor. Go pin him down. They'll kill him with my own hands. The black bodyguard on the floor remained motionless, eyes tightly shut, continuing to play dead. He thought, fuck you want me to go die. At that moment, Wu Guangyao, who had been knocked unconscious by Qin Chuan earlier, slowly came to. As he opened his eyes, he saw the bizarre scene in the room. 15 or 16 black men lay sprawled on the floor. Summit's pants were soaked. Mr. Summit, you. Summit, seeing someone still alive, immediately gave him an order. Wu, kill Qin Chuan, and I'll invest $100 billion in your company right now. Wu Guangyao, who had just been seeing stars, instantly revived. $100 billion. What did that mean? If his company received such an investment, its market value would soar. Once the stock price was right, he could cash out immediately. He would be set for life. Wu Guangyao immediately got up, grabbed a chair, and prepared to smash it into Qin Chuan. Suddenly, he felt a vicious kick to his waist. It was Dai Jiejia who had appeared out of nowhere and kicked Wu Guangyao hard. Already weakened, Wu Guangyao collapsed from the kick, nearly voiding his bowels. He glared at Dai Jiejia. How dare you touch me? Aren't you afraid of death? You scumbag, my biggest regret in life is ever dating you. Tui. Dai Jijia spat. Qin Chuan looked at Dai Jijia and asked, how much would it cost you to acquire his company and ruin him financially? Dai Jijia was taken aback. After a moment's thought she said, I estimate about 500 million. Alright. Also I want to start an investment firm and become an angel investor. How much initial capital would that require? Dai Jijia was dumbfounded. Qin Chuan wanted to be an angel investor. Qin Chuan starting an investment firm requires long-term planning. An angel investor isn't just one person, it's a group. The amount needed would be substantial. We'll have to discuss this carefully. Qin Chuan took out his phone and said, give me your bank card. Dai Jijia flustered handed over a bank card. How much would you need to accomplish these two things? Dai Jijia's mind went blank, but she quickly arrived at a figure. Probably 10 billion. Qin Chuan, without looking up, tapped on his phone a few times and then returned the card to Dai Jijia. He strode toward the door. Before leaving, he deliberately kicked the black bodyguard, who was still playing dead. You are responsible for sending Summit back to the United States intact. If he escapes, none of you will get off easy. The bodyguard, who had been feigning a dazed look just a second ago, immediately jumped up and delivered a liver punch to Summit. Then he bowed to Qin Chuan. No problem, sir. It's a pleasure to serve you. Qin Chuan nodded and patted the black man's shoulder. In China, learn to keep your head down. The black bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat, nodding and bowing profusely. Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Eric. Eric immediately stood at attention, chest out. Mr. Qin, rest assured, Summit will face the harshest charges. He'll sue him until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. If needed, I can have his entire family thrown in to keep him company. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and said calmly, Teacher Dai, the matter is resolved. He'll take my leave now. With that, he pushed open the door and strode out. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Summit's agonized groans from the liver punch. Eric slumped in his chair, letting out a long sigh. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. Danya wept tears of relief. The black bodyguard shuddered, goosebumps rising all over his body. He murmured, could he be the Grim Reaper of China? Wu Yong, though inwardly shocked, gained a deeper understanding of Qin Chuan's power. Ding! The sound of a text message alert came from Dai Jijia's phone. She quickly pulled her thoughts back from their scattered state and raised her hand to check the message. Instantly she was stunned. Your card, ending in 2200, received an online banking transfer of 1,000 yuan on November 30th, 1520. Balance 1,000,324,560. 00 yuan. Bank of China. This? Dai Jijia was dumbfounded. Qin Chuan had actually transferred 10 billion yuan just like that. Why would he do this? As the phone screen went dark, Dai Jijia saw her own reflection in it. Could it be? Qin Chuan walked out of Meilong Tower and had just settled into the driver's seat when a system notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, Challenger. You have completed the side quest Defend Your Rights. Reward: obtain the Divine Luxury Item Short Selling Seal. Note, this item can control a single stock's decline by 100. It is a one-time use item that will self-destruct after use. Please cherish it wisely. As the prompt faded, a status panel emerged. Character attributes: Qin Chuan. Gender: male. Martial arts level 5 initiate. Medical arts level 2 initiate. Skill 1 Golden Eyes. Skill 2 Global Linguistics. Single-use item Short Selling Seal. This task's reward caught Qin Chuan somewhat off guard. Last time, with a 100-long position, he had nearly driven a centuries-old American financial conglomerate to utter ruin. Short selling is far more challenging than going long, but its power is double that of the long position seal. With a long position, you still need a short seller to partner with. You profit while they lose. Short selling, however, is a pure exploit of the system. No compromise, no fear, just action. A 100 decline is something no corporation can withstand. Once deployed, it would trigger cataclysmic chaos, reducing all demons and monsters to ashes. If used against a giant corporation like Apple or Microsoft in the U.S., the consequences would be unimaginable. The next day, Wall Street's rooftops would be crowded with people queuing for their next life. The character panel gradually faded, replaced by a new dialog box. Check-in task: check-in at the Shanghai Auto Show. Reward: double rebate on car purchases. Note: rebate limited to 5 vehicles. Double rebate on car purchases. Buying a car worth 10 million would yield a 20 million rebate. Purchasing 10 million cars would bring in 50 million. But 50 million held little allure for Qin Chuan now. He initially intended to ignore this task. It would be too disruptive to his studies. Yet recalling that tomorrow afternoon was free, he figured he could treat it as a part-time gig for some pocket money. At Beijing University of Finance and Economics Dormitory 5, room 511. Qin Chuan pushed open the door and 3 roommates gathered around. Old Fourth, why were you gone so long? Did you resolve Teacher Dai's issue? Qin Chuan sat down, took a sip of water, and replied, it's settled. Where's second brother? Noticing Tang Yuming's absence, he inquired. Wu Ming gestured with his chin toward the balcony. On the dormitory balcony, Tang Yuming stood alone, his silhouette steeped in desolation. Still upset about the woman. Qin Chuan walked over, leaning on the railing beside him. Old Fourth, tell me, aren't all women so materialistic? We started on equal footing competing fairly. But then that guy suddenly got a luxury car and won the goddess over. I don't know about materialistic, but if it's just a car issue then it's no problem at all, Qin Chuan replied. Tang Yuming turned his head. Old Fourth, I appreciate your kindness. We all see how much you care for us. You're still building your career, and we hope you focus on that. You just spent a fortune on your girlfriend's livestream. Even if your family had a gold mine, it wouldn't withstand such spending. Qin Chuan smiled without a word, then called out to the room. Guys, no classes tomorrow afternoon. Come with me on a business trip to Shanghai. The next day, morning classes had just ended when the four from room 511 hailed a taxi and headed straight for Beijing Airport. Approaching the terminal, Tang Yuming realized a serious problem. Guys, who bought the plane tickets? Kong Huijun shook his head. Wu Ming shook his head too. Their eyes finally fell on Qin Chuan. Old Fourth, did you buy the tickets? No, Qin Chuan replied. Wu Ming spoke up, no worries. I have a buddy assigned to the airport now. He'll ask him to get us an internal discount. The university was over 50 kilometers from the airport. Bored on the way, Tang Yuming scrolled through Douyin. He stumbled upon a popular video by car reviewer influencer Han Jingfeng 91 Bing. The man wearing a reflective vest stepped off a minibus. Walking while pointing excitedly at the plane before him, he exclaimed, brothers. This is the world's fastest, most powerful, and most beloved private jet among the wealthy, the Gulfstream G650. Until the video ended with the words, to be continued. The influencer never showed the plane's interior. Damn, these influencers always tease us. They only show the outside, never the inside, Tang Yuming complained. Kong Huijun added, that's how influencers are. But even if we saw it, what's the point? We'll never get a chance to ride in one. Tang Yuming locked his phone, leaned back, and said, if I ever get rich, I'd want one just for the thrill. Wu Ming said seriously, second brother, don't underestimate private jets. Buying a private jet is like buying a money-burning machine. Just the annual management fees and maintenance are a huge expense. About 30 million a year. 30 million a year. Forget it. If I had 10 million, I'd retire on the spot. Old Fourth, you're the most capable among us. If you ever get a private jet, remember to take us for a spin in the sky, Tang Yuming joked. Qin Chuan, sitting in the passenger seat, turned slightly and replied, no problem. The ride-hailing car slowly stopped in front of a standalone building. As they got out, Wu Ming asked puzzledly, Old Fourth, did you set the wrong location? He pointed in a direction and continued, I recall the terminal is over there. Just as Wu Ming finished speaking, two uniformed flight attendants approached, pushing a cart. Welcome aboard, gentlemen. Let us help with your luggage. They moved to take their bags, startling Tang Yuming. He quickly clutched his backpack. Whispering to Wu Ming, he said, boss, could this be some new scam? Wu Ming nodded warily, about to warn Qin Chuan, but saw him hand his backpack directly to the attendant. Wu Ming pulled Qin Chuan aside. Old Fourth, they're probably con artists. Qin Chuan replied calmly, they're not con artists, they're the flight attendants for our plane. But we haven't even bought tickets yet. How could there be attendants picking us up? Kong Huijun chimed in, Old Fourth. Even in first class, I've never seen attendants come out to greet passengers. Tang Yuming moved to retrieve the backpack, but Qin Chuan stopped him. Guys, don't worry. Just follow along. The three looked skeptical, unsure of Qin Chuan's plan. They could only follow him behind the two flight attendants. Inside, after a quick security check, they were led to a lounge. Their luggage was taken elsewhere. Gazing at the lavishly decorated lounge, Tang Yuming was the first to catch on. Old Fourth, did you surprise us by buying first-class tickets? Wu Ming looked around and noticed that the security measures inside the room were extremely strict, with surveillance cameras everywhere. Apart from them, everyone else was staff in uniform. Based on these observations, he gradually let down his guard. Lousy, flying to Modu is one thing, but buying first-class tickets is too extravagant. Kong Huijun checked the real-time ticket prices online and exclaimed, lousy, first-class tickets cost 10,000 per person. The three brothers felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Chuan. A 2-hour flight at a price of 10,000 was incredibly steep. Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, they're not first class. Kong Huijun replied, business class is still over 6,000 per person. Tang Yuming immediately stood up and said, no way, Lao Si spent 6,000 on tickets, we can't let him lose out. Let's have lunch here to make up for it. Wu Ming and Kong Huijun nodded in unison. Since we're here, we might as well get our money's worth from the ticket price. But as they looked around, the room only had a water dispenser. There wasn't even a small French bread. They couldn't help feeling disappointed. I saw online that first-class lounges are full of food, but this lounge has nothing. Just as Tang Yuming was complaining, a strikingly beautiful tall flight attendant walked over. Mr. Qin, your plane is ready for boarding. Tang Yuming had to abandon the idea of getting his money's worth and left the waiting room with his brothers to board a shuttle bus. After winding through the tarmac for about 10 minutes, the bus stopped in front of a white aircraft. As Tang Yuming and the others got off, they were stunned by the sight of the plane before them. Parked in front of them was a sleek, pure white small jet. Tang Yuming couldn't help but curse, holy crap. Isn't that a Gulfstream G650? The side door of the plane slowly opened, lowering the stairs. The flight attendant smiled and gestured for them to board. Tang Yuming and the other two stood frozen in shock. Qin Chuan waved and said, get on the plane, what are you standing around for? Lao Si. You. This. Tang Yuming stammered. The scene before him was too surreal and overwhelming. He had just been watching videos and daydreaming about this. Now it had suddenly become reality. Who wouldn't be dazed by such a turn of events? Kong Huijun suppressed his excitement and asked, Lao Si, did you rent a plane? It's not rented, this is Mr. Qin's private jet, the flight attendant replied with a smile. The three gasped sharply. It took them a long while to slowly board the plane. As soon as they entered the cabin, the vast space and luxurious decor stunned them. Holy shit, this is too extravagant. Kong Huijun couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Yuming had already pulled out his phone, opened the recording function, and was ready to shoot a Douyin video. If a video of the exterior got over 70,000 likes, filming the interior would surely trend. Maybe I could become an internet celebrity. Tang Yuming opened Douyin and changed his account name to Old Tang Takes You to See the World. Then he began recording the video. Starting from the entrance, he captured every detail without missing a thing. As he filmed, he narrated, folks, this is the interior of the Gulfstream G650, known as the pinnacle of private jets worldwide. This time I was invited by Rolls-Royce to attend the launch of their new electric vehicle, the Spectre. They'll be flying from Jingdu to Modu on this G650. Kong Huijun and Wu Ming couldn't resist, either pulling out their phones and snapping photos furiously. Qin Chuan sat down in his seat, adjusted it to a semi-reclining position, and prepared to take a nap. The flight attendant walked over, crouched beside him, and said softly, Mr. Qin, we're about to take off. This journey will take 2 hours. I'm Yin Tao, the chief purser on this flight. If you need anything, please call me. I'm honored to serve you. Yin Tao's demeanor was extremely respectful. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and said, good. Make sure to take care of my brothers. Of course, Mr. Qin. As a crew member on a private jet, her professionalism and appearance were among the best in the aviation industry. True to her name, Yin Tao was delicate and exquisite like a cherry, tender and lovable. She had served on multiple private jets and met countless billionaires. Her outstanding looks had earned her praise from many tycoons. Her high emotional intelligence allowed her to navigate smoothly among the elite. Today, when she saw the passenger information, she was astonished. Among the 180 domestic tycoons who owned a Gulfstream G650, Qin Chuan was the only one she had met, who was just 20 years old. Even the young master of Wanda Group, Wang Xizong, had a private jet that belonged to his father. No second-generation rich kid owned such an expensive mode of transport in their own name. She couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Qin Chuan. But Qin Chuan's attitude surprised her. It was indifferent, uninterested, even cold. She wanted to say more, but Qin Chuan simply closed his eyes, giving her no chance. Yin Tao had no choice but to attend to the other three. The plane slowly taxied down the runway, then accelerated, soaring into the sky. Because the Gulfstream G650 flies at a higher altitude than commercial airliners at 130 meters, it is rarely affected by turbulence. Within 2 hours, Tang Yuming and the others, driven by the belief of getting Qin Chuan's money's worth, devoured almost all the in-flight meals. I have to say, the food on a private jet is amazing. They even have Buddha jumps over the wall, Kong Huijun said, while eating heartily. Lao Sen, leave some for Lao Si, don't eat it all yourself, Wu Ming scolded slightly. Yin Tao stood nearby, bending down with a smile. It's fine, gentlemen. I've set aside a portion of Mr. Qin's meal. Oh, thank you so much. Tang Yuming gazed at Yin Tao's face, somewhat mesmerized. Not at all, Mr. Tang, you're too kind, Yin Tao said with a radiant smile. The scent of her Tom Ford perfume drifted seductively to Tang Yuming's nose, making him feel a wave of restlessness. As Yin Tao poured drinks for them, she casually chatted, Mr. Tang, I checked the flight route and noticed you all flew to Modu at noon and are returning to Jingdu tonight. Is it a business trip to Modu? Tang Yuming had flown before, and the flight attendants on those flights were polite on the surface, but never initiated a conversation. Today, for the first time, he saw a flight attendant strike up a chat. He quickly wiped his mouth and said cheerfully, yeah, we had no classes this afternoon, and Lao Si wanted to see some cars, so we flew over with him. We're heading back tonight, because we have classes tomorrow morning. Our Lao Si is the most diligent student. Yin Tao covered her mouth and chuckled, going to see cars. The Modu Auto Show. I love cars too. Oh, you like cars? Then how about joining us? Yin Tao looked hesitant. That might not be appropriate. Would it be too much trouble for you? No, an extra person makes it more fun. Right, big bro Lao San. Tang Yuming turned and frantically signaled to the two. They could only nod repeatedly. Seeing this, Yin Tao happily took Tang Yuming's hand and said, thank you, Mr. Tang, you're so kind. Hearing this, Tang Yuming was completely smitten. Holy crap, is this what love feels like? Tang Yuming looked at Yin Tao, whose beauty was well above average, and in his mind, he was already naming their second. Yin Tao's gaze upon Tang Yuming burned with fervent desire. A smug thought crossed her mind, this one was in the bag. Compared to those middle-aged tycoons with their greasy, bloated faces, this fresh-faced young man suited her far better. Since she couldn't grasp that one, she could surely get a handle on his brother. Anyone who could call themselves brothers with Mr. Qin must come from a well-off family. Yin Tao's career as a flight attendant was nearing its end. She desperately needed to find a reliable man to marry before her prime faded, and she lost her value. Throughout the journey, Yin Tao and Tang Yuming chatted and laughed as if they were old friends. Tang Yuming couldn't believe it. Before, when he tried to talk to girls, they'd make excuses to leave after just a few words. But today Yin Tao was completely different from those women. No matter what he said, she always responded and kept the conversation flowing. The plane descended slowly and docked at its designated parking bay. Before disembarking, Tang Yuming and Yin Tao exchanged WeChat contacts. He suggested they meet at the taxi stand later. Not bad, second brother. Got her number so fast. Think you've got a shot. Kong Huijun nudged Tang Yuming with his elbow. Hee happiness came too suddenly. Fourth brother, you won't blame me for stealing your flight attendant, will you? Qin Chuan stretched lazily and said earnestly, Old Tang, keep your guard up. Come on, fourth brother, I know what you're thinking. Yin Tao is a good person. Look at her moments. All inspiring, positive, and sunny posts. As he spoke, Tang Yuming pulled out his phone to show his brothers. On the other end, after adding Tang Yuming on WeChat, Yin Tao was also checking his moments. But the moment she opened it, her brow furrowed. His entire feed was like a student's, either sharing game scores or posting pictures of instant noodles. One post asked for help with a Pinduoduo referral. Another begged for help scanning a Fu character for Alipay. The more she scrolled, the darker her expression grew. Then she saw a photo of Tang Yuming's cramped, dimly lit bedroom in his hometown, and another of him traveling with his family in a minivan. Yin Tao was speechless. Fuming, she closed the app. What's this guy's deal? Pretending to be rich. Ding. A message notification popped up. Yin Tao glanced at it. It was from Tang Yuming. The car's here. How much longer until you finish with your luggage? Yin Tao sneered inwardly. You broke little loser, thinking you can ask me out. Can't even afford to buy me a car. Dream on. She quickly replied, Mr. Tang, I'm so sorry, but I'm feeling unwell. I'm afraid I can't make it today. Tang Yuming's reply came swiftly. Not feeling well? Then get some good rest. The car show isn't that special anyway, we're just here for the fun of it. Make sure to drink plenty of warm water. Grown man still using emojis like that. So childish. Yin Tao didn't reply, simply exiting the chat window. She expertly raised her phone, took a selfie, and posted it on moments visible only to her Magic City group. With the caption, flying to the Magic City today. The weather here is so nice. I really want to go out and explore. Heard there's a car show nearby. I'd love to have a little car of my own. After composing the post, Yin Tao hit post. In less than a minute, she had over a dozen likes. Her inbox was instantly flooded. Yin Tao looked down at the men hitting on her with a haughty air. She scrolled through them, finally picking a chat with a guy named Wang Dalong. Wang Dalong said, Sister Yin Tao, flying to the Magic City today? Yin Tao replied, yes, I am. Wang Dalong said, all by yourself? Yin Tao said, Wang Dalong said, then let me pick you up. I'll make the arrangements. Book a table at Bulgari restaurant and treat you to some of the Magic City's finest cuisine. Yin Tao thought it over, not rushing to reply. On the other end, Wang Dalong grew impatient and sent a second message. There's a car show in the Magic City today. Didn't you say you needed a car for getting around? Brother Wang, are you taking me to buy one? Haha, we'll talk about it then. The two of them, with 800 schemes between them, probed each other relentlessly. In the end, Yin Tao agreed to go to the car show with him. Even if she couldn't get him to buy her a car, she could at least score a free meal at Bulgari. As for Qin Chuan and Tang Yuming, she would never waste her time on something that offered no benefit. After all, who knew when she'd serve them again? A high-end tea artist never wastes a single moment of her time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Yuming stared at his chat with Yin Tao, feeling a bit disappointed. What's up? Did that flight attendant stand you up? Tang Yuming defended her. She didn't stand me up. She's just not feeling well. I think she's on her period. The others said nothing more. The airport was a fair distance from the car show venue. Bored, Tang Yuming opened Douyin. He was instantly stunned. His private messages had exploded, all showing 99 notifications. His follower count had skyrocketed from 12 to 12000. The video headshot inside the Gulfstream G650 had nearly 500 likes and over 6000 comments. Holy crap, I'm about to go viral. Tang Yuming shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Kong Huijun quickly suggested, damn, second brother, you're killing it. Over 10,000 followers already. Once we get to the car show, start a live stream of the cars. You'll be a 1 million follower car reviewer in no time. Tang Yuming thought it over and agreed with Kong Huijun's idea. The car soon arrived at the venue. The moment he stepped out, Tang Yuming started his live stream. Because his previous video was still trending, going live immediately attracted a huge wave of followers. His live audience hit 1287 viewers. For his first live stream, Tang Yuming was still a bit nervous. He stumbled over his words. Hello, everyone. The viewers in the live chat were very enthusiastic. Damn, so this is the tycoon who owns a Gulfstream G650. Handsome, what's your name? Got a girlfriend? Tycoon, how much was your Gulfstream? I want to get one too. Faced with the barrage of questions, Tang Yuming was overwhelmed, unsure which one to answer first. He began answering them one by one. Qin Chuan looked around and asked, Boss, what's the most expensive car right now? Wu Ming thought for a moment. Probably Rolls-Royce. Qin Chuan nodded. Since Rolls-Royce was the priciest, head over and grab two first. The group arrived at the Rolls-Royce booth. The area was already packed with people. Numerous top car reviewers with millions of followers had crowded the booth. A bespectacled influencer approached a Rolls-Royce staff member. Hello, I'd like to go inside and check out the car. The staff member replied, you need an appointment. The booth is temporarily closed to the public. The influencer was taken aback. Do you know who I am? The staff member repeated, I'm sorry sir, but you need an appointment. The booth is temporarily closed to the public. The influencer got angry, pulling out his phone and opening Douyin. Open your eyes and take a good look. I'm brother Shiwei from Shiwei Talks Cars. I have over 3 million followers. I'm offering to promote Rolls-Royce for free and you're turning me away. Get your manager over here. Soon a young man in a suit walked over gracefully. Shiwei shoved his phone in the manager's face. You're the manager. Take a look at how your staff is trained. I came here to film, and they still demand an appointment. The manager smiled professionally. Sir, this year's Rolls-Royce booth is a bit small. To provide the best service to every customer, we have to operate on an appointment-only basis. We appreciate your understanding. Seeing that the other party was unyielding, Shiwei asked coldly, Fine, an appointment is it? He'll book one now. When can I get in? The manager maintained his smile. I'm sorry, sir. All appointment slots for this year's exhibition period are fully booked. Please come back next year. Shiwei grew furious, his face flushed red with anger, nearly resorting to physical confrontation. Damn it, do you know who you're dealing with? I have 3 million followers on Douyin, and you're telling me I can't shoot the Rolls-Royce this year. What's your name? I'm going to complain about you. Just then a white-haired, blue-eyed foreigner approached. He flicked his fingers, and the manager stepped aside. The foreigner then spoke in English, which Shiwei couldn't understand at all. The manager translated, Mr. Shiwei, our president, says that no matter how many followers you have, you cannot enter for filming without an appointment. Moreover, he does not accept your complaint. You? Shiwei seethed, interrupting his assistant's filming. At that moment, Tang Yoming, holding up his phone, also arrived at the Rolls-Royce booth. Folks, today we've come to the Rolls-Royce booth. Look, the one in the very center is the latest Rolls-Royce Spectre. Folks, don't you want to see the Rolls? The live stream was flooded with replies, all expressing a desire to see it. Some active fans chimed in, Old Tang, is this your first time at an auto show? You need an appointment to shoot the Rolls. Just now Shiwei, that big influencer with 3 million followers, said they wouldn't let him in. Old Tang, with your mere 10,000 followers, it's probably a lost cause. Those above you must be new fans. Didn't you see Old Tang's video introducing the Gulfstream? He was invited to the auto show by Rolls-Royce itself. How could he not get in? Seeing the two factions of fans in the live stream, those who could get in and those who couldn't, bickering, Tang Yuming sensed something was off. He hadn't known beforehand that filming at the auto show required an appointment. Tang Yuming walked to the entrance of the Rolls-Royce booth and timidly asked, May I go in and film? The female staff member at the door glanced at him. Filming here requires an appointment. The booth is currently not open to the public. What if I make an appointment now? I'm sorry, sir. All appointment slots for this year's exhibition period are fully booked. Please come back next year. After she spoke, Tang Yuming felt a burning sensation on his face. Suddenly someone shoved him. He steadied his gaze and saw it was Shiwei, the big influencer in the car review circle. The other party glanced at Tang Yuming and snorted, Humph, now every Tom, Dick, and Harry is trying to make a name in the car circle. Tang Yuming was rendered speechless, not daring to retort. After all, the other party was a big V with 3 million followers. His own mere 10,000 followers were nothing. Shiwei broadcasted to his camera, due to Rolls-Royce's policy changes this year, the vast majority of car reviewers can't go into film. Folks, please don't worry. After the auto show, I will definitely find a Rolls-Royce Spectre and give you all a detailed explanation. Tang Yuming's live stream fans didn't let up. What's going on? Weren't you going to shoot the Rolls? Why aren't you going in? I see several big versus can't get into the Rolls booth. Old Tang, didn't you say you were an invited guest? Why can't you get in either? Watching the comments in the live stream, Tang Yuming echoed Shiwei, folks, Rolls-Royce suddenly changed its policy today. The previous invitation is probably void. Shiwei, overhearing Tang Yuming's words, couldn't help but spit, claiming to be invited by Rolls-Royce. How many followers do you have trying to imitate people filming the big Rolls and spouting nonsense? His voice wasn't loud, but the live stream fans heard it clearly. Is Old Tang a phony? He can't even get into a single booth. Probably just riding the auto show's popularity. So that Gulfstream G650 video was probably edited too. These days some people are so shameless, desperate for fame. At once the live stream was filled with doubts about Tang Yuming. His face turned ashen. Qin Chuan then walked over, and seeing Tang Yuming's grim expression asked, What's wrong? Lao Si, I want to film the Rolls for my fans. That's great. The Rolls booth is right here. Go in and film. Qin Chuan said, puzzled. Tang Yuming was utterly embarrassed. I can't get in, Lao Si. The staff said I need an appointment. Then make one. That's what I thought, but they said all appointment slots for this year are gone. Qin Chuan took out his phone, typing on the screen, while saying to Tang Yuming, Go try again. Say I made the appointment, and you want to buy a car. Tang Yuming hesitated. Lao Si, that won't work. Just now many big verses gave their names, and were all rejected. Why wouldn't it work? Just use my name. There are so many posers these days, Shiwei sneered from the side. He mimicked Qin Chuan's words sarcastically to his assistant. Just use my name. Haha, are we filming a TV drama here? How many drinks have you had to say something like that? Originally Tang Yuming was ready to back down, but Ziwei's provocation reignited his fighting spirit. He puffed out his chest and walked up to the staff. I want to go in. My friend made an appointment for me. What is the name on the appointment? The staff asked. Qin Chuan. Please wait a moment. The staff quickly searched through the computer. After a moment he put down the mouse and said, I'm sorry sir. I couldn't find an appointment under that name. Tang Yuming was dumbfounded. Shui burst into laughter. Oh my god, are they comedy streamers? Their acting is so real I feel like giving them a like. Tang Yuming's face darkened as the live stream was filled with mockery and ridicule. The number of online viewers gradually dwindled to just double digits. He hung his head and walked toward Qin Chuan. Suddenly the glass door of the Rolls-Royce booth swung open. A sharply dressed young man rushed out. After inquiring with the front desk staff, he headed straight for Tang Yuming. Hello sir. Are you a friend of Mr. Qin? Tang Yuming was startled then nodded, yes I am. Upon confirming his identity the Rolls-Royce manager respectfully said, Greetings. I heard you'd like to see the car. Please follow me. At these words the group of Big Versus filming outside the booth was stunned. They all cast incredulous glances. Some whispered among themselves, who is that guy? Never seen him before. Do you have his account? What's his background? We've been trying so hard to get into that booth, and he's being invited in. Shui, who had been mocking all along, now wished he could find a hole to crawl into. His words had been recorded by the live streams of several Big Versus. A big influencer with millions of followers mocking a small streamer only to be slapped in the face by the other party. Shui felt he had already secured the biggest headline of the Shanghai Auto Show. Seeing that he could enter, Tang Yuming quickly called his three brothers to follow him into the booth. Outside, a portly man was indignant. He shouted at the Rolls-Royce manager, what the hell? Why can they go in and I can't? Despite being cursed at, manager Lao still maintained a smile and explained, this gentleman is a distinguished VIP member of ours. Rolls-Royce sincerely provides all services for our VIPs. The man immediately pulled out a Rolls-Royce key and raised it above his head. Damn it, I'm a Rolls-Royce owner too, why can't I enter? Manager Lao smiled faintly. Our VIP service is tailored for first-time owners. Upon hearing this the people around the man covered their mouths snickering. The man bewildered grabbed someone and asked, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Oh, you can't tell? They're saying you bought a second-hand Rolls-Royce and don't qualify to compare with those who bought new ones. The man's face flushed with embarrassment. He immediately retorted, so what? A second-hand car is still a car. Someone chimed in, a brand new Cullinan costs 7 to 8 million, while a second-hand one is only 4 to 5 million, or even less. If you were Rolls-Royce official with limited resources, who would you serve? Besides, they say it's second-hand, but who knows how many hands it's passed through. Manager Laos didn't dwell on it, and continued guiding Qin Chuan and his party inside. Qin Chuan looked at the young manager and smiled, you're a manager now. The other quickly replied, all thanks to your fortune, Mr. Qin. After you bought the Cullinan last time my performance skyrocketed, and now I'm a manager. Qin Chuan nodded, glancing at the man's badge. It read Meng Defei. Meng Defei, being sharp, immediately said, Mr. Qin, just call me Xiao Meng. Are you interested in any cars at the booth today? We have 3 cars on display. As he spoke, Meng Defei led Qin Chuan to the leftmost car and began explaining, this one on the left is one of the most expensive cars at this auto show, a Rolls-Royce Phantom Special Edition. It features a blue-silver two-tone finish. The Spirit of Ecstasy on the hood has a special design in rose gold. Its interior is predominantly submarine blue with silver accents on the hood roof and pillars for visual contrast. Meng Defei opened the door, inviting Qin Chuan to sit inside. Qin Chuan glanced at the interior but didn't get in. Blue and silver white were exactly his 2 favorite colors. He nodded and asked, excuse me, what did you just say about this car? It's the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Wheelbase Special Edition, Mr. Qin. Qin Chuan shook his head. The previous sentence. Meng Defei was puzzled and tentatively said, this is one of the most expensive cars at the auto show. Qin Chuan showed a satisfied expression. Good, I'll take it. Meng Defei was stunned. Huh? I want one. Meng Defei gasped. Qin Chuan hadn't even test sat in it and wanted to buy one. This guy buys cars like they're cabbages. Meng Defei nearly lost his balance and quickly steadied himself against the door. Mr. Qin, shall we look at the configuration? Qin Chuan shook his head. Color-wise, I like the blue one in front of me. Meng Defei quickly nodded, noting it down. Mr. Qin, what about other options like the Starlight headliner? For the rest, just go with the most expensive options and max out the configuration. Meng Defei felt dizzy. Mr. Qin, the total cost would exceed 10 million, around 15 million. What? Only 15 million? Are you sure the configuration is maxed out? Qin Chuan asked in surprise. He thought Rolls-Royce options were incredibly expensive, but maxing it out only added 5 million. After the rebate, he'd still only make 15 million. Meng Defei was speechless, thinking, damn. Only 15 million. Bro, I probably won't earn that much in my lifetime. Alright, Mr. Qin, I'll prepare the contract. Qin Chuan waved his hand. Don't rush. Show me the other cars. Meng Defei immediately guided Qin Chuan to the middle area. This is the Spectre, Rolls-Royce's first fully electric production model. Its highlights are instant torque and low-noise electric motors. Rolls-Royce aims to create a silent-running vehicle, perfectly isolating motor, tire, and wind noise. Combined with the magic carpet suspension, the driving experience rivals that of Rolls-Royce models with V12 engines. What's the price? Mr. Qin, this Rolls-Royce Spectre costs 5.75 million yuan. What? Only 5.75 million, Qin Chuan said with displeasure. Meng Defius' mind was in turmoil. Bro, only 5.75 million. Your words are too harsh. Mr. Qin, if you need personalized configurations, the price could go up by another 3 to 4 million. Qin Chuan patted Meng Defei on the shoulder. Do your best to push it to 10 million. Okay, Mr. Qin'll try. After hesitating, Meng Defei still asked, Sir, between the Phantom and the Spectre, which one will you choose? He'll take both. And also get me the silver Cullinan over there. Same rules, max out the configuration and match the interior color to the Phantom's. Hearing this, Meng Defei was so excited he almost wanted to call him Dad. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Chuan had bought 3 Topophyline Rolls-Royces. His performance was about to explode again. Meng Defei quickly ran back to the office to handle the paperwork. A few minutes later, he rushed back with a list. Mr. Qin, the prices for the 3 fully loaded cars are ready. The Phantom Special Edition 15 million yuan. The Spectre 5 million yuan. The Cullinan 8 million yuan. Qin Chuan took the list, frowning slightly. Is this the final price? Meng Defius' lips trembled nervously. Yes, Mr. Qin. I even used my authority to waive 1200 yuan from the total. Qin Chuan was a bit annoyed to hear that 1200 had been waived. But considering the good intention, he let it go. Alright, I'll pay by card. He pulled out a black card and handed it over. Very well, Mr. Qin. The deposit for each car is 3 million, totaling 9 million. Since you ordered the top configurations, we happen to have 3 cars that meet the requirements available for pickup this weekend. No deposit. Meng Defei was startled. He didn't know if the customer thought the deposit was too high or wanted installment payments. He quickly said, Mr. Qin, a deposit of 1 million per car is also fine, or I can help you apply for installments. Qin Chuan was taken aback. This kid was trying to make him lose money. If he didn't pay in full, how could he get double the rebate? I mean, just swipe the full amount. Meng Defius' pupils contracted. 3 million in full. Qin Chuan firmly replied yes. When Meng Defei swiped the card, his hands were trembling. Swiping 3 million in one go. It was a first for him in his life. After payment, Qin Chuan was about to leave when an elderly white man hurried over. The old man extended his hand and spoke in German. Mr. Qin, I am deeply grateful for your tremendous support of Rolls-Royce, and I extend my heartfelt blessings to you. Meng Defei interjected. Mr. Qin, this is Mr. Muller, the president of Rolls-Royce. Qin Chuan nodded and replied in German. Thank you, Mr. Muller. Muller beamed. Mr. Qin, your German is impeccable. I must invite you to dinner sometime and have a good chat. Sure, no problem. However, Mr. Muller, I have a suggestion for your company. Muller's expression instantly turned serious. Beside him, Meng Defius' mind raced, wondering if he had done something wrong. Both men fixed their gazes on Qin Chuan. My suggestion is that your cars are priced too low. You should consider raising the prices appropriately. Muller and Meng Defei were both dumbfounded, left speechless. Meanwhile, Tang Yuming was live streaming from a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As he entered the Rolls-Royce exhibition hall, the number of viewers in his live stream rose again. Compared to the outdoor streams of major influencers, his up-close and car experience was far more explosive. The viewer count slowly climbed from double digits to 8,000. Brothers, what do you think of this color scheme? The interaction with fans in the live stream was very active. After all, across the entire platform, only this streamer had managed to get inside the Rolls-Royce exhibit. This color feels too youthful. I like Hermes orange. Hermes orange is so tacky. I think pure white is nice. Can the streamer check out the Spectre? I'm thinking of buying a new energy car this year. Seeing the request from the livestream, Tang Yoming, as a new streamer, immediately agreed. He walked over to the Spectre and started filming its exterior. Then as he tried to enter the interior, a staff member quickly stopped him. Sorry sir, the Spectre is currently an engineering prototype, and the interior is not open to the public. The livestream fans were displeased. Netizens complained, an engineering prototype. I wanted to see the interior. Old Tang, get closer and let me peek through the glass. Tang Yuming laughed awkwardly. He could only hold up his phone and film the exterior for the viewers. Qin Chuan walked over. Old Tang, let's go check out other brands. Wait, old fourth, let me finish filming first. It's not every day I get this close to a Rolls-Royce. I need to enjoy it. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and asked, which of these 3 do you like? Tang Yuming pretended to compare them seriously. The Phantom is too long and too big. OID look like a driver. The Cullinan has way too high fuel consumption. I can't even afford to drive it. The Spectre is just right. Electricity costs are the same, and it's more economical in the long run. Pausing, Tang Yuming lowered his voice. The Spectre is trending big time. I need to ride the wave and get some good footage. A few more minutes of filming might earn me tens of thousands more followers. Alright, if you're going to film, do it right. I've already shot plenty of the exterior. Go inside and film the interior. Of course I want to film the interior, but they won't allow it. It's understandable though, such an expensive luxury car. If it gets scratched or damaged, it's not something you can easily afford to fix. Qin Chuan pulled out a Rolls-Royce bag and stuffed it into Tang Yuming's hands. When the car arrives, make sure to film it thoroughly. This Spectre is yours. Tang Yuming looked at the document in his hand stunned. He was dumbfounded, frozen in place. He was bewildered. What was happening? What did he mean by "this specter is yours"? He looked down at the document in his hands. It was a purchase contract for the specter. The record showed the full payment had been made in one lump sum. 105,000,000. Tang Yuming gasped. A fully loaded specter costing 10.5 million. What did Old Fourth mean? He quickly put away his phone and chased after him. Old Fourth, what's the deal with this car? It's a gift for you, my contribution to helping you become a big influencer. Tang Yuming shoved the purchase contract back to Qin Chuan. No, this is over 10 million. I can't handle it psychologically. Qin Chuan smiled and pushed the contract back into Tang Yuming's hands. Keep the car. Once you become a big influencer, well, start an MCN company. Consider this car my investment. Tang Yuming broke into a sweat. He had thought about becoming an influencer, but his life was too mundane. Just classes, meals, and sleep. He had no material to film. Any ideas he had required money to execute. Tang Yuming, whose family wasn't well off, had no spare cash to promote himself. Now Qin Chuan had given him a highly popular Rolls-Royce Spectre. It was practically handing him the key to virality. After much deliberation, Tang Yuming decided he couldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime chance to turn his life around. His eyes welled up slightly, and he said, Old Fourth, as a brother, I can't thank you enough. I will make something of myself and build the company for you. When that happens, we'll split it 50-50. Then Tang Yuming announced the news in his livestream. He declared that he would soon become one of the first owners of the Rolls-Royce Spectre and showed the purchase contract. Instantly, the livestream Old Tang takes you around the world exploded. Holy crap, Old Tang is amazing. You ordered a car without even seeing the interior. Ordered. Look at the contract. It's paid in full. 10.5 million. Over 10 million. Old Tang, why didn't you buy a Cullinan or a Phantom? Buying a new energy car is just being a sucker. The livestream was filled with various comments. Congratulations, mockery, and jealousy. But none of that stopped Tang Yuming's follower count from skyrocketing. Qin Chuan watched as Tang Yuming became more relaxed in his stream and felt gratified. When facing enemies, Qin Chuan could strike hard. But for those around him, he wanted everyone to thrive. Tang Yuming wanted to be an influencer, and Qin Chuan could help him. But help wasn't about throwing money at him blindly. It was about creating a leverage point. Whether he could move the world depended on his own ability. If he was cut out for this path, he would naturally ride the wave to success. If he wasn't suited for it, Tang Yuming would come to realize his own limits. Where are the eldest and the third? Qin Chuan asked. They weren't interested in Rolls-Royce, said it was too far out of reach. They went to look at Lamborghinis. Mentioning Lamborghini brought back some unpleasant memories for Qin Chuan. His Lamborghini Reventón was probably lying in some scrapyard now. They'll skip the Lamborghinis and look around elsewhere. Alright, Old Fourth, they'll head over to the Lamborghini section. We'll chat on WeChat later. By the way, take these to the eldest and the third. Let them play rock, paper, scissors, and each pick one. Tang Yuming took the bag, which bore the Rolls-Royce logo. He looked inside. Each bag contained a gift from Rolls-Royce. There was also a document. Tang Yuming pulled it out and glanced at it, feeling dizzy. It was the purchase contracts for a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Cullinan. What the hell was going on? Two more luxury cars worth tens of millions. And they were supposed to play rock, paper, scissors. Each pick one. Tang Yuming watched Qin Chuan's back as he disappeared into the crowd, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Qin Chuan wandered through the luxury car pavilion. He first approached the Aston Martin booth. Pointing at a silver-gray Aston Martin, he asked, "Excuse me, how much is this car?" The salesperson noticed the Rolls-Royce coffee cup in his hand. Immediately greeting him with a smile, the salesperson said, "Sir, this is the Aston Martin DB11, with a full vehicle price of 2.45 million yuan. 2.45 million. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Chuan's face. Assuming the customer found it too expensive, the salesperson quickly added, "Sir, this is the Shanghai Auto Show. If you place an order today, the price is negotiable." "No need, thank you." Qin Chuan turned and walked away. 2.45 million yuan. Even with all options maxed out, the price would only double to 5 million. Buying this car would be a waste of the rebate opportunity. Next, Qin Chuan browsed the Maserati and Bentley booths. The results were disappointing. At this year's show, limited edition cars were scarce. Automakers had shifted their focus from large displacement engines to new energy vehicles. As he exited the Bentley booth, a surprised voice came from nearby. Mr. Qin. Qin Chuan followed the sound. The speaker was tall and elegant with a striking presence. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her skin was fair as snow, her brows and eyes like a painting, and her lips a vibrant red. She wore a white sweater, a black skirt, and black stockings, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. At first glance, Qin Chuan couldn't recall who she was. Only when he noticed the semi-rimmed glasses on her face did he remember. She was in Xiao from the Ferrari Center. "Mr. Qin, I'm in Xiao. I wonder if you still remember me," she said gracefully. "I remember. How could I forget you when my Ferrari hasn't arrived yet?" And Xiaoxiao's eyes curved into crescents, of faint blush coloring her cheeks as she smiled sweetly. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin. Aside from the LaFerrari, the other 4 cars will be delivered to your residence soon." "That's good. If you're still worried the cars won't arrive, I'll compensate you with myself." Qin Chuan nearly choked on her words. Seeing he didn't respond, and Xiao tactfully changed the subject. Mr. Qin, are you here at the auto show to add a few more cars to your garage? Yes, that's right. Have you found any models you like? I just looked at Aston Martin and Bentley, but neither satisfied me. You're not here to drag me to Ferrari, are you? And Xiao laughed. No, Mr. Qin. Ferrari doesn't participate in the auto show. Oh, I see. Mr. Qin, what are your requirements for a car? I can offer some suggestions. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan blurted out, nothing special. Just expensive, the more expensive the better. And Xiao's mouth twitched. This was the first time she had heard such a request. After a moment's thought, she said, what about Rolls-Royce? Their average price is over 5 million yuan, and with custom options it can reach tens of millions. They've also released a new energy model this year called the Spectre with a hefty price tag. Given your status, Mr. Qin, it would be a perfect fit. She thought to herself, surely Rolls-Royce will satisfy you. But Qin Chuan shook his head. I just came from Rolls-Royce. I bought all 3 cars on the booth. Even with full options, the most expensive one is only 15 million. And Xiao trembled, drawing a sharp breath. A familiar scene unfolded again. She had no doubt about Qin Chuan's words. After all, this was the tycoon who had once bought 6 Ferraris at once. Buying 3 Rolls-Royces at a time was just routine for him. Today Su Xiaoyan wasn't around, and in Xiao's gaze toward Qin Chuan grew increasingly fervent. Mr. Qin, I know of a car at this year's show that's quite expensive. At the words quite expensive, a glimmer of delight flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. Take me to see it. And Xiao smiled and made a gesture of invitation. The two walked through the luxury car pavilion. Soon they arrived at a niche brand's booth, and Xiao pointed to the center of the display. As far as I know, that car is the most expensive one at this auto show. Qin Chuan looked over and saw a silver hypercar. It featured butterfly doors and a metallic silver paint job. As they approached, the brand salesperson warmly greeted them. Noticing Qin Chuan's fixed gaze on the car at the center, the salesperson proudly introduced Mr. Qin. This is the Lotus Evija, a pure electric hypercar. It's an ultra-lightweight model weighing 1680 kilograms with the battery pack accounting for 600 kilograms. It's equipped with carbon ceramic brakes, lightweight wheels, and a 3-chamber semi-active suspension. It pushes aerodynamics to the extreme with air ducts all over its body. The entire chassis is crafted from carbon fiber, while the interior is minimalist. The Evija boasts 2000 horsepower with a peak torque of 1700 Nm. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in under 3 seconds, and from 0 to 300 km/h in under 9 seconds. What's the price? Qin Chuan asked directly. The salesperson hesitated before murmuring, this Evija is a global limited edition with only 5 units allocated to China. This is the last one. The price is a bit higher, 21.88 million yuan. 21.88 million. Qin Chuan's surprised tone was understandable to the salesperson, who himself felt uneasy quoting that price. In the era of internal combustion engines, Lotus had top-tier engines and chassis tuning, so selling at a high price was justifiable. But now, as a new energy vehicle daring to sell for 21.88 million, even the neighboring Rolls-Royce Spectre isn't half as expensive. Qin Chuan complained indignantly to Xiao, this car isn't even more expensive than the LaFerrari. This year's auto show is really disappointing. And Xiao looked embarrassed, unsure how to respond. The salesperson thought to himself, how many drinks did this guy have before stepping out? What nonsense is he talking? But the next second the salesperson's jaw nearly dropped. Qin Chuan turned to him and said, 21.88 million is too cheap. Help me select the most expensive optional configurations. Pick the priciest paint, use carbon fiber wherever possible, and go with leather instead of Alcantara. The salesperson was stunned. He asked incredulously, sir, are you sure you want to order an Evija? You haven't even stepped inside to take a closer look or feel it. No need. I'm buying it anyway, I'll admire it slowly at home. Admittedly, although the Lotus Evija's price didn't meet Qin Chuan's expectations, its striking design had truly won him over. He was about to pull out his black card to pay when someone cut in beside him. The newcomer was about 165 meters tall, wearing sunglasses and trendy streetwear. With his left arm around a woman of similar height, he extended his right hand, holding a Huaxiao Bank Platinum card. This car I wanted. Swipe the card, he said, arrogantly pausing after each word. His tone was unbearably cocky. The Shanghai Emperor. And Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The Emperor of Modu. Qin Chuan looked puzzled. And Xiao explained, the Emperor of Modu Qi Feng is said to be wealthier than even the young Master Wang. He owns countless luxury cars, and is a VIP client of ours at Ferrari. He once lavishly gifted a streamer nearly $1 million in a single night. And he wrecked a 5 million Ferrari without flinching. Because of his terrifying power, he's known as the Emperor of Modu. Qin Chuan took another look at the man. Though not tall, the Emperor of Modu exuded an aura of a 2-meter giant. Qin Chuan recognized his companion. She was Hyena, host of a sports program and the dream goddess of many homebodies. Behind them stood 2 bodyguards, each over 2 meters tall. Even in plain clothes, their towering height made them impossible to ignore. At that moment, the crowd outside the exhibition stand was drawn to the scene. Isn't that the Emperor of Modu? My God, it really is him. The Emperor of Modu is here to buy a car. The car he's eyeing is said to be the most expensive at this show, a Lotus Evija priced at $21.88 million. Qi Feng adjusted his glasses and smirked. Bro, since you know who I am, let's not waste time. I want this car. And why should I let you? Qin Chuan replied coldly. Qi Feng paused, surprised that the man knew his title as the Emperor of Modu, yet still dared to speak so boldly. He became cautious. Testing the waters, he said, Bro, let's be friends. Don't compete with me for this car. Friends? Who wants to be your friend? At this, hyena standing beside the Emperor of Modu laughed. Oh my, where did this country bumpkin come from? First time in Modu. You don't know that being connected to the Emperor of Modu is your greatest fortune. If he so much as drops a hint, you'd make a fortune. Qi Feng squinted, neither confirming nor denying. He was known for his lavish generosity. Rumor had it that if you curried his favor, you could have everything you desired. He kept nearly 100 retainers whose sole job was to entertain him and keep him happy. They treated him like a god. With such simple work, these retainers raked in fortunes every year. Qin Chuan snorted. Your petty wealth isn't enough for me to grovel. Ridiculous. At this, Qi Feng's face flushed with anger. Say that again if you dare. What Emperor of Modu? To me, you're no different from a lowly demon. You? Qi Feng's rage boiled over. His two bodyguards stood ready, waiting for a single command to subdue Qin Chuan. The onlookers watched intently. Damn, who's that guy opposite the Emperor of Modu? Looks like they're about to throw down. No way that guy dares to go against the Emperor of Modu. Doesn't he know who he is? And Xiao Xiao quickly tugged at Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, you may be wealthy, but the Emperor of Modu has not just money, but also formidable backing. It's best not to provoke him lightly. In my eyes, he has only a shadow, not a background. Every word was a taunt, showing no respect for Qi Feng. If it were any other rich young master, they might have charged at him in a fit of rage. But Qi Feng was different. Though arrogant and haughty, he had learned from his father how to navigate society, how to retaliate quietly. Brawling in public was for fools and idiots. He, Qi Feng, the Emperor of Modu, was no such simpleton. Qi Feng waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to step back. Bro, you're the first person who's dared speak to me like this. I respect that. But I'm set on this car. Let's do it the old way. Highest bidder wins. Hearing this, Qin Chuan almost laughed out loud. Biting his lip to suppress his expression, he said, fine. And Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, as long as there's no fight. Seeing Qin Chuan agree, Qi Feng noticed his twisted expression. He was overjoyed inside. The other man had chickened out. His strategy of subduing without a fight had worked. When it came to spending money, how many in all of Modu could rival him? Those business tycoons might claim hundreds of billions in assets, but they were mostly illiquid real estate and stocks. If they dared to cash out to compete with him, their stock prices would plummet tomorrow. What made him the Emperor of Modu? Cash flow. Qi Feng elegantly raised his Huaxiao Bank Platinum card and said to Qin Chuan, this card holds 100 million in cash. No matter what you bid, I'll offer 1 yuan more. Bro, an old saying goes, there's always a sky above a sky and a man above a man. You might be used to throwing your weight around in your city, but this is Modu. We're not on the same level. His words sent a stir through the crowd. Damn, no wonder he's the Emperor of Modu. 100 million in cash. That's insane. What's 100 million? No big deal. The moment the last speaker finished, he realized. He was speaking in person, not typing behind a keyboard. His identity now was that of an ordinary person, not an online troll. He immediately fell silent and slowly backed away, fearing he might get beaten on the spot. Qi Feng stood with hands in his pockets, looking down on Qin Chuan. Seeing Qin Chuan's grim expression, he gloated inwardly. With that pathetic look, you dare to oppose me? How many in Modu could casually throw around 100 million for a car? Hyena, seeing her man steal the spotlight, jumped with excitement and planted a kiss on Qi Feng's cheek. Honey, you're so amazing. Qi Feng smirked, showing off. After I buy the car, I'll show you just how amazing I can be. His companion caught the hint. She clung tightly to Qi Feng's arm. Feeling the waves of her curves, Qi Feng's excitement surged. Damn, I wanted to keep a low profile at the auto show today, but my power won't let me. He waved over a salesperson and said, don't hold back on the money. There's 100 million on this card. Max out all the options on this car. Just as Qi Feng finished speaking, Qin Chuan interjected. Who said this car is yours? Bro, are you deaf? I said there's 100 million on this card. Do you even understand what that means? Qin Chuan's expression remained sour. It wasn't because Qi Feng was too arrogant. Rather, he found Qi Feng utterly pathetic. With such a grandiose title as Emperor of Modu, all he could muster after all that bluster was 100 million. He had hoped Qi Feng would keep showing off to drive up the price. But after waiting, he realized the man was all talk. That 100 million was likely his limit. Since that was the case, there was no point in dragging this out. Qin Chuan pulled out a card from his pocket. The moment it appeared, those in the know among the crowd widened their eyes. Holy shit, that's an American Express Centurion Black card. American Express Centurion Black card. Is it that impressive? No, it's not impressive. It's the grandfather of impressive, the ultimate boss. Qi Feng naturally was also discerning. The American Express Centurion Black card, a card with no spending limit. If the Huaxia Bank Platinum card with 100 million limit in his hand was the father of cards, then the American Express Centurion Black card was the grandfather of his Platinum card. Qi Feng had tried many times to apply for an American Express Centurion Black Card. However, due to his identity and the fact that his true capabilities fell short of the requirements, his applications were always rejected. Damn it, the other party actually has this card, Qi Feng thought to himself, a sense of unease creeping in. Qin Chuan, pinching the black card between his index and middle fingers, handed it to the salesperson. This card has no limit. Take it and swipe 10 billion. This car must be mine today. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was dumbfounded. They were so shocked that words got stuck in their throats, unable to utter a single syllable. Damn it, this was way too explosive. Holy shit, spending 10 billion to buy a car. And he's still buying a new energy vehicle. What kind of incredible luck have I had today witnessing something like this? Hyena's surgically enhanced apple cheeks twitched. This country bumpkin in front of her. Oh no, this man in front of her, he was just too handsome. She slowly released her grip, flicked her hair, and cast a seductive glance. The amorous look arced gracefully through the air, only to be intercepted by An Xiao. And Xiaoxiao's heart was in turmoil. Just who was this big shot beside her willing to spend 10 billion on an electric hypercar worth 21.88 million? Unbelievable. Unimaginable. And Xiao, who had been maintaining a ladylike distance just moments ago, could no longer suppress the surging emotions within her. She grabbed Qin Chuan's arm and pressed her entire body against his. Mr. Qin, don't be misled by Qi Feng. This Lotus Evija isn't worth that much money. Qin Chuan slowly withdrew his hand from the undulating valley of mountains. He said calmly, 10 billion is just 10 billion. Why all the back and forth and haggling? I said 10 billion, so it's 10 billion and less. And Xiao, undeterred, squeezed closer and pressed against him again. This time she was even more forceful. She employed the grappling techniques she had learned during her fitness sessions, entanglement lock hold. She asked in a soft cooing voice, unless what? Unless this king of Modu wants to add 1 yuan to the 10 billion price, Qin Chuan said, looking at Qi Feng. Qi Feng felt a twinge of unease under Qin Chuan's gaze. Damn, this guy's tone almost sounds like he's looking forward to it. Does he want me to outshine him and snatch the car? But Qi Feng's mind remained clear. Spending 10 billion on this car. He was afraid he'd go home and get his legs broken by his father. Qi Feng stood still, not uttering a word, contemplating how to make a graceful exit. The other party's strength was unfathomable. He absolutely couldn't fall out with him today. Just then Qi Feng sensed something amiss beside him. He looked at Hyena. He saw that her eyes were filled with desire. But her gaze wasn't directed at him. It was fixed on the man across from them. After a moment's thought, Qi Feng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. You slut. How dare you try to seduce another man right under my nose? Hyena was stunned by the unexpected slap. She hadn't done anything at all. Why had she been struck? At that moment, all she felt was a sharp, searing pain in her nose bridge. She touched it with her hand and nearly burst into tears. The nose she had just had surgery on last week. How had it become crooked? Qi Feng grabbed Hyena by her clothes and said to Qin Chuan, Buddy, this one needs a lesson. I was originally going to buy this car as a toy for her, but now I'm not buying it. Farewell. With that, Qi Feng, cursing and grumbling, left the exhibition stand. This spectacle left both the onlookers below and Qin Chuan dumbfounded. Qi Feng dragged Hyena away until they were out of the stand. He then casually tossed her into an empty corner, called over a bodyguard, and said with a cold expression, Neo, go find out who that guy is. Fuck trying to steal my thunder. He must be tired of living. Neo nodded and accepted the order. Inside the Lotus exhibition stand, the Lotus salesperson tremblingly held the black card. MMR. Qin. This car. I can't sell it to you for 10 billion. Why not? Qin Chuan asked, displeased. The salesperson was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, would love to sell it at that price, but the law won't allow it. Mr. Qin, our Lotus brand is dedicated to serving our customers with integrity. We would never arbitrarily raise prices to deceive them. And Xiao chimed in from the side, Mr. Qin's right. Every item has its fair market value. If something originally worth 21.88 million were forcibly sold for 10 billion, they'd risk being reported and facing legal action. Qin Chuan was speechless. Why was it so hard to spend money? But there was no helping it. He couldn't very well hold a knife to their throats and force them to sell a car worth 21.88 million for 10 billion. Fine, then let's stick to the original agreement. Max out all the configurations. Equip it with only the most expensive options. The salesperson's face turned pale. The Lotus Evija electric hypercar, priced at 21.88 million, was already daylight robbery. All the value-adding optional features had already been installed one by one. And now he wants me to keep piling on the buffs. This is really putting me on the spot. Mr. Qin, I'm terribly sorry, but this Lotus Evija is already at its absolute highest price. Qin Chuan's face showed a hint of anger, but he couldn't vent it. He could only nod and say reluctantly, then go ahead and swipe the card. The salesperson took the black card. Very well, Mr. Qin. As a gesture of goodwill, we will gift you a Lotus Electra. Qin Chuan frowned at this, worried that if the system counted this car as one of the 5 rebate cars, he would be losing a rebate opportunity for nothing. He waved his hand. Forget the gift. I don't want it. Give it to her. The salesperson, assuming Qin Chuan was trying to impress a woman, immediately caught on. Of course, Mr. Qin. He'll arrange the paperwork right away. And Xiao Xiao was stunned. Give it to me. She knew about the Lotus Electra. It was a super electric SUV with a 0-100 km/h acceleration of 2.95 seconds, a maximum range of 650 kilometers, and the ability to charge from 10 to 80 in just 20 minutes. The entire vehicle was equipped with 4 128-line LiDAR sensors and 508 TOPS of computing power, enabling advanced driver assistance on highways, certain city roads, and parking lots. More importantly, this car was worth 1.02 million yuan. They had only met twice, and he was already lavishing her with a 1 million yuan gift. Could it be that her earlier actions had worked? It must be. And Xiao Xiao was naturally quite attractive, and her figure was the envy of everyone present. As the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai once wrote, never tired of looking at each other. A perfect description of this majestic mountain. And Xiao Xiao speculated, tonight might very well be the heavenly pillar. A single peak holds the sun and moon. The cave gate 1,000 fathoms locks the clouds and thunder. She gazed at Qin Chuan's handsome profile, the smile on her face becoming increasingly hard to conceal. A man so wealthy and generous. What woman could resist him? And he even dared to stand up to the king of Modu. His masculinity was simply overflowing. She had to seize this opportunity. Qin Chuan quickly signed the car purchase agreement and completed the payment. And Xiao Xiao approached him. Darling, where shall we go next? She said playfully. Qin Chuan was taken aback by such audacious words. And Xiao Xiao, watch your language. And Xiaoxiao's smile deepened. Darling, so you enjoy playing the stern type. Qin Chuan was speechless. How could a woman change so abruptly? Moments ago they were courteous, addressing him as Mr. Qin and President Qin. Now it was darling. Qin Chuan found it rather cloying. After leaving the Lotus exhibition stand, he deliberately kept some distance from Xiao Xiao. Seeing this, and Xiao Xiao regained a sliver of composure. The fawning approach wasn't working. It was better to revert to her previous demure and reserved demeanor. Indeed, Qin Chuan's attitude softened slightly. Why is that stand opposite so crowded? Even more than Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini. The brand looks unfamiliar. I've never seen it before. Qin Chuan pointed diagonally across, and Xiao Xiao gazed over and smiled. President Qin, that's the high-end brand of the BYD Group, the Yangwang series. BYD Group. Yes, President Qin. Don't underestimate BYD Group. It used to be a second-rate automaker. But now with the nation's push for new energy vehicles, BYD Group has been quietly cultivating this technology for 2 decades. It has suddenly surged in recent years, becoming the leader in new energy vehicles and launching the sub-brand Yangwang. The Yangwang brand represents BYD Group's most ambitious strategy, symbolizing its high-end series. Yangwang. Qin Chuan had a faint recollection. Last time Xiao Xinfa, the legal counsel from BYD Group, came to his school to discuss an investment project worth nearly 10 billion. Though Qin Chuan hadn't paid much attention, then he vaguely remembered that the document pertained to the strategic development layout of a brand called Yangwang. His interest in Yangwang grew stronger. Let's go take a look. Arriving at the Yangwang exhibition stand, the scene was already a sea of people. Various media influencers, car critics, and internet celebrities were nearly bursting the stand. Although only 2 cars were displayed, the crowd was endless. The crowd was nearly 5 layers deep. To the left of the stand was a uniquely styled, almost exaggerated sports car. To the right was a massive, angular, robust-looking SUV. Qin Chuan was instantly captivated by the SUV. Let's go check out that car, Qin Chuan said, pointing at the SUV. The Yangwang V8. Sure, President Qin. And Xiao Xiao nodded. Fortunately, she had come to the auto show on behalf of her company to evaluate the Yangwang brand, and had made a reservation in advance. The staff performed a simple eligibility check and let them in. The Yangwang V8 was the most eye-catching car at the show, drawing more viewers than Rolls-Royce or Lamborghini. It featured capabilities like in-place rotation, a super intelligent body control system, drones, and water floating. Backed by these black technologies, the Yangwang V8 was surrounded by various influencers. Qin Chuan walked around it, scrutinizing every inch of the vehicle. After all, he owned 50 of BYD Group's shares. This car was the culmination of his own industry's efforts, so he had to examine it thoroughly. Hey buddy, you're blocking my shot, a burly man said coldly. Qin Chuan looked up and recognized the man. It was Zhu Gu, the famous car critic from Douyin known as Zhu Gu Talks Cars. Qin Chuan checked his position and realized he had inadvertently stepped into the man's frame. Sorry, he said, stepping forward 2 paces. Zhu Gu clapped his hands, signaling his assistant to review the footage. Seeing Qin Chuan in the final seconds of the shot, Zhu Gu frowned. What's going on? Isn't this media day? How did an ordinary consumer sneak in? The assistant quickly said, probably slipped in unnoticed. I saw several earlier at the Lamborghini stand. Qin Chuan circled the Yangwang V8 again, arriving at the driver's seat. He was thoroughly satisfied with the exterior. Now only the interior remained unseen. He was about to pull the door handle when someone else beat him to it. The man exuded an air of arrogance, dressed in a simple t-shirt and shorts with a sullen expression. Ignoring Qin Chuan, he directly grabbed the driver's door handle. After 2 futile pulls, he angrily summoned a staff member. The staff recognized the Douyin car critic, Xiao Ming, a senior with millions of followers. What's the matter with BYD Group? So unprofessional. The staff replied, I'm so sorry, teacher Xiao Ming. What happened? Xiao Ming pointed at the Yangwang V8. Why is this car locked? How are we supposed to shoot inside? His condescending attitude and sullen expression starkly contrasted with his online persona. The staff repeatedly apologized. Teacher Xiao Ming, I'm terribly sorry. This Yangwang V8 is still a prototype, not the final production model. It's not convenient for media teachers to film inside. Damn. I traveled all the way from Guangdong province, and you tell me I can't shoot. The staff kept apologizing. Meanwhile, Zhu Gu heard the commotion from the other side. He walked over to Xiao Ming. What's going on? I could hear the ruckus from over there. Xiao Ming angrily recounted the situation. Zhu Gu comforted him. You're an old hand at this. Prototypes are always like this. Hearing Zhu Gu's words, Xiao Ming's anger subsided slightly. What's all this about? A crisp voice interjected. Zhu Gu and Xiao Ming turned to see the renowned car commentator Bao Ge. Zhu Gu's eyes lit up as he approached Bao Ge. Brother Bao, we wanted to shoot inside the Yangwang V8, but it's a prototype and the staff won't allow it. Bao Ge puffed out his chest, stroked his shiny bald head, and smiled confidently. Is that all? Just getting inside the car. Watch me. He turned to the staff. Hello, please go fetch General Manager Li. Tell him Brother Bao wants to do a special feature on the Yangwang V8 for some great publicity. Recognizing the veteran car critic, the staff didn't dare offend him and hurried to the backstage. Xiao Ming gave a thumbs up. As expected of Brother Bao, you get General Manager Li's personal reception right away. Admirable. Zhu Gu also sidled up and hugged Bao Ge. Brother Bao is truly Brother Bao. With Yangwang V8's current buzz, if we can get the first-hand footage, we're sure to gain 1 million followers and top the trending charts for days. Brother Bao basked in their flattery, yet maintained a humble smile on his face. Soon President Li of the BYD Group approached dressed casually. As the leader of a new energy vehicle giant and the helmsman of a fully integrated industrial chain enterprise, President Li's demeanor was exceedingly amiable and low-key. He greeted them with a warm smile, appearing very cordial. Hello, 3 esteemed teachers. Brother Bao, Brother Zhu, and Xiao Ming, all seasoned veterans, quickly cupped their hands in salute. President Li, you flatter us, you flatter us. Brother Bao stepped forward. President Li, BYD's development is getting better and better. As car reviewers, witnessing the growth of the domestic new energy vehicle industry fills us with immense pride and satisfaction. President Li smiled. We still rely on your promotional support, teachers. Seeing this, Brother Bao decided not to beat around the bush. President Li, we've come this time, with full sincerity, to help promote the Yangshi V8. We're full of praise for its exterior. But now I'd like to get inside and shoot the interior. President Li maintained his smile. Thank you, 3 teachers, but this car is an engineering prototype and doesn't represent the final production level of our Yangshi V8. President Li, it's fine, well, just shoot a general overview. President Li's smile faded slightly, turning serious. It does matter. The internal structure of the Yangshi V8 may still undergo some adjustments, and we plan to use better materials to reward our consumers. President Li, a technical expert by background, held rigorous and exacting standards for his products. This time, the Yangshi V8 represented BYD Group's most important model for breaking into the high-end market. Not the slightest error could be tolerated. Although the 3 car reviewers before him would surely heap praise on the Yangshi V8, even if what stood before them was just an engineering prototype, not the final production car, once their video was released, paid trolls would inevitably find fault. If before the car's launch and delivery someone bought articles to smear it relentlessly, it would spell disaster for BYD Group's high-end strategy. That was why President Li resolutely refused. Seeing President Li's firm stance, Brother Bao and his companions found it impossible to insist. The seasoned Brother Bao quickly said, Then President Li, you must arrange an exclusive interview for me in the future. President Li cupped his hands. Certainly, certainly. After exchanging pleasantries, President Li prepared to return backstage. Just then a voice came from behind them. President Li, I'd like to take a look inside this Yangshi V8. At these words, Brother Bao, Brother Zhu, and Xiao Ming all turned around to see who had spoken. They saw a young man in his 20s with delicate features and a hint of student-like innocence in his brow. Xiao Ming snorted. Who's this guy? Brother Zhu shook his head. Not from our circle. Brother Bao stepped forward, patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, and laughed. Kid new to the industry. Don't bother. This is an engineering prototype, not open for filming. I invited President Li, and even he won't let us inside. And Xiao Xiao beside him looked somewhat embarrassed. Even if Qin Chuan was wealthy, he couldn't be this presumptuous. President Li had already stated that the interior was off limits. 3 major influencers in car reviewing had been directly rejected. If he spoke up again, had only earned a disdainful glare. And Xiao Xiao tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve. President Li just said this is an engineering prototype, not open to the public. Let's wait and see the production model later. She said this purely out of concern for Qin Chuan's dignity. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. No matter, I think President Li will be delighted to show me around. And Xiao Xiao was speechless. Brother Zhu, Xiao Ming, and Brother Bao were also baffled. This youngster must be stepping into society for the first time completely clueless. President Li, stopped by the voice behind him, turned to look. Instantly his heart skipped a beat. This person looked exactly like the person in the photograph. President Li had never met Qin Chuan, only seen him in photos. Back then, after learning that someone had acquired 50 of BYD Group's shares from the secondary market and other shareholders, President Li had sent people to investigate Qin Chuan. But the investigation results showed that the mysterious tycoon who had bought 50 of BYD Group's shares came from a very ordinary family background. His parents were factory workers, and he was just a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics. Such findings naturally made President Li deeply skeptical. But the ability to perfectly conceal one's personal history and background indicated immense power behind the scenes rarely seen in the world. President Li was a shrewd man. His BYD Group was growing ever stronger. With its fully integrated industrial chain and independent technological R&D, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes from other countries. In that case, only one possibility remained. President Li hurried forward in quick strides. "May I ask, are you President Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan nodded. "It's me." Overjoyed, President Li quickly grasped Qin Chuan's hand. President Qin, I've long heard of your name. I've been so busy with the Yangshi brand launch lately that I didn't personally visit the capital to report to you. You came to the auto show without informing me beforehand. My apologies, my apologies." Qin Chuan also shook President Li's hand firmly. "President Li, you're too kind. I'm just browsing around. Seeing the Yangshi V8 launch fills me with joy. The exterior suits my taste perfectly, but the interior." President Li immediately pulled out his phone. He pressed the back of his phone against the driver's side rearview mirror of the Yangshi V8. With the NFC function activated, the Yangshi V8 let out a low hum and unlocked. President Li quickly opened the door for Qin Chuan. "President Qin, please inspect the work." Qin Chuan nodded and stepped into the driver's seat of the Yangshi V8. President Li walked around to the passenger side and entered the car, beginning to explain the interior features of the Yangshi V8 to Qin Chuan. Outside the car, the circle of car reviewers was stunned. They were shocked, speechless. What act was this? Hadn't it been said that the Yangshi V8 was off-limits to outsiders? How had President Li, who had just rejected a group of major influencers, now personally invited a young man inside? And he was giving him an unknown explanation with such eagerness. "Brother Bao. This. Who is he?" Xiao Ming stammered. Brother Bao rubbed his signature bald head. "I have no idea either." Brother Zhu jiggled his fat. "This young man's influence is enormous to have President Li personally receive him. And President Li, so much older, is acting as deferential as a brother." And Xiao Xiao was stunned. She knew Qin Chuan was wealthy. But this situation went beyond mere wealth. A deeper tremor stirred within and Xiaoxiao's heart. A man with such immense power. She would do anything to become his woman, even if just one of many. 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan and President Li stepped down from the Yangshi V8. Qin Chuan gave the car high praise. "President Li, I love this car very much. May I ask what its price will be?"